Blooming Romance Chapter 1 to Chapter 67. December 24th, Tuesday. Sunny, high temperature 7, low temperature 3, light breeze. Good weather for the time being. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xuan was buying breakfast at the breakfast shop. A few students were laughing and playing around. Their school uniforms were dragging and they did not wear scarves. Their young faces were shining. Xuan was really envious. This Sunday was his 30th birthday. So many years had passed unknowingly. He was no longer young. He wore warm underwear under his suit and a thick cashmere jacket outside. He still felt cold and wrapped his neck tightly with a scarf. It was like hanging. He bought breakfast and went to Xianxia's house to serve the breakfast ordered by Xianxia. Xianxia disliked it. "I want beef stuffing." "This is pork." "Why did you buy it wrong?" Then he said, "You smell of greasy meat. It stinks. Stay away from me." Although he disliked it, he still ate it and said, "Where is the PowerPoint I need to use today?" "What's the matter with you? It's not done yet?" Xuan nodded tiredly. "It's done. I'll explain it to you. You have to be familiar with it so that you can show it at the meeting." As he spoke, Xuan's mind wandered. Recently, his mind had been wandering. He thought of the students he met in the morning. He couldn't remember their faces clearly. In his mind, the faces of those students seemed to have been erased and replaced with his face when he was young. He remembered that he fell in love with Xianxia when he was 16 years old and still in high school. Since then, he had bought breakfast for Xianxia regardless of rain or shine. Everyone said that he was young Master Ji's little errand boy. He never minded and humbly liked Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia would hug his shoulder and say, "Little son, you are my good brother, right?" He would be fascinated, blushing and nodding. More than 10 years had passed, and they were still best friends. He was afraid that he couldn't even be friends with Xianxia if he confessed. He was afraid that he would have to watch Xianxia change girlfriends one after another and bless him with a smile every time. Before Xianxia left, he told him, "Get off work early today and help me clean the room. You said you had something to do last week, so the clothes haven't been washed. The floor also needs to be cleaned." Xuan hesitated. "I have something to tell you. It's my birthday this weekend." The atmosphere became strange. Xianxia didn't look back and deliberately changed the topic. "I have to go. If there's anything, we can talk about it when I come back tonight." It didn't seem like he was talking to a friend, but more like he was talking to a servant. Xuan did not answer, and Xianxia did not notice. After all, he was giving an order, not a request. Xuan was obedient to him. Whatever he said, Xuan would do. Their company didn't celebrate the Western Festival and didn't have a holiday on Christmas Eve. Xuan had asked for leave yesterday, and he was busy with work. So, he arrived at the company 25 minutes early. After he graduated from university, he worked in this company for 7 years. He was smart and serious, but he was good at lowering his head. He was stable and steady, and he jumped a level in 2 or 3 years. The previous general manager admired him very much, but he kept him before he was promoted to the headquarters. Everyone was surprised. Was Xuan going to be the new leader of the branch company? Unexpectedly, a second generation came out of nowhere and took over his head. That person was Xianxia, the youngest son of the general manager of the headquarters. He was only 22 years old this year, the age of a fresh graduate from university. Azu. Orgso, Xuan became the deputy. But he was not angry. He was already used to it. Moreover, his master deliberately let him stay so that he could have a good relationship with the young master. Unfortunately, this person was not as good as his name suggested. He was ignorant and incompetent. Not to mention that he was late and left early. Sometimes he would spend all day drinking and not even coming to the company. Subordinates follow the example of their superiors. The atmosphere in the company was not as good as before. Xuan tried hard to suppress it, but he could barely maintain it. He taught the young master with all his heart, but he was still annoyed. Xianxia said eloquently, "I have money to spend even if I don't work. Why do I have to live so hard?" Xuan was speechless. He asked around and found out that Xianxia was naughty since he was young. Previously, he saw that Xianxia had a good resume and graduated from a famous school. He was more educated than him. There were 3 children in the Zhuang family. He was the youngest, and there were older brothers and sisters. They were all elites. He was the only one who could use the violin to beat the teacher out of the house. His university graduation certificate was obtained by his father donating a building to the school. The past 6 months had been very tiring. He was only absent for a day, and the company was in chaos. He heard that the young master did not even come yesterday. Chu Xuan checked all the work done yesterday. The new male student in the company made a mistake and almost caused a disaster. Fortunately, he found out and called him to the office to criticize him. Chu Xuan looked feminine. His skin was thin and white, and the corners of his eyes were upturned. He wore a pair of thin metal glasses and had a cold temperament. He thought that he did not say anything harsh, but he scared the boy to the point that he almost cried. Chu Xuan was not soft-hearted. He wanted to learn not to make mistakes in the future. It was for his own good. At noon, the employees were having lunch. Chu Xuan was still working overtime and decided to finish the work at hand before leaving. He had decided to resign and wanted to finish his work early so that the company would not be too chaotic when he left. His phone rang. Someone had sent him a message. Chu Xuan picked it up and saw a sentence, "That sissy is really making a fuss over nothing. He is narrow-minded and won't let go of a small mistake. It is as if he can't show his power if he doesn't do this." He only saw it for a moment before the message was retracted as if nothing had happened. Chu Xuan was a little sad. Sigh. Although it was not the first time he was scolded behind his back. In the afternoon, Xianxia stepped into the company late. When he saw Chu Xuan, he felt a little guilty. Chu Xuan used to call him to hurry him to come to work. Whether he was working in the company or not, he should at least sit properly in the chair of the CEO's office. He went to the nightclub to dance yesterday and had a hangover. He only woke up at noon and ate lunch. When he thought about Chu Xuan going to work today, he struggled and still came to the company. He felt that he was giving face to Chu Xuan. He was afraid that Chu Xuan would pull a long face and nag at him to improve himself and study. His parents did not ask him to do so. Chu Xuan was really looking for trouble. Chu Xuan did not scold him. Xianxia was anxious. Why would he scold him? Chu Xuan was suddenly discouraged. He might even scold him behind his back. His kindness was fed to the dog. Xianxia saw that Chu Xuan was engrossed in his work. He took an inch and wanted a mile. He secretly pushed the simple task of approval and stamping to Chu Xuan. A mountain of documents was moved to Chu Xuan's desk. Chu Xuan looked at him coldly. Xianxia pressed his forehead and pretended to be sick. "I drank too much last night and have a headache. This year, you are already going to work even though you are sick. You deserve to be encouraged. Help me do half of it. Just half. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't finish it, or 1/3? Chu Xuan said, "Do you think you are buying vegetables in the market? You are still bargaining." Xianxia was sweet and shameless. "I'm useless. I still need Brother Chu to help me." Chu Xuan suddenly felt tired. He had too much work and ended work too late. It was too late to go to Xianxia's house. Xianxia criticized him with a cold face. "Are you that busy? If you can't do it on time, you should have told me earlier. You made me wait for you. What's wrong with you recently? Are you daydreaming again? I'm not on time in the morning. That PowerPoint presentation was not good enough. I lost to the colleague I hate today. I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Chu Xuan." Chu Xuan used to ask him why he did not buy takeout because he was too lazy to cook. He did not want to do the housework, so he hired a cleaner. Xianxia said, "Takeout is not as good as your cooking. I'm sick of it. Hourly workers are always unclean. I can't find a good one. They are not as good as you. Xiao Chu, you treat me the best." It was as if he was indispensable in his life. Chu Xuan rushed to his house without eating dinner. He was already tired and dizzy from hunger. He was also scolded. Looking at Ji Tianzi's ugly face and being scolded by him, he suddenly laughed when he thought of the troubles he encountered in the company today. He realized that he was indeed very cheap. It was so funny. Ji Tianzi frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Chu Xuan said, "I'm laughing at myself. I've been at your beck and call for so many years. I've only woken up now." Ji Tianzi was a little flustered. "Chu Xuan, what did you say?" Chu Xuan was too tired. He did not even want to talk to him anymore. He turned around and was about to leave. Ji Tianzi pulled him back. "What do you mean? Don't throw a tantrum like a child at this age." Chu Xuan shook off his hand. "What I mean is, please find another follower in the future. I want to live my own life." Chu Xuan turned around halfway. It was dark behind him and there was no one. He laughed at himself and said those harsh words. He even wanted to give Ji Tianzi one last chance. Ji Tianzi did not care about him. He used the name of a close friend to lure him for so many years. It was only because he was obedient and did not need to pay for his chores. Chu Xuan was driving. He felt uncomfortable and stopped the car by the road. He leaned on the steering wheel and took out a thin piece of paper from his pocket. It was the diagnosis he received at the hospital yesterday. He wanted to take it out and show it to Ji Tianzi. He could not find the time. He did not need to look for it in the future. The doctor told him that he had a terminal illness. He only had half a year left to live. If he focused on treatment and was lucky, he might be able to live for a year and a half. Chu Xuan clenched the paper that sentenced him to death. His nails cut through the paper and pierced his palm. It was so painful that he suddenly laughed. Even if he died, the earth would still rotate. There were millions of people like him in the world. His death was not to be regretted. He wanted to tell Ji Tianzi, but Ji Tianzi did not even know that he went to the hospital. He wanted to tell Ji Tianzi several times, but Ji Tianzi did not even care about him. He wanted to handle the company's work well before leaving, but his subordinate scolded him behind his back. His boss took the opportunity to slack off. Was he really necessary? Even if he was gone, the company would not close down immediately. As for his parents, they had already cut ties with him because he came out of the closet. They had not returned home for 5 years. He was too narcissistic and thought too highly of himself. No one in the world cared about his life. For the past 29 years, he had lived like an idiot in a muddle. Now that he was about to die, he thought of living for himself. 02 Chu Xuan called Xianxia early in the morning the next day. "Please come to the office on time today." Xianxia yawned and answered casually, but he was still late by an hour. As soon as he sat down, Chu Xuan came in looking for him. Xianxia thought he was going to be scolded, so he immediately put on a cheeky smile and tried to get away with it. Chu Xuan did not say a word and solemnly handed over a neatly folded letter. Xianxia did not know what was going on. He took the letter and opened it. At the top of the letter were 5 shocking words: resignation letter. He could not smile anymore and was so scared that he almost jumped up. Xianxia obviously did not agree. "Brother Chu, don't scare me." Chu Xuan said firmly, "I'm serious." Xianxia and Chu Xuan had been together for more than half a year. He understood Chu Xuan's character. He was hardworking and serious like the previous generation. He did not like to joke about resignation. Chu Xuan also said, "I don't want to work today. Please reply today." "Thank you." Xianxia said in disbelief, "You can get your year-end bonus next month. Don't you want it? If you resign so suddenly, you won't even get your severance pay." Chu Xuan said numbly, "I don't want it. Money could not buy a life." Xianxia was confused. "It's so sudden. Even if I find someone to replace you, it will take at least a month." Chu Xuan, "Why can't you do it yourself?" Xianxia was depressed and distressed. "I'm ignorant and incompetent. I can't do it." Chu Xuan saw him like this and was annoyed. He gave him some advice and said sarcastically, "Xiao Zhuang, you are not stupid. You just don't like to put in effort. You are willing to listen to me occasionally. You can learn at once. You shouldn't look down on yourself. You are very smart. Zhuang Hanxue was stunned. Chu Xuan added, I'm being nosy. There are plenty of people willing to run errands for you. Zhuang Hanxue, Chu Xuan abandoned the mess and ran away. This was the first time in his life that he had been so irresponsible. He lived in a middle-class family, neither rich nor poor. He was a boy, and his parents had taught him that life was tough and that he had to be hardworking and independent. When he was not even 10 years old, he dared to take the bus to and from school by himself. His calligraphy was good and he never slacked on his homework. His teacher said that it was rare to see such a well-behaved child. When he was in school, he was either the class monitor or the study committee member. Chu Xuan remembered that when he was 24 years old, his parents frequently arranged blind dates for him. He didn't want to lie to girls, so he found all kinds of excuses and finally confessed that he was male. Then, a family war broke out. His mother said, I once boasted to others that you've been obedient since you were young and never had a rebellious period. Turns out you were just late. Chu Xuan felt that he was not in his rebellious phase back then. He felt that he was in his rebellious phase now, since he was going to die, then he should follow the rules and die too. Why should he be gentle, benevolent, and tolerant of others? Chu Xuan remembered that he once saw a joke. The employee asked the boss why he didn't raise his salary. The boss said, you can't be so greedy. Are you only working for money? You have to think about your dreams. The employee replied, my dream is not to work. Suddenly, Chu Xuan felt that he could understand Zhuang Hanxue. He had worked hard for so many years, and the savings he had saved up were not even enough to buy a watch in Zhuang Hanxue's hand. He was so arrogant and looked down on Zhuang Hanxue. What qualifications did he have to teach Zhuang Hanxue a lesson? Chu Xuan slapped the resignation letter on Zhuang Hanxue's desk and left. He went to his office to tidy up his things. He didn't care if Zhuang Hanxue agreed or not. In any case, he quit. Chu Xuan casually found a cardboard box to put his personal belongings in. He only filled half of the box and carried it out of the office. The cubicle office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The employees all stood together and looked at him respectfully. Chu Xuan was shocked and stopped half a step. His favorite subordinate in the company, a girl called Duan Xiaoxian, stopped him and said with tears in her eyes, Master, why did you suddenly leave? Chu Xuan didn't want to tell others that it was because he had a terminal illness. He hated being pitted. After a moment of silence, he said in a gentler tone, you have to be more careful in the future. If I'm not around, there will be no one to help you drink. You are so beautiful. You have to learn to pretend to be polite to bad people. You have to protect yourself well. Especially that boss Wang. You would rather offend him than go to his social events. He is an old bastard. Duan Xiaoxian was his little disciple for 3 years. She trusted him very much. She had an expression that said, even if you change jobs, can you take me with you? She was Chu Xuan's most loyal subordinate. Zhuang Hanxue stood at the side and looked at him like a dog. Chu Xuan pushed Duan Xiaoxian in front of Zhuang Hanxue and said, Boss, if I'm not around, you can let Xiaoxian replace me. She is very capable. You have to help her with her alcohol tolerance. Duan Xiaoxian was scared and didn't dare to say anything. Chu Xuan called out another name, and that Mao Junjia over there. A guy stood up and thought that Chu Xuan was going to praise him. Chu Xuan said, he made mistakes in his work time and time again. He didn't change even after repeated warnings. He even scolded me behind my back. He is too careless. It's best to fire him as soon as possible. Chu Xuan said sarcastically, even if his father is an old employee, you shouldn't let this kind of person come in through the back door. The other young people will follow suit and lead the whole company astray. Zhuang Hanxue was extremely embarrassed. He didn't know who he was scolding. He also relied on his father. Mao Junjia's face turned red and white. Chu Xuan added another stab and praised him, you didn't say that I'm narrow-minded behind my back. You're right. Chu Xuan wanted to laugh. No wonder there were so many impolite people in the world. It was really fun to scold people. Ha 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 ha. If it was in the past, he would have to care about his old colleagues' faces and the young people's self-esteem. He had to care about this and that and forced himself to get sick. Heh. What's wrong with bullying the young? It's fun to bully the young. Moreover, other than Duan Xiaozhen, there were other employees in the company who liked him. There were also some young people who didn't want him to leave. Chu Xuan felt very proud. It turned out that he wasn't a failure as a person. Chu Xuan was very excited now. He thought about it the whole night and counted his savings 3 times. Other than the 15 years of mortgage on the house, he still had more than 1 million in cash. He was very thrifty. His savings were because he wanted to live with Xianxia in the future. Both of them had no children. For the sake of their retirement, he had to work hard and save up. The money was not enough to treat his illness. He still had to sell his house and spend all his savings. His chances of survival were still very small. Was there any meaning to this? Chu Xuan felt that it was meaningless. Chu Xuan had watched the movie again last night. The main character who was dying of a terminal illness said, "If you want to pee, don't be modest. If you're hard, do it quickly. Fart carefully." His words were crude, but the truth was not. Chu Sun now felt the same way. He was so tired. At this age, what did he get? If he asked himself whether he had lived a happy life before he died, would he say that he had lived a happy life? No, he was not happy. He was going to find happiness now. Chu Xuan went straight to the bank on the way home. He had made an appointment yesterday. He took out 300,000 renminbi in cash from the bank and filled a small bag with it. Why did he take it out and count it for fun? After he packed his luggage, he would set off tomorrow. He would go wherever he wanted to play. He was going to have a big meal tonight. Before Chu Xuan left the house, someone came looking for him. It was Xianxia. He came to Chu Xuan and begged, "Brother Chu Xuan, it's my fault for not recognizing your kindness. I made you so angry that you resigned Xianxia. I sincerely apologize to you. I won't be late in the future. I will study hard. I still need you to teach me. You are really good to me. The company can't do without you." Chu Xuan closed the door with a cold face. Xianxia tried to squeeze through the door. "Brother, let's talk nicely." Xianxia was tall and strong. He loved to play tennis and was full of strength. Chu Xuan could not win against him in terms of strength. He squeezed through the door. Chu Xuan stared at him while panting. "What does it have to do with me? Why do I have to care? If the company goes bankrupt, it has nothing to do with me." Xianxia was stunned. "You are swearing." Chu Xuan snorted. "Don't you say it every day?" Xianxia said matter-of-factly, "I am a little bastard. I can say it, but how can you? You are ruining my image by swearing." Chu Xuan was amused. "What image do I have?" Xianxia flattered him. "You are a bodhisattva in my heart. You are a savior and have done great deeds. Really, brother, I can't do without you." Chu Xuan laughed. "I have worked for so many years. I know a truth." Xianxia listened carefully. "What is it?" "Chu Sun, there is no job that is irreplaceable. The boss wants you to stay because you are the cheapest among the suitable people." Xianxia acted like a rascal who refused to study hard and angered his teacher to death when he was still a student. He refused to leave no matter what and was determined to pester Chu Sun until he was willing to return to the company. He promised various benefits and asked, "Why did you resign?" Then I will give you more money. 200,000 a year. How about 300,000? 400,000? I will give you my Mercedes-Benz." While the two of them were pulling and pulling, another man joined in the farce. Xianxia stood at the door with a black face and a gift box in his hand. He was so angry that he trembled. "Good, very good. Chu Xuan, I am still reflecting on what I did wrong." "So you found a new lover?" 3 inches a trance, Chu Xuan seemed to see Xianxia from 10 years ago when he was still a teenager. At that time, he would always stand at the door and say, "Little son, let's go home." Chu Xuan thought of the high school students he met yesterday. The carefree teenagers were as white and clean as the first snow. Perhaps he used to be like that too, holding his heart in front of Xianxia and being trampled on, becoming filthy. Even if he was trampled on a few more times, it wouldn't be more embarrassing. And Xianxia also changed. He became sophisticated and shrewd. His face was repulsive. Chu Xuan was at a loss. Did he actually love this person before? This selfish and mean man? He loved him so much that he gave up 10 years of his youth without any regrets and didn't ask for anything in return. Was there really such a stupid person in the world? Xianxia actually heard a little about Chu Xuan's private life. There were a lot of rumors and they were all unpleasant to hear. How could a man in his late 30s have a clean private life? Never touched women? Even female colleagues were indifferent to his advances, they were all men. How could there be such a person in the world? If he wasn't impotent, then he was gay. Xianxia's mind suddenly lit up. He quickly let go of Chu Xuan's hand. Although he was a playboy, he didn't want to be a third party in a gay couple. He repeatedly denied, "Sir, you misunderstood. I'm just Chu Xuan's boss. He suddenly wants to resign. I'm very distressed, so I came to beg him to stay." Chu Xuan felt that it was ridiculous. Why would he talk to Xianxia like that? It was as if he was his boyfriend. Chu Xuan came back to his senses and looked at Xianxia. "What do you want to explain to him?" Xianxia then realized that he misunderstood Chu Xuan. He said awkwardly, "Can't you speak properly? It's my fault for misunderstanding you. If you speak better, I won't make a mistake." Chu Xuan looked at him coldly. "Even if I really fall in love with someone else, what does it have to do with you? We were just friends in the past, and now we're not even friends. What right do you have to control me?" Xianxia was hit by Chu Xuan's words. He had long been used to Chu Xuan's docility. Now, this Chu Xuan seemed to be possessed by someone else. He was covered in sharp thorns. If you touched him, your hand would be covered in blood. In this world, when two people interacted with each other, it was always you who was strong and I who was weak. Since Chu Xuan was so tough, Xianxia softened. "I'm just being nice. Do you have to be like this? I'm here to apologize to you. Who told you to get involved with someone else?" It was not that he did not know that Chu Xuan liked him, but he was a straight man. How could he accept Chu Xuan? However, he could not accept Chu Xuan liking someone else. This was the most absurd of all. Chu Xuan was suddenly enraged. "I'm being kind? When have you ever been worried about me? Now you're saying this to me?" He had not been feeling well for a day or two. Xianxia had never cared about him. He had gone to the hospital a few times for checkups, but Xianxia never found out. He thought that he was working overtime and complained that he did not have time to do chores. He still had the nerve to say that he was worried about him. Funny, too funny. Chu Xuan had never been so angry with him. It seemed like he really wanted to break up with him. Xianxia said, "So I'm here to look for you? I'm apologizing to you. Is that not enough?" Chu Xuan thought that if Xianxia had given in to him yesterday, he might have turned back. Chu Xuan took a step back. It's too late. Xianxia was very depressed. What did Chu Xuan want from him? He had taken the initiative to apologize. Even if there were conflicts in the past, Chu Xuan would forgive him if he gave in slightly. Why did it not work? Why, he thought that Chu Xuan was in the palm of his hand and could be manipulated by him. Why did he suddenly become rebellious? In a moment of desperation, Xianxia blurted out, "You don't like me anymore." Chu Xuan sneered. "So you know that I used to like you? I thought you were going to pretend until you died." Xianxia really did not understand. "What are you angry about? Wasn't it the same as usual yesterday? You're angry with me for no reason." He was a little angry as he spoke. He did not want to be at a disadvantage and be manipulated by Chu Xuan. "I'm not pretending. I just didn't mention it. Moreover, I didn't ask you to like me. You liked me on your own accord and then suddenly didn't like me. Now you're blaming me for not liking you. You liked me on your own accord. I didn't force you." Every word was heartfelt. Yes. It's all my fault." Chu Xuan laughed. "It's all my fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Please step out of my house and never come back again. CXCWW. Xianxia did not want to cut ties with Chu Xuan, but he could not lower his head. It had always been Chu Xuan trying to please him. He did not know how to please Chu Xuan. He was angry for the whole day. Today, he went to buy a gift for Chushuan. After shopping around the mall, he could not remember what Chushuan liked. However, he guessed that Chushuan would like whatever he gave him. Chushuan looked at him. His heart was calm. He did not have much resentment. He only felt irritated. In the face of life and death, what was love and hatred? He had spent half of his life on Xianxia. Was he going to continue? To him, Xianxia was like a stock with no returns. He should have stopped his losses long ago. However, he had invested too much too early. He always hesitated and was trapped. In the end, he suffered a huge loss. Chushuan chased him away. Why aren't you leaving? Xianxia was upset and did not know how to deal with him. How did you become like this? Chushuan was cold and heartless. I didn't change. I'm just like this. I'm just pretending in front of you. Take your trash with you and don't appear in front of me again. Xianxia was so angry that he laughed. Okay. Remember what you said. Chushuan said, I remember it clearly. It was a fierce battle. Both sides suffered. Chushuan held the door and panted. He felt a dull pain in his chest and lower abdomen. After a while, he heard a crunching sound. Chushuan turned around and saw Xianxia sitting on the sofa. He was eating pastries from the snack box on the coffee table. Half of the box was gone. Chushuan was stunned. You haven't left? He was so focused on arguing with Xianxia that he forgot there was someone else. Xianxia smiled and patted the pastry crumbs on his hands. He said embarrassedly, my mouth is dry. Do you have juice? Please pour me a glass. It's better if it's coconut milk. Chushuan, get lost. Xianxia hugged the sofa tightly and said directly, Brother Chu, I'll keep your secret. Chushuan pushed his glasses up. Are you threatening me? Xianxia shook his head repeatedly. I wouldn't dare. If you're willing to return to the company, I'll introduce you to a good boyfriend. Chushuan was so angry that he laughed. Oh, you get lost too. Xianxia continued to act shamelessly. It's okay. I'll come to you tomorrow, Chushuan sneered. Do you think I'll fall for your trick and open the door for you? They started to fight again. Xianxia begged. Brother Chu, you have to give me a reason. Otherwise, I won't give up. Chushuan couldn't stop him. He let go of his hand and said angrily, because I'm dying. Are you satisfied with this reason? Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean? Chushuan's face was cold. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. Every word was clear and his tone was indifferent. It was as if he was talking about someone else. Literally. I have a terminal illness. The doctor said that I only have half a year to live. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. A gust of wind blew in and the cloth curtain fluttered. Xianxia stood there for a long time. He wanted to say something but stopped. I'm sorry. Can you get lost now? Chushuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath to control his temper. You forced me to say it. I hate it when people look at me like that. Xianxia had mixed feelings. He finally got up and left. He walked to the door and stopped. I'll get you a doctor? You can go back to the company after you're cured. Chushuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He picked up a fruit on the table and threw it at him. You're so annoying. Xianxia shrank back. Okay, I'll go. He threw another apple. Chushuan scolded him fiercely. Don't tell anyone. Xianxia muttered, you don't look like a dying man. Chushuan felt uncomfortable. This old space made him feel suffocated. It was like a coffin with nails. He couldn't stay here any longer. Chushuan went online and booked a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel. He left early the next morning. Before he left, he broke his SIM card and replaced it with an anonymous card. Chushuan arrived at the hotel at noon. He wanted to have fun, but he didn't know where to start. He had lived an honest life for 29 years. He had never indulged in pleasure. He didn't even know how to have fun. Chu Xuan held his breath. It was just having fun. What was so difficult about it? He thought about it. The most regrettable thing in his life was that he had lived like a Taoist priest. He was still a virgin at this age. He didn't want to die an old virgin. He had been in the secular world for so many years. Even if he hadn't done it, he had seen it. Chu Xuan dialed a number. He had been to this city before and knew someone who was in the pimping business. Chu Xuan ordered. I want a handsome guy. He must be young and handsome. He must be under 25 years old. He must be good in bed. The price is not a problem. The other party got the deposit. He will arrive tonight. Which room are you staying in? Chu Xuan said, 2509. The lights were lit. A silver-black motorcycle was like a flash of lightning. It sped across the street and finally stopped in front of the hotel. The motorcycle rider's long legs landed on the ground. He held the bike and took off his helmet, revealing a handsome face. The driver came forward. He threw the keys and the motorcycle helmet to the driver and asked him to park the bike. He walked away with a cold face. He looked about 25 years old. As a man, he had just shed his naivety but not too mature. He still had a clean and youthful look. He wore a leather jacket, jeans, sneakers, and black leather gloves. His clothes looked rebellious, but he didn't dye his hair or wear any earrings. Like a wild and untamed lone wolf without any pretense. He went to the counter to get the room key. 2506, it's on the 25th floor. He didn't go upstairs. Instead, he went to a nearby bar to drink. He only returned to the hotel when he felt the alcohol rush to his head. He found the room. He didn't know why he couldn't open the door. His head was a little muddled from the alcohol. He knocked. Someone opened the door for him. A man was standing at the door. When he saw him, he seemed a little nervous. He reached out and pulled him. Chu Xuan's hand was shaking. He laughed at himself for being a coward. He calmed down and said, "Come in." This was the first time in Chu Xuan's life that he had bought sex. He didn't even have experience with men before. Chu Xuan grew up in a family that was like a feudal society. His parents respected each other and treated each other with respect. He had never seen his parents openly express their love for each other. The teachers at school were too ashamed to attend physical education classes and let them study by themselves. Chu Xuan was also a noble person. Boys in his class found him some porn to watch, but he disliked them and refused. He felt that it would dirty his eyes if he watched it. Now that he thought about it, he was probably influenced by his family. That was why he was a little moralist at a young age. Later, Chu Xuan realized that his sexual orientation was different from other boys. He was very ashamed and felt inferior. In the past, he hated the messy male circle and wanted a platonic relationship. Now, he laughed at his old self that used to be a moralist. He was going to lose his life. What was the point of keeping his moral integrity? He carried the reputation of being gay for no reason and even came out of the closet to his family. In fact, he had never slept with a man. What kind of gay was he? That was true. But when it came to it, Chu Xuan still didn't know what to do. He felt that he was very licentious, but he also felt that he was too weak and stupid. He didn't even know how to go to a prostitute. Chu Xuan looked at this little handsome guy. His appearance was really to his liking. He was tall, with a narrow waist and long legs, broad shoulders and a thick back. His face was also good-looking. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a high nose bridge. There was an unruly temperament between his eyebrows. He was cold, cool, and clean. It was just that, he didn't look like a prostitute. What a good boy. He didn't have the slightest bit of grease on him. Chu Xuan praised him in his heart. No wonder he was the local star. He was different from the boys he had seen before. One night was worth 15,000 yuan. Fairywood romance. The little handsome boy was obediently pulled to the bedside by Chu Sun. Chu Sun wanted to push him onto the bed, but he had been reserved for so many years, so he couldn't let go all of a sudden. He asked softly, first take a bath? The little handsome boy was stunned for a moment, Then, as if he had realized something, he turned his wrist and gently broke free from his restraints. His slender fingers held onto his fingers and rubbed his palm. The handsome young man took half a step closer to Chushuan until they were almost touching. The fragrance of his body and the faint smell of alcohol mixed together. Chushuan could smell the young man's breath. Chushuan could not help but blush. Chushuan saw his amber eyes light up slightly. The handsome young man lowered his head. Chushuan thought that he was going to be kissed, so he blushed and told himself not to avoid it. The handsome young man's lips brushed past his cheek, but he did not kiss him. He laughed softly in his ear and said, "Okay, I'll take a shower first." The little handsome guy seemed to have encountered something fun. His previous decadence was swept away, and he became full of vitality. Chushuan didn't know what he was laughing at, but he was too handsome and charming. It made people's cheeks burn and their mouths dry up. The handsome young man took the initiative and pulled him into the bathroom. Chushuan was at a loss. "What are you doing?" The handsome young man turned on the shower and the faucet in the bathtub. He stood beside the steam and nimbly took off his shirt, revealing his muscular body. "I'll let you see if my figure is good enough or not. Are you satisfied?" He even gave a performance of stripping. Chushuan's heart was beating fast. He had always been conservative and old-fashioned, so he did not dare to look. However, he still adhered to the cultivation of a businessman. He had to make this money worth it. Only by looking at it a few more times would it be worth the high price he had spent. Otherwise, how much of a loss would it be? This young man's body was even more worth looking at than his face. There was not a single bit of fat on his body. His shoulders were broad, his arms were thick and strong, and his 8-pack abs were neat and firm. Chushuan despised himself while looking at him intently. The handsome young man took off his belt, and his jeans hung loosely on his waist. He asked, "Do you want to see me continue taking off my clothes?" Chushuan's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed. "Yes." However, the handsome young man suddenly reached out and pulled Chushuan over, pushing him under the shower. Chushuan was jumped by him and was instantly drenched. His shirt was soaked through, but there was still a white singlet underneath. His glasses were also wet. The handsome young man took off his glasses and threw them accurately into the wash basin. Chushuan's hair and face were all wet. Without his glasses, he became dazed, and water droplets hung on his eyelashes. The handsome young man pushed his hair aside, revealing his entire face. He was stunned for a moment, and looked at him attentively, saying softly, "You look good without your glasses." Chushuan felt that he was really useless. He was clearly a customer, and he was even older than the other party. Yet, he was still led by the nose by a young man. TSK, professionals were indeed amazing. He was a little angry. "You really know how to make people happy." The handsome young man grabbed his hand and said, "I know at a glance that you are wondering if I have what it takes. If you want to know, come and see for yourself." It was a happy and chaotic night. Chushuan did not count how many times they did it in the end. He was so tired that he fell into a deep sleep. Chushuan did not know that someone knocked on the door after he fell asleep. The handsome young man got up and put on a bathrobe to open the door. He was actually sober. He saw a man standing outside the door. He looked at the room number again, 2509. Oh, he had entered the wrong door. The other party looked at him and asked, Are you Mr. Chu?" He looked at the unfamiliar man and handed him the room card of 2506. He said indifferently, "You are mistaken. Go to this room and stay for a night. Someone will pay you the balance." He returned to the room. Chushuan was still sleeping. There were fine beads of sweat on his temples, and a few strands of hair stuck to his hair. He gently got into bed and hugged Chushuan in his arms. After a while, he also fell asleep. It had been a long time since he could sleep so peacefully. The next morning, Chushuan woke up first. He thought that the boy would leave. He did not expect that after hugging him to sleep for a night, he had never woken up in a warm embrace before. He was a little touched and did not disturb the other party. The handsome young man woke up later. He looked at him sleepily and touched Chushuan's head in a daze. He even kissed him on the forehead. Chu Xuan blushed. He was so wild last night, but he was so gentle today. It was no wonder that this boy was the number one. Not only did he have a good face and a good body. Chu Xuan blushed and asked him, I haven't asked you what your name is. The handsome young man looked at him with a you finally remembered to ask expression. He smiled and said, my surname is Lin Yanchen. My name is Yan Chen. Yan as in flames, Chen as in dust. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen. If it was as light as dust, why not burn it to ashes? Did people name themselves like that? It should be a fake name. Chu Xuan thought. Thus, Chu Xuan said, my surname is Chu Xuan. My name is Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan raised his face in his arms and patted his cheeks gently. You did well last night. I quite like you. Lin Yanchen had never been patted on the face with such an attitude before. He was stunned and frowned. With that said, Chu Xuan suddenly came out of his arms. Lin Yanchen instinctively reached out to grab him and asked anxiously, where are you going? Chu Xuan said, nowhere. Wait for me. Lin Yanchen hesitated and let go. He picked up Lin Yanchen's t-shirt from the floor and put it on. It was a little big and barely covered his butt. He went to open the cupboard and took out a bag before returning to the bed. Lin Yanchen had already sat up. Chu Xuan stood at the end of the bed and opened the bag. He poured out all the cash and said generously, there's 300,000 here. It's all the money I have on me. I'll buy you to accompany me for a month. How about it? More than enough, right? Lin Yanchen was stunned. He smiled from the bottom of his heart and asked, you're buying me? Ha ha ha. Do you like me that much? You're buying me? Me? Chu Xuan asked back, is there a third person in this room? Who else is there other than you? Lin Yanchen looked at him deeply with burning eyes. He didn't care about the money on the bed and pulled Chu Xuan onto the bed. He rolled on top of him and kissed him. He tasted this name that he had heard for the first time. Chu Xuan, Chu Xuan. Your name is really nice. He smiled and said, I think I might have fallen in love with you at first sight. Chu Xuan didn't believe it, but he still felt his face heat up. He felt that he and this little wolf dog were a pair of dog men. Their bodies were very compatible. Maybe it was because he hadn't slept with other men before so he couldn't compare. He raised his arm and wrapped it around Lin Yanchen's neck. He muttered, are you so glib to everyone? 05 If the heavens want people to die, they must first make them crazy. Chu Xuan felt that he had to go crazy before he was willing to die. He washed up and changed his clothes. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that his face was glowing. Even though he was about to die, he felt as if he had been reborn. Last night was indeed a bliss in the world. Chu Sun had seen so many people come and go in her life, but she had never seen such a cute boy as Xiao Lin. Xiao Lin was so suitable to be her lover. He was young, handsome, humorous, and witty. Talking with him made her feel happy. Chu Xuan knew that he was not immediately fascinated by this boy. Admittedly, Xiao Lin had a big body and excellent professional skills. But what really fascinated him was the life that he had yearned for but did not dare to try. It was his disdain for rules. Chu Xuan left in a hurry. He brought his old clothes with him. They were all shirts and suits. He buttoned them all the way to the top of his collar and wore a tie. Chu Xuan dressed like this and put on his glasses. He looked like a noble and abstinent person. Lin Yanchen also changed into clean clothes. He had asked his assistant to bring them to him. When the assistant found this room, he thought that he had remembered the wrong room number. Chu Xuan thought that it was room service. He was still dressed like a young man. He was wearing jeans and a black t-shirt with manga prints that Chu Xuan could not understand. He was wearing a leather jacket and gloves. Lin Yanchen sat on the edge of the bed like a big golden retriever. He asked excitedly, where are we going? Chu Xuan was at a loss. He asked him, oh, do you have a high-end escort service? Xiao Lin was a professional. He should know more than him. Chu Xuan gave Xiao Lin a card and said, there is 500,000 yuan here. You can arrange it. Just let me have fun. I will cover all your expenses. Who would have thought that he was the kind of person who would wait until 8 p.m. to buy groceries just to save a few cents? Lin Yanchen looked at the card and raised his eyebrows. He took it and asked, "You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money?" Chu Xuan fearlessly thought that he was going to die. It could not be worse than this. He smiled and said, "I am not afraid. I have 200,000 yuan. I want to go skydiving. Do you know where I can do that?" He just wanted to stake everything on a single throw of madness before he died. Lin Yanchen smiled. He held Chu Xuan's hand and said excitedly, "Okay, I know where to play. I will take you there." They checked out and left. Chu Xuan originally wanted to drive, but when he saw Lin Yanchen holding a very handsome helmet, he suddenly became curious. "Did you ride a motorcycle here?" Lin Yanchen. Chu Xuan had never ridden a motorcycle before and was afraid of the dangers. But now, he was eager to try. "Take me there." Then, he saw Lin Yanchen's motorcycle. Chu Xuan did not know much about motorcycles, but he fell in love with it at first sight. Even someone who did not know much about motorcycles could tell that Lin Yanchen's motorcycle was a good motorcycle. It looked like something out of a sci-fi novel. Silver, blue, and black, with smooth lines. Motorcycles were a man's romance. Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. Lin Yanchen took a step forward and sat on the motorcycle. Chu Xuan wanted to be polite. Lin Yanchen saw that Chu Xuan was looking at him with sparkling eyes. His vanity swelled to the max. It was not that he had not been looked at with adoration before. But, Chu Xuan was the only one who made him feel different. Chu Xuan asked him excitedly, "Can I touch it?" Lin Yanchen smiled. "You can touch me as you wish too." Chu Xuan ignored his dirty words and touched the motorcycle. "This looks pretty expensive. I think it's worth at least $200,000 or $300,000, right?" Indeed, this was the top brand. It was really profitable. Not only that, this was a custom-made motorcycle made by a professional craftsman from the Confederate States of America. Every year, the Xianxia company would only produce 10 to 20 motorcycles. He had spent $5 million and had to wait for 2 years to get this motorcycle. There was only one of its kind in the world. Lin Yanchen treasured it a lot. When his friends asked him to lend it to him, he would not even let them touch it. He asked dryly, "Do you want to take a ride?" Chu Xuan nodded his head. "Sure." Lin Yanchen did not object. "I'll go get you a helmet." Chu Xuan was rebellious. "I don't want a helmet. Take me for a ride right now." Lin Yanchen smiled and shook his head. He put his helmet on Chu Xuan's head. "Then I'll let you wear my helmet." Chu Xuan held the helmet and was stunned. No one had ever been so considerate to him. "Then, let's find another helmet." Rebirth, the Great Wave Era. Lin Yanchen walked away to make a phone call. Soon, someone delivered a motorcycle helmet. Chu Xuan said, "So fast?" Lin Yanchen bragged without blushing. "Of course. I'm a professional escort." The motorcycle did not have a back seat. Chu Xuan sat in front. Lin Yanchen stretched out his arms and hugged Shaolin. Because he was riding alone, he had to bend down slightly. The space was narrow, so his back was pressed against Shaolin's chest. Lin Yanchen asked him, "Are you ready?" Chu Xuan, "Let's go now." "You take me." Lin Yanchen started the motorcycle. The engine was like a horn, making a loud and clear sound. It was very pleasing to the ear. The winter wind was still a little cold. Chu Xuan wore a helmet, but the cold wind still entered through the gaps in his clothes. It was obviously very cold, but he felt his blood boiling. Lin Yanchen drove very fast. Chu Xuan did not know how many kilometers per hour, but other than on the highway, he had never been in a car so fast. Moreover, the car was covered with iron, and the motorcycle was covered with iron. It was as if he was walking on the edge of death. Lin Yanchen kept overtaking. It was too exciting. His heart was so fast that it was about to jump out of his throat. Chu Xuan realized that he was not afraid. What was there to be afraid of? He was going to die anyway. Even if something happened, it was just a matter of time. Lin Yanchen left the city and drove to a more deserted suburb. There were lush forests on both sides of the road. Chushuan cheered foolishly. As he shouted, he let go and shouted with all his might. Ah! Ha 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 ha! Chushuan felt very happy. It was as if he had thrown all his cowardice and grievances to the back of his mind. The wind was very strong, and he was wearing a helmet. Lin Yanchen asked him loudly, "Are you happy?" Chushuan replied, "Happy." They finally arrived at their destination. It was like a base. After getting off the motorcycle, Chushuan said to Lin Yanchen, "Although I'm very happy, it's not good to exceed the speed limit. If we get caught by the traffic police, they will deduct points." Lin Yanchen was amused by him. "We didn't exceed the speed limit. I'm very obedient." Chushuan asked foolishly, "You didn't exceed the speed limit?" Lin Yanchen said, "Really, I didn't. It's probably more exciting to ride a motorcycle at the same speed." A small plane was already waiting for them. Chushuan? Lin Yanchen held his hand and walked over. "You said you wanted to go skydiving." "I've already arranged it." Chushuan was surprised and praised him. "So fast? You're indeed a professional." Lin Yanchen said modestly, "You're too kind." They wore professional skydiving clothes and goggles. Because Chushuan was nearsighted, they made lenses for him on the spot. Chushuan sighed. With money, you could buy anything. Chushuan had never skydived before. Lin Yanchen flew with him. They were going to skydive together. The two of them were tied together with a metal buckle. Lin Yanchen would be in charge of controlling. Chushuan was in front again. They sat in the cabin. When they reached a certain height, they sat on Lin Yanchen's lap. Lin Yanchen hugged his waist and touched his hand. He rested his head on his shoulder and breathed into his ear. "Your heart is beating so fast." The plane took off. They reached the location where they were going to jump. The cabin door opened. Chushuan looked down. It was so high that it made him dizzy. He couldn't help but be afraid. His legs were trembling. Lin Yanchen held his hand and said, "If you're afraid, don't jump." Chushuan gritted his teeth. "Jump. You have to hold on to me tightly." Lin Yanchen hugged him and kissed him on the cheek. "Okay." Chushuan turned to look at him. Why did he suddenly kiss me? Just as he was about to ask, Lin Yanchen hugged him and jumped. He was caught off guard. Chushuan screamed. The wind was like a knife. They hugged each other and fell quickly. Lin Yanchen smiled and shouted, "I'm hugging you." Chushuan shouted back, "Don't hug me. Open the parachute." Lin Yanchen, ha 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 ha. After playing crazily for 2 days, he was exhausted. After parachuting back, Chushuan fell asleep immediately. He slept until dawn. Chushuan had not slept so well for many years. Humans were really strange creatures. When he was young, he was carefree and could fall asleep early. However, he loved to stay up late and waste his youth. Later, as he grew older, the hardships of the world piled up in his heart. He was so worried that he could not sleep even if he wanted to. Heavy work, hopeless unrequited love, separated parents, and lonely life made him tired and sleepy, but he could not fall asleep. He had to go to the doctor regularly to ask for tranquilizers. The doctor said that his illness was related to his irregular sleep schedule and his depressed mood. How could a person not fall sick if he was unhappy for many years? Now that he was going to die, he had thought it through and slept well. Maybe he also had to thank Shaolin for being a good bolster. Chushuan had a cold body. Even during the hottest days of summer, his hands and feet were cold. In winter, he was very cold. He hugged Lin Yanchen's body, which was full of warmth. It was like a furnace for him to draw warmth. Yesterday, he did not have the energy to play around. Chushuan went to bed early. When he woke up today, he found his hand in Huijinya's arms. Chushuan laid quietly and looked at Lin Yanchen's sleeping face. This boy was rebellious when he was awake, but he was much gentler when he was asleep. He looked really young. His facial features were very good. His eyelashes were thick and dark. His skin was smooth and full of collagen. He was really cute. Chushuan looked at him for a while. He did not know that he was obsessed with looks. He felt a sense of superiority in his heart. He could actually sleep with such a young and handsome boy. How glorious! Chushuan did not want to wake him up. He wanted to quietly pull his hand out of Lin Yanquan's arms. As soon as he moved, Lin Yanquan woke up. Lin Yanquan was still sleepy. He took his phone and looked at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. He muttered, so early. He reached out and hugged Chushuan. He was sleepy. Can you sleep for a while more? Is it still early? Chushuan smiled, speechless. He patted his head and said, let me go, I'll cook for you. Lin Yanquan rubbed against his chest for a while before reluctantly letting go. Chushuan put on his clothes, rolled up his sleeves, and went to cook. Lin Yanquan arranged for him to rent a seaside villa. It was fully equipped. He rummaged through the fridge and found that there weren't enough ingredients. There were only flour and eggs. He mixed the batter and made an omelette. Breakfast and lunch were mixed together. Lin Yanquan struggled to get up from the bed. His upper body was bare, and his feet were bare. Only his jeans were hanging around his waist, and his belt was not tied properly. If an ugly man dressed like this, it would be called sloppy. Because he had a good face and a good figure, he would look messy and wild in this way. He was still asleep. He hugged Chushuan's waist from behind and pressed his face against Chushuan's hair. Where do you want to go today? You didn't even get close to me yesterday. Are you well rested today? Chushuan blushed. Was this an invitation? He said, I'm not going anywhere today. Hey, take your hand away. Don't touch me. After breakfast, accompany me to the market. I want to buy some ingredients to cook. Lin Yanquan was a little disappointed and disdainful. Why go through so much trouble? I'll call, the high-end escort service also has this service. Tell me what you want to buy. Someone will buy it and send it over. Chushuan shook his head. That's not good. It's more fun to buy it yourself. Lin Yanquan readily agreed. Then I'll accompany you. Chushuan looked at him and nodded. Of course you have to accompany me. I'm spending so much money. You have to help me carry the shopping cart. Lin Yanquan said, I'm 15,000 a night, but you're only spending 300,000 a month on me. Do you think I'm bad at math? Chushuan said frankly, that's why I'm letting you rest. You work 5 days and 2 days for 4 weeks. 5 days a week. Isn't it exactly 300,000? Look, I'm a rare good boss. How many bosses can take breaks on time and not work overtime? Lin Yanquan laughed and kissed him on the cheek. You're really interesting. But I'd rather you be a bad boss and make me work overtime every night. After the meal, Chushuan inquired and took him to the vegetable market here. Lin Yanquan had never been to such a chaotic place. The stench was overwhelming, the place was narrow and crowded. The cement floor was so dirty that there was nowhere to stand. He could only follow Chushuan closely. Chushuan went to the butcher's shop to buy meat. The bloody meat was placed on the chopping board and the boss waved a fly bat. Chushuan was familiar with the place. Is it fresh? The boss said, it was just slaughtered this morning. Look at the meat. Chushuan bought 3 beef ribs and some vegetables. After that, he went to the supermarket to buy flour, butter, essence, seasoning, and cream. Lin Yanquan pushed the cart and asked, why don't you buy meat from the supermarket? The meat here looks so clean. Chushuan looked at him with disdain. You don't cook. The meat in the supermarket has no soul. Lin Yanquan laughed. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the ingredients Chushuan bought, Lin Yanquan guessed, you want to make pastries? Chushuan nodded. As they walked, Lin Yanquan suddenly said, my mother loves to make pastries. She's very good at it. I like her apple pie the most. Chushuan said, I knew it. Only a good mother can raise a son who doesn't cook. My mother doesn't cook at home. The kitchen is my father's territory. Since I was young, I thought that the kitchen was too dangerous for women to enter. Lin Yanquan laughed and stopped laughing. He sighed and said, my mother passed away when I was 8. After that, no one made apple pie for me. Chushuan was speechless. He didn't know if it was a real story or if it was made up to coax him. Look, what a cunning boy. He looked unrestrained, but occasionally showed a bit of vulnerability and loneliness. Good boy. Chushuan raised his hand and patted his head. He added a bag of candy apples to the basket. I'll make it for you. But it's definitely not as good as your mother's. After they bought the ingredients, they went back to cook. Chushuan didn't hesitate to leave empty-handed. He wanted Xiaolin to carry everything by himself. Then he cooked in the kitchen. At first, he instructed Xiaolin to help prepare the ingredients. Xiaolin was very serious. However, Chushuan realized that he wasn't lying. He was indeed an idiot in cooking. It was as if he had never been in the kitchen before. Therefore, Chushuan chased him away. Go away, go away. Don't cause trouble. Xiaolin didn't leave. He circled around him like a dog. Teach me. Chushuan's heart softened when he saw his bright eyes. He let him stay and taught him step by step. Both of them wore aprons and their hands were covered in flour. It was also fun to play for the whole afternoon. In the evening, the dishes filled the small square table. This was the first time in his life that Lin Yanchen cooked with his own hands. He remembered that when he was 5 or 6 years old, his mother made apple pie. He ran to her and asked for help. His mother didn't dislike him and let him wash the apples. He stepped on a stool and barely reached the sink. After washing the apples, his sleeves were wet. His collar and face were splashed with his hands. His mother gently wiped his face, patted his head, and praised him for being a good boy. Lin Yanchen and Chushuan bragged about themselves. I'm really good. Half of the credit for this table is mine. Chushuan didn't tease him. He cut the apple pie and gave him a piece. Try it. Lin Yanchen took a bite. The sweetness overflowed from the tip of his heart. He felt really comfortable with Chushuan. Chushuan's dishes were all to his taste. Xiaoshiding. Cici Chushuan asked him, is it delicious? Lin Yanchen smiled brightly. It's delicious. Chushuan was infected by his smile. He smiled slightly and said, I only want you to do one thing tonight. Lin Yanchen's heart was dirty. What? Chushuan smiled and said, you have to seriously pretend to be my lover and wish me a happy birthday. If there was no miracle, this should be the last birthday of his life. He was still satisfied and had a good time. A certain foreign politician, after being blackmailed by a cactus for sex, said, who would truly love a man like me? I can only hope to buy love with money. Chushuan felt the same way. At this point, it was already good enough to buy a fake love with money. He had no more time. People had to learn to be content. Chushuan remembered that on this day last year, he asked Xianxia out for a meal. He didn't want to do anything else, he just wanted Xianxia to accompany him for an hour as a friend and give him a smile. Xianxia didn't come, he called and asked. Xianxia said casually, I accidentally forgot. Sorry, my girlfriend wants me to go shopping with her. Let's meet another day. Chushuan said, today is my birthday, Xianxia said, I'll give you a gift. At this age, why are you still like a child and care so much about your birthday, BQGXSYDW? Komis, no one cared about his birthday, so he shouldn't care about it himself. Otherwise, it would be unreasonable. Xiaolin didn't show his professionalism this time. Not only did he not smile, but he also said apologetically, today is your birthday? Yes. Before he could say anything, Chushuan smiled and stopped him, hey, today is my big day. I don't want to hear apologies, I want to hear congratulations. A smile appeared on Lin Yanchen's face. What gift do you want? He had asked a female companion before and gave her perfume, jewelry, and beautiful clothes. They were the latest season and had to be expensive. You are the birthday gift I bought for myself. It was the first time in my life that I spent so much money on my birthday. Chushuan looked at him and shook his head. He lowered his head to eat the cake and commented, the cream is a little too thick. Lin Yanchen suddenly understood why he was so obsessed at that time. Chushuan was similar to him. He was lonely and needed someone to accompany him. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. Although he didn't forget his birthday, he couldn't make it back in time to accompany him. He compensated him with a sum of money and allowed him to buy any gift he liked. When he was still a child, his birthday was more important than the sky. After being disappointed too many times, he no longer looked forward to it. He could even be praised as sensible. Lin Yanchen asked, "Then I'll call you a son from now on." Just as Chu Xuan raised his head, a soft kiss landed on his lips. He saw Xiao Lin's burning gaze and said to him, "A son, happy birthday." Chu Xuan blushed. This kid's acting skills were really good. By the time they realized it, the snow had already covered the treetops. Chu Xuan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window and looked into the distance in the warm room. It was really a cold winter. The doorbell rang. Xiao Lin went to open the door. After a while, she returned to his side with a box of roses. Chu Xuan laughed at him, how old-fashioned. But it was the first time he had received such an old-fashioned gift. He thought of himself and said, "I never understood why giving flowers would wither sooner or later. If you give it to someone, no matter how much effort you put into it, you'll still have to watch it rot before throwing it into the trash." Lin Yanchen passed the box to him and said, "It won't wither. This is an everlasting flower." Chu Xuan took a closer look. It really was an everlasting flower. Awkward. Lin Yanchen kissed him on the lips. "Sometimes your mouth is really bad." Chu Xuan did as he said and said with a straight face, "I like sleeping with you, but I don't like you kissing me. In the future, without my permission, you're not allowed to kiss me." After saying that, he left. Lin Yanchen felt distressed. He had never met such a strange person. If you think he's loose, he'll be abstinent. If you think he's passionate, he'll turn cold. If you think he's frank, he'll immediately run away. He was neither friendly nor distant, making people unable to grasp him. Lin Yanchen's personality was focused and stubborn. When he was studying, he could be obsessed with solving a difficult problem for weeks. When he was working, he could work on a project for days and nights without sleep. He was now very interested in Chu Xuan. He wanted to understand this person. Lin Yanchen eagerly chased after him and said pitifully, "I just want you to praise me. You said you're not allowed to kiss me, so I'll try my best to resist. I just think you're cute and can't help it." Chu Xuan was embarrassed and his face turned red. He was not at the age where he could be praised as cute. He stared at Lin Yanchen. "Today is my 30th birthday." Lin Yanchen was shocked. He was really shocked. "I thought you were 25 or 26 at most." Chu Xuan asked, "How old are you this year?" Lin Yanchen thought about it and said hesitantly, 27. Chu Xuan was even more shocked than him. He was actually that old? He was buying a young boy. Chu Xuan felt that he was at a disadvantage. He was actually a little angry and said, "What did you say? 20-something? 21 or 27? I told that person that I wanted a young boy." Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded and panicked. He did not expect that he would be disliked. He deliberately added a fake age to get closer to Chu Xuan, but Chu Xuan turned hostile and said that he wanted to return the goods. He hurriedly confessed, "I'm actually 25, really. You can see my ID." He looked at the year and saw that he was not yet 25, so he should be 24 and a half. Only then did Chu Xuan's anger dissipate and he was reluctantly satisfied. That was more like it. Lin Yanchen was quite frustrated. He thought that Chu Xuan would blush from time to time because he liked him. He did not expect him to be so cold and heartless. He really could not understand this strange person. Chu Xuan ran to play video games, and Lin Yanchen played with him. Chu Xuan looked gentle, but he was very violent. He specialized in close combat and dared to surround a team. He kept saying, follow me, run faster." Lin Yanchen followed him fearfully and secretly sniped from afar. His marksmanship was amazing. He said from behind, "Sun, don't run so fast. There's someone over there." "Aya, you fell. Stay here and don't move. I'll save you." They were a pair of swords that were undefeatable. Chu Xuan felt that his luck was really good. Unknowingly, he played until midnight and had to go to bed. Lin Yanchen looked resentfully at his back and sighed. It seemed that Chushuan was not going to get close to him tonight. He washed up and went to bed. He turned off the lights. Lin Yanchen smelled the sweet fragrance of the fruit shower gel on Chushuan's body getting closer and closer. His lips were kissed. He heard Chushuan say, "Let's have a round before we go to bed. You have to perform well." Lin Yanchen asked him, "Didn't you say that we can't kiss?" Chushuan said eloquently, "That's because you can't kiss me without my permission. But I can kiss you." Lin Yanchen, Chushuan was really the most difficult problem he had ever encountered. Lin Yanchen asked, "Then do you agree now, Asun, my good Asun?" Lin Yanchen's voice was so gentle and affectionate that Chushuan really couldn't resist. He said reservedly, "All right then, I'll agree for now." Before he finished speaking, Lin Yanchen hugged him and kissed his cheeks. He kissed randomly like a big dog licking his face. Lin Yanchen kissed him more than 10 times before he stopped. Chushuan was stunned by his kisses. He pushed his head and said, "What are you doing?" "You finally agreed. I have to kiss you enough." Lin Yanchen chuckled. "The next time I want to kiss you, I'll ask you again." Chushuan, this time was different from the last time. Last time, it was novel and exciting. This time, it was a bit of pity. Lin Yanchen was much gentler. Chushuan said to him, "Shaolin, kiss me." His voice was very soft and a bit hoarse. It was overflowing with loneliness, and it suddenly tugged at Lin Yanchen's heartstrings. Chushuan wanted to draw warmth from him to fill the hole in his heart that was eroded by loneliness. Wasn't he the same? Ji Tianzi waited at home for a long time, but Chushuan still didn't come to him first. He remembered what Chushuan said on Tuesday. He mentioned that he had something to tell him about his birthday this weekend. Chushuan most likely wanted to confess, so he couldn't avoid it and deliberately changed the topic. He had been doing this for more than 10 years. He didn't expect Chushuan to be so angry this time. He thought that he should celebrate Chushuan's birthday properly and give him a gift. Chushuan would forgive him. He sent a basket of messages to Chushuan, but Chushuan ignored them. He didn't even show the read sign. Ji Tianzi had to go to Chushuan's house, but he still didn't see him. He asked the neighbors, and they said that Chushuan went out the day before yesterday and didn't come home for 2 days. Where did Chushuan go? Who else could he ask? Ji Tianzi was at a loss. Chushuan had other friends, he could only go to the company to ask. Zhuang Hanxue told him the truth, Chushuan has resigned. I don't know where he went. You are his friend, and I am his superior. If you don't know, how would I know? Ji Tianzi was stunned. Resigned? Chushuan resigned? When? Zhuang Hanxue was stunned. Didn't I say it once? That day, I went to look for Chushuan to beg him not to resign. Don't you remember? Ji Tianzi was stunned for a moment. He thought for a while, and he seemed to have heard this before. He was too angry that day, and he was too anxious now. He couldn't remember clearly what he heard. He mumbled, "Why did Chushuan resign? Why did he resign?" Zhuang Hanxue thought of Chushuan's fierce stare. Don't tell anyone. Zhuang Hanxue paused and said, I don't know. Even if you ask me, I still want to ask someone else. He added, if you want to look for him, you should ask his parents. He had never done anything in his life. Chushuan had treated him so well. This was his last request, and he had to do it. He had to be a man of his words. Ji Tianzi was discouraged. He didn't have any way to contact Chushuan's parents. Even if he did, he knew that Chushuan had cut ties with his parents a few years ago. He knew everything. Chushuan liked him. He chose the same university as him, followed him to this city, and came out to his parents. But, was he to blame it all on him? He didn't force Chushuan to like him, and he didn't force Chushuan to be selfless. Chushuan was willing. He just didn't reject it. Chushuan gave him too much pressure. He was still hesitating when Chushuan dared to come out to his parents. He was a straight man, and he was the only son in his family. He was hesitating whether he should be with Chushuan. Could two men really live together for a lifetime? Ji Tianzi thought that Chushuan would stand there and wait for him. He didn't expect Chushuan to leave. He looked back, but he didn't know where to find Chushuan. Xianxia felt that Chu Xuan was really despicable. He made him get used to living with him, and then left. After so many years, only Chu Xuan loved him the most. Chu Xuan was good in everything, but his gender was wrong. If Chu Xuan was a girl, he would have accepted Chu Xuan's confession long ago. They would have gotten married, and their children might have already reached school age. Xianxia panicked. He thought helplessly that when he found Chu Xuan, he would agree to be with Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan decided where to go. During lunch, he said to Lin Yanchen, "I want to go to the casino." Lin Yanchen asked, "Go to the casino to play? Then, maybe you don't have enough money." Chu Xuan had 200,000 yuan on hand. His 500,000 yuan added up to 700,000 yuan. However, if he threw it into the sea of money in the casino, it wouldn't even make a splash. He had to persuade this fool that if he wanted to have fun, he could go elsewhere to find excitement. He had heard a lot of stories about people with a lot of money who had entered the casino and were stripped naked, losing their family fortune. Chu Xuan shook his head and said, "There's a singer I like there. I want to go to the concert. I was too busy with work before. I wanted to go a long time ago." "Okay." Lin Yanchen finally remembered to ask, "You don't work?" Chu Xuan said frankly, "I resigned. I'm unemployed now. How about I let you play with me for a whole month?" He added, "It's good not to work." Lin Yanchen smiled and agreed, "Yes, I also like not to work." He also just got rid of his job. Chu Xuan raised his eyes and looked at him, "Aren't you working now? Don't you like me?" Lin Yanchen was stunned. He realized that he made a mistake and hurriedly said, "No. I'm not working in an office." Chu Xuan was surprised, "You used to have a proper job?" Lin Yanchen answered him, half true and half false, "I worked for 3 years. My father messed things up and I lost my job. I lost my job and became homeless." Chu Xuan also remembered that Xiao Lin said that he lost his mother when he was 8. Xiao Lin was so pitiful. He lost his mother and his father caused him to lose his good job. He was probably not a good person. At a young age, he had to sell his body to make a living. It was really a tragedy. Then he remembered that this boy was X City's #1. He remembered that he gave him 300,000 yuan a month. He remembered that he had a very expensive motorcycle. As for him, his salary was not even 15,000 yuan a day, and his life was about to end. "I'm still poor and miserable," Chu Xuan thought impartially. But this would make him feel that Xiao Lin was cuter. Chu Xuan concluded, "Give me your ID, I'll book the plane ticket." Xiao Lin handed it over obediently. Chu Xuan saw his ID photo and clicked his tongue. "TSK, how scary. You look so handsome even in your ID photo. Did you bribe the photographer?" Lin Yanchen smiled. "Why don't you show me yours too?" "No." Chu Xuan hid his ID. It was an ugly picture. Lin Yanchen didn't insist and asked, "Then where do you want to go today?" Chu Xuan said, "I've booked a Michelin restaurant. Later, we'll have a big meal. After that, we'll watch a new movie." Lin Yanchen asked, "Do you want me to take you there on a motorcycle?" Chu Xuan didn't like it. "It's too cold. Let's drive." But his car was still at the hotel. Sigh, last time he praised me for being handsome on a motorcycle. This person is really fickle. Lin Yanchen thought and said, "Then I'll drive, and rent a car?" Chu Xuan was slightly excited. "Okay, rent a luxury car." He didn't have the money to buy one, but couldn't he rent one for 2 days to satisfy his craving? Lin Yanchen asked him, "I'll arrange it." "What car do you want? BMW? Mercedes-Benz? Porsche? Rolls-Royce?" It was like ordering a buffet. Chu Xuan said, "Rolls-Royce." He drove a 400,000 yuan car, which was still acceptable. If there was a 0 or even 2 zeros behind the price of a car, even if he was not terminally ill, he might not be able to afford it in his lifetime. However, it was still possible to rent it for a day. He could still afford it. Lin Yanchen immediately agreed. "Okay, wait a moment." After waiting for less than an hour, the Rolls-Royce stopped at the door. There was even a chauffeur. Chu Xuan got in the car and praised Lin Yanchen for the nth time. You really have a lot of connections. He whispered, how much does it cost to rent it for a day? What did it cost? It was his own car. Lin Yanchen thought for a moment and casually said, 8,000 yuan a day? This price was pretty good. Chu Xuan remembered that in the city he lived in, renting a luxury car that cost tens of millions would cost at least 10,000 yuan a day. He said, Shaolin, look, you're renting more than 10,000 yuan a day. It's even more expensive than a Rolls-Royce. Lin Yanchen, ha 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 ha, then you should ride me more. I won't waste your money. Chu Xuan's face turned red. He was speechless. This brat really talked dirty. He really didn't learn good things. Chu Xuan used to be a dignified vice president. It wasn't that he hadn't been to a high-class restaurant, but unless it was necessary, he wouldn't go. His position sounded good, but in reality, his salary still couldn't keep up with the skyrocketing property prices. He was diligent and thrifty. In order to save money for his retirement, he didn't dare to be extravagant. Every dish was expensive. They were placed on a large and beautiful ceramic plate. They were placed beautifully and finished in one bite. Lin Yanchen said, I don't think it's as good as yours. Chu Xuan didn't believe him. He shook his head and said, you don't have to flatter me. I'm just an amateur. How can I compare to a professional chef? Lin Yanchen said, it's not the same. The food you cook has the feeling of home. Chu Xuan thought for a moment and asked, are you trying to coax me into cooking for you tomorrow? Lin Yanchen's eyes lit up. You're willing? Chu Xuan said, it depends on my mood tomorrow. After they finished enjoying the candlelight dinner, Chu Xuan suddenly felt that it was meaningless. No matter if one was rich or poor, whether they ate delicacies or simple meals, they only ate to fill their stomachs. The cinema wasn't far. They had to cross a street to get there. There were a lot of people at night, so it was better to walk than drive. The two of them walked together. The crowd was bustling. Lin Yanchen secretly held Chu Xuan's hand. Chu Xuan didn't resist and only looked up at him. What are you doing? Lin Yanchen had a good reason. I'm your boyfriend. What's wrong with holding hands? Sigh, what he said was reasonable. He bought Shaolin to be his boyfriend. Shaolin did his job well. He shouldn't criticize him. They really walked on the street hand in hand like lovers. The weather was cold. Shaolin put his left hand into his pocket. Chu Xuan was embarrassed. He lowered his head as if he was afraid of being discovered. Lin Yanchen saw his red jade-like earlobes and felt that this person was cute and interesting. They had seen each other naked before, but Chu Xuan wasn't shy at all. Fairywood now, they were just holding hands on the street. Chu Xuan's face was actually red. Chu Xuan saw a milk tea shop and took Shaolin there. Let's buy 2 cups of hot drinks before we go up. Lin Yanchen held his hand and refused to let go. A few young girls were waiting for the milk tea to be ready. They glanced sideways, stole glances at them, and whispered to each other. Chu Xuan heard bits and pieces of their conversation. That tall guy is so handsome. They're holding hands. Wow, is he gay? Although he didn't mean any harm, in the domestic environment, homosexuality was like a different kind of creature. It would attract attention and discussion, which made him feel uncomfortable. They were watching a Hollywood popcorn movie. It was a visual feast. They didn't have to use their brains or strength to get 2 hours of relaxing fun. The plot was a cliché. It was about a useless man who had been living a muddle-headed life. He accidentally obtained a superpower and turned into a hero. He walked on the great path of eliminating evil and upholding justice. It was quite fun to watch. Movies were the spiritual graffiti of the poor. Chu Xuan remembered that there was another movie about a dying man who was caught for experiments. He got superpowers and became a superhero. He was really envious. He didn't want any special benefits. He would be satisfied if he could get rid of the disease. When his company arranged an annual physical examination, the doctor said that there might be a problem. He asked for leave for another detailed examination. The results were not good. He didn't give up. On Monday, he asked for leave to go to another hospital to see a specialist and do all kinds of examinations. Confirmation. Research said that after a person had a terminal illness, they would go through 5 stages: rejection, anger, compromise, depression, and acceptance. Chuxuan knew that he was still in the stage of rejection. He pretended that nothing had happened since there were no serious symptoms. Lin Yanchen was also very happy. He was even more excited than Chuxuan. He explained to him in a low voice as he watched. He spoke clearly and logically, like a senior otaku. Chuxuan remembered that he was wearing a comic character's t-shirt when he came over the other day. Chuxuan pinched his thigh. "Be quiet. You're disturbing the people next to us." Lin Yanchen was embarrassed. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He just couldn't control himself. He wanted to show off in front of Chuxuan. It just so happened that this was his field of expertise. He was really a comic and gaming otaku. After his mother passed away, his father was busy with work. What else could a child do besides playing games and reading comics? As long as his grades didn't deteriorate, his father didn't care how he played. Lin Yanchen apologized in a low voice. "I'm sorry." Chuxuan said gently, "It's okay. As long as you're happy." He spent money to buy happiness. The best thing about Shaolin was that he was always happy when he was with him. That made him happy too. When he walked out of the theater, his phone vibrated. Chuxuan looked at the message. The plane ticket was not booked. The bill had been refunded. He looked at the other times. All the tickets had been bought. It was close to the Spring Festival and there was a traffic jam. Chuxuan helplessly said to Shaolin, "I came up with this idea on the spot. I can't get a ticket to America." Lin Yanchen said, "Then I'll arrange it. Give me your ID." Shaolin had been very resourceful these days. Chuxuan was skeptical. "You can make an empty seat?" Lin Yanchen said exaggeratedly, "More than that. I can make an airplane for you." Of course, Chuxuan didn't believe it. He laughed and said, "Okay, I'll wait for you to make an airplane." The Rolls-Royce was waiting for them on the street. Lin Yanchen eagerly opened the door for him like a coachman and said, "Mr. Chu, please get in the car. Be careful not to hit the roof." Chuxuan was amused and got in the car. Lin Yanchen also got in. Chuxuan said, "Okay, you can tell me about the movie now." Lin Yanchen danced and talked the whole way. Chuxuan was not interested in the movie. He liked it when young people talked about young people. It made him seem younger. When they were about to arrive at the residence, Chuxuan whispered to him, "Ask the driver. I want to renew the lease for another night. Ask him to drive the car away tomorrow morning." As if their hearts were connected, Lin Yanchen instantly understood and was moved. "Okay." Last night in the car, Chuxuan went overboard and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. He learned from the painful experience and deeply reflected on himself. He had to control himself in the coming days. Otherwise, he would die in the hands of the little wolf dog before his illness acted up. There was a knife above the character of lust. Chuxuan got out of bed at 2 in the afternoon. He washed himself clean and dressed neatly. When he came out, he found that Shaolin was still lazing around in bed. He lifted the blanket and patted his butt. Lin Yanchen closed his eyes tightly and made a sound from his throat. He hugged the pillow tightly. He was quite cute, Chuxuan thought. Lin Yanchen sat up blankly and yawned. He reached out to pull Chuxuan. He was quite strong and almost fell. Shaolin looked up like a puppy and pulled him coquettishly. "Kiss me." Chuxuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He covered his mouth. "Kiss me. Go brush your teeth." Lin Yanchen kissed his palm. Chuxuan let go of him. Lin Yanchen was still very sleepy. His hair was like a chicken's nest, and he put on a silly smile. He was really carefree. Chuxuan felt that his heart was lit up by his smile. Lin Yanchen obediently went to take a bath. He only had a bath towel wrapped around his waist and came out dripping wet. He looked at Lin Yanchen eagerly and said so earnestly, "Can you dry my hair?" He looked like a shameless young boyfriend. Chuxuan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. However, he thought about it. He was here to enjoy this kind of love game. He agreed awkwardly. Okay, sit down. He took a dry towel and dried Xiaolin's hair. After drying it, he said, "Are you the reincarnation of a hedgehog? Your hair is so hard. It's prickly." Lin Yanchen talked back to him. "Your hair is very soft. The hair elsewhere is soft too. It's very nice to touch." Chu Xuan's face was so red that even he felt helpless. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Can you speak more civilly?" Lin Yanchen said confidently, "What's wrong with that? Which of my words were not civilized enough? With our current relationship, we should speak more intimately." Chu Xuan asked, "What's our relationship?" Lin Yanchen said, "I know your depth, you know my strengths and weaknesses. What's there to be shy about?" Chu Xuan glared at him and scolded him, "You really act like you grew up abroad. You dare to say anything." Coincidentally, Chu Xuan was right. Lin Yanchen grew up overseas, and his startup company was also set up overseas. In fact, it was doing quite well. However, because it was in a different field and country from Chu Xuan did not know about it. Lin Yanchen told him the truth and applauded him, "You guessed it." Chu Xuan did not believe this oily brat's nonsense. If that was the case, why would he be reduced to selling his body? Lin Yanchen asked him, "Can I kiss you? If you stare at me like that, I'll want to kiss you again." Chu Xuan pressed his big head. "No, your hair is not dry yet." Lin Yanchen said, "Hair has nothing to do with kissing." Accompanied by the sound of the hairdryer, Lin Yanchen said reasonably, "Sometimes I feel like you're very conservative. But if you were, I wouldn't be here right now. I think you like me. Otherwise, why would a charming person like you spend money looking for me when you can just go to the bar and bring a few handsome guys home? In any case, I think I quite like you." At least physically, he liked him very much. He really thought highly of him. Chu Xuan was embarrassed to say that he had not had any suitors since he was 30 years old. He had been someone's spare tire for more than 10 years. He felt that he should be more open. Xiaolin's approach was not wrong. If he did not enjoy happiness when he was young and beautiful, would he regret it when he was old like him? He was determined to change this idea, but sometimes he was still influenced by his old thinking. Chu Xuan roughly dried Lin Yanchen's hair and suddenly lowered his head to kiss him. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. He rushed over and hugged him, kissing his lips, cheeks, and nose. He kissed him randomly without any sexual feelings. The sweetness poured out like an overturned honey pot. Chu Xuan was stunned by his kiss. His face was covered in saliva. "Why do you like kissing like this so much?" Lin Yanchen smiled and said, "I like kissing like this." Chu Xuan patted his head and asked, "Is it really a small dog?" "No, it's a big dog." Lin Yanchen held both of his hands and smiled with his eyes curved. He tilted his head and said, "Woof, woof." Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha 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 ha." After laughing, he said, okay, let's not play anymore. Hurry up and put on your clothes." Lin Yanchen said, "You dried my hair, so I want to repay you." "Repay what? What was that?" Chu Xuan wanted to touch his waist. He really wanted to abstain for 2 days. His butt couldn't take it. He asked with lingering fear, "What? Tell me about it first." Lin Yanchen looked like he wanted to give him a surprise. "I'll take you there after I change." Lin Yanchen changed into casual clothes. He held Chu Xuan's hand and happily went out. There was another luxury car waiting outside. Chu Xuan asked, "You rented the car in advance?" Lin Yanchen nodded. "Yes. Actually, another car came out of the garage. They went straight to the airport." Chu Xuan asked him, "Don't keep me in suspense. Why are you taking me to the airport?" Lin Yanchen revealed the answer. "You said you wanted to go to Las Vegas. I'm taking you there now." Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment. He was a little angry and a little amused. "You booked the plane ticket? What's there to keep me in suspense? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't even bring any luggage." Lin Yanchen said, "Isn't it fine as long as you bring all your documents and money? I hate to bring a big suitcase when I go out to play." Chu Sun was actually hit by his fallacious reasoning. What he said really made sense. Good, good. He would just treat it as if he had stuffed his past self into the old suitcase and left it in the old place. He would only take his new self and go to a new place with this brand new young and handsome boy. They would be free and happy. Lin Yanchen added, I just happened to contact a private jet that was supposed to fly to Las Vegas today at a cheaper price. It can give us a ride. So lucky? Chu Xuan was quite happy. He was about to die, but his luck had gotten better. He didn't expect it to be a good plane. It would be good if he could get to the destination a few days earlier. He didn't have that much time in his life to wait. He walked through the special passage and boarded the private jet. The interior of the private jet was dazzling. Chu Xuan was shocked. How did you contact them? Lin Yanchen coaxed him. I have a lot of connections and we're lucky. Chu Xuan was puzzled. Xiao Lin was a little too resourceful. However, he was about to die. Why should he care so much? It was his fortune that Xiao Lin could take him to see things he had never seen before. It was his first time on a private jet. He sat down carefully, afraid of dirtying the place. Lin Yanchen pulled him up. Why are you sitting here? I'll show you the other rooms. Chu Xuan asked excitedly, Can I see them? Lin Yanchen said, Of course. This was his own plane. Why couldn't he? The interior of the plane was like a small apartment. There was a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom. Everything was available. The decoration was luxurious and the furnishings were expensive. Chu Xuan opened his eyes and asked, Can I take a look at the captain's room? Just one look. I promise I'll watch from afar. I won't disturb the plane's normal operations. Lin Yanchen actually wanted to agree directly. However, that would expose his authority. He pretended to ask the service staff and then told Chu Xuan that he could. Chu Xuan was led to the captain's room excitedly. He looked at the door. The pilot was a man in his 30s. His face wasn't as handsome as Xiao Lin's, but he was wearing a uniform and headset. His back was straight and his gaze was firm. He also had a unique charm. Xiaoshiding ap Chu Xuan's eyes lit up. He accidentally blurted out, So handsome. Lin Yanchen didn't expect this development. His heart skipped a beat. He half-hugged him and pulled him out. You've seen it. You can't look anymore. We can't disturb their work. Let's go back. Okay. Chu Xuan said so, but his eyes were reluctant to leave. He looked back reluctantly. Lin Yanchen regretted it. He had dug a hole for himself. Chu Xuan was led back to the bedroom. There was a big bed. Lin Yanchen hugged him from behind and kissed him on the back of his neck. The flight will take more than 10 hours. Why don't we sleep for a while? Chu Xuan sometimes felt that Xiao Lin was 18 or 19 years old, not in his 20s. Otherwise, why would he be so energetic? He was like a high school boy with a head full of dirty thoughts. He loved and feared this. He liked the feeling of being young and lively like Xiao Lin, who needed him with all his heart. But time was unforgiving, and his old body could not keep up with the fast pace of young people. He did not want to cooperate with Lin Yanchen. It should be Lin Yanchen who cooperated with him. Otherwise, who was the one who was whoring? Chu Xuan pretended not to understand what he was implying. The flight is so tiring. I need to sleep to recharge for the upcoming trip. Lin Yanchen was quite disappointed. He thought that Chu Xuan would be more interested than him. Wasn't it Chu Xuan who suggested playing in the car last night? Wasn't it more fun on the plane? Why was Chu Xuan indifferent? Lin Yanchen watched Chu Xuan take off his coat and shoes, lie down on the bed, and cover himself with a blanket. He was silent for a moment and quietly approached, only to find that Chu Xuan was really sleeping peacefully. Was there a mistake? Lin Yanchen was convinced. He was not so impatient as to make a move on a sleeping person. It was best if they were both willing. The turbulence of the air and the high pressure in the air made the sleep very restless. Chu Xuan had a dream. It was said that dreaming was a manifestation of shallow sleep, so the more one slept, the more tired they would be. He dreamed that when he was young, he racked his brains to write a love letter to Xianxia. He wanted to dig out his heart, but no matter how he wrote, he was not satisfied. He was so anxious that he was sweating. Finally, he wrote a carefully worded confession, but he did not remember the specific content. He only remembered that he secretly hid it in the inner pocket of his clothes close to his heart and kept it warm before giving it to Xianxia. After reading it, Xianxia laughed at him. "Chushuan, I treat you as a friend, but you are looking at me with dirty eyes? I didn't expect you to be a disgusting homosexual monster." Suddenly, many vague figures with blurry faces appeared around him. They laughed and echoed, "How disgusting. I didn't expect Chushuan to be such a person. I heard that Manager Chu is homosexual. Is he trying to cheat on me? I have to be careful. He is a homosexual. His private life must be messy. Maybe he has a STD, ha ha ha, maybe he has a terminal illness because his private life is messy." Chushuan could not defend himself. He just wanted to run all the way home and find a place to hide. But his father did not allow him. "You bastard. Immoral. It's best if you die outside. Even if you die, I'll be buried in our ancestral grave. How did I give birth to such an unfilial thing like you? You made me lose all my face." Chusun was chased around. The world was so big, but there was no place for him to stand. He was. He. Why? Did he do something wrong? Was it just because he was born a man and naturally liked men? Did he have to suffer and die a horrible death because of this? Suddenly, someone grabbed his hand and called his name, Asun, Asun. Chushuan finally woke up. He opened his eyes and Lin Yanquan's face came into view. It was a little blurry. He realized that his face was covered in tears. Lin Yanquan held Chusun's hand tightly and pressed it against his face to warm Chusun's cold palm. "You had a nightmare. When you cried, you didn't make a sound. You just cried silently. Only then did I see that your pillow was wet from crying." He was careful and did not dare to ask Chushuan what he dreamed of. He was afraid of touching Chushuan's sore spot. It was the first time in his life that someone cried and made his heart ache. Chushuan looked so weak and helpless. Chushuan sat up. He had a nightmare and was very tired. He said, "Shaolin, hug me." Lin Yanquan hugged him. Lin Yanquan's warm chest and broad chest seemed to give Chushuan a place to return to, allowing him to settle down his fluttering heart. At least at this moment, there was someone who was willing to hug him. He did not say anything and just quietly hugged Lin Yanquan. Lin Yanquan stroked his back as if he was coaxing a baby. His breathing gradually stabilized. He felt cold all over and then realized that it was because of cold sweat. He said, "Don't hug me. I'm sweaty and dirty." Lin Yanquan did not want to let go. "It's not dirty." Shaolin really did his duty as a lover. Chushuan was initially gratified, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt even more lonely. It was a pity that no matter how real the acting was, it was not real. He had spent money to buy it. There was no one in the world who loved him. He had seen people spend money to buy young bodies. In the end, they could not extricate themselves and begged their lovers to stay so that they could continue playing the role in the game of true love. It was probably because they met a master like Shaolin. Fortunately, he had one foot in the grave and was able to keep his mind clear. Otherwise, he might have spent a lot of money to please his lover. Chushuan gently patted his shoulder. "Let me change my clothes. My clothes are all wet. I'll catch a cold if I keep wearing them." Only then did Lin Yanquan let go of his hand. He looked at him with eyes full of worry. It seemed like he was sincere. Chushuan took off his shirt. When he was looked at like that, he suddenly felt like he was under a spell. He blurted out, "Let's do it, Ranweena." Net little Lin's scorching hot body immediately stuck to him, and his cold body seemed to be hugging him on its own accord. Lin Yanquan whispered in his ear, "You're really thin. Did you eat well before?" Of course, not. He was busy with work and was under a lot of pressure. Sometimes, he did not have time to eat. Sometimes, he was stuffed with greasy meat and wine. When he went home, he would throw up in the toilet. He had a high self-esteem. No matter what, he would not indulge himself and become a bald old man with a protruding belly. It was better to be thin than fat. Lin Yanchen didn't speak. He just hugged him and stroked his nape and back with his hand. After a long time, Lin Yanchen asked hesitantly, "Can I ask?" "I really want to ask you, but I don't know if I have the right." "What sad thing did you dream of? Perhaps, you can tell me about it." Chusun felt very embarrassed. He was already so old, yet he was still crying like this. Since he was young, his father had taught him that a man should not cry easily. If he cried, his parents would look at him with disappointment. They would tell him not to cry, but they would not go forward to comfort him. If he was hurt, he would get up on his own. It would have been better if Lin Yanchen did not ask. Once he asked, Chushuan suddenly cried even harder. Chushuan never cried in front of people he knew. It was probably because Xiao Lin was half a stranger. It was not embarrassing to cry in front of him. He vented it all in one breath. Lin Yanchen did not know what to do. Other than giving him a hug, he did not know what else to do. Chushuan cried for a while and said, "I broke up with my parents because I liked men. We didn't see each other for 5 years." Lin Yanchen's heart was filled with pity. He thought for a while and said naturally, "My mother passed away when I was young. My father and I quarreled. Our relationship was very bad. We didn't see each other for 3 years. Consoling other people's misfortune was showing off his own misfortune. These two pitiful people met by chance and sympathized with each other." Chushuan sighed. He wanted to talk about Xianxia, but for some reason, he could not say it in front of Lin Yanchen. Sigh, every family has its own difficulties. Lin Yanchen slowly came back to his senses. Chushuan said that he broke up with his parents because of a man. It was definitely not just because of his sexual orientation. Who was that man? What was their relationship? He could not think about it in detail. Just thinking about it made Lin Yanchen feel that his heart was blocked and he was very depressed. After flying for about 14 hours, the plane finally landed safely at McAllen Airport. They left at dusk and arrived in the afternoon. Lin Yanchen said to Chushuan, "We're not just traveling 1,000 miles in a day, we're traveling 10,000 miles in a day." The distance between City X and Las Vegas was more than 10,000 miles. However, Chushuan was still unsure. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Are you telling me the truth, or are you telling me a dirty joke?" Lin Yanchen laughed so hard that he almost fell. "You're so cute." Chushuan. I really don't understand young people. They're always laughing foolishly. They checked into a hotel first. Naturally, it had to be a luxurious hotel. Chushuan planned to have a good time here without making any plans. After having fun, he would think about where to go next. After crying on the plane for a long time, Chushuan let out all the sadness that he had suppressed for many years. His state of mind changed again. Before, he felt that even if he had a terminal illness, he shouldn't cry. It was ugly and didn't look like a man. Now, he felt that it was a reflection of him being trapped in his old self. Chongxiang Chinese network. It was too unnatural. Why did he have to endure it? If he was happy, he would laugh. If he was sad, he would cry. If he was angry, he would scold. If he was sexually aroused, he would get a room and take off his pants. It was so simple. After crying, Chushuan felt refreshed. He even had a good night's sleep. When he got off the plane, he was full of energy and was revived on the spot. This capricious behavior made Lin Yanchen confused again. At that time, Chushuan was tired and fell asleep immediately after crying. He was worried that Chushuan would have nightmares again, so he didn't sleep and stayed by his side to watch over him. Now, he was the one who felt tired. They tidied up, had a buffet in the hotel, and then prepared to watch a performance. On the way, Chushuan said, "I didn't leave home before I went to university. When I was studying, my parents strictly forbade me from chasing celebrities. They said that it was unorthodox. At that time, I still listened to tapes and the internet was not developed yet." Lin Yanchen asked, "What kind of celebrities do you like?" "The celebrities I like and you are definitely from different eras. I used to like Michael Jordan a lot. Jackson." Chushuan said nostalgically, "I even bought a DVD to watch it. When my dad saw the dance in Dangerous, he was so angry that he broke the DVD in half in front of me. He scolded me and fined me half a year's worth of pocket money. I didn't even have money to buy a pen when I went out. I don't mind losing my pocket money, but I'm still a little angry when I think about how he broke the disc I bought. I asked a friend to buy the original disc from overseas. How much can it sell for now? It was a tragic story, but what Chushuan said made people laugh. Strange, Lin Yanchen felt that Chushuan was sometimes a little stingy and avaricious, but now he was throwing money around. It was really contradictory. Lin Yanchen excitedly said, "I've learned MJ's dance before, I didn't expect you to like this style." Chushuan asked, "Then what do you think I like?" Lin Yanchen muttered, "Oh, I remember the first time I saw you. You were dressed in a neat suit with a vest under your shirt. You were dressed so conservatively, I thought. I thought you were the type who didn't chase after celebrities. If you must like music, then you should listen to classical music." Chushuan waved his hand and solemnly stated, "No, I also like classical music. Really, I like it the most when I can't sleep. I'll be drowsy after listening to it for 3 to 5 minutes. It's especially good to sleep." Lin Yanchen, ha 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 ha. After laughing, Lin Yanchen sighed with him, "I learned how to dance before. I even formed a band before. When I was young, I was especially rebellious. I dyed my hair red, orange, yellow, and green." Chushuan didn't know where to laugh first. How old was Lin Yanchen? What did he mean by when he was young? He even formed a band. But he didn't want to spoil the fun and generously praised, yes, you even formed a band before. That's amazing. You're so handsome, you should enter the entertainment industry. You should be under the crazy flashes of the lights and thousands of girls cheering below the stage. Only then will you not waste the beauty that God gave you." Lin Yanchen's face didn't even turn red. He solemnly vowed and lightly said, "I won't hide it from you. When I was 16, there really was a talent scout who wanted to poach me to be a star. He said that I had the potential to be a big star." Chushuan was very cooperative. He revealed a surprised face and asked, "Oh? Then why didn't little Gongzi Lin become a big star?" Lin Yanchen snorted and said, "I don't care." Chushuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. This little bastard said it as if it was true. Lin Yanchen pretended to be sad and said, "You're still laughing at me. You don't believe me. I didn't lie to you. My words aren't false. I'm sincere to you." What he said was really true. When he was 15 or 16, he was at the peak of his rebellious period. In his spare time, he was dragged by a few buddies to play in a band for fun. He was addicted to it for 2 years and spent his own money to make CDs. But he just wandered around in the underground circle and didn't make much of a name for himself. One of his buddies' family went downhill and really went into the entertainment industry. He was doing pretty well, so he really wasn't interested. 2 years ago, he dug out the photos taken at that time. It was too horrible to look at. He really didn't look like a human or a ghost. He didn't know what was wrong with him at that time. Chushuan laughed and scolded, "Only a ghost would believe you." Lin Yanchen made himself sound so pitiful. Suddenly, he had money to learn music and dance? Bands? That was something only poor people could afford. The performances in the casino were not ordinary. Celine? Dion, Brittany, Maria? Kelly, Jennifer? Lopez took turns to sing. Although they were all old singers, they were exactly what Chushuan liked at his age. He didn't have time to understand the younger generation. It was his first time watching a live performance. His old face was red with excitement, but he was still a little reserved. He was embarrassed to cheer, but he clenched his fists when he was happy. Chushuan didn't have enough. When he left, he said to Xiao Lin, "Watching a live performance is really different from watching a video. I used to be too busy and didn't have time to go to a concert." The two of them talked and laughed. It was 11 o'clock at night. Logically speaking, they should go back to sleep and adjust their schedule. Chushuan coughed lightly and said, "I still have to go somewhere to play." Lin Yanchen asked, "Where are you going?" Chushuan said mysteriously, "Heaven's secrets can't be revealed. You'll know when the time comes." He had already looked up the guide on the internet and wanted to go, but it was actually his first time here. After walking around for an hour, he finally found the place. Before he entered, he could hear dynamic dance music. Lin Yanchen asked, "What performance are you watching?" "A bar?" Chuxuan looked serious and coughed lightly. "You'll know soon." He pushed open the door and entered. The noise instantly swelled out from the room. The dance floor was like a sardine can. It was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder. The colorful lights spun and the noise was deafening. The air was filled with the smell of cigarettes and perfume. It was strange. It was unknown whether it was because the heater was turned to the maximum or because there were so many people, but the room was as warm as summer. On the stage, a few young and beautiful white boys appeared. They all had long legs and curvy buttocks. When they arrived, a new performance was about to start. The colorful lights went off first and then came back on again, shining on the T-shaped stage. A few people in suits stood in a row on the stage. The music started and they danced to the music. They danced very neatly, but some of the dance moves were a little too sexy. A song and dance performance? Didn't he just see it? Lin Yanchen didn't react at first. When the handsome guy on the stage danced and danced, his jacket was gone, and then another piece of clothing was gone. Only a fake shirt collar and tie was left on his upper body, revealing his strong and muscular arms and chest. He finally understood. F*CK, it's a male striptease performance. Lin Yanchen snapped out of his daze and turned his head to look at Chuxuan beside him. This is incredible. Chuxuan's eyes were shining as he stared at the handsome guys on the stage. He still had a shy expression on his face. It was as if a friend had forced him to come and he had gone to the wrong place. He had no choice but to look and be attracted by the wonderful performance. Lin Yanchen finally realized that Chuxuan was not only a pervert, but he was also secretly flirtatious. He didn't see it that easily. After the performance, the dancers were only left with a pair of tight-fitting underwear. The audience screamed and crazily stuffed cash into their underwear, taking advantage of them while they were at it. Lin Yanchen was alarmed. He watched as Chuxuan really took out a F*King wad of cash and was itching to have a go. He was scared out of his wits. He quickly grabbed Chuxuan's hand and said, "If you want to touch, touch me. Am I not enough for you to touch? My figure isn't any worse than theirs." These words were indescribably sour. Chuxuan actually didn't hear what Lin Yanchen was saying, but because he was stopped for a moment, he missed the good opportunity to stuff the banknotes, so his impulse was gone. This matter was really shameful. Those little handsome guys left in front of him and walked far away. He was really embarrassed to chase after them and touch them. Lin Yanchen heaved a sigh of relief. After the dancers on the stage finished their dance, the host picked an audience member to interact with them. He said, "It's that Asian gentleman wearing a vine-colored jacket." Why did it feel like he was talking about him? Chuxuan looked left and right. The handsome Caucasian man jumped off the stage and pulled him. He said affectionately, "Sir, it's you." "It's really me." Chuxuan was flattered. He didn't say anything and ran after him without hesitation. Lin Yanchen. Chuxuan was overjoyed. This trip was so F*King worth it. What did it feel like to be surrounded by a group of hot, handsome guys flirting with him? He was so happy that he was about to ascend to the heavens. Who would have thought that he would be so lucky? Thinking about it was just thinking about it. However, he still appeared extremely shy. In fact, the host had deliberately selected such audience members. They were Asian, male, or looked shy. Such audience members could give interesting reactions. Chuxuan was fair and delicate. His cheeks were flushed, but his enunciation was still clear and he answered the questions in English fluently. The host asked him to play a little game. He had to use his mouth to put a condom on a banana. It was a real banana, the same banana as fruit. The audience cheered. Could this Asian man who looked like he had walked into the wrong place do it? Lin Yanchen's face was really F*King green. Others probably thought that Chuxuan was shy, but he could tell that Chuxuan couldn't be more excited. Lin Yanchen wanted to go on stage and pull Chuxuan down, but it was too crowded. He could only watch as Chuxuan nodded shyly and took the props. Lin Yanchen even saw him tear open the packaging and bite it with his teeth. Chuxuan was about to bend down when Lin Yanchen finally climbed onto the stage. The audience was noisy, so Chu Xuan didn't pay attention to his back. Lin Yanchen saw the back of his head and reached out to grab Chu Xuan's collar, pulling him out from the middle of the handsome guys. Like the wind, he ran away with him. There was an uproar. Lin Yanchen was too strong, so Chu Xuan couldn't break free. Chu Xuan was dragged all the way to the street. Chu Sun was still lustful. He shook off his hand and said, "What are you doing?" "I'm having fun. I haven't even taken a picture with you." Lin Yanchen was still panting and asked, "What kind of picture?" Chu Xuan rubbed his wrist and blurted out, "You can sit on their lap and take pictures." Lin Yanchen was so angry that he laughed. "Are you not satisfied with your desires? Is it because I can't satisfy you? You still have the energy? How many more people do you want to play with? I won't accompany you in that kind of thing. If you want someone else, go find someone else." Chu Xuan glared at him. "How can you say that?" Lin Yanchen was really too angry. It was the first time that Chu Xuan had seen Shaolin angry. It was really strange. He felt that Shaolin was always calm and composed at such a young age. He didn't expect that he would be flustered and exasperated. He was like a real boyfriend who had been cuckolded and was jealous. Chu Xuan felt inexplicably guilty. He obediently allowed Lin Yanchen to drag him back to the hotel. Lin Yanchen praised him, "You look like you're jealous. Are you that dedicated? It's a pity that my photo is gone." This poked at Lin Yanchen's sore spot. "A group photo? You still want to take a group photo? Do you really want to take a group photo with those ugly guys? Isn't it because I'm more handsome?" Chu Xuan was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he wasn't angry. Instead, he was a little happy. Before he died, he could still enjoy a little handsome guy fighting for his affection. Chu Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "If I say that he's more handsome, will you immediately go on strike?" Lin Yanchen said resolutely, "Yes." Lin Yanchen was obviously very angry, but Chu Xuan wanted to laugh. He held back his laughter and hurriedly smoothed Shaolin's hair. Okay. You're more handsome. I just think it's fun. There's no other meaning. I only like Shaolin, okay? Don't be angry." "I'm sorry." Lin Yanchen said sourly, "You clearly couldn't take your eyes off them." Chu Xuan acted like an art critic and said righteously, "Cough, that's because their performance was wonderful. Aren't their dance moves worth admiring?" Lin Yanchen didn't believe Chu Xuan anymore. Actually, what made him feel the most frustrated was that he thought he had Chu Xuan completely infatuated with him, but in the end, a young and handsome guy came and easily seduced Chu Xuan. Logically speaking, since Chu Xuan gave him a way out, Lin Yanchen should go along with it. However, he was so angry that he lost his head. "I think you want to sleep with him." Who said otherwise? He was quite interested in that blonde, blue-eyed, handsome guy. However, Chu Xuan only thought about it in his heart. It was mainly because he was poor. He only had enough money to buy Shaolin, but he didn't have the money to buy another handsome guy. Also, he couldn't do 3P 4P and P. He still had a limit. Chu Xuan coaxed him and said, "No, really not. Caucasians have a heavy body odor and a lot of body hair. I don't like them. Also, although their little brothers may be thick, they're soft. They're definitely not as hard as you. Your size is already very impressive." Lin Yanchen's anger subsided a little, but he still couldn't calm down. "You're really perverted." Chu Xuan didn't blush, but he wasn't convinced either. He retorted, "You still have the face to talk about me? Little pervert." He thought about those handsome Caucasian guys' big chest muscles and still felt that it was a pity. He really wanted to touch them. He definitely couldn't let Shaolin know about this. However, Lin Yanchen could tell with one look that his heart was still swaying. He had been pulled out, but his heart was still hung up on those dancers. Lin Yanchen was really angry. What was going on? He was sad because Chu Xuan was sad, and happy because Chu Xuan was happy. In his life, no one had ever tugged at his heart like this, but it seemed like Chu Xuan didn't care about him. Lin Yanchen said, "I'm really angry." "Don't be so cheeky." Chu Xuan didn't understand. "I already apologized to you." Lin Yanchen, your apology isn't sincere. You're still thinking about them. I'm by your side, but you still took the initiative to run over to see them. Am I not as charming as them? Chu Xuan couldn't accept this. To put it bluntly, the two of them were in a relationship where money and goods were sold. Xiaolin was clearly so understanding before. He gave him a few steps back, but not only did Xiaolin not take it, he even took advantage of it. Saying a few words in moderation was fun. Saying too much was called disappointing. The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Chu Xuan said, "Have you had enough? You're ruining the mood." "I didn't do anything, I just watched the dance." Lin Yanchen said coldly, "You told me to be serious about being your boyfriend, and now you're blaming me for being too serious? Who can watch their lover flirt with someone else and be indifferent? I don't believe there's such a saint in the world." They almost parted on bad terms. The two of them returned to the hotel, not saying a word on the way. Xiaolin didn't stick to him like a big dog wagging its tail. Chu Xuan thought of something. He used to know someone who had a dog at home. It was docile and obedient. Later, he brought a small dog home. The big dog was very angry. Not long after, it ran away from home and never came back. Thinking about it made him feel sad. It was probably because of Xiaolin's sincerity that made him so popular. Chu Xuan reflected on himself. It was wrong of him to be obsessed with other handsome guys in front of Xiaolin. He shouldn't have brought Xiaolin with him. "I'll just sneak in and take a look myself." Lin Yanchen already wanted to reconcile with Chu Xuan, but he didn't know how to say it. After he calmed down, he thought about it. If Chu Xuan had other thoughts, he wouldn't have brought him. He really only wanted to watch the dance. It wasn't Chu Xuan's fault that he was chosen. It was all that blonde pretty boy's fault. He must have thought that Chu Xuan was easy to bully. Back at the hotel, Lin Yanchen said stiffly, "Then, have a good rest. I'll sleep. I won't be angry with you tomorrow morning. You're also not allowed to mention those people in front of me, especially that blonde guy. I think he's the most shameless." Chu Xuan saw that he wanted to reconcile but was awkward. It was too cute. His anger instantly disappeared and he walked over. Lin Yanchen turned his face. Chu Xuan quickly kissed his cheek and pulled his hand. He asked gently and carefully, "Then, my Xiaolin, are you willing to sleep with me tonight?" Lin Yanchen hugged his waist and buried his face in his neck. He said in a muffled voice, "Am I very fierce when I'm angry? Did I scare you? I know I was too fierce, but I just couldn't help it. YYXS. La Chu Xuan's heart was about to melt. How could there be such a cute boy in the world? He said, "It's my fault. I made you angry. I'll apologize to you properly. Didn't you want me to give you? Do you still want it now?" Lin Yanchen's mind was like a sudden clap of thunder. All his anger was blown away. He suppressed his ecstasy and asked, "Really? You're willing?" Chu Xuan said, "I'm willing, but you have to shave your hair first." Ah? Where was he going to use the knife? Lin Yanchen hesitated for a moment, but the temptation was too great. He hesitated for a long time before gritting his teeth and saying, "Okay." An angry little lover was really scary. Lin Yanchen was a man of his word. He said that he would make Chu Xuan unable to get out of bed. Chu Xuan was so tired that he spent the whole day in the hotel bed. Sucking yang to replenish his yang? He was almost sucked dry by the stinky brat. "My butt hurts," sigh. Chu Xuan thought to himself in annoyance. After venting, little rascal became much more obedient. He specially went to buy medicine for Chu Xuan. He even massaged his waist. Xiaolin now felt guilty. "Son, are you angry with me?" Chu Xuan was actually very happy. However, he wanted to tease Lin Yanchen and pretend to be angry. Lin Yanchen thought in his heart that it was good that Chu Sun couldn't go out, so he could stay with him. Chu Sun didn't have a chance to see other handsome guys, but Chu Sun ignored him, so he was still a little flustered. Chu Xuan saw that he was like a dog that had made a mistake and laughed. He touched Lin Yanchen's hair. "No, I'm not angry with you. It's just that my waist and butt hurt. You used too much strength. My waist was almost broken by you." I almost sprained my waist. Lin Yanchen said, your muscles are a little hard. He sat in the office all day until he was 30 years old. He didn't even practice yoga. How could his body not be hard? Chu Xuan said, oh, you're still disdainful of me? Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, no, no. I like to be hard on and not soft on. Chu Xuan really couldn't go out. His body couldn't support doing something fun with the little handsome guy. The two of them chatted in the room, watched TV, and played games. Chu Xuan chatted with him. I remember that you graduated from a famous university when I saw the information. I heard that in your industry, you have to look at your qualifications. Those with high qualifications have high salaries. It's not easy now. No matter what you do, you have to have good qualifications to earn more. You have to study hard. I forgot about it. What was I going to ask? I remember now. I want to ask you which university you graduated from. Lin Yanchen didn't lie. He told them the truth. He told them the name of his alma mater and generously said that he had graduated with first-class honors. When Chu Xuan heard the name of the school, he was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Are you kidding me? You graduated from Y University, as for being reduced to. Halfway through her sentence, she felt that her words were too harsh and swallowed them back. Lin Yanchen didn't mind and said, I didn't lie to you. You can check it on the official website. My name is there. There was a computer in the hotel. Lin Yanchen checked it for him. Chu Xuan looked it over several times. Could it be that they have the same name? Lin Yanchen shook his head and said, no, it's me, the main body. Chu Xuan suddenly felt that the money was well spent. No wonder it was so expensive. But how did Shaolin get to this point? Wasn't it too tragic? Chu Xuan asked tactfully, since your education is so high, how could you? Lin Yanchen said without thinking, because I'm lazy and hate to work. Chu Xuan knew that he was talking nonsense. He said seriously, I don't think you're that kind of person. At least, Shaolin was able to arrange so many trips in such a short time and find all kinds of connections. He was very skilled. Lin Yanchen stopped joking. He had a stubborn and rebellious personality. These years, he had been fighting with his father. Whatever his father wanted him to do, he didn't want it. His father wanted him to enter the family business after graduating from university, but he didn't want it. He ran to a large group of brothers to start a business and did well. At first, his father didn't do anything. He thought that his father didn't care about him or approved of him. But when he did well, he was proud of himself. His father suddenly made a move and beat him up. He was beaten very miserably. He struggled bitterly for half a year to no avail. The small business that he had worked so hard to build was finished. It was bought by his father's big company. In fact, he also received a large sum of money from selling the company. At that time, he thought that he wouldn't get any money even if he went bankrupt. It was better to facilitate the acquisition and extort some money from his father. But in the end, he felt that he was still being played in the palm of his father's hand. He thought that he was great, but in the eyes of others, he was just a wet behind-the-ears brat. Lin Yanchen suddenly became dispirited. He felt that he didn't have the face to see his old friends. He avoided people and ran back to China to relax. He indulged in eating, drinking, and playing. Thinking of this, Lin Yanchen felt disappointed. Don't wash your dirty linen in public. Chu Xuan nodded. Okay then. Lin Yanchen threw himself on the bed and hugged his waist. I'm very happy. Otherwise, I wouldn't have met you. Listen, these words were so pleasant to hear. Fortunately, Chu Xuan still remembered that they had only been together for a month. Now that a week had passed, there were 3 weeks left. When the time was up, he would probably change to another guest and say all kinds of sweet words. Lin Yanchen hadn't confided in others for a long time. Under Chu Xuan's gentle comfort, he naturally said, I have a bad temper. After my mother passed away, I was still young. My father was also young. It's not that he didn't find other women and brought them back one by one. When I think of these strange women sleeping in my mother's bed and wearing my mother's dress, I really can't accept it. He said that I'm narrow-minded and jealous by nature and that he hates me. So what? I don't like him either. He said that he only loves his mother and that he should be devoted to her. How can he like other people? The more Lin Yanchen said, the angrier he felt. His relationship with his father had dropped to the freezing point when he was 15 years old. He was studying in a closed boarding school, and his father's girlfriend at the time had reached the final step of becoming the new mistress of the Lin family. Even the church for the wedding had been booked, but in the end, it was still ruined by him. After a few years, even if his father had another girlfriend, it wasn't to the extent that he wanted to marry her. Lin Yanchen gloated. Maybe it was because that guy was already half an old man. Which woman would want to marry him? One swords only. Chu Xuan still felt a little strange. Wasn't Lin Yanchen's father an extremely unreliable person? Why did so many women want to marry him? But he looked at Lin Yanchen's face and thought about it. The father and son looked alike. Xiao Lin's father should have been a handsome man when he was young. In this world, natural beauty was the rarest. So, it didn't seem strange that there would be waves of women who would fall in love with him. He was so charmed by Xiao Lin that he emptied his wallet. Chu Xuan asked, "Then you have a stepmother?" Lin Yanchen said proudly, "No, I don't want to call a strange woman mother. None of them succeeded in being my stepmother." Chu Xuan felt like he was petting a big dog. After petting for a while, he said, "Actually, I think that if a man is determined to remarry, no matter how much the child protests, it's useless." Maybe Xiao Lin's father still cared about him. But his father didn't seem to be a good person. Maybe there was more to it. Lin Yanchen was awakened by Chu Xuan's words. He was stunned. He thought of his brothers. Some of them had fathers who cheated on them. Their wives and children were still at home. They were all focused on finding new lovers and divorcing to remarry. He was the only child in his family. His mother had passed away many years ago. Was it really all because of his pranks? It wasn't like none of those women were willing to pinch their noses and take care of his evil stepson. But he still didn't want to think about his father. He had hated that old man for so many years. Chu Xuan thought he was sad and comforted him. My parents didn't have much conflict. They were a model couple. The only stain in their lives was me. Lin Yanchen raised his head. How can you say that you're a stain? Chu Xuan could now calmly say, in the place where I was born, liking men was a rebellious thing. I found out about it during my adolescence. I never said anything about it. After working for 2 or 3 years, my life stabilized. My parents urged me to find a woman to marry and have children. I really couldn't lie. I couldn't bear it, so I told them I liked men. Alas, I used to be their pride. Now, I'm an unfilial son. Lin Yanchen grasped the point completely wrong. He wanted to ask last time. This time, Chu Xuan brought it up again. He couldn't help but ask, who is that man? Chu Xuan didn't respond. Which man? Lin Yanchen held Chu Xuan's hand and asked sourly, the man you came out of the closet to your parents for. Maybe it was because the atmosphere was too gentle, or maybe it was because Lin Yanchen's gaze was too sincere. Chu Xuan actually said it, but he hid some information. He's a friend of mine, we were high school classmates. Lin Yanchen asked, friend? If it was a boyfriend, then there was no need to say that they were friends and classmates. Chu Xuan didn't understand the meaning behind his words and sighed, we're not friends anymore. I like him, but he doesn't like me, so we can't even be friends. Lin Yanchen heard him say that he liked a certain man, but he didn't know if it was in the past or in the present, but it was really ear-piercing. He said gloomily, this person really has eyes but can't see. At this time, if Chu Xuan confessed that he had never had a suitor in his life, it would be too embarrassing, so he shut up. Since they didn't go out, they smoked, drank, and played poker in the room. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xuan skillfully arranging the cards and said in surprise, I didn't think you knew how to play cards, I thought you didn't know how to play. Chu Xuan didn't repent, why wouldn't I know? I know a lot of things. Lin Yanchen quickly praised, you're that good? How could a person not know how to play in the martial arts world? In order to entertain his clients, he learned 18 different kinds of martial arts, even though he wasn't proficient. Chu Xuan said, it's boring if we don't bet anything, how about we bet some money? Lin Yanchen said, we don't want to bet money. Chu Xuan felt that Shaolin was really a weirdo. Usually, the little beauties who accompanied him would try to get money from their sugar daddies, but Shaolin never asked him for a gift. He said that he wanted to bet money, but he didn't agree. Wukyuox. Calm Lin Yanchen looked at him with shining eyes. How about this, if you lose, you let me kiss you, if I lose, I'll let you kiss me. It sounded like a good idea, but he still felt that something was off. Chu Xuan thought that he was used to saving money. It was good to have fun without spending money, so he agreed. Chu Xuan was ambitious. He was ready to teach Shaolin a lesson and let Shaolin know the power of an uncle who had climbed up the ladder in the workplace. Then, he lost 3 rounds in a row. Lin Yanchen won by a narrow margin every time. Chu Xuan threw the cards on the quilt and said angrily, you won again? Is this the luck of a beginner? During the first round, Lin Yanchen had asked Chu Xuan to teach him what he didn't know. He didn't expect that he would win the first round. He even pretended to be stupid and asked, brother, did I win like this? Chu Xuan could only let him kiss him. Lin Yanchen finally got the upper hand. He kissed Chu Xuan as much as he wanted every time. He kissed so deeply that Chu Xuan almost couldn't breathe. Before he met Shaolin, not only was he a virgin, he hadn't even kissed anyone before. Shaolin was so clingy. Now that he was in bed, he was used to it. After being kissed twice, he just smacked his lips and felt sour. The kiss that he won was especially fragrant. Lin Yanchen was very happy. However, it wasn't right to keep winning. Lin Yanchen restrained himself and let Chu Xuan win 1 round. Lin Yanchen moved his face closer. Kiss me. Chu Xuan frowned and perfunctorily touched his lower lip on his cheek. Lin Yanchen wasn't satisfied. He knew that if Chu Xuan won, it would be like this. That was why he wanted to win. He said impatiently, you have to kiss me. Chu Xuan turned hostile. Are you lying to me? I thought about it carefully. You're a professional escort. How can you not even know how to play cards? You must be pretending not to know. Lin Yanchen admitted shamelessly, who asked you to set the rule that I can only kiss you with your permission? Then I can only think of another way. Chu Xuan put on a straight face and pretended to be angry. Lin Yanchen looked back at him pitifully. Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yanchen saw that he wasn't angry. He took an inch and wanted a mile. You should know my pain now, right? Can you abolish that ridiculous rule? Chu Xuan smiled and said, of course, not. Lin Yanchen's ears drooped like a dog. He said as if he was wronged, you really have a heart of stone. Chu Xuan laughed. They slept until noon, and then the afternoon passed. In the blink of an eye, it was night time. Chu Xuan thought about it. It really was a pity not to go out all day. He said, change your clothes, let's go play. Lin Yanchen said, where are we going to play today? You have to tell me. If you don't, I won't go with you. Chu Xuan, to the casino. Lin Yanchen, didn't you say we weren't going to the casino? Chu Xuan muttered, well. I think it would be a pity if we didn't experience the casino since we're here. I'll change it to $5,000 in chips. I'll play a few rounds and leave after I lose. I won't linger. With your lousy gambling skills, Lin Yanchen despised him. He had to go. Okay, I'll go with you. Before entering the casino, Lin Yanchen reminded Chu Xuan worriedly, we agreed to only play 1 round. If you don't keep your word, I'll drag you out. Chu Xuan laughed, okay, I'll listen to our Shaolin. He just came here to go crazy. After going crazy, he would run away. It didn't matter if he won or lost. He just wanted to enjoy the feeling of gambling before he died, if his small amount of money was considered gambling. Chu Xuan said, just 1 round. We'll go home after we lose. He was already prepared to lose everything. Lin Yanchen still couldn't guess Chu Xuan's thoughts, but he couldn't just watch Chu Xuan give away his money. Then I'll help you bet this round. Lin Yanchen had specialized in learning gambling techniques. When he was a teenager, his father thought he was too playful. Instead of strictly forbidding him, it was better to find someone to teach him. Many rich children were stopped from playing at home, but the children wanted to play. They were addicted to it, and in the end, their families were ruined. The teacher who taught him was a retired gambler. He only had half of his 10 fingers left, and it was frightening to look at. He explained all kinds of gambling skills in detail. He felt bored after learning it once, and when a classmate asked him to go to the casino to play, he was bored. When he was 17 or 18 years old, he was very proud and felt that the world was centered around him. He thought everyone was stupid and didn't want to play with stupid people who thought they were the reincarnation of the god of gamblers. What a bunch of idiots. Chu Xuan looked at him from the corner of his eye. Do you think my gambling skills are bad? Lin Yanchen froze for a moment, then faked a smile. Of course not, Chu Xuan said, that's what you think. No, I want to play by myself. It's not fun if I don't play by myself. Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan sat at the Texas Hold'em table. He started with a lukewarm hand. He calmly pushed down a stack of chips. Lin Yanchen remembered that the old gambler told him that gambling skills were tricks, and facial expressions were also chips. If you could trick your opponent, you could win. Chu Xuan's opponent actually had better cards than him, but he was fooled by Chu Xuan. In the end, Chu Xuan won a table full of chips. This was a small player's table, so the chips weren't big. $5,000 turned into $20,000, which was a small profit. Chu Xuan turned to Lin Yanchen and smiled, so this is where my limelight came from today. Lin Yanchen asked him, do you want to continue playing? Chu Xuan was a man of his word. I said I'll only play one round. Chu Xuan converted the chips he won into money and took Lin Yanchen to a charity organization in Las Vegas that protected children and women. He generously donated all the money he won. The staff thanked him and wanted to write a donation certificate for him. When they asked for his name, Chu Xuan said Lin Yanchen's name. Lin Yanchen looked askance. Chu Xuan said, take it as a gift from me. Lin Yanchen received the thin piece of paper. It was very fresh. No one had given him such a gift before. He said ungratefully, you don't want to tell me your name, right? Chu Xuan pinched his face, don't be so sharp-tongued. Think about it, in the future, the children who are helped will say, thank you, Mr. Lin. Wouldn't they be happy? Lin Yanchen said, I didn't expect you to donate all the money directly. Chu Xuan said as if he was joking, I think I might have done too much evil in my previous lives, so I'm accumulating good karma for myself. In this life, he still had the chance to do good deeds so that his next life would be smoother. At least he would be safe and healthy. He wouldn't die so miserably at such an early age. He hoped that in his next life, he could have a good relationship with his parents. He hoped that in his next life, he could be honest and live the life he wanted. He hoped that in his next life, he could find someone he loved, and that person just so happened to love him back. City. It had been a week since Chu Xuan disappeared without a trace. Xianxia went from confusion to panic, and now he was almost driven crazy. He looked for Chu Xuan during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Chu Xuan had never left his life for such a long time. Would Chu Xuan come back? He even felt that it was a good thing if Chu Xuan was determined to cut ties with him. He called Chu Xuan but couldn't get through. Was it necessary to leave his phone on when traveling? He was really afraid that something bad had happened to Chu Xuan. He had nightmares all night long. He dreamed that Chu Xuan was hit by a car and his cold and pale body was placed in a small freezer in the morgue. His parents and friends didn't claim him and he lay alone in a plastic bag. It was so pitiful. Humans were such creatures. If they didn't cherish what they had, they would regret it when they lost it. Xianxia was the only child in his family. His father was a business executive. Although his mother was a housewife, she was quite well educated. He grew up in a family that was envied by his classmates. Most of his uncles were successful people. Only his youngest uncle was especially rebellious. That was the first time in Xianxia's life that he knew about homosexuality. When he was young, he would go back to his hometown with his parents every spring festival and spend the new year with his grandparents. The whole family would gather together. He had a vague impression of his youngest uncle. He seemed to be a gentle and handsome young man. His youngest uncle was the youngest of his generation. He was much younger than his father, only 10 years older than him. He remembered that his youngest uncle had a gentle smile. He even gave him a box of foreign chocolates and Transformers toys. At that time, it was still a rare thing. It was probably the New Year's Eve when he was 10 years old. He and his friends were tired from playing outside and went to bed early. In the middle of the night, he was awakened by the noise outside. He ran out barefoot. The door of the old house was half open. The people inside were arguing fiercely. He secretly went to take a look. He saw his grandfather hitting his youngest uncle with a crutch. He could hear the horrible sound of flesh being hit. There was a big bruise on his cheek and his mouth was full of blood. He scolded him as he hit him. "How dare you hit a chair? I might as well kill you so that you don't go out and embarrass yourself." Small Book Pavilion. Xianxia was very scared. He wanted to run away, but because he was scared, his legs were weak, and he stood still. He was afraid that his uncle would be beaten to death. Little uncle knelt on the ground and raised his eyes. Like a cornered beast, he suddenly laughed and retorted sharply, "Dad, you don't understand. It's not that I didn't learn well. This is hereditary. The G family has the gene of liking men in their blood, and it was passed on to me. In the future, I may not be the only one in the G family who likes men. I'm a bastard, and you're an old bastard." Grandpa got even angrier and almost beat him half to death. Xianxia saw a pool of blood and was so scared that he cried. Then, his father found him. More than 10 years had passed, but he still remembered this incident. Later on, little uncle left. She heard that he went abroad and never came back. But whenever he thought of little uncle's words, he would still feel frightened. Little uncle was a notorious negative example in the eyes of the elders. Every time little uncle was mentioned, his father and uncle would scold him several times, saying that he disobeyed his elders and was ignorant and incompetent, so that the younger generation could learn from it. However, they did not mention that he was gay. He was the only one among the younger generation who knew, and he had never told anyone. Xianxia had another dream. He dreamed that he finally found Chushuan and brought Chushuan home. Little uncle was at his house. Little uncle and dad were quarreling. Suddenly, little uncle pointed at him and said to dad, "Haha, big brother, see? I told you that I'm not the only gay in our family. You hate me so much, but in the end, your precious son is also with a man." He clapped and laughed. Dad looked at him with hatred and disgust. Xianxia was awakened by the nightmare and broke out in cold sweat. What should he do? What could he do? He did not want to be gay, but he really could not let go of Chushuan. How could Chushuan be like this? He came into his life without permission, treated him well, and then ran away without permission. After work, Xianxia went to Chushuan's house again. The door was tightly shut, and there were no signs of anyone coming back. Xianxia sighed. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly smelled a faint stench coming from the house. He suddenly thought of the possibility that Chushuan hadn't left at all and that something had happened to him at home. Xianxia quickly found the property management and told them that he was Chushuan's friend. He was worried that Chushuan had met with an accident at home. The property management was also afraid that someone would die, so they opened the door for them to go in and check. Chushuan's house was empty. It had not been cleaned for a week, and there was a thin layer of dust in the room. They found the source of the stench. It was not a corpse, but a piece of pork that was forgotten to be put in the fridge. They also searched his wardrobe and fridge, but did not find a murder scene. However, Xianxia felt that it was strange. Chushuan was a cautious person. If he went out for a vacation, why did he not tidy up his room? There were a few pieces of his favorite clothes in the wardrobe that he did not take with him. Chushuan had left in a hurry. The property management was already suspicious of his intentions. He said politely, "Sir, since there is no problem, please leave." This person was really looking for trouble. If the owner of the house came back and found out, he might complain about them. Xianxia had no choice but to leave. Before he left, Xianxia saw a plastic bag under the coffee table. It was printed with the name of a certain hospital. He ignored the property management's urging and walked to the coffee table to take out the plastic bag. There was a thick stack of documents inside. There were CT scans, X-rays, various examination reports, and diagnosis results. The latest report was last Monday. He suddenly recalled that Tuesday morning when Chushuan lowered his head and said to him, "I have something to tell you." Suddenly, he understood everything. Why did Chushuan sound like he was about to cry? Why did he say so many hurtful words? He sat down, covered his face, pressed his forehead, and took a deep breath. How sad must Xiaosun be? Where would he be now? He must be very lonely. "Sir, please leave." The property management helplessly urged, "Sir, this is not your home. Please leave quickly." He locked the door and got off work. He went to tell the security not to let this lunatic into their neighborhood next time. The weather in Las Vegas was good today. Although the temperature was not high, the sun was bright. He only needed to wear a thin sweater and a windbreaker to keep warm. Chushuan raised his head. The sky was blue and numb. One look at it and he would be in a good mood. On the streets of this foreign country, he saw unfamiliar faces. However, even if Shaolin insisted on holding hands with him, no passersby would find it strange and look at them. Today's itinerary was to see the Cirque du Soleil performance. They had a good view from where they were sitting and looked into the distance. The performer seemed to shrink into a small person. He threw himself up and down in the air. He was as agile as a little bird. He flipped up and down on the rapidly spinning giant iron wheel. It was extremely thrilling and caused exclamations from time to time. The audience was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would witness the moment of death in the next second. Chushuan admired them. How courageous were they, he sighed and said, "I'm not as agile as him even on flat ground." Lin Yanchen asked, "Are you interested? I practiced parkour before. I can take you to play." Chushuan quickly waved his hand, "No, no, my old bones can't stand the torture. I'll just watch." Chushuan thought about it and added, "You should play less of these dangerous activities in the future. Didn't the news say that thousands of people die from parkour every year? Before, I saw that it was popular for young people to not install safety devices and take selfies with one foot out of a tall building or cliff. A lot of people died. I really don't understand. It's fine if acrobats are forced by others, but why would someone risk their life for a photo? Don't do such a stupid thing." Lin Yanchen said, "Okay, if you don't want me to do it, I won't do it." The performance ended and the audience dispersed. They were walking together when Chushuan suddenly remembered that he took off his jacket and left it on the chair. He turned back to look for it and forgot to tell Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen let go of Chushuan for a few seconds. He turned around and found that he was gone. Chushuan went back to look for his things, but his coat was gone. His cell phone and cash were in his coat. He wanted to look for Shaolin again, but Shaolin was nowhere to be found. He walked around and got lost. This was one of the disadvantages of traveling as he pleased. Chushuan used to be dismissive of this. He thought it was impractical, pretentious, and stupid. Would it be interesting to get lost on a strange street? So, if it was in the past, Chushuan must make a detailed plan if he went on a trip. But now he found that as long as it was a place with people, there was nothing that couldn't be solved with money. If it couldn't be solved in a short time, he would pay more. His trip was so comfortable. He didn't have to do anything. Shaolin had arranged everything. When he went out, he had a luxury car to pick him up. When he went shopping, he had Shaolin to carry his bag. He had to stay in a high-end hotel. There was also a handsome young man to make him happy anytime and anywhere. It had only been a week, but he was almost turned into a good-for-nothing. Chushuan looked around and couldn't find Lin Yanchen. He wanted to borrow a passerby's cell phone to make a call, but before he could do it, he suddenly remembered that he didn't have Shaolin's phone number. Awkward. He didn't have his wallet and Shaolin. He was a little flustered to be lost on the streets of a foreign country. It seemed that luck was conserved. He was too lucky a few days ago, so he was unlucky today. However, the hotel wouldn't run away anyway. He could always find a way to go back to the hotel and meet up with Shaolin. It seemed that it took him only 10 minutes to get here. This was the city, and the car didn't drive fast. It shouldn't be far, about 3 or 4 kilometers. Maybe he didn't need to take a taxi. He could ask for directions and walk back slowly. It would take at most 1 or 2 hours. He was a man. How could he get lost? Even if there were bad people, such as human traffickers, they wouldn't kidnap a 30-year-old uncle. Even if they wanted his organs, would his dying organs be of any use? Chuyan thought, trying to find joy in the midst of bitterness. Chu Xuan was strolling on the streets. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he saw a group of people in front of him. He went over to take a look. The more the merrier. Chu Xuan was still in the mood to watch the show. Oh, it was a street singer performing. A young white man was sitting on the ground with a guitar in his arms. The empty guitar case was placed in front of him. This was not unusual, but he had a fat cat with him. Compared to the ordinary singer, he seemed to have suddenly become noble. The man singing was average, but when he sang, the kitten sat next to him. It was very clever. Sometimes, it would wag its tail twice along with the song. Instantly, the two-legged beasts cried out and threw money to express their love. How interesting. Chu Xuan remembered that when he was a child, his family had a big yellow cat. It was very reserved and noble. Others could not get close to it. It liked to bask in the sun in the yard and eat corn. It was a plump and lovely male cat named Mimi. But Mimi was very close to him. Every time she ran out to play, he would call at the door and Mimi would come back. The lifespan of a cat was only a dozen years. Mimi died when he was 18. Chu Xuan was very sad and did not raise a cat again. Chu Xuan sighed and stopped for a while to listen to the song. The singer gently plucked the guitar strings and sang in a low voice, "He was a friend mine, he was a friend of mine, every time I thought of him, I just could /t keep from crying /, every time I think of him, I can /t stop crying, he died on the road, he just kept moving, he died on the road, running all day long, never reaped what could have been, my efforts never paid off, I never had too much money, and I was never quite satisfied, I am not rich, nor satisfied, he never did wrong, he did nothing wrong, 1,000 miles from home, 1,000 miles from home, and never harmed one, he did not hurt anyone, every time I heard his name Lord, every time I hear his name, I just could /t keep from crying /, because he was a friend mine, I can /t stop crying, he was a friend of mine, Xia Shuba. Calm. The singer's voice was low and hoarse, full of sadness. How unlucky. Chu Xuan closed his eyes and inadvertently listened to the song on the side of the road poked his sore spot. He tried to hold back, but still could not stop the tears from falling. Anyway, on the streets of a foreign country, no one knew him. Why did he have to die? He never did a bad thing, never hurt anyone. He worked hard, never squandered, always restrained himself, always ran hard on the road of life. What did he do wrong? He did not want to think about it. If it hurt, take a painkiller and pretend that nothing happened. But it did not mean that death would not come if you turned a blind eye. What was the use of being strong? He squatted down and could not stop the tears from falling. He did not want to die at all. He wanted to live, he wanted to live. He had never encountered any good things in his life. Love, family, and career were all not successful. No one in the world really loved him, but he still wanted to live. Soon. Someone called him. Chu Xuan did not have the strength to turn back. Lin Yanchen finally found him and anxiously ran to his side. Son, I'm worried to death. Why are you squatting here? Why aren't you wearing a jacket? Are you cold? Lin Yanchen took off his jacket and put it on Chu Xuan. His body temperature was still in the jacket. Chu Xuan's cold heart that was soaked in despair seemed to be infected by the warmth and slowly warmed up. Lin Yanchen noticed that Chu Xuan was not right and squatted down as well. He was shocked when he found Chu Xuan crying. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not holding your hand properly and causing you to get lost. Don't cry, son, it's all my fault, Chu Xuan laughed through his tears. You're the one crying because you're lost. Do you think I'm a child? Chu Xuan sniffled and stood up. His legs were a little numb. He said to Lin Yanchen, come here, let me hug you. Lin Yanchen immediately opened his arms and hugged him. Chu Xuan hugged him. This guy was emitting heat like a heater. He buried his face in Lin Yanchen's arms. Lin Yanchen hugged him and even remembered to help him wrap the jacket tightly. Chu Xuan felt much better. Lin Yanchen was his exclusive pet. When he was sad, hugging him would make him feel much better. Lin Yanchen said, "You're cold. Where's your jacket?" Chu Xuan said, "I left it there. I went back to get it, but it was gone. When I looked for you, you were gone too." Lin Yanchen said apologetically, "It's my fault. I'm such an idiot. I didn't realize that you forgot to bring your jacket. I didn't notice when you went to look for your jacket." Chu Xuan said, "I forgot to tell you. I didn't expect to get separated. Okay, let's go back. You gave me your jacket. You'll catch a cold if you stand in the cold wind." On the way back, Lin Yanchen asked him, "Son, why are you crying?" Chu Xuan thought for a moment. There were still tears in the corner of his eyes. He smiled. "Forget it. Just think of it as me crying because I got lost." Lin Yanchen knew that Chu Xuan was hiding something from him. At first, he naively thought that Chu Xuan was happy with him. But the longer they were together, the more he felt that Chu Xuan was unhappy. Why was Chu Xuan so sad? His intuition told him that it wasn't just because of his parents and the old love that let him down. Chu Xuan seemed to cheer up. He turned his head and said to Lin Yanchen, "I want to go to the Rocky Mountains to play. I want to ski, skate, and head north to see the aurora. That's it for now. When I'm done playing, I'll think about what to do next. You can arrange it well." Lin Yanchen hesitated whether or not he should ask, but he gave up. He nodded and said with a sad face, "Okay, I'll definitely think of a way to make you happy." How cute was this boy? Chu Xuan took the initiative to kiss him. "Xiao Lin, you're so good to me." Lin Yanchen's heart skipped a beat. He actually blushed a little. The next day, he woke up naturally. Lin Yanchen told him to leave at 1 in the afternoon. Chu Xuan said on a whim, "Then there should be time. Come with me to a place." Lin Yanchen asked, "Where?" The striptease taught him a deep lesson. He had to ask in advance where he was going. Chu Xuan said, "Las Vegas City Hall Marriage Bureau." Las Vegas City Hall Marriage Bureau. Lin Yanchen's mind went blank for a few seconds as if a bullet had hit his heart. Then, it started to heat up. Marriage bureau? Why would he go to a marriage bureau? What else could he do? That was a place for marriage. Naturally, he would go there to get married. Was this a proposal? This was a proposal, right? Wasn't this a little too fast? Lin Yanchen had heard of things like love at first sight and marriage in a flash. He always thought that it was an urban legend. It was unbelievable and funny. He didn't expect to meet it one day. He suddenly felt his mouth go dry and his heart beat like a drum. He almost didn't agree. He wanted to say something, but he accidentally bit his tongue. Chu Xuan saw his expression change. Lin Yanchen seemed to have turned into a rash kid. His thoughts were written all over his face. It was too funny. "What are you thinking? I won't make things difficult for you. I'm buying escort services from you. I'm not asking you to devote your life to me. You can rest assured. I'm not marrying you." Lin Yanchen's heart fell from the clouds. His expression changed. "Then who are you marrying? There was someone else?" How come he didn't know? Chu Xuan said honestly, "I'm not marrying anyone. I just remembered that same-sex marriages are allowed here. I want to get a marriage application as a souvenir." He didn't feel relieved. He felt an inexplicable regret. Then, he felt that it was strange for him to think this way. Lin Yanchen said, "Oh." Chu Xuan comforted him. "I'm not a difficult customer. Don't worry. I'm very reasonable. I'm not lying to you or forcing you to marry me. Relax, don't panic. I really just want to get a marriage application. If you're worried, I can go by myself. I don't want to hide it from you. Also, I'm afraid that I'll get lost again." Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan saw that he was still worried. "I didn't make it clear at first and caused you to misunderstand. I'm sorry. I'll never marry you in this life. CXCWW. Calm. Lin Yanchen actually felt a little upset at Chu Xuan's words. Lin Yanchen asked, "Am I that unattractive? If there's a chance, will you marry me?" Chu Xuan thought about it seriously and shook his head. To be honest, I don't want to. Why? Lin Yanchen asked angrily. Chu Xuan saw him like this and felt that he was cute. He reached out and pinched his cheek. You are very cute. Xiao Lin, such a cute boy like you is suitable to be a boyfriend. As a marriage partner, it will make people feel uneasy. She continued, Xiao Lin, in your line of work, shouldn't the topic of marriage be taboo? You're still pressing me so hard. Lin Yanchen shut his mouth. Chu Xuan saw a same-sex couple on the street yesterday. They were wearing wedding rings on their ring fingers. He was really envious. Even if no one wanted to marry him, it would be good to see the marriage application before he died. Las Vegas's marriage tourism industry was world famous. Not only could same-sex marriages be done here, but it could also be done in a day. They arrived at the City Hall Marriage Bureau. Because they didn't make an appointment online in advance, they had to line up. Fortunately, there weren't many people. Lin Yanchen was still sulking, while Chu Xuan was smiling. The staff member handed the marriage application to him. Seeing the strange atmosphere between the two of them, she asked worriedly, Are you sure you want to get married? Chu Xuan clarified, He's not my marriage partner. Lin Yanchen turned his head and said coldly, I'm his boyfriend. The staff member was very confused. He brought his boyfriend to get a marriage certificate and then said that he wasn't his marriage partner. It was really a confusing situation. This marriage certificate was only a thin piece of paper. It was so light in his hand that it seemed to be weightless. Chu Xuan liked it very much and was touched. When he was in China, he knew gay friends who were always clamoring to get a marriage certificate abroad. In fact, everyone knew that even if they went abroad to get this certificate, it still wouldn't be recognized when they returned to China. It wouldn't be protected by the law, but they still wanted it. Ordinary couples could easily do it, but it was unattainable for them. To be able to see their names written side by side with the name of the person they loved on the marriage certificate was already very comforting. Chu Xuan treasured this marriage certificate and kept it safe. He still wanted to bring it back to China to prepare for his funeral. He remembered to remind them to let this piece of paper go into the cremation machine with him. Chu Xuan didn't coax Lin Yanchen. First, he didn't understand why Lin Yanchen was angry this time. Second, it all depended on his mood when it came to coaxing Xiao Lin. He was willing to say a few words because he felt that it was interesting, but he really couldn't be bothered to do it now. Lin Yanchen was angry for a while and then deflated. He thought about it and realized that Chu Xuan wasn't wrong. He was thinking too much and thought that his charm was boundless. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xuan putting away the marriage application and asked, Do you really want to get married? Chu Xuan said, If I meet someone I love, then I'll get married. However, this matter would have to wait until the next life. They packed up their bags and set off again. They flew for 2 hours and took a 3-hour car ride after landing. It was already dusk when they arrived at the foot of the snow mountain. Although Chu Xuan had already changed into a warm down jacket, he still shivered from the cold. He hurriedly went into the hotel with Lin Yanchen and filled the bathtub with hot water to warm up his body. After taking a shower, they found that there were new things in the suite's living room. It was a complete set of ski equipment. It was brand new and unused. Xiao Lin's efficiency was too high. Chu Xuan said excitedly, You've already prepared everything. It seems like you're an expert. Xiao Lin, how come you know everything? With you around, it seems like there's no need to hire a ski instructor. Lin Yanchen didn't want to help Chu Xuan find a ski instructor. He absolutely couldn't accept it. However, he was actually not good at skiing. He had played it when he was young and had almost forgotten it. In order to maintain the glorious image of Xiao Lin in Chu Xuan's heart, Lin Yanchen braced himself and said, Haha, of course. Leave it to me. They were tired from the rush. Chu Xuan washed up and fell asleep. Lin Yanchen's back was facing Chu Xuan. He secretly took out his phone and began to search for ski tips and tricks. He first learned the knowledge and practiced it a little. The first few times, he used the excuse that he was a little rusty because he hadn't skied in a long time. Anyway, Chu Xuan didn't know anything, so it shouldn't be too hard to coax him. He was like a student who was suddenly told that there was a last-minute exam tomorrow. He had to stay up late to study. He only went to bed after 3 o'clock. He was still worried about the actual battle. He comforted himself that sports were interconnected. He was good at many sports, so learning to ski shouldn't be too difficult. He went to bed late and woke up late. Chu Xuan woke him up. Lin Yanchen didn't see anything clearly. He yawned and said, "I'm going to wash my face and change my clothes now." Chu Xuan said, "Look outside." The weather wasn't good. It was snowing heavily outside. Today's skiing plan was destined to be cancelled. Good, good, good. Lin Yanchen was stunned. He was really happy. Even if he knew that he couldn't escape, it was good to hide for a day. He would do more research. Lin Yanchen was overjoyed, but he said hypocritically, "Ah, bad luck. What a pity. I forgot to check the weather forecast." Chu Xuan said, "It's good luck. If we were a day later, we wouldn't have been able to get here and our trip would have been delayed." Although they couldn't go skiing, Chu Xuan didn't want to be idle. The resort had an entertainment center with all kinds of facilities. It was snowing today, so many people came here to pass the time. Chu Xuan walked around and saw an empty billiard table. He said, "Come, play billiard with me." Lin Yanchen knew how to play. He asked him, "What kind of game?" Chu Xuan said, "Snooker." Lin Yanchen nodded. Lin Yanchen originally thought that Chu Xuan was just playing casually. As they played, he realized that Chu Xuan's billiard skills were quite good. Chu Xuan was a snooker enthusiast. He liked billiard and could play the whole day by himself. Lin Yanchen stood behind Chu Xuan and watched as Chu Xuan bent over. His waistline sunk in and from his butt, he drew out a seductive line. He swallowed his saliva. Thump. 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 The billiard balls made a crisp sound when they collided, and one by one, they fell into the bag. The difference between snooker and other billiard games was that the player had to find a way to control the direction of the white ball and create obstacles for the opponent. Even the slightest deviation had to be calculated precisely, and it was a test of patience. The next shot required concentration. Lin Yanchen liked Chu Xuan's slightly furrowed brows and concentrated expression. It was incomparably sexy. But, it was just entertainment. After the shot, Chu Xuan would let out a sigh of relief, hold the cue stick, and chat with Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was not stingy with his compliments. "You played well. I can't beat you." Chu Xuan was modest. "It's just passable." He sighed. Now that the world is integrated, it's pretty much the same everywhere. The entertainment is all the same. There's nothing new. The souvenir shop's labels are all made China. I opened a domestic shopping website and searched for cheap goods. I didn't want to be a sucker at all. All crows are black in the world. They're all there to deceive foreign tourists. Lin Yanchen said, "But if you go back empty-handed, how would you feel? Regretful?" Chu Xuan said, "I think the only specialty of each place is the local food. It can't be assimilated into the world, so it's always different. Eating is the most important thing. This way, it's not a wasted trip. What I'm most vexed about now is that my stomach can only fill 3 meals a day. What I want to eat for breakfast, what I want to eat for dinner, and what I want to eat for dinner tomorrow morning. If this continues the next day, I'm really worried. What should we eat later?" I saw a few restaurants when I walked over, and they all looked delicious. Lin Yanchen played a shot and pulled back. Chu Xuan caught the ball and was about to play when he heard Lin Yanchen say, "I'm different. Now, I'm thinking about when you'll come to me in the morning, when you'll come to me in the afternoon, when you'll come to me in the evening, and when you'll probably come to me tomorrow. The next day is still the same. I'm also very worried. The last time they rolled in the sheets was 4 days ago." Chu Xuan's hand slipped and hit the ball wrongly. The white ball deviated from its original path and fell into the pocket with a thud. "Chu Xuan, you're young, so you're not afraid of kidney deficiency, but I am." Chu Xuan thought with lingering fear. Chu Xuan glanced at him. "What did you just say?" "I didn't hear anything." Lin Yanchen was a shameless person. Chu Xuan pretended not to hear him, but he still dared to repeat himself. "I said, you haven't slept with me for 4 days." Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. "You actually said it out loud? How shameless." Lin Yanchen said confidently, it's human nature to eat and lust. It's human nature. Why wouldn't I dare say it? I'm such a skilled and handsome guy lying next to you, but you're actually indifferent. Who would boast like that? Chushuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chushuan actually felt that the past few days when he had just bought Lin Yanchen were too promiscuous. Every day, he was either in bed or on the way to bed. He really couldn't take it anymore, so he put on the attitude of a rich man. I'm looking for you to accompany me. Sleeping with you is included in accompanying me, but it doesn't mean accompanying me. My goal is to have you accompany me, not to play with you all day long. DDXS. Lin Yanchen was visibly disappointed after his request for sex failed. He was like a dog that couldn't eat a bone. So there's no hope for tonight? Chushuan said, we're going skiing tomorrow. I need to save my energy. Lin Yanchen didn't say a word. He felt that he was starting to fall out of favor. He had never met someone like Chushuan. He remembered the first time he met Chushuan. Chushuan's face was red from his teasing. Now, he was being led by the nose by Chushuan. Chushuan saw his dejected look and smiled. He pulled his hand and touched his palm. Tomorrow, the snow will stop. After we finish skiing, I'll accompany my Shaolin tonight, okay? Lin Yanchen immediately became happy. It's a promise. But Lin Yanchen quickly remembered that he wasn't good at skiing. He was under a lot of pressure, so he secretly watched a skiing tutorial for the whole night. This time, Chushuan was optimistic about the weather forecast. The Weather Bureau didn't make a mistake. The next day, the snow stopped and the sky cleared. They changed their clothes in the warm room. Lin Yanchen was ready. I'm ready. Chushuan looked at him and said with a straight face, no, you missed something. Lin Yanchen thought for a long time. What is it? Chushuan said, come over here. Lin Yanchen obediently walked in front of him. Chushuan said again, lower your head. Lin Yanchen understood. Oh. You want to kiss me? Happy, Chushuan took out a tube of facial cream and squeezed some in his palm. He rubbed it twice, opened his palm, and placed it on both sides of Lin Yanchen's face. He rubbed it and smiled brightly. We can't let the cold wind ruin our Shaolin's beautiful face. Lin Yanchen's face was smeared with facial cream. Chushuan's palm was warm and his heart was about to be rubbed by Chushuan. Chushuan finished rubbing his face and put down his hand. Huh? Did I use too much strength? Your face is so red. Lin Yanchen's face was red. He suddenly stuttered and said, no, it's not because you used too much strength, it's because you were too gentle. No one has been so gentle to me before. Chushuan felt that he was so pitiful. What kind of guest did he meet? He said to him, give me your hand. Left hand. Lin Yanchen obediently stretched out his left hand. Chushuan helped him apply some hand ointment, put on a pair of gloves, and then switched to his right hand. He didn't need to raise his head to feel Lin Yanchen's scorching gaze. After he was done, Chushuan suddenly leaned closer. Lin Yanchen's heart raced like a roller coaster again. However, Chushuan just sniffed him and said, okay, you're not a brat anymore. Lin Yanchen seemed to be shy and said, I'll apply it for you too. Chushuan didn't show any mercy. No need, I just washed my face in the bathroom. Okay, let's go. You carry the skis. Lin Yanchen foolishly followed behind him. His heart was itching unbearably. Halfway there, he couldn't hold it in anymore. I want to kiss you. Can I? Just one kiss. Chushuan turned around and looked up slightly at Lin Yanchen. In order to keep warm, Lin Yanchen wore a woolen hat with earlobes on both sides. He looked like a dog's big ears. He was also dressed up so he looked a lot more silly. Chushuan was actually a little puzzled. He felt that after being together for a while, Shaolin was clearly at ease in the beginning. Why did he feel that Shaolin seemed to be getting more and more silly by the day? He was becoming more and more like an innocent big boy. He didn't know if he was pretending or something. It was also because of this that he didn't dare to do anything recently. Lin Yanchen looked at him anxiously and expectantly. Chushuan felt guilty under his stare. He pursed his lips and said, okay. Lin Yanchen was carrying the skis with both hands. He didn't have free hands, so he bent over slightly. Chu Xuan waited. He thought that he would definitely kiss his lips, but in the end, he only planted a kiss between his eyebrows. This was beyond his expectations. Lin Yanchen straightened up and revealed a hearty smile. We're outside. Others are watching. You'll be embarrassed. Chu Xuan felt his face was a little hot. Okay, we've kissed. Let's go. He was at a ski resort located in the Rocky Mountains. It was one of the most famous ski resorts in the world. They first took the cable car to the top of the mountain. When you stood at a high place and saw the vast expanse of white land, your soul seemed to be purified in an instant. It was too comfortable. Chu Xuan almost sighed, and his mood became much better. Chu Xuan warmed up first to avoid cramping later. Lin Yanchen hurriedly followed him. When his muscles and bones were stretched, Chu Xuan glanced at Lin Yanchen beside him and said with nostalgia, I haven't skied in a long time. I'm really afraid that I'll fall. Lin Yanchen said solemnly, don't be afraid. I'll teach you. Chu Xuan put on his goggles. I'm starting. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Xuan slid down with a whoosh. At first, he was a little rusty, but he soon got into the groove. He slid very smoothly and stopped at the bottom of a small slope. Lin Yanchen gritted his teeth and slid down as well. Before he slid 10 meters, he fell with a thud. Chu Xuan, who was waiting for him. Chu Xuan saw him stand up shakily. His limbs were stiff, and he slid down again like a fat penguin. This time, it was slightly better. Lin Yanchen slid to his side. He seemed to want to stop, but his technique was too bad. He didn't manage to stop in time and brushed past him, whistling away. He fell heroically to the ground again. Lin Yanchen fell into the snow. His face and ears were red as he heard Chu Xuan burst into merciless laughter. Ha 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 ha. Chu Xuan came to his side and asked with a gloating smile, Shaolin, did it hurt? Do you want me to help you up? Didn't you say you were going to teach me how to ski? Lin Yanchen got up from the ground himself. His body was covered in snow and he said unhappily, why didn't you say that you were good at skiing? Chu Xuan was amused by his resentful eyes. Who told you to pretend to be an expert? Lin Yanchen said, I didn't take the initiative. Think about it carefully. I prepared the equipment and you mistakenly thought that I was good. Then, how could I say that I didn't know how to ski? They were both men. Chu Xuan understood. What was the most important thing for a man? It was face. Chu Xuan quickly said, okay. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. Actually, I'm not very good at skiing. I just like it. Chu Xuan patted the snow off his body and said, it's okay if you don't know how to ski. I'll teach you. Lin Yanchen was coaxed by him. He was no longer angry and nodded. The positions of the two were reversed. Chu Xuan pulled Lin Yanchen and let Lin Yanchen ski with him. He taught him step by step. However, Lin Yanchen was big and heavy. He couldn't really drag him. Generally speaking, a coach would have a headache when facing a student who made a fuss over nothing. However, Chu Xuan's problem with teaching Lin Yanchen was completely different. Lin Yanchen didn't cry out in surprise or yell at all. He only said okay and I understand with a serious face. Even if he fell, he would at most groan. He didn't ask for help and didn't say that he didn't know how to ski. Chu Xuan thought in hindsight. I just realized that Shaolin had such high self-esteem, Lin Yanchen had such a personality. His mind was filled with all kinds of technical summaries that he had stayed up late to read. He clearly remembered them all, but his body couldn't do it. This made him very depressed. He wasn't a sports idiot. Logically speaking, he should be able to learn it. He had already lost face in front of Chu Xuan. He had to learn it quickly to save his face. Initial evolution, however, the more anxious he was, the worse he did it. Chu Xuan suddenly. Lin Yanchen also stopped and looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Chu Xuan said sincerely, aren't you usually very talkative? Why are you suddenly so quiet to talk to me? You can ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Lin Yanchen held it in for a while and nodded. Okay, look at your expression. You didn't listen at all. Chu Xuan was helpless. He pulled Lin Yanquan's hand. I probably know that you have a lot of baggage, but no one is omnipotent. It's already very good that you know so many things. We came out to play to have fun, not to become a professional player. I just want to see you be able to have fun like before. I know that Shaolin is a very strong and reliable man. However, I think that I'm still reliable. You can also try to rely on me. Lin Yanquan slowly relaxed after hearing his words. He finally began to ask questions slowly. There was a subtle feeling in his heart. It was hard to describe. It was like a small stone thrown into the water, causing gentle ripples. He had been strong and stubborn since he was young. When he was young, his mother was sick and bedridden. His father was busy with work. He insisted that a small bed be built for him in his mother's room so that he could sleep next to his mother at night. Sometimes, his mother would groan in pain in the middle of the night. He would immediately get up and wring a towel for his mother to wipe her face. His mother was in so much pain that she was delirious. She would murmur his name. Lin Yanquan was too angry. When his mother fell asleep, he called his father. Mom misses you. Come back quickly. His father perfunctorily said, Bao Bao, be good. Dad is working now and can't go back for the time being. Dad will be home in 2 days. Every time he heard his father say that, he hated his father even more. Sometimes, his father would come back and not stay for long before leaving again. That day, his mother suddenly fell ill. The doctor saved her for 10 hours, but no miracle happened. His mother still breathed her last. He held his mother's hand and cried for 5 minutes. Only then did his father rush over, panting. He looked at this man with tears of hatred. Did his father really love his mother? If he really loved her, why didn't he stay by his mother's side when she was already like this? On the day of the funeral, his father wanted to hold his hand. He raised his head and looked at his father. Suddenly, he reached out and pushed his father without giving him any face. His father almost fell in public. It was also from then on that the relationship between the father and son began to deteriorate. They rarely saw each other, and when they did, they didn't speak much. Even if they did, it was like business. Other than their faces, it was impossible to tell that they were father and son. His father didn't please him, but he also didn't treat him badly. Whatever he wanted to learn or do, as long as he didn't break the law, he was allowed to do it. Lin Yanquan hated this old man, but he didn't degrade himself. Instead, he was determined to grow up to be a better man than his father. Sooner or later, he would win over his father and have the right to speak. He would make his father listen to him. Layer by layer, he built a hard shell on his heart. Day by day, he refined it into a hard rock. Until now, there was finally someone who gently knocked on his heart. Lin Yanquan had no choice but to put down his useless pride in front of Chu Xuan. Is that so? Is that right? Chu Xuan patiently said, yes. Yes, you're doing very well. Chu Xuan's voice was so pleasant that Lin Yanquan felt like the sun shining on the white snow, bright and clear. After all, he had a foundation in sports and was also very smart. He was willing to listen to instructions and let go of his nervousness. He gradually grasped the technique and his body movements became more agile. Chu Xuan generously praised him. Shaolin is really amazing. You learned so fast. Lin Yanquan immediately raised his tail. Of course. I learn everything very quickly. Chu Xuan liked his prodigious attitude. He was very happy to see his refreshing and straightforward personality. Come, let's do something more difficult. We'll hold hands and slide down the slope together. I'll carry you. Lin Yanquan held Chu Xuan's hand. Okay. He entrusted himself to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, get ready, let's go. This slope was a little steep. Under the influence of gravity, the two of them quickly slid down the slope together. Chu Xuan was very handy. Lin Yanquan was guided by him and gradually got into a good position. Lin Yanquan found skiing interesting. When he was sliding down, he really felt relaxed and relieved of pressure. This time, Chu Xuan accidentally tripped and lost his balance. He pulled Lin Yanchen down with him. Lin Yanchen didn't let go, so the two of them fell on the ground and rolled a few times. Lin Yanchen even knew that he had to cushion them. The white snow was soft and didn't hurt. The snow and dust settled. Chu Xuan fell on him and laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha. When Lin Yanchen heard him laugh, he was infected by Chu Xuan's happiness and laughed as well. Chu Xuan raised his head in his arms and pushed up his goggles, revealing smiling eyes. He asked him, "Xiao Lin, are you happy?" Lin Yanchen gave him a bear hug and rolled another round. He turned over and kissed Chu Xuan's lips. "I'm happy." Chu Xuan liked this atmosphere. He wasn't shy. Instead, he reached out and circled Lin Yanchen's neck. He licked his lips and looked at him deeply. He said softly, "Xiao Lin, kiss me again." Lin Yanchen felt that Chu Xuan was becoming more and more magical. As long as Chu Xuan opened his mouth, his willpower would collapse. Lin Yanchen was a disobedient dog. Even though he said he would control himself, he still almost couldn't get out of bed. The next day, he didn't wake up until 10 o'clock. Xiao Lin pulled him back and kissed him while saying, "It's so cold outside. Let's just stay here." Chu Sun thought it was funny. Young people loved to stay in bed, as if it would kill him to get up properly. It was now the 13th day since they met, and almost half of the agreed deadline had passed. This week was fine, but last week was always spent in bed. He slowly recovered from the obsession of lust. He couldn't be like this. It was too depraved. Chu Xuan said, "We're here to ski. Get up quickly." "It's okay if you don't get up. I'll go play by myself. I saw a handsome brown-haired guy wearing a grayish-blue shirt yesterday. I want to know his name." Lin Yanchen woke up with a start. He gritted his teeth and got up. "Don't even think about it." He then said, "I don't remember such a person." Chu Xuan said, "Think about it carefully. It's too conspicuous." Lin Yanchen followed Chu Xuan out angrily. Not long after, Chu Xuan said, "I saw him again." Lin Yanchen looked left and right. Where? Where? He was like a blind man. He couldn't find him anywhere. Chu Xuan pointed him in the direction. "There. You can't even see this?" Lin Yanchen finally found it. He saw a huge billboard with a man printed on it. He was agile and handsome. He revealed a mouth full of white teeth and smiled brightly. Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan's prank was successful. He smiled. Lin Yanchen felt like a fool. He was with Chu Xuan all the time from morning to night. He could even clearly hear what Chu Xuan said to others. How could he be so easily fooled by Chu Xuan's little lie? When did he become so stupid? Lin Yanchen felt strange. He skied for 2 days. Chu Xuan found that Xiao Lin was indeed very athletic. He was already quite good at it. He could skate like a professional on the beginner's snow track and scare people. They chatted during their break. Chu Xuan said, "It's said that the higher the latitude, the colder the place, the less talkative the people there are. Sometimes, I really want to move to a place like that. As long as I have enough food, clothing, and shelter, I can avoid contact with others." Lin Yanchen said, "Your words are so interesting. You're saying you don't want to talk to people?" Chu Xuan thought of himself when he had just walked out of the ivory tower and said nostalgically, "When I was young, I was clumsy and inarticulate. I had no choice but to train my eloquence. Sigh, actually, I don't usually like to talk, but when I'm with you, I feel like talking." "Why? Why was that? Is it because she likes me?" Lin Yanchen reasoned, "What do you mean when you were young? You're not old now, so why do you always speak in such a tone?" Because he was about to die. Chu Xuan's mood was as calm as an ancient well. Chu Xuan was tired from playing and rested under a tree. A ball of snow suddenly fell from a branch and hit Chu Xuan's head. It didn't hurt, but he was stunned for a moment. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. He also felt that Chu Xuan's silly look with snow on the tip of his nose was especially cute. He immediately took out his phone and took a photo. Click. Chu Xuan came back to his senses. He shook his head and looked at Lin Yanchen. He said, "Delete the photo." Lin Yanchen didn't care. He even thought that Chu Xuan was shy. He smiled and said, the photo I took is very cute. It's not ugly. Chu Xuan's eyelashes were still covered in snow. He frowned. It's not about whether it's ugly or not. Xiaolin, delete the photo. Lin Yanchen realized that Chu Xuan was serious. Why? Chu Xuan's eyes were a little cold. Perhaps even the snow wouldn't melt on his eyes. I don't want to take photos. You shouldn't have taken photos without my permission. It was too sudden. A few moments ago, they were still like a pair of real lovers, playing so happily. Then, Chu Xuan suddenly turned hostile. Lin Yanchen had never seen such an unpredictable person. He was sometimes far and sometimes close. He was sometimes cold and sometimes hot. He asked in confusion, why can't I take photos of you? I'm not taking photos on the bed. This photo looks so good. Chu Xuan looked at him and said firmly, delete it. Even in this scene, no matter how passionately they acted as a couple, Chu Sun could still calmly recognize that they were just in a relationship of money and goods. After a month, they would separate and not see each other. It was best to leave nothing behind. Lin Yanchen didn't want to delete it. Chu Xuan said, I don't care if you take photos of the scenery. You're not allowed to take photos of me. Lin Yanchen was really angry. Why? It was too direct and unreasonable, so he didn't say anything. Chu Xuan said, no means no. Lin Yanchen couldn't figure it out. Chu Xuan asked, you're going to delete it yourself? Or do you want me to delete it? Lin Yanchen said, I took photos because I like you. Chu Xuan tried to snatch the phone. Lin Yanchen was prepared and didn't let him. Sun, give me a reason that I can accept. Chu Sun looked at him, frowning and pursing his lips. This was the second time he and Lin Yanchen had a conflict in the past few days. It was really annoying. He was also a little depressed, so he simply said bluntly, I thought this should be an industry rule. You can't leave photos, don't you understand? Should I let you leave the photos and introduce the next customer to me? These words were really heartless. It was as if he had stabbed Lin Yanchen in the chest. Lin Yanchen couldn't accept it. He remembered that at the beginning, he could joke with Chu Xuan all day long about this matter. He didn't know when it started, but he didn't mention it anymore. He was the one who acted on a whim. He got into character first, but he didn't expect Chu Xuan to be so clear-headed. Lin Yanchen was a little hurt. I won't. I just want to keep the photos. Chu Xuan said calmly, Xiaolin, you're strong. I can't win against you. Think about your professional ethics. I'm leaving. After saying that, Chu Xuan skied away without saying a word. Lin Yanchen was stunned. After a while, he chased after him. There were fewer people on the intermediate snow path in the back of the mountain. They skied further and further away until they reached a place where there were fewer people. Lin Yanchen didn't know where he was now. He saw Chu Xuan on a mountain slope just now. He chased after him, but he couldn't find Chu Xuan. Lin Yanchen skied down a steep slope. Suddenly, a stranger appeared beside him. He almost collided with him, giving him a fright. 1200 kSW net. He deviated from the path and suddenly lost control of his feet. Xiaolin. Lin Yanchen finally heard Chu Xuan's voice. He turned around and saw Chu Xuan rushing towards him from the mountain behind him. Stop. It's dangerous over there. Lin Yanchen shouted back, I can't stop. Everything happened in just a few seconds. The details passed too quickly. He was a beginner, so his technique wasn't good. He panicked and deviated from the path. Chu Xuan wanted to save him, but he didn't make it in time. They fell into the valley together. Many years later, Lin Yanchen remembered how Chu Xuan grabbed him without hesitation. He still felt very touched. You love me so much that you're willing to risk your life. Chu Xuan said, I didn't think too much. At that time, I thought I was going to die. I probably wanted to do something good before I died. Lin Yanchen said, don't be so awkward. You did it because you love me. Chu Xuan said. If you say so. Chu Xuan gasped. Don't move. It hurts a little. Lin Yanchen didn't dare to touch his ankle again. He asked, does it hurt anywhere else? Chu Xuan shook his head. We're lucky. The snow here is thicker. I think I just sprained my ankle. Hopefully, the worst case is a fracture or fracture. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere? When they fell together, Lin Yanchen was at the bottom. Lin Yanchen opened his arms. My skin is rough and my flesh is thick. Chu Xuan was still worried. When we go back, we have to check if there are any internal injuries. Let's call for help. Chu Xuan took out his phone and sighed. There's no signal at all. What about yours? Lin Yanchen took half a step back before taking out his phone. Chu Xuan, I won't take it. You're so narrow-minded. Lin Yanchen showed his phone to him. The screen was covered with cracks. It was so damaged that it couldn't be turned on. Okay, I got my retribution. Are you happy? Let's go to a place with signal and call for help. Lin Yanchen squatted down with his back facing him. I'll carry you back. Chu Xuan supported him on the shoulder and stood up. It's okay. I can walk by myself. Chu Xuan staggered a few steps. His foot hurt and he couldn't walk. Lin Yanchen couldn't stand it anymore. He picked him up. Why are you trying to be strong now? Chu Xuan said. Let's carry you. Lin Yanchen carried him on his back and staggered through the snow. The thick snow prevented them from being seriously injured, but it was still difficult to walk. They didn't speak. The forest was extremely quiet. Only the squeaking of the snow could be heard as they trudged through the snow. After walking for a long time, Lin Yanchen stopped. He exhaled a mouthful of white smoke and raised his head slightly. Chu Xuan asked, Are you tired? Let's rest? There's still no signal. Lin Yanchen said, It's snowing. Chu Xuan raised his eyes, and the fine snow fell on his eyelashes. Lin Yanchen said, We're probably lost, Chu Xuan chuckled. Did you only realize it now? Lin Yanchen helplessly said, I thought my sense of direction would be pretty good. The sky was like spilled ink, and the darkness slowly spread from the horizon. Night was coming. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, accompanied by the wind. It was getting colder. He couldn't joke anymore. Chu Xuan said, Where did you put me? Go find help yourself. I'll give you my phone. Lin Yanchen stubbornly said in a muffled voice, No. Chu Xuan sighed. I'm responsible for you. It's all my fault for asking you to ski with me. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Yanchen retorted, It's my fault. I was the one who insisted on coming to the intermediate ski route. Chu Xuan said, I was the one who skied first. You chased me and went the wrong way. It's my fault. Lin Yanchen said, I made you angry. You clearly didn't allow me to, but I still secretly took photos of you. Chu Xuan said, Even if I'm angry, I shouldn't have run so far by myself. Lin Yanchen said, I should say that I shouldn't have chased you, but I definitely had to. Chu Xuan couldn't say anything. He used the last bit of light before the sky turned dark to point in a direction to the right. Over there, do you see it? It looks like a tree hole. Let's go take a look. We can take shelter from the wind there for the night. If it doesn't work, we can wait until dawn to leave. It was a half-dead tree. He felt much better after getting into it. Chu Xuan thought of all kinds of snowy mountain accidents. Maybe he should add one more. He couldn't bear the pain. His stomach also hurt a little. He took out a box of painkillers that he carried with him and took one. Actually, it hadn't flared up recently. The doctor also said that his illness was very difficult to detect. It rarely flared up, so it was discovered so late. It only occasionally hurt. Lin Yanchen asked him, What medicine are you taking? Chu Xuan said, My feet hurt. I took a painkiller. Lin Yanchen didn't doubt him. He held his hand with heartache. The pain gradually subsided. Chu Xuan said haggard and self-reproachfully, You shouldn't care about me. It doesn't matter if I die. It's not worth it for you to accompany me. I'm the one who dragged you down. Lin Yanchen said, What do you mean it doesn't matter if I die? It matters. It matters a lot. I can't leave you behind. Chu Xuan scolded him, Are you stupid? If the temperature drops again late at night, we might freeze to death. We'll die. Don't say it so easily. Maybe you'll be killed by me. Lin Yanchen was stunned by his scolding. After a while, he carefully asked. Are you going to cry? Chu Xuan took a deep breath. No. Lin Yanchen, don't cry. Chu Xuan, I said I'm not crying. There was silence again. The passing wind was like the mournful screams of a desperate person. It was quite terrifying and made people tremble in fear. Chu Xuan didn't regret his death. He was going to die soon anyway. It might be a good thing to die in such a beautiful mountain forest. It was much better than being burned to ashes and stuffed into a crowded cement grave. But Shaolin didn't deserve to end up like this. If they were all unlucky this time, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace even if he died. He was really a jinx. Lin Yanchen said, sometimes I really don't know why you're so sad. Chu Xuan, if you didn't carry me on your back, you might have found help by now. Lin Yanchen, if you didn't have to come to save me, you wouldn't have fallen. Don't put all the blame on yourself. Chu Xuan, actually, we should save some energy and stop arguing. Lin Yanchen, I think you should sit in my arms. We can warm each other up. Chu Xuan thought about it, got up, and moved into Lin Yanchen's arms. Lin Yanchen hugged him and both of them felt much warmer. The quarrel seemed to have melted away quietly. Lin Yanchen said gloomily, sometimes I feel like you're very far away from me, and sometimes you're very close to me. We're already in this situation, shouldn't we talk about the truth? Chu Xuan thought about it and didn't want to argue with him. He asked stiffly, what do you want to talk about? Lin Yanchen said, I want to know about your past relationships. Chu Xuan was a little shocked. Lin Yanchen, can't I? Chu Xuan thought it was ridiculous. Why do you care about my past relationships in this situation? Lin Yanchen didn't give up. Tell me. We're already in this situation and you still won't tell me? Chu Xuan was silent for a moment, then said in a muffled voice, I don't have a history of relationships. Lin Yanchen, you don't? Chu Xuan, I don't. Lin Yanchen, didn't you mention someone before? Chu Xuan held his breath. I said that I liked him, but he didn't like me. I've never liked anyone else. A good romance novel. Alright, Lin Yanchen thought. But not having a history of relationships didn't mean not having sexual experiences. Chu Xuan felt sad when he said this. I know I brought this upon myself. I also know that this seems narrow-minded, but I still feel resentful. He clearly knew that I liked him. He didn't reject me, but he didn't accept me either. I foolishly treated him as a friend for many years. I cooked for him, washed his clothes for him, and even came to drink with him when he broke up with his girlfriend. Lin Yanchen was jealous. Chu Xuan spoke openly. He had never told anyone about this before. You asked me before why I spent money to buy you. It's because I'm a loser. If I didn't do this, I wouldn't have been able to find anyone to accompany me. No one has ever liked me. He was going to die anyway. Chu Xuan was very sad, so he didn't hide it. Actually, before I met you, I was still an old virgin. Lin Yanchen, it can't be, is this for real? But at this point, Chu Xuan wouldn't lie to him, right? Lin Yanchen thought about it, and thought about it again. It was too shocking. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Chu Xuan couldn't hear him reply, so he asked, you think I'm embarrassing, don't you? Lin Yanchen came back to his senses and quickly said, no, of course not. Chu Xuan asked, what are you thinking about? Lin Yanchen said, I'm thinking, if only I could have met you earlier, before that person. I would have treated you very well. Asun, I like you. I really like you. Can you believe me now? Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan believed him now. He had mixed feelings. He whispered, if it's just liking you, you don't have to give up your life, right? You're an idiot. I'm 6 years older than you. When I met that person, you were still in primary school. It's really funny that you met me earlier. You better not have met me. Lin Yanchen knew that he didn't mean what he said, so he hugged him tightly. I don't want to. Why do you have to say that you hurt me? If that's what you think, then when we meet in the next life, you have to compensate me for the rest of your life. Soon. Soon. Chushuan didn't know how to answer. In this world of ice and snow, he couldn't accept Lin Yanshen's burning heart. The snow stopped at some point. They hugged each other and were about to fall asleep. Chushuan would say a few words to him from time to time. Shaolin, wake up. You can't fall asleep. You'll freeze to death. Shouts came from outside. At first, Chushuan thought it was the wind. He was so desperate for help that he was hallucinating. The rescue team's shouts were getting closer and clearer. Chushuan said in surprise, "Someone's coming." Lin Yanshen made a sound of agreement. He was calm. He knew that someone would come. Although his phone was broken, he still had an emergency device in his watch. It was equipped with a precise GPS location. Someone would definitely come to save them. Chushuan and Lin Yanshen were rescued. They were sent to the hospital first. The doctor was waiting in a safe and warm room. The doctor asked about their physical condition. The two of them spoke at the same time. Chushuan said, "He's injured. Let's take a look at him." Lin Yanshen said, "His foot hurts a lot." Doctor, Chushuan and Lin Yanshen were both stunned. They said at the same time, "I'm fine. Let's check him first." Lin Yanshen, Chushuan turned to look at him and said unhappily, "Don't think that it's nothing. What if there's an internal injury? Let's check where it hurts." Lin Yanshen said, "I'm really fine. Your foot needs to be checked quickly." "Doctor, this isn't a life and death situation. There's no need to push it. Besides, we have two doctors here." Lin Yanshen's limbs were normal. He was going to do an internal examination later. However, he felt that he was full of energy and should be fine. Chushuan was pushed to the X-ray to see if there were any fractures in his foot. Lin Yanshen waited outside the X-ray room. An unfamiliar man approached him and said, "Mr. Lin, let's talk." They went to a secluded corner of the corridor. The man gave him a new cell phone and left. The screen of the cell phone was lit up and showed that it was in the middle of a call. Lin Yanshen seemed to understand. He picked up the phone and before the other party could speak, he said, "Dad." Father Lin asked angrily, "What's wrong with you? You're not young anymore. Can you stop fooling around? Why did you suddenly run into the mountains and almost get killed?" Lin Yanshen hated his condescending tone. No matter what he did, this old man would criticize him. "I'm fine. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Father Lin was even angrier. He had just started speaking when Lin Yanshen directly hung up on him. Chushuan came out after the X-ray. He saw that Lin Yanshen was not in a good mood and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yanshen, "Nothing, it's just a call from the staff." Chushuan remembered something. "Are they asking us for the rescue fee?" "Give it to me, I'll pay for it." Lin Yanshen nodded. "Alright, I'll give it to you." Chushuan only checked the orthopedics department. He did not dare to check the internal medicine department. He was afraid that once the data came out, the doctors here would know that something was wrong and expose the secret of his impending death. Fortunately, his ankle was only slightly sprained, and his bones were not damaged. He would recover after 3 to 5 days of rest, and he would be able to walk. Even so, it was enough of a headache for Chushuan. He didn't have much time left, and he still had to spend time recovering from these superficial wounds. When it rains, it pours. Chushuan could only admire the snowy scenery through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the hotel. Lin Yanshen was a part-time nurse. His luck was better than Chushuan's, or rather, his physical fitness. Other than some bruises, he was fine. Chushuan originally thought that it would be boring, but later on, he realized that it was also an experience. It had been many years since someone took care of him when he was sick. Before he fell out with his parents, he rarely remembered asking for their pity when he was sick. His parents wanted to cultivate his ability to live independently, so he started to live in the dormitory when he was in junior high. Every day, the dormitory supervisor would check his personal hygiene and tidy up his belongings. They never overdid it for 6 years. He had never had a serious illness. If he had a headache or fever, he would go to the pharmacy to buy some pills. He thought that if the pills did not work and his condition became serious, he would inform his parents. In the end, he would recover silently every time. Then, he would feel that it was over and there was no need for his parents to worry, so he never mentioned it again. When he was studying, Xianxia accompanied him to the school's infirmary. He felt that he was cared for. After he started working, there was no one to accompany him. Adults mostly relied on themselves when they went to see a doctor. Anyway, they could sign the liability agreement by themselves. The sprained ankle this time was not a big problem. In fact, he did not need anyone else. He could take care of himself. However, this was the first time in his life that someone took care of him so attentively. When he wanted to get a glass of water, he was stopped by Shaolin. Xuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. "My foot is injured, not my hand." Lin Yanchen said, "You'll hurt your foot if you walk so far." Xuan said, "It's just 4 or 5 meters. I can walk on my own with a walking stick." Lin Yanchen was busy. He did not find it troublesome and was more than happy to help. Xuan felt suffocated. Lin Yanchen found a wheelchair and put warm clothes on Xuan. He carried him to the wheelchair and went out for a stroll. Lin Yanchen took him out of the room to get some fresh air. Xuan joked, "So many people are looking at you. They must be wondering where I found such a handsome and caring male caregiver." Lin Yanchen was praised by his side profile. He was quite beautiful. He was not modest at all and asked for a yard after getting an inch. "Look at that old couple over there. Don't we look like them?" There was a white-haired old couple in the distance. The old lady was sitting in a wheelchair while the husband was pushing the wheelchair. The two of them were talking and laughing. No one knew what they were talking about. Their wrinkled faces reflected their smiles. They were not ugly at all. Instead, they were radiant. They walked to a secluded area and stopped. Xuan quietly looked into the distance. The pure white snow, the blue sky, and the dark green snow-covered forest. Lin Yanchen looked at Xuan's fair face and was somewhat fascinated. In fact, among the people he had met before, Xuan was not particularly good-looking. He had seen many beauties of all kinds. Beauty was nothing to him. Xuan's nose was red from the cold wind. He looked at the scenery with a deep gaze. It was as if he was looking at the mountains and snow. It was also as if he was looking at an unreachable place. Lin Yanchen could not figure it out. Xuan was usually smiling, but when he was quiet and did not smile, there would be a lingering sadness around him. Lin Yanchen could not help but ask, "That day, you said that before you met me, you were a virgin." His heart had been itching for 2 days. He had wanted to ask for a long time. Xuan came back to his senses and immediately panicked. Before he could finish his sentence, he interrupted him, "I forgot. I forgot." "You should forget about it too." For a man, this was a great humiliation. Nowadays, even teenage boys were ashamed to be virgins. He was already 30. Lin Yanchen. He saw Xuan's ears turn red. It seemed that it was true. Lin Yanchen's feelings were complicated. He didn't expect Xuan to have no sexual experience at his age. Moreover, he was quite passionate in bed. But now that he thought about it carefully, there were indeed some clues. It was just that he didn't notice it at the time. Then, was he not Xuan's first man? He felt that it was a little strange. He actually did not have such a complex. He had been in love twice before. He studied in a private school since he was young, but his sexual orientation was straight. One summer break in high school, a girl confessed to him that he was her first love. He only felt that it was troublesome. It sounded like a big responsibility, so he quickly rejected her. To his ex-girlfriend, he was not her first boyfriend. Everyone had a tacit understanding to increase their dating experience. No one was too serious, and they broke up peacefully when they were tired of it. This seemed to be frivolous, but Lin Yanchen felt that he was considered a serious and conservative person among his friends. The sons of his father's friends were all playful. He changed girlfriends every week. He did not like to interact with that group of people. But Xuan was a man. To be honest, it was Xuan's first time in bed with a man. It was also his first time in bed with a man. He had been in school for many years. It was not that he did not secretly date his classmates, but he did not realize that he was interested in men. When he met Chushuan, he was at his lowest point. He was drunk, and his rebellious heart was burning like a raging flame. He needed to find some deviant and different stimulation to relieve his anger. He was obsessed and accidentally slept with Chushuan. After that, he became a little addicted. He did not know that he was so lustful. Lin Yanchen could not hide his joy. He said shyly, "It's also my first time." Before he could finish, Chushuan laughed. "First time? You're so experienced. How could it be your first time? How could it be your first time in your line of work? You used to play fight the landlord with people in bed?" 100 Alliance letter. Lin Yanchen felt wronged. "I'm not finished. I said it was my first time with a man. Oh, I used to receive female clients." Chushuan thought. Lin Yanchen said, "I really think that you're good-looking and witty. Many people must have liked you." Chushuan was a little angry. He asked him to stop, but he still said it. And what was this brat so happy about? He said impatiently, "You don't have to flatter me. I'm not good-looking and I have a gloomy personality. No one has liked me." Lin Yanchen said sincerely, "You look especially good when you smile." Chushuan said, "I don't usually like to smile." His work was so annoying. It was not enough to scold people all day. There were not many things that could make him smile. Lin Yanchen said, "You're always smiling when you're with me." Chushuan said, "That's because you make me smile." Lin Yanchen smiled. "Do you like being with me?" Chushuan saw his bright smile, which made people's faces burn. He said, "I don't know. Don't ask me anymore." I said don't ask. If you ask again, I'll get angry. With Chushuan's current state, did he still need more answers? Lin Yanchen's heart was full of sweetness. He could not help but kiss Chushuan's cheek. Okay. I won't ask. I won't be angry." Chushuan was angry. "I said don't kiss me." Lin Yanchen bargained with him. "I didn't leave you in the snow mountain this time. You have to give me a reward." "I'm not greedy. I just want you to lift the ban on kissing, okay?" Chushuan hesitated. Lin Yanchen took another step back. "I'll still ask if I kiss your lips. Can I kiss your forehead?" Chushuan blushed and nodded reluctantly. "Okay." Lin Yanchen bent down in front of the wheelchair and touched his nose. "Son, I'm really happy. Can I kiss your lips to celebrate?" "Just one kiss." Chushuan's face was red. He knew that this brat would take advantage of any chance he got. Lin Yanchen asked, "Okay?" Chushuan could only nod. Lin Yanchen slowly approached him. First, their noses touched and they felt each other's warm breath. They were so close that they were already entwined. Then, their lips touched. It was so gentle that it made one feel like melting. They kissed until both of their cheeks were hot. Lin Yanchen squatted down and hugged him. He called his name. "Asun, I like you so much." Chushuan did not answer. It was a sweet confession, but it made him sober. Okay, Chushuan did not want to think too deeply about what happened when they were trapped in the snow valley. Even a husband and wife would fly away separately in a crisis. Moreover, Lin Yanchen was not his real lover. No matter how professional he was, who would sacrifice so much for someone else in a life-and-death situation, he now believed that Xiaolin really liked him. But this was what made him even more distressed. Xiaolin should not like him. He was about to die. Chushuan patted Lin Yanchen's shoulder. "When I can walk in a few days, we'll set off to see the aurora." 4 days later, they arrived at Banff National Park. Although they were still in the Rocky Mountains, they had to take a big detour to get into Canada. Chushuan planned to enjoy some beautiful scenery and head north until they arrived at Yellowknife Town. It was late winter, a good season to see the aurora. Chushuan had never been an unreasonable person. He deeply understood that he was not the center of the world. Even if he was terminally ill, he would not have any unrealistic dreams. It was winter now, so he would go to the extreme north to see the aurora. If he had known he was going to die in spring, he would probably have gone to a warm place to see the sea of flowers. He did not have much time left. Anything was good. They took the off-road vehicle up the mountain. It was bumpy. Chushuan hummed softly, he was a friend mine, every time I thought of him, I just could keep from crying . He dipped the road, he just kept moving, never reaped what could sow. He never did wrong, 1,000 miles from home, and never harmed one. Lin Yanchen listened to him quietly and smiled. He was a friend mine. Is that why you want to go to Wyoming and the Rocky Mountains? The song was an episode of the movie Brokeback Mountain. The movie was set in Wyoming, but it was actually filmed in the Rocky Mountains. Chushuan shook his head. Not specifically. It was just a coincidence. Jack and Ernest fell in love at Brokeback Mountain, but in reality, there was no such place as Brokeback Mountain. It was just an unreachable dream. Even so, he still wanted to see this unrealistic mirage. They arrived at Manglian Lake. This was a glacial lake that was so beautiful that it was printed on banknotes. It was actually not the most beautiful season, but standing by the lake and looking at the snowy scenery of the 10 peaks still made people feel relaxed and happy. Between the tranquil mountains and rivers, the soul also calmed down. Chushuan sat by the lake and thought about his life. He had been busy for half his life. What had he done? Whether it was for society or for himself, he had achieved nothing. Chushuan met a bearded photographer by the lake. He looked like an unevolved gorilla and casually took a photo of him. Chushuan naturally wanted to reason with him. How could he take photos of others without permission? The photographer showed the photos he had taken and couldn't bear to delete them. He praised the composition and lighting, as well as Chushuan's expression at that time. He said, "You have a very beautiful side profile. I like the lines of your head, neck, and shoulders. They are very elegant." He even said that he could share the photos with Chushuan. This bearded man's mouth was quite sweet. Chushuan politely thanked him for the compliment and then said, "Delete it." The bearded photographer had to delete the photo with a bitter face. He rarely saw people like Chushuan. Usually, when he took a beautiful photo, the owner of the photo would be willing to let him keep the photo even if he didn't get permission in advance. The moment that gave him inspiration was fleeting. He pressed the shutter when he saw it and still had time to ask for permission. After he got permission, the inspiration ran away. Chushuan teased him, "I heard that you've been here for a few days. Have you been secretly taking photos of others by the lake?" The photographer defended himself. He said that he had been waiting by Manglian Lake for almost a week, wanting to take photos of Manglian Lake under the aurora, but he hadn't seen it. It wasn't that easy to see the aurora in Banff Park. The probability was relatively low. It was very lucky to see it once a month. Since Chushuan was also planning to see the aurora, the photographer was very enthusiastic. He recommended 2 websites to Chushuan to observe the solar activity and speculate when the aurora might appear in the sky over which area. This way, Chushuan wouldn't only see a black QQ night sky during the freezing night. But he said in distress, "Logically speaking, the aurora should appear in the sky above Manglian Lake recently, but I haven't seen it." Chushuan laughed, "That's not accurate." Lin Yanchen saw them flirting with each other and really couldn't listen to it. But he was very polite and didn't interrupt. He just quietly separated the two of them. After a while, Chushuan realized that something was wrong with Lin Yanchen. What's wrong? He roughly knew about the danger in the snow valley last time because Chushuan still only treated him as a companion and didn't want others to know about it. He had shot himself in the foot. If he hadn't lied in the beginning, there wouldn't have been a beginning. Now, he didn't know how to confess. Chushuan saw that he was sulking and pulled his hand. "I just said a few more words to others and you're unhappy. You're really jealous. You can even be jealous of a furry gorilla. I really admire you." Lin Yanchen was quite angry when he heard the first half of the sentence, but when he heard Chushuan call the photographer a gorilla, his anger turned into laughter. "You're really rude." Chushuan wasn't really a good person. He was used to talking to people and talking to ghosts. When he turned his head, he often made up stories about difficult business partners. It was just that he didn't dare to say these offensive words out loud. Chushuan didn't care. "I don't know him. It's also very rude of him to secretly take photos of me." In the evening, they returned to the hotel. They were woken up in the night. Chushuan was a light sleeper and woke up first. He walked to the window and looked at the magnificent aurora lingering in the sky. Chushuan was shocked by this indescribable light. After a while, he came back to his senses and called Lin Yanchen. Xiaolin, quickly get up. They quickly changed their clothes and went out to see with the other passengers who were woken up. The red and purple ribbons of light were like glowing veils, covering the brilliant river of stars and reflecting on the mirror-like surface of the lake. It was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. It was really cold in the middle of the night. Chushuan raised his head and looked at it. He smiled and blew out a white mist. There were always changes in his plan. He thought that he would see the aurora somewhere else, but a few days earlier, he unexpectedly met the aurora in a more beautiful place. What a coincidence, just like his meeting with Lin Yanchen. Chushuan was moved by the miracle. Is it very cold? Lin Yanchen said, holding Chushuan's hand and wrapping it in his palm. I left in such a hurry that I forgot to bring my gloves. He asked again, does your foot hurt? The stone road isn't easy to walk on. I'll carry you back later. If you accidentally sprain your foot again, you'll have to go to the hospital. Chushuan didn't refuse. He lay on his back and asked, Xiaolin, what were you thinking when you carried me through the snow that day? Lin Yanchen turned his face and looked at him seriously. The expression in his eyes was brighter than the light of the stars. I've said it many times. I really like you. Do you still not believe me? Chushuan's heart skipped a beat from his gaze. He said, I believe you. Lin Yanchen couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. In his life, there had never been anyone like Chushuan who could make him hesitate with just a few words. But whether Chushuan believed him or not and whether Chushuan liked him or not was another matter. So look. Komai. Lin Yanchen asked, then are we still going to Yellowknife Town to see the aurora? Chushuan said, we've already seen it here. We're not going anymore. Lin Yanchen nodded. Then I'll cancel the reservation. Where are we going next? Chushuan hugged his neck. I can't think of anything. You decide. I'll go wherever you take me. There weren't many days left. Going back to China was fine. Lin Yanchen suddenly stopped in place. Chushuan asked, what's wrong? Lin Yanchen said foolishly, what you're saying makes it sound like you're going to elope with me. It makes me want to kiss you. I'm going to, Chushuan sneered. Didn't I say the same thing to you the first day we came out to play? Lin Yanchen said, that's different. Chushuan said with disdain, even though we're both men, you're too easy to get carried away by lust. Lin Yanchen said honestly and shamelessly, I'm not carried away by lust. It's just that when you're around, my mind is full of lust. It's so much that it's about to overflow. Chushuan, he had never seen someone as young as Lin Yanchen who was so shameless. He really admitted defeat. Lin Yanchen suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, son, I'll take you to a good place. Chushuan asked, where? Lin Yanchen brought Chushuan from Canada to England. As soon as they got off the plane, they were picked up by a luxury car. Chushuan asked, where are we going? Lin Yanchen pulled him into the car and lied without blinking, I booked a trip to a manor. You can ride a horse, row a boat, and there's also an orchard and a rose garden. I'll take you there to play. Chushuan said, oh. He didn't think too much about it. He thought it would be a simple and elegant wooden house with a stone stove in the house and a large yard outside with flowers that wouldn't wither in all 4 seasons. He could enjoy the natural scenery and maybe even raise a big white goose to guard the house. The car drove through a large road with tall beech trees lining both sides of the road, covering the road with dense shade. After sitting in the car for an hour and taking the plane, Chushuan was a little tired. Finally, he saw a stone fence and a huge black carved iron gate in front of him. The car slowed down in front of the gate and the iron gate opened. He breathed a sigh of relief, we're here? Lin Yanchen glanced at him and said, soon, we're at the gate. We'll be at the villa soon. Chushuan, ? After the car passed through the iron gate, it drove for about 10 minutes before arriving at the villa. Men and women dressed in black and white or dark clothes stood on the steps and nodded respectfully. The leader was a white man who looked to be about 30 years old. His brown hair was neatly combed and he had a pair of glassy blue eyes. He spoke with a standard London accent. "Good afternoon, respected guest. I'm Ryan. It's an honor to serve you." Chu Xuan was shocked by this and didn't dare to be rash. He didn't move forward. This was too ridiculous. No matter how powerful he was, it was impossible for him to do this. Lin Yanchen said, "What are you waiting for? Follow me." Chu Sun could only follow him. Previously, he only vaguely felt that there was a mistake. Renting a small seaside villa, a branded car, and settling a hotel with a full schedule that he couldn't book a room in was all said and done. Borrowing a private jet to take a flight. Now, Lin Yanchen was still telling him that this was just a tourist project. Only a fool would believe this. He wasn't a fool. Wasn't this too much? Did he think he was retarded? Chu Xuan's heart suddenly felt heavy. Shaolin might. No, he definitely wasn't a prostitute, but if he wasn't, why did he appear that day? Who on earth was Shaolin? What was his identity? Why would she do these things for him? Who on earth was Shaolin? However, Chu Xuan was flustered. He thought about it and thought about it again. He couldn't figure it out, but he didn't get angry. Forget it, he was a person who was about to die. What was the point of being so calculative? His encounter with Shaolin was like the brilliant aurora he saw at Manglian Lake. It was an unexpected encounter and a beautiful miracle that disappeared in the blink of an eye. There was no need to spoil the mood. Enjoy the moment, be happy, and then die. Wasn't that the case? Lin Yanchen turned to look at him and asked fawningly, "Do you like it here? Isn't she beautiful?" Chu Xuan nodded and said, "Yes." Although it was exaggerated, he was still experienced in society. He wasn't scared out of his wits. He calmed down and followed Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen said, "I'm hungry. Let's eat first. The chef here makes delicious food. Come and try it." The dining room had a long and wide solid wood dining table. Chu Xuan had only seen this kind of table on TV or in movies before. Usually, there would only be two owners, one sitting at the head and the other at the back, separated by 4 or 5 meters. However, they sat together carelessly. The handsome butler silently served them food. He was very meticulous. He placed the plates and cutlery without making any noise, as if he was a ghost. Then he respectfully stood to the side with his hands hanging down. Chu Xuan wasn't used to being stared at while eating. He couldn't help but look at him a few more times. This person was quite tactful. He said he would call him if he needed anything and left. Only Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen were left to eat. Chu Xuan himself felt that he was too small a person. When he left home, he said that he wanted to eat a big meal and live in a luxurious mansion. Now that he was able to enjoy it, he couldn't appreciate it. He felt that this place made him feel even lonelier. He couldn't explain why. He was always with Lin Yanchen. If they were in a small room with a small square table, he would feel cozy. Lin Yanchen frowned. He used his knife and fork to rudely flip the beef cooked by the chef and said, "I remember that it used to be very delicious. Now it's just so. Your cooking is still the best." Chu Xuan laughed, "Your taste buds are failing you. I think this is the most delicious meal I've ever eaten in my life." Chu Xuan's words were always so interesting. The dead air became lively. Lin Yanchen thought for a moment and said, "Delicious, but not delicious. I know how to describe it." Chu Xuan asked, "What do you think?" Lin Yanchen said, "This food doesn't have the soul of a home." Chu Xuan pretended to be angry, "You're copying me." Lin Yanchen laughed out loud. Lian faintly heard from outside the door and secretly took a look. He hadn't seen the young master so happy in many years. Was it because of the man that the young master brought back? It was said that taking a shower right after eating was not good for the body. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen walked hand in hand to the garden. This garden was clearly taken care of by a professional gardener. Even in the winter, it was still green and beautifully trimmed. They walked through a small path with dogwood and black steppe grass. Along the way, they saw many flowers. Chu Xuan couldn't recognize their names. He was too busy in the studio and didn't have time to take care of them. After turning a corner, they saw a bunch of Chinese roses in front of them. They didn't grow very big, but they were pleasantly surprised. Lin Yanchen saw that he liked them and said, "I'll pick them for you and put them in the vase in our room." Chu Xuan shook his head, "Don't pick them. They'll die if you pick them." "I'll just look at them." Lin Yanchen said, "If you don't pick them, they'll wither sooner or later. Instead of walking so far to look at them, it's better to keep them by your side." Chu Xuan took advantage of his seniority, "That's why I said you're still young." Chu Xuan thought that this matter was over. He didn't expect that when he woke up the next morning, he would see a few budding Chinese roses in the glass vase. They weren't placed randomly. There were other flowers and plants accompanying them, making them look even more beautiful. It was like a fire. Xiao Lin's temper was quite stubborn. This was how people interacted with each other. At first, he thought that Xiao Lin was a rare boy in the world. He had countless good points, but after interacting with him for a while, he could see some flaws. However, the flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of his personality. On the other hand, Chu Xuan thought back to the time when he first met Lin Yanchen. Xiao Lin was like a mannequin. Unknowingly, he became more and more lively. Sort of the future, Lin Yanchen was excited. He personally brought over a set of equestrian clothes. "Son, change your clothes. I'll take you to ride a horse." Chu Xuan took off the clothes and looked at Lin Yanchen. Equestrian clothes were a gentleman's suit that evolved from hunting clothes. Lin Yanchen's dressing style was young and rebellious. It was the first time he saw Xiao Lin dressed so formally. It was a unique style. Lin Yanchen blushed under his gaze. "What's wrong?" Chu Xuan praised him. "Xiao Lin, you look really good today." Lin Yanchen wasn't modest at all. "When do I not look good?" Chu Xuan said, "Shameless." Chu Xuan sat on the bed to change his clothes. He stepped on a small stool and picked up a man's half-suspender stocking and put it on his leg. Even if he didn't raise his head, he could feel Lin Yanchen's burning gaze. After putting on one of the stockings, Chu Xuan looked up as if he was playing with him. He smiled subtly. "Let me wear the other stocking, Xiao Lin." Lin Yanchen only looked at him indifferently, but his mouth suddenly became dry. As if he was possessed, he walked in front of Chu Xuan and half knelt down. He held Chu Xuan's heel with his hand. Chu Xuan was born with a pair of good legs. The bones and flesh were well balanced. They weren't as soft as a woman's, but they weren't thick either. They were just right. His instep was very thin, and even his toes were cuter than others. It made his heart beat fiercely. Chu Xuan found it funny and asked, "I asked you to put on a stocking for me. Why are your hands shaking?" Lin Yanchen blushed. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to stop himself from kissing her. He even wanted to kiss along her legs. He couldn't control his imagination, but he also felt disdainful and felt like a pervert. It took another 5 minutes to get from the villa to the horse farm. Lin Yanchen raised 4 horses, 1 pure black, 1 pure white, and 2 spotted horses. Each of them was very handsome, with well-proportioned and vigorous bodies, slender and powerful limbs, lush and thick manes, elf-like ears, and watery almond-like eyes. Chu Xuan had only ridden 1 horse when he was traveling in the scenic area. Its fur was dark, and its limbs were thick and short. When he saw these horses, he wondered if he had been tricked. Was it a donkey? The black horse's mane was carefully braided, and it was wearing a gilded harness. It was particularly handsome. Chu Xuan wanted to touch it, but he didn't dare. He asked Lin Yanchen, "What horse is this?" Lin Yanchen introduced it to him. "The Black Pearl of Friesland, a Friesland horse. Do you like this horse best? His name is Jay, and he's a boy. They're all very good-looking." "I don't know much about horses," Chu Xuan continued. "The white one is also good-looking. This is Libitsama. Her name is Shirley, and she's a girl," Lin Yanchen said. Chu Xuan nodded. "I remember that in Water Margin, Song Jiang had a horse that was also snow white. It had a nice name. I always remember it was called the Jade Lion of the Night. A foreigner's name still lacks charm." Lin Yanchen immediately said, "That's good. In English, she'll be called Shirley, and in Chinese, the Jade Lion of the Night." Chu Xuan raised his eyebrows. "You can change their names?" Lin Yanchen thought to himself that this was bad. For a moment, he was too pleased with himself. He said with a cheeky smile, I'll suggest it to her owner. He'll definitely agree to such a beautiful name. Are you kidding me? Chusun reluctantly accepted his lie and looked at the two white and black spotted horses. He pointed at them and said, then are they sired by those two horses? One is black, one is white. Lin Yanchen couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha, that's what Appaloosa looks like. They're all neutered. Which horse do you want to ride? Such a tall horse was daunting. Chusun asked, which one is the most docile? Lin Yanchen said, then let's go with Jay. Chushuan was surprised. I thought the white horse would be the most gentle. Lin Yanchen, you can't judge a horse by its cover. She's a bad-tempered girl who loves freedom and hates people riding on her back. I was almost thrown off. Chushuan reached out and touched the black horse's smooth and neat mane. Jay bent down obediently and rubbed against his palm. It was really cute. Lin Yanchen taught him how to get on the horse. Chushuan climbed up shakily. Lin Yanchen held the reins and led the horse for a leisurely stroll in the meadow. He chatted with Chushuan, who was sitting on the horse's back. Don't worry, I'm next to you. He had personally ordered these horses, bought them home, named them, and raised them. They were very precious. If his friends wanted to borrow them, they had to depend on his mood and the horse's mood. Not to mention Chushuan, who could ride whichever one he wanted, he had to personally hold the reins. The thin and warm winter sun fell on them. The crisp and pleasant chirping of birds was like glass beads that occasionally fell from the treetops into their ears. Chushuan suddenly enjoyed this gentle atmosphere. There was no need for any sweet talk. Lin Yanchen just walked in front of him and held the horse for him. He couldn't help but look back. He sat on the horse. Lin Yanchen had to slightly raise his head. The light sprinkled on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, making him look like he was glowing gently. He was dazzlingly handsome. Chushuan always knew that Lin Yanchen was good-looking, but today he was especially good-looking. He stared at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was embarrassed by his stare. What are you looking at? Chushuan said, come here. Lin Yanchen walked to his side. Chushuan leaned down from the horse's back. Lin Yanchen thought that he was going to kiss him. He was so excited that his heart skipped a beat. Chushuan reached out and touched his left earlobe. I just found out that you have a small mole behind your ear. It's so cute. Lin Yanchen's earlobe that was touched by Chushuan's finger seemed to have been burned. It instantly turned red. Chushuan withdrew his hand. He couldn't help but reach out and chase after Chushuan. He grabbed Chushuan's hand and held it. He couldn't help but kiss the back of Chushuan's hand and fingertips. Chushuan didn't know what was going on. He smiled. What are you doing? Lin Yanchen looked at him with bright eyes. He didn't blink. It was as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. After holding it in for a while, he said clumsily, I like you. Stripped of the flowery words, the love of young people was always passionate and sincere. It was like a stream heated by the sun, clear and warm. It made Lin Yanchen feel that his heart, which had been trampled on in every possible way, was much warmer and calmer. Chushuan suddenly understood why he liked Xiao Lin at first glance. He had a youthful aura and was clean. Lin Yanchen couldn't see Chushuan's expression clearly. The light swayed behind him. Chushuan said softly, I know. You've said it so many times. Why do you keep saying it? Lin Yanchen asked with dissatisfaction, that's it? Love made people greedy. Give an inch and you want a mile. Chushuan avoided the important points and pretended not to hear anything. He said, Xiao Lin, didn't you want to teach me how to ride a horse? Are you going to teach me from below, or do you want to ride up as well? Lin Yanchen was led astray by him. He also climbed up the horse. He had specially asked someone to install a saddle for 2 people. He had originally planned to ride with Chushuan. Lin Yanchen flipped onto the horse. He wrapped his arms around Chushuan from both sides and held the reins. He was already half a head taller than Chushuan, so he wanted to hug Chushuan in his arms. As soon as he got on, the horse snorted. Chushuan stroked the horse's neck. It's heavy, right? What a pitiful little thing. Lin Yanchen. He thought it would be very romantic. In the past, when he had friends who went out to hook up with girls, they would take the girls on horseback rides. They told him that he could also take girls on horseback dates. Lin Yanchen always disliked it. He never thought that he would do such a stupid thing one day. Chu Xuan was eager to try. Can you ride faster? Let him run faster. Lin Yanchen hesitated and said, yes, I can. Chu Xuan asked, is there a problem? Is it dangerous? You don't have to run too fast. Just a little jog. It's too boring to walk slowly like this. Lin Yanchen said, no, you can sit in front. The wind will be very cold. Or you can sit in the back and hug me. I'll block the wind for you. Chu Xuan was surprised. He turned his head. Xiao Lin's handsome face was very close. He kissed that young face. Xiao Lin, why are you so cute and considerate? It's okay. Just like this, your chest is also very warm. Lin Yanchen blushed and kissed him back. After kissing him, he became shy. When they first met, Xiao Lin had a glib tongue. After they became familiar, he became shy sometimes. Lin Yanchen thought of an English sentence, love is a touch and yet not a touch. Love is the hand that wants to touch but withdraws. Lin Yanchen urged the horse to trot. He didn't dare to run too fast. It was too dangerous. He didn't care if he fell, but he couldn't fall soon. Chu Xuan was anxious. Hurry up. Does this count as passing? Lin Yanchen had no choice but to let Jay run faster. The horse's hooves made a series of crisp dang 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 sounds as they stepped on the ground. Chu Xuan was finally satisfied. He laughed along and even commanded him as if his life depended on it, can we jump over that railing? Go jump. Jump over it. Since Chu Xuan had already said so, he couldn't lose face. Lin Yanchen held his breath and urged the horse to speed up, faster and faster. He frowned and stared intently at the railing in front of him, which was half the height of a person. Jay rushed to the railing without fear, jumped up, and flipped over easily and gracefully. Lin Yanchen sighed in relief. He pulled the reins and stopped. Are you happy? Chu Xuan happily replied, of course. He then said, you're really good. Lin Yanchen modestly said, I learned it before. Chu Xuan laughed and said, haha, I was praising the little black horse. Lin Yanchen, they ran 2 laps and returned to the stable. Lin Yanchen dismounted first. Chu Xuan took off his helmet and accidentally bumped his glasses. His glasses fell to the ground. Ah. What? Lin Yanchen asked. He moved half a step and felt that he had stepped on something. There was a crisp click. Chu Xuan said, my glasses were broken by you. Chu Xuan's left eye had 450 degrees of myopia and his right eye had 500 degrees of myopia. Without his glasses, he could see anything that was more than a foot away. Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan squinted his eyes but still couldn't see Lin Yanchen's face clearly. He smiled. It's okay, I know you didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xuan was now blind. Without his glasses, he was a cripple. He looked at his feet and felt dizzy. I want to get down. I can't see clearly. Give me a hand. Lin Yanchen half carried him and helped him off the horse. Chu Xuan sighed. My glasses are really full of misfortune. I just got a new one and now they're broken again. They had to pass through a rocky road in front of them. Lin Yanchen said, let me hold your hand and walk. Chu Xuan said resolutely, no. Lin Yanchen was puzzled. Why? You didn't reject holding hands before. Didn't we hold hands last night? Chu Xuan said, that's different. Yesterday we held hands and we were taking a walk. Now you think I need to be supported to walk. I don't think I'm that crippled. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded. What's there to be stubborn about? Chu Xuan walked forward carefully. The aura around him softened. Lin Yanchen looked at Chu Xuan's face. After taking off his glasses, Chu Xuan's face looked much younger. The glasses made him look more serious. His brows were furrowed and he looked very confused. He felt that Chu Xuan looked better like this. Chu Xuan was born with a pair of beautiful eyes. Usually, they were covered by the lenses. Lin Yanchen walked with him like an ant. "Son, I think you look better without glasses. Why don't you change to contact lenses?" Chu Xuan shook his head. "Glasses are better for glasses." Before he could finish his words, he nearly tripped and fell. Chu Xuan wanted to pretend that nothing had happened, but Lin Yanchen reached out to him. "Son, let's just take it that we're taking a walk, okay?" Chu Xuan coughed lightly and said, "All right then." Lin Yanchen held back his laughter. Chu Xuan placed her hand in his. Lin Yanchen quietly slipped his fingers through Chu Xuan's and intertwined their fingers. He raised his hand and kissed the back of Chu Xuan's hand. When he was close enough for Chu Xuan to see his face, he smiled brightly. "Let's go." Without his glasses, Chu Xuan was incredibly weak. Even though he did not say anything, he was relying on Chen Ge to move around. Lin Yanchen liked this feeling. Normally, Chu Xuan was like a gust of wind that he could not grasp at all. Chu Xuan was meticulous and naturally noticed Lin Yanchen's care. In his life, only Lin Yanchen treated him like this. Since he was young, everyone thought that he was strong and independent. He never cried, so everyone thought that he did not need to be cared for or protected. Before, he thought that it was because of Shaolin's high professionalism. Now, he even suspected Shaolin's true identity. But if it wasn't for money, why was Shaolin so good to him? Lin Yanchen gently spoke to him. "Do you have any ideas? If not, there's a lake over there. Do you want to go boating? I'll take you to get a new pair of glasses tomorrow. I'll make do tonight." Previously, when he was in danger in the Snow Valley, his glasses were broken. After he was rescued, he got a new pair of glasses. Chu Xuan pulled Lin Yanchen's hand and frowned. "Can't we go today?" Lin Yanchen said, "It's already so late. People have already gotten off work." Chu Xuan was skeptical. "Are you doing this on purpose?" Lin Yanchen said righteously, "Of course not. Why would I do it on purpose?" Even though he said that, he did it on purpose. It was just a pair of glasses. It was not as difficult as plucking the stars and the moon. If he gave the order, it would definitely be done within an hour. But that would be too boring. He planned to personally take Chu Xuan to the downtown eyewear shop to get a custom-made pair of glasses tomorrow. With so many people and cars on the streets, Chu Xuan would have to hold his hand tightly. That would be interesting. The next day, Lin Yanchen held Chu Xuan's hand and took him to get a pair of glasses. As expected, Chu Xuan did not dare to walk around and obediently followed him. Lin Yanchen was secretly happy. He felt that he had been led by the nose by Chu Xuan for a few days. Now, he could finally get back at him. Unfortunately, he could only drag it out for half a day. It was a pity. Last night, Chu Xuan was so cute. His eyes were dazed and he even had to tremble and feel the way to the toilet. Chu Xuan put on a new pair of glasses. The world instantly became clear. He finally came back to life. He called Lin Yanchen and prepared to leave. Lin Yanchen said, "Get a pair of contact lenses." Chu Xuan said, "I said I don't wear contact lenses." Lin Yanchen approached him. Chu Xuan quickly retreated. His face was red. "We're in public. You can't act recklessly." Lin Yanchen held his hand. Chu Xuan, "I'll compensate you with a new pair of glasses and a pair of contact lenses. It doesn't matter if you wear them or not. Just accept them first. They're not valuable anyway. They're just small trinkets." As the two of them were talking, a surprised voice suddenly came from the side. "Lin Yanchen? Is that you?" It came from behind Lin Yanchen. Chu Xuan looked over and saw a girl walking over. She looked to be the same age as Lin Yanchen. She had long wine-red hair, bright eyes, red lips, and a gorgeous face. Was she Lin Yanchen's acquaintance? Chu Xuan's heart trembled. He quickly shook off his hand and turned his head, pretending that he didn't know Lin Yanchen. The girl confirmed it when she saw Lin Yanchen's face. She talked for a long time. "Long time no see. Aren't you in China? I was thinking about looking for you one day. Seriously, you suddenly disappeared. Wasn't it just because you were bought?" We were all worried about you for a long time. Lin Yanchen was so anxious that he was about to explode. Why was he so unlucky? He really wanted to shut this woman's mouth. He hurriedly said in French, I have something to do. It's not convenient to talk to you now. I'll look for you next time. The girl was stunned for a moment when she heard him suddenly speak in French. But she immediately replied, okay, what's wrong? Are you angry? Why are you suddenly speaking in French? Swallowing the starry sky, Lin Yanchen said a little fiercely, it has nothing to do with you. The girl looked at Chushuan and then at Lin Yanchen. She understood and said with a mischievous smile, oh, I understand. You're afraid of being misunderstood by your new boyfriend? This is just a coincidence. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Yanchen had been paying attention to Chushuan's expression from the corner of his eye. The more he looked, the more flustered he became. Don't say any more. He's not my boyfriend yet. The girl said, this is the first time I've seen you so anxious about someone. No wonder you didn't date any girl for long before. It turns out that your hobbies are different. You don't have to hide it from us. I understand and support you, Lin Yanchen could only say, I really don't have time to talk to you. This matter. Don't tell anyone else. Why aren't you leaving? The girl repeatedly said okay. The girl was chased away by Lin Yanchen, and the optician shop regained its peace. He had also obtained the contact lenses that were ready. Lin Yanchen was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that Chushuan would ask questions, but Chushuan only said, let's go back. Lin Yanchen thought about it and took the initiative to say, you're not going to ask? She and I are just normal friends. We met when we were studying. Chushuan smiled and said, who you make friends with has nothing to do with me. Lin Yanchen inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. He couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw Chushuan walking close to other people. Chushuan didn't care at all. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he suddenly felt that the distance between them was getting further and further. Chushuan buried his emotions deep in his heart. Lin Yanchen didn't know that he roughly understood French. He's not my boyfriend. Don't tell anyone else. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. He was disheartened. Speaking of which, he felt that he was ridiculous. What was a person who was about to die looking forward to? Chushuan leaned against the railing by the River Thames and waited for Lin Yanchen to return with 2 cups of hot coffee to warm his hands. He quietly looked at the river. The wind blew his hair up. He hadn't cut his hair for about 2 months and it had grown a lot longer. Lin Yanchen came back with 2 cups of coffee and ran like a runner. He even apologized, sorry for making you wait. Chushuan took a cup of coffee. The warmth seeped into his body from his palms and said, are you tired? Let's sit over there and rest. We can talk. Lin Yanchen took out a tissue and diligently wiped the public bench before letting Chushuan sit down. He said, I'll take you to archery in the afternoon. Have you tried archery before? Do you want to try? It's quite interesting. Chushuan was disinterested and nodded nonchalantly. The two of them chatted intermittently. Fine snowflakes floated down from the sky. Lin Yanchen saw Chushuan raise his head. The snowflakes landed on the tip of his reddish nose and instantly melted, turning into small sparkling water droplets. Chushuan said, now we can't go archery. Lin Yanchen said, let's go home. They got up and prepared to leave. A man wearing a woolen hat ran in front of him with a piece of paper. No, it was a drawing. It was a pencil sketch of Chushuan. In the drawing, his face was slightly tilted and he was smiling and talking to Lin Yanchen. Chushuan was stunned. So this was his expression when he looked at Shaolin, was he that gentle? He didn't know. The artist of the drawing said, 50 pounds. Chushuan handed the drawing back. It's too expensive. You're forcing me to buy. The drawing was intercepted halfway. Lin Yanchen said, I'll buy it. Chushuan looked at him. Lin Yanchen said, I can't take a picture, but can I keep a drawing? I'll pay for it. Although he said that, Lin Yanchen was still worried that Chushuan would disagree. Chushuan looked at him and then at the painting. If it was just a photo, all he had to do was press the delete button. It wouldn't feel real. However, this was a painting. It was the real thing. If he were to destroy it, he would only damage it. He couldn't bear to do so. Buy it. However, he couldn't buy it so easily. It would be too embarrassing. Chushuan bargained, £50 is too expensive. £30. The painter shook his head, and argued, no, £50. I think I have done it very well. You see, you look at your lover with a look of love and melancholy. I have done all the details well. Is it not worth £50? I still think it's very cheap. Chushuan blushed. What did he mean by full of love? He immediately turned hostile. I'm not buying it. Lin Yanchen hurriedly said, yes, I'll buy it. To be honest, he had never bought such a cheap painting in his life. In his opinion, he was willing to pay for it even if there were 3 or 4 zeros behind the price. Lin Yanchen still bought the painting for £50. He was very satisfied and also spent a few pounds to buy an old painting tube to protect the painting. He held it in his arms. Chushuan felt embarrassed and said awkwardly, you're really spending money recklessly. You're also stupid. You were cheated. Lin Yanchen suddenly kissed him. I like it very much. Chushuan was caught off guard and was kissed. He said, don't do this on the streets. Lin Yanchen obediently received the lesson. Oh, then I'll kiss you again when we get back. I'll kiss you enough. The next morning, Chushuan woke up early and wiped the white fog from the window. He saw that the originally green courtyard was wrapped in silver overnight. When he woke up, he didn't feel Lin Yanchen lying beside him. Where did Lin Yanchen go? Chushuan changed his clothes and left the bedroom. But this house was frighteningly big. He didn't know where to find Lin Yanchen. Chushuan wandered in the corridor. It was a world of ice and snow outside, but there were flowers on the table in the warm room. This was a very strange scene. Chushuan stopped. Chushuan hesitated. He even wondered if meeting Lin Yanchen was just a dream. Perhaps it was just a dream when he was dying. Only in a dream would there be such a cute and young boy fall in love with him. But what was the difference between a dream and reality? Reality was the world that people lived in. If he didn't wake up and lived in this dream, then could this dream be called reality? Chushuan was absent-minded when a living person suddenly appeared beside him. The butler-eyed floated to his side like a shadow. Good afternoon, Mr. Chu. Please come with me. Chushuan asked, where are we going? I'd said respectfully, you will know when you follow me. Chushuan followed I'd handed him a coat and gloves and opened the door for him. Mr. Lin is waiting for you. Chushuan dressed neatly. He didn't know why, so he slightly frowned and walked outside. The snow was not deep, only reaching his ankles. Chushuan looked around. Not to mention Lin Yanchen's figure, he didn't see anyone nearby. Strange. Where's Shaolin? The masked butler didn't seem to be lying. At this time, Chushuan finally heard a different sound. Thump thump thump, thump thump thump, thump thump thump. Where did he hear it? Chushuan thought for a moment and remembered. It was the sound of horse hooves. Chushuan turned his head and saw a small black shadow approaching from a distance. Lin Yanchen was riding a white horse. Stepping on the snow. He was wearing a black and red riding suit, like a cluster of fire. Lin Yanchen stopped the horse in front of him and smiled brightly. Soon. He was very handsome, but Chushuan frowned and asked doubtfully, you went riding a horse in the snow early in the morning? Lin Yanchen was stunned and asked back, am I not good at riding? Is riding a white horse not handsome in the snow? Chushuan understood in hindsight and smiled. Don't tell me that you secretly got up so early to ride a horse to give me a surprise just to show off. Are you a child? Lin Yanchen was exposed, but he wasn't angry. He said frankly, children can't ride as well as me. He asked again, do you want to ride? Chushuan refused without hesitation. No, the weather is so cold and the snow is slippery. It's dangerous. I don't want to play. I want to go back and warm the stove. Lin Yanchen got off the horse. Chushuan walked over, took off his gloves, and pinched his face with his warm hands. Look at your face. It's cold. Lin Yanchen was led by Chu Xuan back to the big house. It was almost noon and they had lunch. Lin Yanchen asked, the snow stopped. Are we still going to play archery? Chu Xuan still said, it's cold. I'm not going. Just stay by my side. Lin Yanchen thought about it and said, okay, then let's play games. Chu Xuan felt that the time he spent with Lin Yanchen was the time he played games the most. When he was young, the internet was not developed. His friends would go to internet cafes and game halls to play games. Although he was like this, he secretly went to play a few times when he was underage. He was careful and controlled his time well. His parents and teachers never found out. Everyone still thought of him as a model child. Now that he thought about it, there was actually a rebellious factor in him. It was just that he didn't have the chance to show it before. When he was in his teens and 20s, he also liked to play games. But after work, he was too busy and didn't have time to play games. Invincible Immortal. A few days ago, when he was in the hospital recovering from his foot injury, he played games with Shaolin day and night. Even if he didn't go out, he was still very happy to play with Shaolin. But today, Chu Xuan really couldn't be happy. After playing a few games, Lin Yanchen gradually sensed that Chu Xuan was in low spirits today. He didn't know why he was unhappy, so he asked, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Chu Xuan forced himself to be alert and forced a smile. No, it's not your fault. I'm just a little dizzy. I want to take a nap. Chu Xuan didn't think it was good for him to be like this. It was said that people would become drowsy when faced with an unsolvable problem. This was the body's subconscious avoidance of reality. He had slept until almost 11 o'clock, but after only 2 or 3 hours, he was sleepy again. He slept until 5 o'clock. The sky outside was gradually darkening. Lin Yanchen woke him up to eat. He had just woken up and his body was a little hot. Lin Yanchen touched his forehead worriedly and said suspiciously, I think you're sick. I'll get you a doctor. Chu Xuan said, I don't think it's anything. I'm just a little tired and want to sleep. Get me a thermometer and I'll measure my temperature. His temperature was a little high, but it was within the normal range. Chu Xuan said, see, I'm not sick. Lin Yanchen said absurdly, then you must be tired to go downstairs to eat. I'll get someone to bring the food in. You can eat in bed. This was too lazy. Chu Xuan shook his head. No, I'll get up. Chu Xuan didn't have a good appetite. Recently, his appetite didn't seem to be very good. A few days ago, he thought it was because he was on the road, but he had been at the manor for 3 days. He didn't get carsick or airsick. When he first started traveling, his appetite was very good. An ominous premonition floated in his heart. In the end, he couldn't avoid it. Chu Xuan only ate a little. He was thinking about how to tell Lin Yanchen. Maybe he should tell him tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would tell him first thing in the morning. In the end, Lin Yanchen asked him with dissatisfaction, son, what's wrong? What are you hiding from me? Chu Xuan hesitated and said, nothing. I'll tell you tomorrow. Lin Yanchen was angry. Tell me now. Otherwise I can't sleep. The room suddenly became quiet. There was only the crackling sound of the burning pine in the fireplace. Chu Xuan lowered his eyelashes. The soft light covered his face. He sighed and said helplessly, didn't you notice? Shaolin, today is December 23rd. Lin Yanchen didn't react for a moment. What's wrong? Chu Xuan said neither too fast nor too slow. On the 26th of last month, we agreed to be together for a month. To be precise, it was 4 weeks. He didn't know why he felt like his heart was being squeezed when he said this. Lin Yanchen felt like he was hit in the head. He had been having so much fun that he forgot to count the days. He suddenly panicked. You were injured and recuperating for 4 days. Does that count? I don't think it counts. Chu Xuan said, how does it not count? I didn't give you any days off. You were with me the whole time. I was very satisfied. Lin Yanchen frowned. I don't think it counts. Chu Xuan heard him act so shamelessly and shook his head with a smile. Shaolin, you don't have to be like this. He gathered his strength and stood up. He walked to Lin Yanquan's side and held Lin Yanquan's hand. Lin Yanquan looked down at him. Chu Xuan saw his reflection in those eyes and his heart softened. Chu Xuan smiled and said gently and gratefully, Shaolin, I've been very happy these days. Thank you for being with me. It's time. I should go. Lin Yanquan felt as if his left chest was stuffed with something. It swelled uncomfortably and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Chu Xuan was still smiling, but he couldn't smile at all. The atmosphere was sad and awkward. Chu Xuan felt that he was amazing. He was actually in the mood to joke. You said that you couldn't sleep if I didn't say it. Now that I've said it, can you sleep? Lin Yanquan grabbed his hand and said in a muffled voice, I can't sleep. In the face of death, parting in life was nothing. Chu Sun was most grateful to little Lin for allowing him to fulfill many of his wishes at the end of his life. Even though he still wanted to see more of this world, he was satisfied with the way things were now. He was no longer angry and sad. He could finally accept the fact that he was about to die. Chu Xuan said, Shaolin, thank you so much. I'm very happy to have met you. Lin Yanquan still vaguely remembered how he felt when he met Chu Xuan when he was drunk. He was full of rebelliousness and originally had an unruly playful heart. He originally thought that they would break up peacefully after a month. He didn't know when he started to get serious and unknowingly forgot about the 1-month agreement. It felt like he had just met Chu Xuan yesterday. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Lin Yanquan felt his eyes heat up. He heard his own choked voice. It was so weak that it didn't sound like him. Asun, can you not go? Chu Xuan said softly, Shaolin, don't be like this. Life is a journey of constantly meeting and parting. At least when we're together, we're happy. Isn't that enough? Lin Yanquan suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. After holding it in for a long time, he said in one breath, Asun, stay by my side. I don't want your money anymore. Don't go. Even though Chu Xuan was also very sad, he still said, no, this is an agreement. Lin Yanquan hurriedly said, then I'll give you 300,000, you stay with me. Chu Xuan froze for a moment and was amused by him. Don't say that, Shaolin. I'm not interested in you being my boss. Lin Yanquan saw that he was still smiling, as if he didn't care about himself. He was really anxious and angry. How can you be like this? How can you be so heartless? Chu Xuan said, I didn't, don't accuse me wrongly. I am a man of my word. Lin Yanquan had a belly full of depression that he had nowhere to vent. Suddenly, he exploded, what do you want me to do for you to be willing to stay? Asun, I like you. I really like you. Don't you like me at all? I've said it so many times, but you've never once said that you like me. What did I do wrong? Don't you like me? Chu Xuan's eyes were a little sour as he was stared at with passionate love. He turned his head away. Lin Yanquan's face was cold as he took a step in the direction where he turned his head. He walked into his line of sight. Chu Xuan turned his head again, and he continued to walk. Chu Xuan was helpless. He looked up at Lin Yanquan and took a deep breath. We're so happy together. Do we have to make it like this? I came to you because I wanted to be happy. What's the point of this now? Can't we part on good terms? When we set off together, we started it with a smile. Now, let's end it with a smile, okay? It's a good thing for you and for me. Lin Yanquan, who had always been obedient to Chu Xuan, suddenly refused to listen. I don't want to. Actually, I'm not, the point guard is here. Chu Xuan understood that he might want to confess his identity, but he didn't want to hear it. He suddenly said coldly, I heard you say don't tell anyone to that girl. He had wanted to mention this for a long time. Lin Yanquan was stunned. He panicked and didn't have time to say anything. Chu Xuan continued. It wasn't that he wasn't depressed. When it came to relationships, he knew that he was actually very stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hooked by Xianxia for more than 10 years and willingly followed his orders. He didn't dare to tell whether Lin Yanquan was sincere or not, but he felt irritated when he thought of that sentence. He didn't realize that his words were a little sour. I understand what you said to that girl. Our relationship can't be announced to the public. From the beginning, we just agreed to play. But you don't want anyone to know, which means that you're not serious. If that's the case, why did you keep me? You even wanted to hide it from me and deliberately spoke in French. You even said. Chushuan took a deep breath. You even told her that I wasn't your boyfriend. I understood. Lin Yanchen was so anxious that his heart and lungs were scratching. He was so angry that his liver was hurting. He stuttered, no, I didn't mean it that way. I was afraid that you would be unhappy, so I spoke in French. I told her not to tell anyone that you weren't my boyfriend. It wasn't because I didn't want anyone to know. He still wanted to lie? Chushuan asked coldly, then what was the reason? Lin Yanchen was so anxious that he raised his voice. Wasn't that because you never said that you liked me? I haven't asked you if you were willing to officially date me. If you were willing, don't tell my friends that you're my lover. I could buy a newspaper and tell the whole world. I didn't even dare to ask. I don't think you like me that much. Lin Yanchen spoke very loudly and confidently. Chushuan was stunned by his roar. After a while, he said, why are you so loud? Are you fighting with me? After Chushuan said that, Lin Yanchen's voice softened. He calmed down and said in a round manner, you don't like me as much as I like you. It's fine if you like me, but you can't wrongly accuse me of not liking you. Chushuan's heart ached. Whether or not Lin Yanchen really liked him, he felt terrible. If Xiaolin really liked him, he couldn't drag Xiaolin down with him. At least they weren't officially dating and hadn't fallen too deep. It wasn't too late to withdraw. Lin Yanchen opened his arms and hugged him tightly. Through the fabric of their clothes, they could feel each other's passionate, rapid, and chaotic heartbeats. Chushuan clenched his fists and resisted the urge to hug Xiaolin back. Chushuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath to adjust his emotions. After repeating it a few times, he finally mustered up his courage and decided to push Lin Yanchen away. Right at this moment, Chushuan felt a drop of warm water fall on his neck. It was a tear. Chushuan's body froze. When the tear touched his skin, he felt as though he was scalded. The heat extended to the bottom of his heart. Sigh, this brat was always so shameless. How could he maintain a heart of stone? Lin Yanchen said with a sobbing tone, your heart is beating so fast. You clearly like me too, but you just won't admit it. Let's date properly, okay? Chushuan said carelessly, it's just because I did a lot of things with you that made my heart beat faster. That's why my heart beat faster when I saw you. Lin Yanchen let go of his embrace and grabbed his shoulders. His eyes were filled with tears. He was pitiful and angry. You're lying. Chushuan gritted his teeth and wanted to say something ruthless to cut the Gordian knot. Before he could finish, Lin Yanchen suddenly leaned over and kissed him. This was the first time Lin Yanchen was so ungentle. He was impatient and irritable. His lips were trembling, full of aggression and incomparably fragile. This was also the first time Chushuan didn't accept him. He clenched his teeth and closed his heart at the same time. Lin Yanchen gradually felt despair. Chushuan steeled his heart and pushed him away forcefully. Don't be like this, Lin Yanchen. In my heart, you're not someone who would force others to do things against their will. You can't force a melon to be sweet. Lin Yanchen looked embarrassed and asked almost pleadingly, son, you really don't like me? You don't like me at all? Chushuan bent his trembling fingers and clenched them into fists. He looked at Lin Yanchen and opened his mouth. However, every word that came out of his mouth felt like it was gouging his heart. Xiaolin, can you stop pestering me endlessly? I've always felt that you're a gentleman and a polite man. I don't want to ruin your image in my heart. Letting me think of you in the future is also a beautiful thing, okay? I've already bought the plane tickets for tomorrow. Lin Yanchen felt like his heart was sinking into a cold swamp. It was sinking bit by bit. He was so anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Even when his startup company was acquired, he didn't feel so insignificant. At that time, he was still suppressing his anger and waiting for an opportunity to go back and teach his father a lesson. He knew that there would always be an opportunity in the future. However, it was different this time. He couldn't think of a way to make Chushuan stay. Yes, he was very rich, but he didn't think that revealing his identity would be able to move Chushuan. Chushuan was a difficult problem that he couldn't do anything about. He had completely failed. The room was eerily quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yanchen took a few deep breaths and slowly held back his tears. He adjusted his emotions and tried his best to appear gentlemanly as he said, "Okay, I understand. Then at least let me send you off, okay?" Chushuan hesitated for a moment and wanted to refuse. "Shaolin, I think." Lin Yanchen saw his hesitation and refusal and couldn't hold it in any longer. The calmness that he had painstakingly built up collapsed in an instant. He blinked his eyes and tears fell. "Chushuan, you can't be so heartless." Chushuan felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart by his gaze. It was as if he had used up all his strength. His hands and feet were cold, and he didn't dare to look at Lin Yanchen's expression. He lowered his head and nodded slightly. He said weakly, "Okay then. Take me to the airport tomorrow." Thank you, Shaolin. The author has something to say. Thank you for subscribing. Congratulations on becoming an official account. Red packets will be given out for every new update on the first day of becoming an official account. Since Chushuan had already put it this way, Lin Yanchen couldn't do anything without proper upbringing. He spent a long time trying to calm himself down. He only managed to calm down a little so that he wouldn't do something irrational and hurt Chushuan, but his mind was still a mess. Lin Yanchen said with red eyes, "I'll sleep in another room tonight." Chushuan. He didn't know what to say. They couldn't sleep in the same bed like this. After being together for almost a month, this was the only time they slept in separate beds. He couldn't bear to see Lin Yanchen's face. He was like a loyal dog that was abandoned by his owner and begged him to change his mind. He completely believed that even if he said so many harsh words, Shaolin would forgive him as long as he softened his heart a little. Lin Yanchen was such a good boy. Chushuan said dryly, then. "Good night. Have a good sleep." Lin Yanchen subconsciously replied in a harsh tone, "How can I have a good sleep?" Chushuan didn't know what to say. He thought for a moment and said, "Should I give you a Valium?" Anyway, he probably had to take one tonight. The doctor prescribed a few days' worth, and he carried it with him along with the painkillers. He had been sleeping well recently, so he thought that these pills wouldn't come in handy. He didn't expect that they would come in handy in the end. "Lin Yanchen, I don't want it." Chushuan was stunned by his fierce tone. Lin Yanchen hurriedly apologized with tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Asun. I didn't mean to be fierce. I just couldn't control myself." Chushuan had already made up his mind to leave, but he still couldn't bear to leave a bad impression in Chushuan's heart. Chushuan was right. At least in the future, Chushuan would think of him in a good way. Chushuan said softly, "I know, Shaolin, you're very good. You're a very, very good boy." This did not comfort Lin Yanchen. He was even sadder. "No matter how good I am, you don't like me." Chushuan's heart ached. This was probably the saddest thing that had happened to him during this period of time. Meeting Shaolin was the greatest fortune and misfortune in his life. Why did God do this to him? Since there were people in this world who truly loved him, why would they arrange it when he was about to die? What did he do wrong in his past life for her to be so cruel to him? Chushuan was about to cry. "It's not your fault, Shaolin. It's my fault. It's all my fault." Lin Yanchen was confused. He didn't know if he was too narcissistic or what, but he always felt that Chushuan also liked him. No matter how much or little, at least he liked him. But if that was the case, why didn't Chushuan want to stay? But he liked Chushuan. He liked Chushuan so much that he didn't want to make things difficult for Chushuan. "I won't make things difficult for you." "Asun, what time is your flight tomorrow?" "Which airport?" Chushuan said, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yanchen said, "Then we'll get up at 8 in the morning. I'll take you to the airport." Chushuan softly said, "Thank you." Lin Yanchen reluctantly let go of his hand and sniffed. "Asun, have a good rest. I'm leaving." Chushuan's gaze uncontrollably followed Lin Yanchen's back. Lin Yanchen seemed to have finally made up his mind and left without looking back. Chu Xuan looked at the closed door and felt inexplicably disappointed. He stood there inside. Xiao Lin actually didn't like him that much. In the end, he was dismissed with just a few words. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Lin Yanchen came back. Chu Xuan was stunned. "Why are you back?" Lin Yanchen stupidly said, "Son, remember to lock the door when you sleep tonight and hide your documents well. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist stealing them while you're sleeping so that you won't leave." Chu Xuan was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and didn't know what to do. Lin Yanchen's eyes were still filled with tears, but he smiled at him. "I'm joking. I won't steal them." "Son, are you happy now?" Chu Xuan's nose twitched. He hesitated and nodded. "I don't want to see you unhappy." Lin Yanchen said seriously, "I'm really leaving. Son, I hope that even if you dream of me in your sleep, you'll be smiling without tears. Good night, Sun." Chu Sun's heart seemed to burst with tenderness and gathered together. When it reached his mouth, it turned into a meaningful sigh. "Good night, Xiao Lin." Chu Xuan tossed and turned in bed the entire night. His pillow was wet from crying. He didn't know what was wrong with him. He thought that he was a strong person. When he found out that he was unfortunately diagnosed with a terminal illness, he didn't shed a single tear. Now, he was crying like this just because of a small separation. He stayed up until 2 in the morning. He swallowed a calming pill and finally fell asleep. The next morning, Lin Yanchen woke him up. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. This was also the first time Lin Yanchen had woken up earlier than him during this period of time. Lin Yanchen's eyes were still bloodshot, and there were shadows of dark circles around his eyes caused by staying up late. However, he took care of himself cleanly and meticulously. He took a shower, changed into a 3-piece formal suit, put on a watch, pinned a diamond pin, combed his hair, and styled it. Not to mention shaving his beard, he even trimmed his eyebrows. It was as if he had become a different person, handsome and aggressive. Chu Xuan was stunned. Lin Yanchen had never dressed up like this in front of Chu Xuan. But today, he was sending Chu Xuan off. He wanted to leave the best impression for Chu Xuan and remember his most handsome appearance. Lin Yanchen didn't sleep the entire night. After sorting out his emotions, he saw Chu Xuan looking at him like this. He asked embarrassedly, "Do I look good today?" Chu Xuan nodded. "Yes." Lin Yanchen forced a smile. "That's good. I'll wait for you. You don't have to rush. It's still early. Even if there's a traffic jam, there's still time." Actually, there wasn't much to pack. When he left with Lin Yanchen, he didn't bring much. But along the way, he bought a lot of things that he wanted to bring back. Every time he packed, he would think of the time he spent with Lin Yanchen. Even if he couldn't be with Lin Yanchen, at least he could bring back memories and souvenirs. He dragged his feet. Washing up and getting dressed took him an hour and a half. After packing his luggage, he went to eat breakfast. After eating, it was time to leave. Perhaps it was because people forgot about hunger when they were sad, but Chu Xuan didn't feel hungry at all. Furthermore, the food was inexplicably oily and disgusting. He only ate a few mouthfuls. He really couldn't eat any more. Lin Yanchen spoke first. "It's okay if you can't eat. Son, it's time to leave. Otherwise, it'll be too late." Chu Xuan put down his knife and fork. "Okay." They sat in the car. Neither of them spoke. Halfway there, Lin Yanchen suddenly said, "I forgot that the painting should belong to you. Do you want to take it with you?" Chu Xuan hesitated. Lin Yanchen begged and asked nicely, "Son, don't let me take photos of you. Leave that painting to me, okay?" Chu Xuan's heart softened and he nodded. Lin Yanchen restrained himself and said politely, "Thank you." "Thank you, Sun." It took them 2 hours to get to the airport. Chu Xuan felt that it was both long and short. As soon as they got out of the car, Lin Yanchen rushed to take his suitcase. "Let me help you carry your suitcase." Chu Xuan quickly said, No, thank you." Lin Yanchen said, "Don't be afraid. I won't take your suitcase and let you stay. I just want to do something for you one last time, okay?" Son, let me carry your suitcase for you. Chu Xuan thought about it and didn't fight with him. He said, thank you. Thank you. Other than thank you, Chu Xuan didn't know what else he could say. Lin Yanchen accompanied him to wait for the plane. He knew that he should leave, but his body wanted to stay there until the last moment. It was very awkward to just sit there. Lin Yanchen took the initiative to talk to him. You said thank you to me so many times. I should thank you too. Before I met you, I suffered a setback and drank every day. You said that you were happy with me, and I was happy with you too. Yes. I also want to thank you. You're the first person I like so much in my life. Yes. I'm really not being glib. Son, I think I fell in love with you at first sight. You're my first love. Chu Xuan felt as if a blade was stuffed in his throat. He couldn't make a sound or speak. Lin Yanchen looked up at the electronic sign. Son, your plane is boarding. He stood up and took his luggage. Let's go. I'll send you there. He stopped in front of the elevator and let go of his hand holding the luggage. He sighed and smiled. Son, I'll send you here. Chu Xuan looked at him in a daze. Okay. Goodbye. Chu Xuan carried his luggage and stepped into the elevator. As they went up, he couldn't help but turn around to look at Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen grinned, revealing his white teeth. He smiled brightly, just like when they first met. He raised his arm and waved at Chu Xuan. Goodbye, Sun. However, Chu Xuan knew very well that after this separation, they would never see each other again. He was going to die. He didn't look back until Chu Xuan could no longer see downstairs. He followed the crowd and took his ticket to the security check. As it was close to the new year, there were many people. After waiting in line for 5 to 6 minutes, it was finally his turn. However, at this moment, the image of Lin Yanchen saying goodbye to him with a smile floated in his mind. Someone nudged him. Mister? Chu Xuan came back to his senses. The people around him were looking at him strangely. Chu Xuan suddenly had an impulse. I'm not boarding the plane yet. He carried his luggage and walked back with his numb legs. He walked faster and faster. He broke into a jog and then a big stride. He returned to the escalator and looked down. He saw Lin Yanchen at first glance. He wanted to see Lin Yanchen one more time. Just one more time. Lin Yanchen was still at the place where he sent him off. He didn't move half a step. However, the smile on his face was gone and his face was filled with tears. When Chu Xuan saw this, he couldn't hold back his tears anymore. Previously, when Lin Yanchen begged him, he ignored him with a heart of stone. He suppressed his feelings at countless emotional moments. However, at such an ordinary time, when he just took one more look at Lin Yanchen didn't even realize that he was sad, he suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. Chu Xuan pulled his luggage and stepped into the elevator. After a few steps, he felt that it was too troublesome to drag his luggage, so he simply threw it away and ran towards Lin Yanchen. The bitter feelings that had been suppressed in his heart burst out together with his call. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen was still crying foolishly when he suddenly heard a familiar call from above. He looked up with tears in his eyes and saw Chu Xuan running towards him. He didn't dare to believe it. He even thought that he was hallucinating. After a few seconds, Lin Yanchen finally reacted. This was real and he wasn't dreaming. His body moved first and he ran towards Chu Xuan. When Chu Xuan ran to the elevator with 4 steps left, he accidentally tripped and fell down because he was too anxious. Lin Yanchen reached out to catch him and happened to hug him tightly. Chu Xuan almost crashed into his embrace and he took a step back. Chu Xuan hugged him tightly and buried his face in his shoulder. He said with a sobbing tone, Shaolin, I can't bear to leave you. Lin Yanchen sniffled and hugged him even tighter. I can't bear to leave you either. Asun. I really like you. The author has something to say. Good night. There will be more chapters starting at 7 a.m. tomorrow. See you tomorrow morning = 3 = This chapter will also draw 30 comments and send a small red packet. Thanks to July Hedge, Free Will, Little Bamboo Fox, Kano, Gardenia Oolong Tea, Chuyao, Han Lu, Xian Wei got flipped today, Invincible, Xiao Tuanzi, Tang Cha Cha, Only You in the World, Ming Hachi Chan, Meow 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 towards your chrysanthemum, Canned Families A Xiong, Elegant Cold Leaves scattered all over my face, Sea Shark Momo, Wang Xiaopeng, Shallow Autumn, Sort of Cloud Song, Ji Ri Ji, Safufu, Unscrupulous Arrows Miniaz. Work thanks to Lemons Mine X2 thanks to Tion's Grenade thanks to Suffering Undead Third's Grenade and Mine X2 thanks to Yudai's Grenade and Mine X2 thanks to Han Lu's Grenade X2 thanks to Akatsuki, Goshi's rocket launcher. Chushuan was both sad and happy. What did he do to make such a good person like Lin Yanchen fall in love with him? He clearly knew that he shouldn't have stayed. When he turned around, he was still hoping for a fluke. He even wanted to see Shaolin one more time. Just one more time. After seeing him, he would leave. He didn't expect to really see Shaolin. He really couldn't control himself. Ever since he met Lin Yanchen, he had used all his impulses to stake everything on Lin Yanchen. The two of them stopped crying and walked back tearfully hand in hand. Lin Yanchen pulled the suitcase with one hand and held Chushuan's hand with the other. The two of them intertwined their fingers and held hands the whole way. They held hands until their palms were sweaty, but they still didn't want to let go. They had already been intimate with each other many times. They had done all kinds of bold things. Now, Chushuan was just beginning to feel the shyness of being in love. Just the touch of their palms made his cheeks heat up. Chushuan was flustered. He was a 30-year-old man, but he was like a young man who had just fallen in love. It was ridiculous. Chushuan's heart thumped the whole way. He was happy and worried. He was only drinking poison to quench his thirst. His original plan was, after I die, who cares if the flood surged to the heavens? Now, it was all a mess. He was really the most selfish person in the world. He was about to die, but he was still reluctant to part with Shaolin's gentleness. He was insatiable and wanted to experience true love. What he was doing was definitely not a good thing for Shaolin. Lin Yanchen was still worried. You're not leaving, right? Chushuan asked Lin Yanchen, Shaolin, if I really leave, how long will you be sad for? Lin Yanchen panicked. You're still leaving? Chushuan, I'm just assuming. Lin Yanchen hesitated. He shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know. He did not say anything fancy. Perhaps it would be a few years, or perhaps it would be a lifetime. He used to chat with his friends and discuss how few times a person could meet true love in their life. However, he felt that only the one in this life could be called true love. If there were a few times, then no matter which time it was, it could not be counted as true love. True love should be irreplaceable. His friends said that he was naive. Chushuan didn't ask further. He still wasn't prepared to tell Lin Yanchen about his terminal illness, nor was he prepared to find out about Lin Yanchen's true identity. Chushuan imagined what Lin Yanchen would do if he knew that he was terminally ill. He believed that Shaolin would never abandon him and would even take him to see a doctor. However, that would only be sharing his pain with Shaolin. This illness could not be cured. He did not want Shaolin to see him become uglier and uglier at the end of his life. This was his last bit of dignity. When Butler Ide saw that the two of them had returned, he was very calm and unperturbed. It was as if nothing had happened and they had just gone out for a spin. Lin Yanchen asked him, Are you hungry? Chushuan shook his head. He felt sleepy. He didn't know if it was because he cried at the airport or because he didn't sleep well last night or because of the car ride. He said, I'm dizzy. I want to sleep for a while. Of course, Lin Yanchen did not disagree. However, he followed him closely like a clingy big dog. Chushuan was afraid that he would accidentally step on his feet when he turned around. Chushuan changed into his pajamas and went to bed. Lin Yanchen immediately squeezed into the bed and stuck close to him. This king-sized bed was more than enough for 4 or 5 people to sleep. He made it feel like a single bed. He hugged him and said gently, You sleep, Asun. I'll warm your feet for you. He was too cute. Chushuan couldn't help but kiss him. Lin Yanchen was very happy and kissed him back. It wasn't flirtatious at all. There was only shy affection. Chushuan was really tired. He suddenly didn't need sleeping pills anymore. He leaned against Xiaolin's warm chest and unknowingly fell asleep. Chu Xuan had a dream. This dream was very shameless. He actually dreamed that Lin Yanchen proposed to him, "A son, I love you. Marry me. I want to be with you forever." In the dream, he wasn't sick. He agreed to Lin Yanchen's proposal and they held a wedding. When they arrived at the church, Lin Yanchen was nowhere to be seen. There was a little boy carrying a small rattan basket filled with petals. Chu Xuan didn't see clearly at first. He was very curious about where the child came from and asked, "Little friend, who are you?" The little boy raised his little face. It was a face similar to Lin Yanchen's. When he saw him, he smiled, "Daddy." Chu Xuan finally woke up. The cold sweat on his forehead dampened his hair. How could he have such an absurd and illogical dream? Lin Yanchen also woke up. He was still sleepy and went to get a tissue to wipe his sweat. He slowly woke up. "Why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare again?" "Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's not a nightmare. It should be considered a beautiful dream," Chu Xuan said with melancholy. Lin Yanchen was puzzled. "Shouldn't you be happy to have a beautiful dream? What did you dream about?" It was precisely because he knew that it was just a dream and could never be realized that it was frustrating. Chu Xuan was also embarrassed to tell Lin Yanchen the contents of the dream. His old face turned red. "I can't tell you." Lin Yanchen's eyes were like amber shining with light. "Did you dream about me?" Chu Xuan hurriedly said, "I already said I won't tell you. Don't ask any more." Lin Yanchen laughed. He knew the answer and didn't continue to make things difficult for Chu Xuan. He asked, "Where else do you want to go?" "I'll take you anywhere." Chu Xuan looked at him without blinking. After a while, he said softly, "I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to stay by your side." Lin Yanchen only felt his heart melt. Too cute, how could he be so cute? It was so cute that it made people want to curse. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a long time. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. He didn't know what words to use to express his love. It was the first time in his life that he knew how to express his love. In the end, he carefully kissed Chu Xuan's lips. The two of them leaned their heads together and blushed. In the depths of their love, they became incomparably pure. After a good night's sleep, he was in a good mood. Lin Yanchen didn't touch him and didn't even talk dirty. At noon the next day, they had lunch. Lin Yanchen hid away and quietly changed into formal clothes again. Chu Xuan didn't understand and asked in amusement, "My little prince, we're not going out. Why are you dressed like this?" Lin Yanchen said shyly, "Because I have something important to say, so I have to wear formal clothes." Chu Xuan asked, "What is it?" Lin Yanchen looked at him attentively and affectionately and asked solemnly, "A son, I want to seriously pursue you again. Can you allow me to pursue you?" Chu Xuan was stunned. He thought that the hug at the airport was a tacit agreement that they had started dating. He didn't expect Lin Yanchen to ask so formally. In the world, only Lin Yanchen would treat him so well. He seemed to be infected by Xiaolin's shyness and didn't know what to do. His face and ears turned red. Chu Xuan nodded, "Yes." Lin Yanchen was so happy that he almost jumped up. He subconsciously wanted to hug him, but he remembered that he was dating again and couldn't be a pervert. He restrained himself and only looked at Chu Xuan with bright eyes and said, "A son, can I?" Chu Xuan couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from rising. His heart also seemed to be flying. "Not only can you, I agree to date you now. Do you think I'm not reserved enough?" Lin Yanchen was stunned. He was so happy that he didn't know what to say. He touched his head and said in a daze, "Ah." Seeing his silly look, Chu Xuan found it funny. "What ah? Is it too easy? Then I should still reject you and be reserved for a few more days. But I think I like you a lot and shouldn't waste time." Lin Yanchen was like a sunflower blooming. His face broke into a silly smile and he rushed over excitedly. He hugged Chu Xuan and even raised him up. No, don't reject me. I'm so happy. "A son, you finally said you like me." Chu Xuan smiled and put his hands on his face. He looked at him deeply and took the initiative to kiss him. It was a sweet kiss. Chu Xuan looked at Lin Yanchen's face. This brat was dizzy. He smiled and asked, "Why is your face so red?" "Silly." Lin Yanchen looked back at him with bright eyes, "You're very red too." Chu Xuan's cheeks burned even more, "Definitely not as red as you." Lin Yanchen, "Then let's go look in the mirror." Chu Xuan, "I'm not going. I look like a fool." The two of them were like fools. You laughed, I laughed too. Chu Xuan was happy, but he suddenly felt a little dizzy. He forced it down, but the worry in his heart still lingered. Author has something to say. This chapter will also draw 30 comments and give out red packets. The next chapter will be updated at 8 p.m. Lin Yanchen's friend, Lu Hao, suddenly looked for him and called to question him. "You're such a bad friend. You didn't even tell me you were in England. If they didn't tell me you were back, I wouldn't have known anything." Lin Yanchen used to look down on people who valued women over friends. Now, he only felt annoyed. It was really a waste of his time with Chu Xuan. However, he was worried that if he didn't send them away, they would come looking for him directly. He could only explain, "I've only been back for a few days. I have something important to do. I'll look for you when I'm free." "What's so important?" the other party asked unhappily. "You're in love?" Lin Yanchen immediately panicked and gave himself away. "Did Tina tell you?" "I told her not to tell anyone." TSK, his bad friend laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, she didn't tell me. She only said you were here. I just asked casually and you actually admitted it? When did you become so stupid? Love really makes people stupid." Lin Yanchen, Lu Hao asked, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Bring him out and let everyone see what kind of person he is to make young Master Lin so infatuated." Lin Yanchen suddenly felt shy. Then I'll have to ask him if he's willing to meet you guys." The other end of the phone was silent for a moment before complaining, "F***ck, your voice suddenly became so disgusting. Do you have to treasure it so much? It reeks of love." Lin Yanchen smiled lightly and said half-heartedly, "Let's talk another day. I still have something to do. Next time." Lin Yanchen, "You." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for his friend's reply. He even told the butler to tell his friend that he was out and not to let them into the manor if they called him again. They really didn't know what was good for them to disturb him and Asun's sweet two-person world. However, Asun was still sleeping. He couldn't bear to wake Asun up. Chu Xuan had become especially sleepy these few days. When he woke up, it was already past 12 o'clock. This was too absurd. However, his head was still groggy. Chu Xuan sat up and rubbed his temples. Lin Yanchen was very worried about him. He poured him a cup of warm water and said, "I'd better find a doctor to check on you." Chu Xuan, of course, was extremely cautious of his illness. He didn't want his illness to be discovered, so he said, "It's better to just take a warm sniff." Lin Yanchen didn't listen to him this time. He found a doctor to examine him. Chu Xuan was extremely flustered. He was very afraid of being found out, but there was nowhere to run. He angrily said to Lin Yanchen, "Did I say that you don't want to see a doctor?" Lin Yanchen firmly said, "If you're not feeling well, you should go see a doctor." "Why not?" Chu Xuan purposely said, I just hate seeing a doctor. I hate that smell." Lin Yanchen was startled. He smiled and said, "This is the first time I've seen you like this. So there's actually something in this world that Chu Xuan is so afraid of? You're actually afraid of seeing a doctor. I thought only children were like this. I remember now. Previously, in the hospital in Canada, you were also a bit afraid." Chu Xuan. He couldn't refute it. Lin Yanchen held his hand and said gently, "If I'm with you, will you be less afraid?" Chu Xuan's heart softened when he was looked at like this. He even thought that if Lin Yanchen knew about his illness, what would he do? Lin Yanchen was such a good person. He definitely wouldn't leave him and would even accompany him to treat his illness. He was actually really afraid of being alone. It wasn't that he didn't want someone to accompany him all the way to the end. If the doctor found out about his illness and Shaolin didn't dislike him, then he would have the courage to fight against his illness. He probably spent most of his savings, but he still had a house and a car that could be used to pay for his medical bills. However, the doctor that Lin Yanchen found only gave him a simple checkup and said that he wasn't sick. Everything was normal except for his lack of appetite and sleepiness. It was probably because he wasn't acclimatized to a foreign country. Drink more water and rest well. Sigh. Chu Xuan didn't know if he should be relieved or disappointed. That's right. When he went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor told him that his illness was difficult to detect. How could a simple checkup possibly detect it? This was probably God telling him that he shouldn't let Xiaolin know that he was sick. Chu Xuan sighed in his heart. He smiled and said to Lin Yanchen, I told you I wasn't sick, right? You even mobilized a lot of people to find a doctor to treat me. Lin Yanchen said, but you've been sleepy lately, Chu Xuan, that's what happens when I don't go to work. Laziness is a common problem for humans. In the beginning, I could still maintain a work schedule, but after a while, I became lazy. It seemed like he could barely explain it. At dinner, Chu Xuan wanted to pretend that he was fine so that he could eat more. In fact, the dishes on the table were all his favorite dishes. Xiaolin had been with him for a month, so he had more or less figured out his tastes. He knew the few dishes he liked, but Chu Xuan couldn't eat them no matter how hard he tried. He forced half a bowl of rice into his stomach. His stomach was churning and his entire esophagus was extremely uncomfortable. Chu Xuan took a deep breath and tried to suppress the nausea. However, the more he tried to suppress it, the stronger the nausea became. He covered his mouth. Lin Yanchen noticed that something was wrong. He touched his back and said, son, what's wrong? Did you choke? Chu Xuan couldn't help it. He frowned and said in a muffled voice, I need to go to the bathroom. Chu Xuan went into the bathroom and immediately locked the door. He hugged the toilet bowl and vomited. There was nothing to vomit after vomiting, let alone the food that he ate. He almost vomited all his bile. He finally felt a bit better. Chu Xuan sat on the ground and gasped for breath. He felt that there was a stench in his mouth and body, as if he was about to rot. He was very sad. Although he had mentally prepared himself, when this day really came, he still couldn't calm down like he had imagined countless times. What else could it be? It was definitely the disease that was lurking in his body. They were urging him to leave this world in the future. This was just the beginning. It would become more and more painful in the future. No matter how much willpower he had, he wouldn't be able to pretend that nothing was wrong. Chu Xuan secretly laughed at himself. Look, Chu Xuan, oh Chu Xuan, you're so greedy. You're getting your retribution so soon, aren't you? Extreme Spirit Chaos Formula. Chu Xuan was well aware that his remaining days could be counted on one hand. Not only did he not receive proper treatment, he even courted death by running out to eat, drink, and play, even indulging himself in excessive debauchery. What little life he had left was probably frantically burning away in the joy of being with little Lin, so the days he had to live were even shorter. If you asked him if he regretted it, Chu Xuan would say, no. He didn't regret it at all. Instead of dying in pain and loneliness, being able to meet Xiaolin in his last days and have Xiaolin accompany him for a while was the greatest fortune of his life. He was only sad that he couldn't have more time. Chu Xuan clenched his fists and smashed them on the ground. He smashed them a few times like he was discouraged, until his hands hurt. Tears fell on the back of his hands. He stopped. He always wanted to drag it out one day at a time. Chu Xuan said to himself, it's fine if you hurt yourself, but you can't drag Xiaolin down. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Asun, are you still in there? What's wrong? Why don't you reply to me? Chu Xuan took a deep breath and stood up. He pressed the toilet button and flushed the filth away. He went to rinse his face and wash away the smell on his body as much as possible. Chu Xuan went to open the door and saw Lin Yanchen's worried face. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm just not used to those dishes and feel nauseous. This chef's food tastes too strange. He added a spice that I don't like. I feel uncomfortable whenever I eat it. Lin Yanchen asked, is it? Why can't I taste it? Chu Xuan laughed and said, there's something wrong with your taste buds. Lin Yanchen frowned and was skeptical. Is that so? The night suddenly became unbearable. Chu Xuan even began to be afraid of sleeping. What if he fell asleep and never woke up again? Lin Yanchen had promised to pursue him again. They were just at the beginning stage of their relationship and did not sleep in the same room as him. It was really hard to sleep alone. Should he have hardened his heart and boarded the plane and left? After he died, Xiao Lin would definitely fall in love with someone else, right? What did that have to do with him? What right did a selfish person like him have to be jealous? He should have left earlier. 3 days, he thought about 4 days. 4 days, he thought about a week. 1 week, he thought about half a month. Half a month, he thought about staying for a month. Over and over again, could it be that he could not hide it anymore? How embarrassing would that be? But in a few days, it would be the new year. He had not spent it with him for many years. Could he leave after the new year? Maybe he could still hold on for a while. There was only a week left. After the new year, he would leave. Please, he did not ask for more. This was his last wish. He hoped that someone could spend the new year with him. Chu Xuan felt a faint pain in his stomach, so he took another painkiller. Still unable to sleep, Chu Xuan put on a jacket and wanted to go out for a walk to get some fresh air. This house was as big as an ancient castle. The night seemed gloomy. It was as if there was no one around, but it also seemed as if someone could hide anywhere. As Chu Xuan walked, he seemed to hear the cries of a baby. He should be afraid, but probably because he was about to die, he was not afraid. Chu Xuan followed the sound and finally found the source of the sound. There were no ghosts. Under the windowsill, beside the bushes, a dirty kitten lay in the snow and mud. This kitten should have been born not long ago. It did not even open its eyes. In this winter, it was abandoned here. Its body was covered in mud and dirty. It did not even know how to crawl. It seemed to be frozen and did not move at all. He did not know if it was already dead. However, Chu Xuan felt that the kitten's body was still soft. It should not be dead yet. He wrapped the kitten in a handkerchief and returned to the warm house. The lights in the corridor were suddenly lit. Lin Yanchen heard the noise and woke up. He found that Chu Xuan's room door was open. The quilt on the bed was lifted. Chu Xuan had disappeared. He was so shocked that he woke up. He finally found him. Lin Yanchen asked, "What's wrong? Why did you wake up in the middle of the night?" Chu Xuan held up the kitten in the palm of his hand and showed it to him. "I found a little kitten." The kitten seemed to have heard a call. It moved slightly and meowed softly. Chu Xuan looked at the dying kitten that was struggling to live. He thought of himself and suddenly felt a lump in his throat. "It wants to live," he said sadly. "Xiao Lin, it wants to live. Let's save it." The author has something to say. Draw 30 messages and send red packets. Lin Yanchen felt that Chu Xuan was the kindest person in the world. He was so sad that he cried when he saw the poor kitten. In fact, Chu Xuan saw his own shadow in the kitten. It was a little wild kitten. It had a strong vitality. Lin Yanchen took a dry towel to wrap the kitten, then sat by the heater to warm the kitten. Chu Xuan was worried about the kitten and kept a close eye on the kitten's situation. From time to time, he would touch the kitten and get a weak response. Chu Xuan didn't sleep, so he didn't sleep the whole night. In the morning, the kitten's breathing had become stronger. The vet came to see the kitten, prescribed some medicine, and cleaned the stains on its body. Chu Xuan didn't do anything for most of the day. He just looked after the dirty kitten. Feeling that the kitten's life was saved, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sleepiness flooded his mind like a tide. Lin Yanchen said, "You go to sleep. I'll look after the kitten. Nothing will happen." Chu Xuan fell asleep. He slept for 5 or 6 hours. When he woke up, it was almost dark. When he woke up, he asked, "Where's the kitten?" "It's here." Lin Yanchen was very efficient. He had already found someone to make a kitten bed with cotton. The kitten was lying in the bed, covered with a warm blanket. Chu Xuan reached out to touch the kitten. It was warm, soft, and had breath. Although it was still a little weak, it was alive. They made goat milk powder and used the smallest milk bottle to feed the kitten. The kitten's mouth didn't have teeth yet. It sucked the goat milk with great effort. Chu Xuan looked at the kitten drinking milk. Its mouth was full of milk stains. He was very touched. It was great that he had survived. At the very least, he had saved a little life before he died. Lin Yanchen watched from the side as he fed the kitten milk. He seemed to have thought of something and started giggling to himself. Chu Xuan asked him, "What are you laughing at? What should we do next? Should we get him adopted? Why don't you raise it yourself?" Lin Yanchen said with a grin. "A son, don't you think we look like its parents?" Chu Xuan's first reaction was to disagree, because he had no time to raise a pet. But on second thought, he had to leave sooner or later, so he might as well raise this kitten for Shaolin. So Chu Xuan asked, "Then why don't you give this little guy a name?" "Father?" Lin Yanchen laughed. "Let me think about it." He stretched out a finger and stroked the kitten's head. The kitten murmured and pondered for a moment. He has a big head and a small body, so let's call him Big Head." Big Head, you don't have to worry about the rain. You have an umbrella, I have Big Head. I hope it can grow up safely." "What name?" Chu Xuan also laughed. "I thought it would be a name of the same series as those horses. A foreign name, Nancy, Jack, something like that." Lin Yanchen didn't realize what was wrong with Chu Xuan's words. He replied, "Don't you think Big Head sounds more familiar?" The little kitten was named Big Head. He was very tenacious. He came back to life on the second day and could crawl around by himself on the third day. His eyes were half open, and he should be able to fully open his eyes in 2 days. After cleaning up, they found that this was a very beautiful little white cat. It had long hair and a snow-white body. There was only a tuft of orange hair on its head. Although it was only a small tuft, it was enough to frighten people. They couldn't help but be afraid of what kind of terrible appetite it would have in the future. After having a cat, Chu Xuan seemed to be a lot happier. He also told Lin Yanchen a lot of things. "When I was young, my family had a big yellow cat called Mimi. He passed away when he was 12 years old. Alas, I still remember that day. I woke up in the morning and found him lying motionless in a cat bed made of cardboard boxes. I cried for a long time. But now that I think about it, all living things will die. It's already very good that he died of old age without any illness or pain." Lin Yanchen grew up in boarding school and basically didn't go home. He didn't raise pets. When he grew up, he bought a horse, but it was like buying a sports car, not a cat or a dog. This was the first time he raised a pet, and he took care of it like he was raising his own son. Fairywood Adventure, they focused on taking care of the kitten these days and didn't go out. They stayed in the warm house and played games. Chu Xuan suggested, "Let's make dumplings on New Year's Eve." Lin Yanchen raised both hands in agreement. "Okay. I haven't made dumplings before." Chu Xuan asked, "Are Mr. Ide and the others on vacation? Should we invite them to eat dumplings together?" Lin Yanchen said, "Ide doesn't have a vacation, and the chef doesn't have a vacation. But if we cook for ourselves, then he can have a vacation." The day before New Year's Eve, the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, they asked Mr. Ide to take care of Big Head for half a day. Chu Xuan took Lin Yanchen to the local Chinatown to buy the necessary ingredients. The streets were decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was full of the festive atmosphere. It was red and warm. Chu Xuan entered the market full of fireworks and was suddenly full of energy. He was like a fish in water, shopping and bargaining happily. Lin Yanchen watched with great interest and said, "I found that you really like shopping. I've never really seen you haggle before." Chu Xuan thought, "You're a young master who lives in a mansion and raises horses. You don't lack money, right? I'm a poor man. Can't I live a frugal life?" But he didn't expose Lin Yanchen. Instead, he asked, "Do you want me to teach you?" Lin Yanchen agreed immediately. He bought things according to Chu Xuan's instructions. He was very happy that he succeeded in bargaining and bought the things he wanted. Chu Xuan even laughed at him. "Are you stupid? You could have bargained a little more." Lin Yanchen said, "Sigh, but I think it's not easy for that old man to do business." Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. "If you have this kind of thinking, you won't be able to finish your apprenticeship in this lifetime." Lin Yanchen followed his words. "Then I'll rely on you, a son, to protect me for the rest of my life." Chusun was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and shook his head gently, declining to comment. They carried the things they bought back in big and small bags. Aida was still the same as before, waiting at the parking lot immediately. He wanted to help them carry the things, but Lin Yanchen didn't let him and insisted on carrying them himself. He even put on an act and said, "Thank you, I can do it myself." I didn't force him. He retracted his hand and looked at Lin Yanchen and Chushuan's happy backs. He smiled. Lin Yanchen raised the shopping bag in his hand and smiled, revealing his white teeth. "I'll treat you to dumplings tomorrow." The next day, it was finally the last day of the old year. Lin Yanchen was busy in the kitchen early in the morning. He hammered meat and kneaded dough. It was his first time doing it, so he still had to be taught by Chushuan. However, Chushuan controlled the amount, so Lin Yanchen only had to use some strength. It was still decent. Chushuan took advantage of the time when he was working and left the kitchen with the excuse of going to the bathroom. He quickly found Ide. "Ide, I want to talk to you alone. There's something I hope you can help me with." "It's nothing. I won't make things difficult for you." Ide asked politely, "Okay, what can I do for you?" "Sir." Chushuan nodded. "Then I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll be direct. This isn't actually a tour, right? Lin Yanchen isn't your guest. He's your boss, right?" Aida naturally wouldn't admit it. He had no flaws as he calmly said, "You are all my distinguished guests." Chushuan understood his approach. If it were him, he wouldn't admit it so easily either. Chushuan didn't expect Ide to admit it. He smiled non-committally and said in a low voice, "I'm not good enough for him, right?" Ide frowned almost imperceptibly. He glanced at Chushuan and said, "You are a gentleman." He couldn't help but add, "I haven't been so happy to see him in a long time." After saying that, he immediately felt that he had misspoken. He pursed his lips tightly as if he had turned into a masked man. Chushuan didn't mind and said, "I can tell that you are a tight-lipped person. That's why I came to talk to you. I booked a flight back to China at 6 a.m. on the 1st. Can you arrange a car to take me to the airport?" Ide nodded. "Yes, sir. The driver will take you to the airport on time." Chushuan corrected him. "It's not we, it's me. Only I will go back." "He doesn't know." "Don't tell him." Ide finally looked at Chushuan. Their eyes met. Chusun saw deep doubt in his eyes. He obviously couldn't understand Chusun's actions. He kept changing his mind over and over again. He just came back a few days ago, and now he was going to leave again. He even hid it from Lin Yanchen. Logically speaking, he must have told the young master. Chushuan said, "You will know no matter how I leave. That's why I came to tell you." Ide was silent for a moment and asked, "Why?" "He likes you a lot. It's the first time I've seen him like someone so much." Chushuan looked into his eyes calmly and said softly, "I should have left at the airport last time, but I was impulsive. It was irrational. I should leave him. I don't want him to be too sad." Ide retorted, "He will be sad if you leave him." Chushuan shook his head slightly and said, "I'm dying." "Ide, this bomb was thrown too casually." Chushuan sounded like he was talking about someone else. "About 1 month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and I only had a few months left to live. I did not choose to accept any treatment, and now, I don't have much time left. I feel like my illness is starting to act up, and I can't hide it anymore." Chushuan smiled. "Doesn't it sound ridiculous? But I'm really not lying. I know that his mother passed away from an illness when he was young. He watched his mother die before his eyes. I shouldn't let him experience that pain again. I'll try not to make things difficult for you. I'll leave him a letter to explain everything." I'd wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he said, "I'm sorry for you, sir. Someone will take you to the airport tomorrow morning." Chushuan restrained himself and smiled. "Thank you." Chushuan returned to the kitchen. Lin Yanchen was still kneading the dough with great effort. He asked him, "Is this okay?" Chushuan instructed him, "You have to knead the dough until the surface is smooth. They hand-rolled the dumpling wrappers, mixed the corn and fresh meat stuffing, and sat together to make the dumplings. This was the first time in Lin Yanquan's life that he had made dumplings. He was good at sports, but he was not good at such delicate work. Chu Xuan taught him step by step several times, but he still made it crookedly. Chu Xuan was really curious. Are you doing this on purpose? Could it be that this is your hobby? Do you want me to teach you a few more times? Lin Yanquan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said honestly, I really can't learn. I'm clumsy. Chu Xuan didn't allow him to stop. He insisted that he fill 2 rectangular containers with dumplings. As he did it, he gradually became a little better. The two of them chatted as they made the dumplings. Chu Xuan said, I know how to make dumplings because my father taught me. He is very good at making dumplings and can make dumplings of several shapes. When he was young, his family was poor. He was the eldest in the family. He started to work in the fields before he was 10 years old. He helped with the housework at home, took care of his younger siblings, and studied and did his homework. He was the first college student in his village. Chu Xuan had heard about his father's hard work since he was young. He used to admire his father very much because he was able to fight his way up from being poor. Later, he felt that it might be because his father didn't receive much attention from his parents when he was young, so he wasn't good at caring about children. With the environment that his father grew up in, it was understandable that he couldn't accept that he liked men, but he still felt sad. Lin Yanquan wanted to reply to him and talk about the topic of father, but after racking his brain, he realized that he didn't seem to know his father at all. Chu Xuan asked him, if your father knew that you were with a man, what would he do? Lin Yanquan was stunned for a moment, then he was wild with joy. You're willing to go with me to see my father? Okay, I'll go inform him. He shouldn't do anything. Lin Yanquan recalled and said, when I was in high school, he once asked me out of the blue if I was gay. He thought that I was in a relationship with my friend from the same band. He even said that he could accept me even if I was. I don't know what he was thinking all day long. He probably thought that I was messing around all the time. But my relationship has nothing to do with him. There's no need to inform him, right? Chu Xuan smiled and said with emotion, actually, I was thinking that maybe your father is quite good. You should have a good chat with him when you have time. Lin Yanquan curled his lips and firmly refused, no, he's not good at all. He even wants to restrain my hair. He only said those words because he wanted to control me. Chu Xuan didn't try to persuade him anymore and let nature take its course. Lin Yanquan still had a long life. He would find out who was really good to him sooner or later. Everyone cooked dumplings to eat. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanquan's dumplings were completely different. One could tell which one was better at a glance. Lin Yanquan said, my dumplings fall apart as soon as they're cooked. Your dumplings are firm and beautiful. How did you do it so well? Chu Xuan said, I like to make dumplings. I usually make them. When I'm in a bad mood, I'll go cut the stuffing and wrap my bad mood into the dumplings. He picked up a dumpling and smiled as he fed it to Lin Yanquan's mouth. Lin Yanquan obediently opened his mouth and ate it in one bite. His cheeks puffed up as he chewed, and he said vaguely, good. Delicious, Chu Xuan smiled and said, then you eat your bad mood in one bite. Only your good mood is left. After eating and drinking to their fill, Chu Xuan secretly looked for Ide and said, Xiaolin made a few boxes. I'll send a box of Xiaolin's dumplings to his father as a New Year's gift. I don't have anything else to do for him. Ide agreed, okay. Thank you. After eating, the two idlers had nothing to do, so they played games. Lin Yanquan wasn't in a good state today. He kept losing. Chu Xuan asked him, what's wrong? Lin Yanquan put down his gaming arm and said in a muffled voice, I don't want to be like this. Chu Xuan was confused, you don't want to be like what? Lin Yanquan said vaguely, I want to ask you something. I wanted to ask yesterday, but when I asked, it seemed like I was narrow-minded. Chu Xuan leaned back and leaned on Lin Yanquan's shoulder, tell me. Lin Yanquan said in a low, muffled voice, you always look at Ide and talk to him alone. Do you think he's handsome? But, he's not as young as me, is he? Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and reached out to pinch his cheeks, what does that have to do with age? Why are you so cute? Lin Yanchen said, don't patronize me. Chu Xuan could only answer seriously, okay, I think Ide is very handsome. There was no need to lie about that. Lin Yanchen almost exploded. Chu Xuan continued, it's the first time I've seen such a British butler in my life. His clothes are also very nice. When I saw him, I thought, Lin Yanchen held his breath and asked sourly, what were you thinking? He doesn't provide that kind of service. Lin Yanchen was extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have brought Chu Xuan over. He clearly knew that Chu Xuan was a pervert. Chu Xuan shamelessly said slowly, I was thinking that if you wore those clothes, you would definitely be more handsome than him. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen went out after taking a shower. Chu Xuan changed into his pajamas and sat on the armchair to wait. After a while, Lin Yanchen sneaked back. Not only did he change into the butler's clothes, but he also put on some wax and changed his hairstyle. He combed his hair into a 4/6 part back, looking quite decent. There was a glass lamp on the small round table next to Chu Xuan. It emitted a soft lemon-colored light and nestled next to him. Lin Yanchen didn't know if it was because he felt ashamed of changing into the servant's clothes or because Chu Xuan's temperament was different today. He seemed to be more attractive than usual, but Lin Yanchen felt his cheeks burning. Lin Yanchen walked in front of him and bowed, Dear master, what do you want me to do? Chu Xuan acted better than him and said calmly, Are you new? You can't be like this. If you don't improve, I can't let you stay. Lin Yanchen half knelt and raised his head like a big golden retriever, I'm sorry, master. I will definitely learn and change. Please give me a chance. Chu Xuan reached out and lifted his chin, how about this, if you can please me tonight, I will forgive you. From this angle, Lin Yanchen could see the lines of Chu Xuan's chin, neck, and shoulders. They were especially good-looking. The collar of his pajamas was a little loose, revealing a little bit of his collarbone. His hair hadn't been blown dry yet, and there were droplets of water dripping from the ends of his black hair. They slid from his temples to his neck and fell into the crook of his collarbone. Lin Yanchen's mouth was dry. Chu Xuan took off his glasses. His black hair, which was still covered with water vapor, was pushed aside by the glasses. His skin was as white as jade, covered with light. Chu Xuan said softly, Come here. Chu Xuan's face was crimson and his eyes were filled with tears. He didn't know whether to cry or laugh. He reached out his hand, Shaolin, hug me. Lin Yanchen leaned over and hugged him. Chu Xuan buried his face in his shoulder and hugged him tightly, as if this moment was their eternity. After they were done, they were still hugging each other. Chu Xuan was still trembling and sobbing. Lin Yanchen stroked his back, son, did I hurt you? After Chu Xuan calmed down, he said, I still want to hear you sing for me. When a man was in bed, he could agree to anything. Lin Yanchen was naturally the same. What do you want to hear? Chu Xuan said, Sing Scarborough Fair for me. Before Sarah Brightman's ethereal female version of the song became a household name, the song was originally a British folk song of unknown origin. The most famous version should be the version adapted by Paul Simon. In the year of its release, the sales volume of the song even exceeded that of the Beatles. Low and Horseboy's Long Sadness. Chu Xuan said, Change she to he. Lin Yanchen slightly changed the lyrics, hugged him and sang softly for him. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember to one who lived there. Remember to send my regards to one who lived there. He was once a true love mine. He was once my true love. This song tells the story of a young soldier on the front line who misses his lover back home. Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme, these herbs represent kindness, strength, gentleness, and courage, but in ancient times, they were also used to ward off the god of death. Tell him make ye a cambric shirt, tell him to make me a coarse cloth shirt, without seams or needlework, don't leave any trace of needle and thread, tell him find an acre land, tell him to find an acre of land, between the salt water and the sea, between the beach and the sea, tell him reap in a sickle leather, tell him to use a sickle made of skin to harvest the crops, and gather a bunch heather, tie them together with a bunch of heather. Elegant, Chu Xuan listened quietly. The soldier asked his lover to do 3 impossible things. The lyrics seemed to be illogical. Some people said that the lyrics actually implied that the soldier had died in the war, or that his lover had died of illness in her hometown, so there was a section that repeatedly sang about herbs related to death. Because she was already dead, so it was implicitly praying to death. Lin Yanchen finished singing once and asked Chushuan, "Do you want me to sing it again?" Chushuan sighed silently and said, "Enough." Lin Yanchen asked, "Why do you suddenly want to listen to this song?" He always felt that singing this song now was strange. "I just want to listen, no reason." Chushuan said, "The person in this song is really unreasonable." Lin Yanchen said, "When you are in love, you will do some unreasonable things." Chushuan laughed, "Then I will also be unreasonable. I want to drink freshly squeezed apple juice with some honey. I want you to make it for me." Lin Yanchen didn't ask him why he wanted juice in the middle of the night. He kissed him on the face. "Okay, I will make it for you." The house was too big. Lin Yanchen squeezed a cup of apple juice. When he brought it back, Chushuan said, "I feel that I want to drink orange juice more. You make another cup." Lin Yanchen didn't mind the trouble. He went far away to make another cup of orange juice. Of course, he didn't wash the juicer and the chopping board. He carried the orange juice back. Chushuan was satisfied this time and said, "It is a waste to not drink the apple juice. You drink it." Lin Yanchen did exercise, sang, and ran up and down. He drank a little. The apple juice he squeezed was only half a cup. He drank it in a few mouthfuls and said, "Apples are too easy to oxidize. It is actually a bit bitter. I should add some lemon." Chushuan praised him, "You actually know this kind of life trick?" Lin Yanchen said, "I study at a boarding school. I can probably take care of myself. I just don't know how to cook." Chushuan said, "Amazing, amazing. Okay, let's wash up and go to sleep." Lin Yanchen changed into his pajamas and wiped his face. After lying in bed for a while, he began to feel sleepy. He yawned and said, "Turn off the lights and sleep." Chushuan turned off the lights. The moonlight shone through the window and was filtered by the light gauze. It gently covered their bodies. Lin Yanchen had already fallen asleep. 2 sleeping pills had been placed in his glass of apple juice, so he could sleep until dawn. Chushuan hugged Lin Yanchen. He lowered his head and pressed his face against Lin Yanchen's forehead. He slowly hummed in a low voice. His singing wasn't pleasant at all. "Are you going Scarborough Fair, parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme? Remember to one who lives there, he was once a tour love mine. He was once a tour love mine, the author has something to say. Still giving out 30 red packets." Next chapter updated at 11 o'clock. When Lin Yanchen woke up, he found that it was already late in the morning. He first squinted his eyes and touched his body. After a long time, he could only feel the quilt and pillow. He slowly realized that Chushuan was not there, but he did not pay much attention to it at first. He took his phone from the bedside table and looked at the time. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had never slept so late before. Was he that tired last night? Did Chushuan wake up already? Lin Yanchen sat up, stretched, and yawned. He saw the sleepwear that Chushuan wore last night hanging on the back of the sofa. He giggled. Chushuan must love him. Seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he did not want to wake him up. Lin Yanchen called twice, "Asun. Asun. Asun?" No one responded to him. Maybe he went downstairs. Lin Yanchen was a little suspicious, but when he washed his face, brushed his teeth, combed his hair, and put on his clothes, he saw that Chushuan's clothes were still in the wardrobe. Chushuan's small bag was also there. It was the souvenirs that they bought when they traveled around. He felt that since everything was there, Chushuan must be there as well. Lin Yanchen did not think too much. After he cleaned himself up, he felt hungry and prepared to find Chushuan. It was time for lunch. Lin Yanchen looked around but did not see Chushuan. He went downstairs to the living room and saw Ide. He asked, "Where is Chushuan?" Ide told him the truth, he left. Lin Yanchen did not react at first. He left? Where did he go? In the courtyard? Ide said, "The plane took off at 6 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Chu flew back to China." Lin Yanchen's sleepiness disappeared instantly. He was completely awakened by the shock. He was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He came back to China? Why didn't I know? Don't lie to me. How is that possible? Are you kidding me? Chu Xuan asked you to scare me with him? Don't scare me, this is not fun at all. I'd said seriously, young master, I didn't lie to you. Mr. Chu left. I drove him to the airport. Lin Yanchen immediately became angry. You drove him to the airport. Why did he leave? I don't know. What is going on? He was angry, flustered and wronged. He said incoherently, it's impossible. He already agreed to date me. He said he likes me, and we even raised a kitten together. He said I'm the father of his child. Asen wouldn't lie to me. Last time when he wanted to leave, I didn't force him. He was willing to stay, so why did he suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Asen is not that kind of person. Even if he wanted to leave, he would definitely tell me. Also, I opened the wardrobe and his things were still in there. He did not leave. Don't play with me. Is he hiding somewhere to see me anxious? I'm really worried. Where is he? I'd shook his head. I don't know, young master. I only drove him to the airport. I don't know which flight he took. But you, Lin Yanchen was furious. I said stop joking. I paused for a moment before saying, before he left, he told me that he left a letter for you. It should be in your room. Lin Yanchen gradually realized that I was telling the truth. It was just that he did not want to believe it. He still held on to the last shred of hope. He glared at Ide angrily for a long time before turning around silently and returning to his room. First, he walked. Then, he walked faster and faster. Finally, he broke into a jog and rushed back to his room. Lin Yanchen's heart was in a mess. He was extremely flustered as he rummaged through the room like a blind man. He looked at the bedside table first. There was nothing. He then ran to the wardrobe and took out Chushuan's things. Most of his clothes were there. He could not remember which ones Chushuan had bought. There seemed to be one set missing. Chushuan's backpack was still there. Lin Yanchen poured out the contents. There was still cash inside. Not a single note was missing. However, the bank card was gone. The marriage application that Chushuan had received from the Las Vegas City Hall was also gone. A few days ago, he had taken out this piece of paper and asked Chushuan, should we go and submit this application one day? Chushuan replied, if there's a chance in the future. Lin Yanchen wrote his name on it without hesitation, just fill in your name. Chushuan chuckled, I'm not going to fill it in. I'm not that easily tricked by you. However, Lin Yanchen had a card up his sleeve. He felt that this was something that would happen sooner or later. Lin Yanchen sat by the wardrobe with a pile of cash scattered around him. He looked up and finally saw a letter under the vase on the table. Lin Yanchen did not even dare to approach it. He mustered up his courage and finally walked over to pull out the letter. He took a deep breath and opened the folded letter. On it was Chushuan's beautiful handwriting. The first sentence made his heart bleed. Shaolin, I'm sorry. I'm leaving. Please don't come and find me. Lin Yanchen closed his eyes. His fingers trembled. He felt that he could not read it anymore. He stopped, took a deep breath, and sat down on the sofa. He allowed himself to read the letter. My leaving has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. It's all my fault. I was too selfish and indecisive. I said I was leaving, but I came back and gave you hope you shouldn't have. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you that I was terminally ill. When we first met, I only had a few months left to live. I'm sorry for hiding it from you. I'm sorry. Because I was dying, I wanted someone to accompany me. You're a good person. The luckiest thing in my life was meeting you. However, I should be your unlucky one. I'm sorry. I really had a good time in the past month. After I came to the matter, I finally understood that our meeting was probably a misunderstanding. You didn't sell your body. Although I still don't know who you are, I didn't ask you because I was leaving. You didn't have to tell me. A selfish person like me is not worthy of your love. I'm just a burden to you. I know that when you read this, you'll think that you don't mind my illness. You might even want to come find me. I have to tell you clearly that I don't want you to come find me at all. Even though we've only known each other for a short period of time, you should know a little about me. I'm very stubborn. Sometimes, my self-esteem is too high. I don't want you to see my sickly, sallow, and haggard appearance. That would be too embarrassing. Letting you see me die day by day is a kind of torture for both of us. It's better not to see you. I also know that you're very rich. Maybe you're trying to find a good doctor for me. Please don't be like this. I've already checked. There are no cases of my illness being cured in the world. If I had chosen treatment at the time, I might have been able to live a few more months. However, I chose to be with you and delayed the treatment. You don't have to blame yourself. I don't regret it at all. Using a year and a half of being trapped in a hospital bed in exchange for half a month with you, I feel that it was very, very, very worth it. The Aurora at Manglian Lake and you are both miracles that I'm grateful for. Thank you, Shaolin. I don't expect you to forgive me for being shameless, untrustworthy, and lying. I'm too terrible. I really don't deserve your love. You're still young and have a long future ahead of you. You're also so good. In the future, you'll definitely meet a good person who won't be as terrible as me. We'll grow old together. I'll give you my blessings in advance. I'm sorry, Shaolin. If you really liked me, please respect my will and don't come looking for me. I'm really sorry. Chushuan. 201x/1/5 Lin Yanchen saw a few small circles on the letter. Those were dried tear stains. He also saw the tears fall on the letter. Fresh tear stains appeared. Lin Yanchen had never thought that he would be so flustered and helpless at this moment. It was even worse than when he couldn't stop Chushuan from coming down last time. He finally figured out the sadness that he had vaguely felt all this time. Chushuan had tried hard to hide but still couldn't get rid of it. He wanted to put the letter away, but he didn't know where to put it. His hands couldn't help but tremble. The letter actually fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up but accidentally bumped into the table. The glass vase fell. Bang! The vase shattered. The glass shard sputtered. Water splashed onto the letter. The withered roses fell into the mess. Lin Yanchen remembered these flowers. Chushuan had told him not to pick them and to let them grow on the branches. He insisted on picking them. Even if he changed the water properly, the flowers would gradually wither day by day. Lin Yanchen half knelt on the ground. Ignoring the glass shards, he hurriedly picked up the letter. Half of the letter was wet. The ink had melted, and the words were blurred. Sword immortal green gourd. A Chushuan had left this letter for him, but he dirted it as soon as he got it. What did he do? His hand was cut by the glass. Blood immediately gushed out, dirtying the letter even more. I'd heard the sound of something breaking upstairs. He hurried over and saw Lin Yanchen's hand covered in blood. He walked over and held Lin Yanchen's wrist. Let me clean it. Your hand is injured. You need to calm down. Calm down. Lin Yanchen suddenly asked, he loves me. He loves me. That's why he doesn't want me to go find him. I still want to go find him. Should I go? I'd thought about it and said, this is your life. I don't have the right to make decisions for you. But I think you've always been a determined person. Lin Yanchen finally calmed down. He stood up and said, you're right. I want to go find him. The author has something to say, it's still 30 red packets. Chushuan got off the plane and stepped on the ground, but he still felt unreal. It was as if he had returned to the earth from heaven. The past month was like a magnificent dream, and now he had woken up. He drove home and tidied up his things. When he arrived at the gate of the community, the security guard said to him, Mr. Chu, you forgot to take out the garbage when you went out for a trip. The garbage stinks when it rots. Someone came to look for you and said that he thought you died in the house, so the property management opened a room for him to go in. I'm sorry, we couldn't contact you, so we were a little worried, but we watched him carefully and didn't let him touch your things. Chushuan had a rough idea and asked, what's the person's name? The security guard said, I forgot, his surname seems to be G, or G. Oh, it's Xianxia, right? Chu Xuan thought. When he left a month ago, he would be a little depressed when he thought of Xianxia, but now, he didn't feel anything. He didn't plan to see Xianxia. He didn't have much life left, so why waste it on this person? If life was compared to a TV series, you would think that this person had participated in your life for more than 10 years, and he would definitely be an important character. There would be a lot of follow-up scenes, and he would finally appear in the perfect ending. But in fact, that was not the case. He might just be a supporting role. This process might be a little long, and after he left, he would never appear again. Life was not a novel or a TV series. You could only see others in your own field of vision. Except for a lifetime partner, no one could put their entire life into another person's life, not even parents or children. People would change. Chu Xuan didn't understand himself. He clearly liked Xianxia wholeheartedly for more than 10 years, but now his mind was only thinking of Lin Yanchen. He really had a change of heart so quickly. He didn't know that he was so fickle. Chu Xuan looked around and felt that the things in the room were probably still there. Even if they were stolen, he was too lazy to call the police. All kinds of documents were kept in a locked drawer. He took stock of his remaining assets. A 300-square-meter house in the center of the provincial capital had appreciated a lot. He bought it for 400,000 renminbi, and it should have depreciated by now. He gave the 300,000 renminbi in cash to Lin Yanchen, but he didn't take it back. Also, he gave the 500,000 renminbi card to Shaolin. The remaining 200,000 renminbi was his pocket money this month. He casually swiped his card to eat, drink, and have fun. But overall, there was still some real estate funds. Chu Xuan packed up and rested for the night. He took the real estate certificate and other things and drove out again. He still had one unfulfilled wish left. Once this was done, he could lie down and wait for death and peace. Chu Xuan returned to his hometown. Chu Xuan hadn't been home for 5 years. He still remembered the way home, but the roads were renovated. Many old houses were demolished and high-rise buildings were built. He almost got lost. After going around in circles, he finally found his home. The house he grew up in hadn't changed at all. The moss-mottled brick walls, the lush pomegranate trees, the rusty table legs, and the old bamboo recliner. Chu Xuan only took a glance at it, and countless memories swarmed into his mind as if they had been brushed away by the dust of time. This was the last thing he wanted to do before he died. Even if his parents hated him, he still wanted to see them one last time. His relationship with his father hadn't improved, but he still talked to his mother a few times in the past 2 years. He wanted to leave the money to his mother. Chu Xuan went to press the doorbell. There was no sound. He hadn't been home for so long that the doorbell was broken. Sigh. Then he could only use his mouth to shout. Chu Xuan didn't have much confidence. It would be even more embarrassing if he opened his mouth. What should he say? Dad, Mom, I'm back. He had a big fight with his parents last time and said that they would cut ties. Even if he called them Dad and Mom shamelessly, what would they say? Dad would definitely humiliate him. Hello, I'm Chu Xuan. I have something to talk to you about. This way, it wouldn't seem like he was sticking to them. It would be quite dignified, but wasn't it asking for a beating? He came here today to have a good talk with his parents. Chu Xuan hadn't thought of a solution yet. Suddenly, a dog barked at the door and startled Chu Xuan. A blue-eyed husky came out from the corner of the yard. It barked and taunted him. He was so scared that he took 2 steps back. The husky pounced on the fence. Chu Xuan calmed down and realized that the husky wasn't fierce. It looked at him curiously, wagging its tail, sticking out its tongue, and barking a few times. When did his parents have a dog? Someone called him, You're Mr. Chu's son? Chu Xuan turned around and saw an unfamiliar woman. He couldn't remember who she was. The woman said affectionately, I'm Auntie XX. Don't you remember me? I carried you when you were little. How could he remember if she had carried him when he was still a baby? However, adults always liked to use this method to get close to the younger generation. Chu Xuan replied politely, Hello. The woman told him, I just bumped into your parents. We went to the market and bought 2 pounds of ribs. So you're coming back? Chushuan smiled noncommittally. Knowing that his parents weren't at home, he was inexplicably relieved. However, if he waited at the door, he would see his parents coming home sooner or later. Thinking about it, he became scared again. He went back to the car and waited. The front of the car was facing the door. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, he finally saw the figures of his parents slowly approaching. His father was carrying bags in both hands and was half a step behind his mother. The two of them were talking and laughing. His mother said happily, I'll stew ribs for Chubby today. He'll definitely be happy. His father said, he loves ribs the most. Eating bones is good for his teeth. I can even hear Chubby barking. He's so smart. Chushuan hesitated. After his parents opened the door to the courtyard, he hurriedly got out of the car and walked over. He looked at his parents' backs and suddenly felt very nervous. It was as if he had aphasia and didn't know how to speak. It was probably because he had been away from home for too long that he was rusty. Or, forget it. It had only been 5 years. How did his father age so much? He had a lot more white hair. He heard that his father had retired when he was old, but the school didn't have enough teachers. Last year, he was asked to teach again. It seemed that he was teaching third-year high school students. Was he too tired, in a novel? His mother had also aged a lot, and gained weight. Chushuan felt an inexplicable urge to cry. Chushuan's father, Mr. Chushuan, seemed to have felt someone looking at him. He stopped and turned around. He saw Chushuan. Both father and son were stunned. One was at the end of the street and the other was at the end of the street. They looked at each other. They were very close, so close that they were only a few steps away, but also very far away. They were separated by 5 years. Chushuan instinctively wanted to hide, but there was nowhere to hide. Thousands of words converged into one word. Dad. Papa Chu was stunned. He blinked hard to make sure that he wasn't seeing things. His son was really back. There seemed to be an undercurrent in his eyes. On that face that resembled Chushuan, anger slowly crept up his wrinkles and brows. He looked at Chushuan with a complicated gaze and said sarcastically, Why are you back? I thought you were dead outside. The author has something to say. 30 red packets, continue at 1 p.m. I thought you were dead outside. Chushuan hated the word dead the most right now. Chushuan was still hoping for a fluke, but when he heard this, his heart turned cold. He said coldly, I'm not here to look for you. I don't want to talk to you. I have something to talk to my mom about. Papa Chu did not care so much. He scolded him. You're really something, you brat. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? You're really something. You resigned just like that and went on a holiday. Forget about going on a holiday. You didn't even tell others where you were going. Chushuan was so angry from his father's scolding that his mind was not clear. He did not even think about how his father found out that he did not even tell his parents about his resignation and holiday. He was only focused on scolding this old man. Didn't you say that you're cutting ties with me long ago? Mr. Chushan, you don't have to care about me. I'll live my life however I want. I'll go wherever I want. I'm a free individual. I have the right to decide my own life. Papa Chu was so angry that he almost fainted. He threw the vegetables in his hands. Yes, yes, yes. I'm cutting ties with you. I haven't forgiven you at all. I see that you're shameless. You called me dad just now. Weren't you trying to get on my good side? Now you're saying that you don't need my help. Chushuan straightened his neck. It was a slip of the tongue. Don't take it seriously. Papa Chu said sarcastically, Fine, you're good. Chushuan looked at his mother. His tone was slightly better. Mom, I have something to tell you. Papa Chu said loudly, You're not allowed to talk to him. I've said it before. This unfilial son is not allowed to step into the house. Chushuan sneered. I'm not going in. Huh. Who wants to go in? I'll just talk outside. Papa Chu said, That won't do. You're not allowed to talk about it. Chu Xuan was so angry that his liver hurt. He felt that his lifespan was going to be shortened by a few years. Even his stomach was starting to hurt. Mrs. Chu said awkwardly, "Stop arguing, you two. You're shouting at the door. Even if you don't find it embarrassing, I do. Can't you come in and talk nicely?" The father and son said in unison, "It's him who doesn't want to talk properly." Mrs. Chu, Chu Xuan and his father were tired of arguing, and Mrs. Chu was speechless. The scene suddenly quieted down. They all heard a rustling sound. Mrs. Chu looked in the direction of the voice and cried out, "Ah! Little fatty!" Only then did the two men realize that Papa Chu had accidentally dropped the bag on the ground. The husky had taken advantage of the opening of the door to come out of the yard and was happily chewing on a bone while wagging its tail. When Papa Chu saw this, he wasn't angry. He even patted the dog's head. "It's okay. Let him eat. We bought meat for him to eat." He raised his head and looked at Chu Xuan. "You don't know who this is, right? His name is Little Fatty Chu. He's the youngest son of your mother and I. He's very obedient. You're not as good as Little Fatty. You only know how to make me angry all day long. Raising him was better than raising a dog?" Chu Xuan was so angry that he laughed. He didn't want to waste his breath on this stinky old man. He simply went around him and pulled his mother. "Mom, come here. I'll talk to you." Papa Chu stopped him. "I said no." Chu Xuan was so angry that his hands trembled. You're really unreasonable. I didn't want to talk to you. Can't you even talk to your mother? Just this once. I won't bother you anymore." Papa Chu said, "What can't you say in front of me?" Chu Xuan, okay. Then I'll say it in front of you." They stood awkwardly in front of the door. There were no chairs or tables to sit on. Chu Xuan opened the briefcase in his hand, took out a stack of documents, and handed them to his mother. "Mom, this is my property certificate and the transfer documents. You can sign the documents. Let me know when you're free. We'll go through the transfer procedures. The house is yours, but I still owe the mortgage. I bought it in a good location. The house price has increased by 30,000 yuan per square meter compared to when I bought it. After selling it and paying off the mortgage, I'll still have a lot of money left. Also, my car will be under your name. You have a driver's license. If you want to drive it, you can drive it to buy groceries. If you don't want to, you can sell it. I bought it for 400,000 yuan. It's well maintained. Don't sell it too cheaply." Every time he said a sentence, he stuffed a few documents into his mother's hands. Mrs. Chu took a handful of things and didn't know where to put them. Moreover, this was too strange. It was fine if her son wanted to be filial to her, but now wasn't the right time. Why did he suddenly give her these things? Moreover, in her impression, Chu Xuan's assets after all these years in the big city were only these, right? He gave them all to her? What was going on? Mrs. Chu asked, "Why are you giving me these?" Chu Xuan said firmly, "I'm giving them to you, so you should keep them. It's best if you follow me to go through the procedures within this week." Mrs. Chu said, "Little son, tell me clearly." Chu Xuan didn't want to say it. If he didn't want to say it, no one could pry open his mouth. Papa Chu listened from the side and felt that something was wrong. Why was Chu Xuan doing this for no reason? He reprimanded, "Your mother is asking you a question. Don't be so quiet. Talk to your mother properly. Say it." Chu Xuan turned his head away. That husky was especially affectionate with his father and even barked at him as if they were interrogating him. Papa Chu had an inexplicable ominous feeling in his heart. He couldn't help but get anxious and asked, "Say something. You little brat. I told you to say something." Chu Xuan raised his eyes and looked at his anxious father. He was so angry that his breathing became unstable. He went to rummage through his briefcase again. Because his hands were trembling, the briefcase fell to the ground. He squatted down and didn't even have the patience to dust it off. He took out the remaining documents from the briefcase and slapped them at his father roughly, saying, "Didn't you want me to die? I'm really going to die now. Mr. Chu Shan, are you satisfied now?" Your disobedient and shameless son is finally going to die. Logically speaking, Chu Xuan should be feeling happy. This time, he had finally made his father speechless. However, the moment he said those harsh words, he looked into his father's eyes. Suddenly, he didn't feel happy at all. 2kxs Leahy had said everything he wanted to say. There was no need to continue staying here. Chu Xuan turned around and left. Papa Chu had yet to react. He looked at the papers that Chu Xuan had stuffed into his hands. They were all hospital reports and diagnosis reports. He glanced at them randomly. Although he couldn't understand them, he suddenly understood that Chu Xuan wasn't lying. Chu Xuan was sick. He was very sick and was about to die. He remembered that when he quarreled with Chu Xuan just now, his face was very pale. He stood unsteadily and even held his stomach. Papa Chu suddenly came back to his senses and shouted at Chu Xuan's back, "You little brat, come back here. Tell me clearly. Stop right there. Are you deaf? I told you to stop right there." Chu Xuan didn't even look back as he walked further and further away. Papa Chu seemed to have woken up from a dream and chased after him, saying, "Chu Xuan, stop right there. Don't go." Chu Xuan still pretended that he didn't hear him. Mr. Chu couldn't catch up with Chu Sun, and he was so anxious that his heart was about to explode. He felt that his vision was a little blurry, and he wiped his face. He didn't know when his eyes were filled with tears. He chased after Chu Sun and suddenly shouted, "Jun Jun. Wait for Daddy." Jun Jun was his nickname. Chu Xuan stopped in his tracks. He turned back to look at his father with red eyes. The author has something to say, 30 red packets. See you at 2 p.m. Papa Chu was finally willing to let Chu Xuan in. This time, it was Chu Xuan who was unwilling to go home and was dragged home by his father. Mrs. Chu said anxiously, "What's going on? Stop arguing. Stop scolding your son. Sit down and talk." Papa Chu was very anxious. "I'm not scolding him. I'm not scolding him now, right?" Papa Chu pressed him down on the chair and put the documents that Chu Xuan brought over on the table. He threw the house and car aside. The documents from the hospital were more important. Papa Chu was very anxious. "Tell me. What's wrong with you? Why are you dying? Tell me clearly." He was so anxious that he stuttered. "I don't understand. What does the doctor mean by this? Is there something in your stomach that shouldn't be there?" Chu Xuan said awkwardly, "If you could understand it, you could be a doctor." "Of course, you don't understand." Papa Chu was angry. "You unlucky child. Can you not make me angry? I don't understand it. That's why I need you to explain." Chu Xuan felt a lump in his throat and tears were about to come out. He kept taking deep breaths and suppressed the urge to cry. He said some medical terms and sentences that Papa Chu still didn't understand. "Anyway, the doctor said that I can only live for 3 or 4 months at most." Papa Chu said, "Is there no way to treat it?" Chu Xuan, "It can't be cured. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a terminal illness. At most, it can delay the illness and live for a few more months." Papa Chu and Papa Chu were stunned by this sudden bad news. Papa Chu sat down dispiritedly as if he had lost his soul. After a while, he finally calmed down. "You. How many hospitals did you go to? Could there be a mistake?" Chu Xuan reported the names of the hospitals. "They're all legitimate hospitals. I've checked twice and found a specialist. I can't be wrong." Chu Xuan held back his tears and said in a low voice, "Dad, Mom, you don't have to be like this. People will die sooner or later anyway. This is all my inheritance. I'll give it all to you. Live well." Papa Chu said, "No, there are only 2 hospitals. I know an uncle whose surname is Xing. He's my former student. Do you still remember him? He is also the director of a big hospital in X city. Let me ask you, where is the best place to treat your illness? Maybe the hospital you are seeing is not good at treating this illness. Many hospitals are good at their own departments, but they are not good at treating other illnesses. Let's visit a few more hospitals. We can't just wait to die." Chu Xuan shook his head. "I don't want to see it. I don't want to be in so much pain. I don't want treatment. Besides, I'm broke. I've spent all my savings. Papa Chu's face was full of tears. He couldn't hold it in anymore and grabbed his arm tightly. You don't have money, but I do. Ask me for it. I'll give it to you. Chusun suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. Following his father, his tear ducts seemed to have been opened. It's very expensive. It's just burning money. You're just a poor teacher, yet you still help this and that student all day long. Uncle and aunt also rely on you for money. Your little savings and pension are useless. Even if I sell my house and car, it won't be enough. Papa Chu didn't hesitate and almost shouted, "Don't worry about this. Your mother and I will sell the house. I'll borrow money and beg people. Even if I have to sell everything, I'll still treat it." Chu Xuan was slightly moved, but he still shook his head. It's meaningless, Dad. Don't treat it. Don't lose both you and the money. When I die, you won't have money to pay your debts. You won't have anything good. It's better to keep the money for your retirement and live a more comfortable life. If you feel sad, you can adopt another child. Don't be like me, always making you angry. Papa Chu said, if you die, how can we live a comfortable life? You're my only son. Chu Xuan laughed. Didn't you just say that Chubby Chu is your youngest son? Papa Chu cried. Isn't that a joke? Papa Chu grabbed Chu Xuan and didn't let go. Tomorrow, Dad will bring you to a few more hospitals. We'll work hard to treat the illness. I won't give up. You can't give up, okay? Chu Xuan choked and said, there's really no cure. Dad, I've checked. There's no precedent of a cure in the whole world. Papa Chu didn't give up and said firmly, then you'll be the first. His father didn't scold him, but Chu Xuan seemed to be stunned. He was stunned, sniffled, and didn't say anything. Papa Chu said, I've taught you not to be afraid of difficulties since you were young. How did you remember? Since when was my son a coward? Weren't you very brave when you quarreled with me? You even dared to say that you like men. Now you're saying that you want to die. You're not even afraid of death, so why are you afraid of treatment? Chu Xuan's glasses were covered with moisture from crying. He took off his glasses and wiped his tears. He said very sadly, it's all because you don't want me. I don't know who to live for. Papa Chu broke down in tears. His father held his hand and cried. He was a man in his 50s. He was usually a serious old teacher, but now he was crying in a sorry state. Papa Chu let go of all his stubbornness. Junjun, I'm sorry. Dad has let you down. I'm sorry. Chu Xuan saw his father cry like this. All his resentment towards his father disappeared. He didn't cry and just choked a little. Don't you have high blood pressure? Don't cry. What should I do if you fall sick too? Why are you crying? I don't even cry as hard as you. I'm the one who's sick, and you still want me to comfort you. Don't you feel embarrassed? Mom, persuade Dad. Chu Xuan turned and saw his mother. His mother's face was also full of tears. She couldn't help but cry. However, his father cried very loudly. His mother didn't cry at all, but she looked like she was about to break down. When the husky saw that everyone was crying, it lay at the side and looked at them with its ears drooping. It seemed very sad too. Its blue glasses were teary, and it blinked its eyes. It made a whining sound from its throat. Papa Chu wiped his snot and tears. Dad will take you to get treatment. It'll be fine. Ah, you'll definitely be cured. Don't be afraid. Be brave. Chu Xuan cried. When he saw how ugly his father was crying, he smiled. I'm not afraid. Okay, I'll go get treatment. Don't cry. You look so ugly when you cry. Papa Chu cried and said, you little brat, you still laugh at me for being ugly. Chu Shan was an old teacher who had been rehired. He was in the second year of high school, and he still had to continue teaching next semester. However, he didn't have the mood to do so. He wasn't the kind of person who was praised in the newspapers for being able to bear the pain of missing his family for the sake of work and students. He directly resigned from the school. Nothing was more important than his child. His only son was about to die. He didn't have the mood to care about anything else. Chu Xuan said that he only had 3 to 4 months left to live. It should be counted by the days. He didn't even know if it was 3 digits. Every day that passed was a day less. There was no time to delay. Chu Shan didn't sleep the entire night. How could he sleep? He looked for all the connections he could find on the same day. He couldn't wait at all. He found a doctor he knew. He was a student he taught in the past and was the deputy director of a top 3 grade A hospital in the provincial capital. They had a good relationship. The other party was kind and helped him recommend a suitable hospital and doctor without hesitation. Then, he even found a friend in the real estate industry. He planned to sell his house. However, Chu Xuan stopped him. "Dad, calm down. Sell my house first, okay? My house is more valuable. Don't be so anxious." Actually, he felt that if he died quickly, his father wouldn't have to sell his house. Even if he died, his parents would at least have a house for their retirement. However, Papa Chu didn't agree. "It'll be too late to sell it then. Let's hang it up first. Only then can we find a good seller." The next day, his father took Chu Xuan to see a doctor in another city according to his student's recommendation. His parents treated him like a fragile object and didn't even let him drive the car. They wanted him to sit in the back seat. Chu Xuan felt that he wasn't that weak, but he still obeyed his parents. The next day, they set off early in the morning. After driving for more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at the hospital before noon. Papa Chu's student had already greeted the specialist and added a number. When they arrived, they didn't take a break and went directly to the outpatient clinic to see the doctor. 2K novel. The author has something to say, still 30 red packets. See you at 3 o'clock. The procedure was the same in every hospital. The waiting room was packed with people. Not only were the seats full, but there was also almost no space to stand. Dr. Lin, who Chu Xuan came to see, was very famous. Patients came from all over the world because of his reputation, and they had to register with him a week in advance. If it weren't for Chu Xuan's connections, they wouldn't have been able to register with him. No one in the world liked to see a doctor. Everyone had a gloomy expression on their faces as they waited impatiently, holding their phones to kill time. It was 10 o'clock when they arrived, so they had to wait. They were 21st in line. There were no seats, so they stood and waited. After a while, his father called him, "Junjun, there's a seat here. Come here. Sit and wait." Chu Xuan looked at his white-haired parents and felt embarrassed to sit. He asked his parents to stand and said, "Dad, sit down. You're tired after driving for so long. Sit down and rest." "I'm fine. I don't feel unwell today. I'm not that weak." The two of them pushed each other back and forth. Chu Xuan caught a glimpse of a white-haired old man with crutches. He turned around and helped him up. "Grandpa, sit down." The old man didn't refuse. He thanked him and sat down. Papa Chu was unhappy. "You're so stubborn even when you're sitting down. You like to show off." Mrs. Chu tried to smooth things over. "You and your father were probably reincarnated from sulfur and saltpeter in your previous lives. Mr. Chu, I remember that you have a small stool that you use to fish in your car. You can use it." Every patient hoped that the doctor could treat them for a long time, at least half an hour. Only then would they be worthy of waiting in line like a war. Chu Xuan waited until it was almost 12 o'clock. It was finally his turn. He brought the medical records and examination reports from the 2 hospitals and finally saw Dr. Lin. He was in his 40s or 50s. He wore tortoiseshell-rimmed glasses and looked a little fierce. Director Lin looked at the information he brought and frowned. He asked, "You found it more than a month ago? The doctor didn't ask you to be hospitalized as soon as possible? Did he prescribe any medicine for you?" Chu Xuan said guiltily, "He did, but I didn't want to be treated at that time. I'm only taking painkillers." Dr. Lin sighed and asked him all kinds of questions with a straight face. After creating the electronic medical record, he wrote a lot of checkup forms and asked him to do all kinds of tests again. Chu Xuan was forced by his parents to go to various departments for blood tests, x-rays, ultrasonography, MRI scans, and so on. It was as if he was fighting a war. The point guard is here. It was especially difficult for them to produce the report. They did not know why, but every time they waited until there were only a few of them left in the waiting room. There were a few times when they were called by the doctor to redo the report. He spent 2 days looking for Dr. Lin. Director Lin frowned. He repeatedly looked at the examination results, images, and various reports. With a serious expression, he said that he could not give him a definite result for the time being. Chu Xuan thought it through and said, "I can accept it even if I can't be cured, chief physician." Director Lin said tactfully, "It's not a problem of whether you can be cured or not. I suspect. I'm not sure yet. I'll find another doctor to take a look at you. She's not available now. I'll contact you as soon as I have a result with her." Chu Xuan was nervous. However, when he thought about it, the worst-case scenario was death. What was there to be afraid of? As soon as he left the hospital, Chu Xuan was scolded by his father. Papa Chu said, "What do you mean by, I can accept it even if I can't be cured? What did you promise me? Have you forgotten?" He threatened fiercely, "Don't think about saving money for us. We don't need you to save money." Chu Xuan was quite dispirited. "Dad, you can say that, but some things can't be changed with a strong will. There are not so many miracles. I think it's better to prepare for the worst. If the situation is slightly better than expected, isn't it a good thing? However, under normal circumstances, when you think you've encountered the worst thing in your life, fate will tell you that it hasn't shown its bottom line yet. You can still fall further." The next morning, the new doctor under Director Lin called Chu Xuan to come to the hospital. Chu Xuan didn't delay. They stayed in the hotel next to the hospital and arrived at the hospital 10 minutes later. Director Lin wasn't seeing patients today. Instead, he was in the inpatient department's office. There was an unfamiliar female doctor next to Director Lin. When she saw Chu Xuan, she said to the female doctor, "Here, it's him." Then, she introduced to Chu Xuan, "This is Dr. Chen." Chu Xuan greeted him politely. However, he remembered that there was no doctor with the surname Chen in this department when he registered. Which department was Dr. Chen from? Both Director Lin and Dr. Chen had serious expressions. This made Chu Xuan feel discouraged. He guessed that it wasn't a good result. Dr. Chen didn't exchange pleasantries with him. He said, "Let's do another ultrasound." "I'll do it for you. I'll take you there now." Dr. Chen personally brought Chu Xuan to the ultrasound room. Chu Xuan realized that there were quite a lot of people waiting outside. It turned out that he was the one who cut the queue. He felt embarrassed. However, he saw that there were a few pregnant women sitting in the corridor waiting. He still cut the queue before the pregnant women. This made Chu Xuan feel even more ashamed. When the doctor on duty saw Dr. Chen, he greeted him as the director. Chu Xuan was puzzled. Was Dr. Chen also a director? Which department was he from? They entered the ultrasound room, closed the door, and drew the curtains. Dr. Chen stood beside the machine and said to Chu Xuan, "Lie flat. Lift your clothes up and reveal your stomach. Pull your pants down slightly." Chu Xuan obediently did as he was told. He quietly looked at Dr. Chen's expression. Dr. Chen's frown deepened. After checking for half an hour, Dr. Chen said, "Okay, it's done. Don't leave yet. I'll discuss it with Director Lin." Then, they waited for another hour. Director Lin and Director Chen called Chu Xuan over. Director Lin said something that Chu Xuan did not quite understand. He said something about differentiated cells and undifferentiated cells. Then, he concluded. "Your previous situation was indeed very easy to make a wrong judgment. This is the first time I've seen your situation." Chu Xuan asked, "What wrong judgment? Director, can you be clearer?" Director Lin said, "In short, the results of your previous checkup at the hospital were a misdiagnosis. You don't have a terminal illness. You don't have a terminal illness." Chu Xuan's mind suddenly went blank. He was stunned for a long time before he asked, "Doctor, what did you say?" Director Lin told him with certainty, "You don't have a terminal illness." "Huh? Chu Xuan felt that it was too ridiculous. It was so ridiculous that he was speechless for a moment. Misdiagnosis? This was AF *King misdiagnosis? He had quit his job because of this result and spent all his savings. Now, he was told that it was just a misdiagnosis? He had even lowered his head to his father because of this. Chu Xuan's parents were by his side. They were much happier than Chu Xuan. Papa Chu was overjoyed. He was so happy that he cried. He wiped his tears and said, "I told you to go to a few more hospitals. You didn't want to." After Mrs. Chu was happy, she started to get angry. What's wrong with the hospital you went to previously? How could they make a mistake when it's a matter of life and death? However, Director Lin's face did not relax at all. But, the whole family was instantly on tenterhooks again. Chu Xuan asked, "But what? They checked that I actually have another illness?" Director Lin said, "That's not it. You're quite healthy, but your body is a little special. It's also because of this that you were misdiagnosed." Chu Xuan asked, "What's wrong?" Director Lin looked at Director Chen. Director Chen took out a few photos from the ultrasound and placed them in front of Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan saw that the photos were black and white. He could not understand them at all. Director Chen said, "You don't have a terminal illness, but you're pregnant." What? Chu Xuan could not believe his ears. What did Director Chen say? Did she say pregnant? It was just a word with the same pronunciation as who? He was a man. Saying that he had a terminal illness was more reliable than being pregnant, right? Director Chen said very seriously, "You're about 5 weeks pregnant. Look at this point. This is the fetus. It's still very small." Chu Xuan was stunned for a long time. He stared at the image and said, This isn't a joke, right?" Director Chen shook her head and said, "How can I joke with you?" Chu Xuan asked, But, I'm a man. How can I be pregnant?" Director Chen said, "In medicine, the human body hasn't been completely explored. Indeed, according to common sense, a man can't be pregnant, but you're pregnant now. It's also because you're a man who can get pregnant. I think it's because of this that the diagnosis was misdiagnosed." Chu Xuan continued to ask, "Huh? I haven't felt anything wrong with my body since I was young. Why didn't I find out before?" Director Chen said, "If your situation hadn't been examined very carefully, it wouldn't have been discovered, and it would have been easy to misdiagnose. My personal guess is that the hormone changes in your body also change with your cycle. The cycle might be relatively long. Usually, it's normal, but it will only be abnormal for a certain period of time. Coincidentally, you encountered an abnormal cycle when you were examined more than 2 months ago." Chu Xuan, Director Lin said, "So, Mr. Chu, I can't handle your situation with my professionalism. I have to hand it over to Director Chen." Chu Xuan was silent for a moment. He calmed down a little and asked, "What kind of doctor is Director Chen a doctor?" Director Chen answered himself, "Obstetrics and gynecology." Chu Xuan, the author has something to say, before the red packet photo, see you at 4 o'clock. It's definitely not scientific for boys to have children. I was just writing randomly. Look at me. I didn't even dare to write the details. I'm not very meticulous." Chu Xuan stumbled out of the hospital in a daze. Although he didn't have to die, he wasn't relieved at all. Because his situation was too special, Dr. Chen asked him to be more careful than other pregnant women for the sake of the baby and his own health. He had to come to the hospital more often for checkups. Of course, it was still unknown whether it was dangerous for a man to give birth. Although there was nothing wrong with his body at the moment, it was still unpredictable what would happen in the future. If he wanted to abort the child, they could also arrange surgery for him. Chu Xuan didn't know how to face his parents, so he didn't say a word along the way. However, his parents didn't scold him or ask anything else. The whole family was worried. After that, the first thing Papa Chu said was carefully, Junjun, are you hungry? Let's go eat. We'll talk about it after we're full." They arrived at the restaurant. They ordered. Papa Chu subconsciously ordered boiled pork slices. Mrs. Chu quickly said, "Isn't it too spicy?" He's sick. He can't eat something too spicy." Papa Chu nodded. Oh, yes, yes. You're right. It's a little lighter. I'll order stewed chicken and steamed fish. Chu Xuan thought for a moment and said with difficulty, I can't smell meat recently. I'll eat vegetables and tofu. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan didn't know what to say. His worldview hadn't adjusted yet. He seemed to be a rare man in the world who could give birth. It was too unbelievable. His feelings were complicated. Even if Chu Xuan didn't want to admit it, he was pregnant. He was carrying a baby in his stomach. It was only the size of an apple core and was growing. The family of 3 ate in silence. Papa Chu saw that he didn't eat much and said worriedly, no matter what, you have to eat well. Chu Xuan nodded and forced himself to eat a few more mouthfuls. It tasted like wax. Papa Chu watched him eat and sighed. He couldn't hold it in anymore and asked softly, is it that? Ji? I remember his name was Ji Tian, something like that. Chu Xuan paused and replied, no. Papa Chu asked, then whose is it? Lin Yanchen's incomparably handsome face instantly appeared in Chu Xuan's mind. He gently shook his head and said, you don't need to care about someone you don't know. It has nothing to do with him. Papa Chu wondered, aren't you with that Ji guy? Chu Xuan said indifferently, we broke up a long time ago, but when he thought of Shaolin, his face became soft and sad again. I've fallen in love with someone else. Although he still didn't know Shaolin's specific family background, it was definitely rich and respectable. It was a class that he would never be able to come into contact with in his life. Thinking about Shaolin's difficult father, he felt scared. He didn't know if Shaolin would accept him. Sometimes, being together wasn't just about two people. Mama Chu asked him, Junjun, are you going to have this child? It's not easy for you to begin with. If you give birth, you'll have a lot of work to do. Of course, he had to give birth. But Chu Xuan subconsciously touched his lower abdomen. It was still flat. He calculated the time and should have been pregnant a few days after he met Lin Yanchen. But thinking about it carefully, he had done many things that were harmful to the fetus in the past month. Parachuting, skiing, riding, and even taking pills. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became. He didn't know if it would affect the fetus. Chu Xuan frowned and said with a serious face, I haven't decided yet. When the fetus is a little bigger, we'll do a checkup. If there's no problem, we'll give birth. A young girl sitting at the table next to them almost heard the conversation of the family. She secretly glanced at Chu Sun with disdain. Not only was he unfaithful, but he was also bad to his mistress. No one was willing to tell their parents. He made a girl pregnant before marriage, but he didn't want to take responsibility. He even did a checkup before considering whether to give birth to the child. Was he planning to do a gender checkup? If it was a boy, he would give birth, but not a girl, right? What a scumbag, what a scumbag. Chu Xuan was thin-skinned. He didn't want others to know that he was pregnant, especially acquaintances. So he didn't go back to his house in X City, nor did he go to his parents' house to take care of the fetus. Director Chen agreed to be in charge of helping him give birth. Firstly, Director Chen was an expert in obstetrics and gynecology, so there was no need to find another doctor. Secondly, Chu Xuan was embarrassed to let more people know that he was pregnant. After discussing with his parents, he decided to rent a house near the hospital. He was an idiot. He spent all his money on Shaolin. Although he still had real estate, it wasn't liquid capital. He didn't even have the money to rent a house. He blushed and looked at his parents' money. When he was 3 months pregnant, Chu Xuan went for a prenatal checkup. Dr. Chen said that the preliminary examination showed that the child wasn't missing an arm or a leg, other than being a little small. He was basically healthy. However, there were still some problems that the prenatal checkup couldn't detect. Chu Xuan thought about it for a few days and decided to give birth to the child. Chu Xuan basically didn't dare to go out. Although when he touched his belly, he felt that there was a little life in his body, which made him feel very touched, but what would others think of him? Wouldn't he be a monster? Moreover, if people knew that he had a child in his belly, this child would be the irrefutable evidence that he had slept with a man and had taken a man's life. He and Shaolin weren't married. At most, they had dated for a few days. This was an illegitimate child. After his parents found out that he didn't have a terminal illness but was pregnant, they weren't angry. Instead, they worked hard to accompany him and take care of him. His father cooked for him every day in different ways. He was quite proactive. Chuxuan originally thought that he would be scolded by his parents sooner or later, but he didn't expect that he wouldn't be scolded. His parents were still very careful with him. Especially his father. When did his father's temper become so good? When he was pregnant and had nothing to do, he stayed at home all day. Chuxuan's imagination ran wild. He thought that when he broke up with his father in the past, his father had complained that he was gay and couldn't have children to carry on the family line. Was it because although he wasn't married now, he could still have children, so his father tacitly agreed to this matter? Was it that important to have children or not? At the end of the day, his father was just thinking about the descendants of the Chu family. One night, Chuxuan was thirsty in the middle of the night. He got up to drink water and heard a low cry. A man was crying. He curiously went to the door of his parents' room and listened carefully through the door. He realized that his father was crying and his mother was comforting him. "Mr. Chu, why are you crying? You're in your 50s. Don't you find it embarrassing?" "I'm not crying outside. I'm scared." Junjun insisted on giving birth to this child. Look at his pregnancy symptoms. He vomited everything he ate tonight. He's so thin that he's just skin and bones. It's dangerous for a woman to give birth, and he's a man. It was so dangerous when you gave birth to Junjun. What about him? Immortal Wadayo, you're crying even harder. Aren't I fine? I only have one son. If something happens to him, what will I do? Oh, you're like a good father now. Why don't you dare to say such things in front of Junjun? You're the best at scolding him. Giving birth makes one's imagination run wild. He's a man giving birth, so the pressure is even greater. How can I say it in front of him? Moreover, Chief Chen has never delivered a child for a man. Don't say that something will happen. You jinx it. Shut the hell up. We have to believe in Chief Chen. Chief Chen is a very good doctor. Besides, Chief Chen has never delivered a child for a man. Where are you going to find a doctor who has delivered a child for a man? I know. I'm just worried. But aren't we making plans so that we won't panic when the time comes? If anything happens, we'll definitely protect Junjun. The old couple reached a consensus. After a while. Mr. Chu, why are you crying again? Can't you let me sleep? I remembered the dream I had just now. What did you dream of? I dreamed that he gave birth to a little monster. It was very ugly. When the time comes, I can only accept the little monster. It's fine as long as he's safe. Dreams are always the opposite. You don't know. I keep dreaming of the arguments I used to have with Junjun. I said things in anger, and I even told him to die. I was wondering if he blamed me for making him sick. Why was my mouth so cheap? I'll never scold him again in this life. Chuxuan didn't listen anymore and left quietly. The author has something to say. I'm sorry. I'll send you a red packet before the photo. See you at 5. Xiao Lin is coming out in the next chapter. Lin Yanchen rushed back to the country as soon as he could. Other than the name Chuxuan, he knew nothing. Chuxuan's phone number was an anonymous, disposable phone number that was registered overseas. After he left without saying goodbye, he could no longer contact him. Trying to find Chuxuan in a land of 9.63 million square kilometers, among more than a billion people, was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Yanchen used all the connections he had to find him, but he was still at a loss. After all, the country was not an environment he was familiar with. As soon as Lin Yanchen closed his eyes, he would think of where Chu Sun was now, silently enduring the pain and waiting for death alone. His heart felt like it was being tormented in a pot of oil, unable to calm down. He wanted to find Chuxuan as soon as possible. While he was in a terrible fix, Lin Yanchen suddenly received a call from his father. Dad has eaten the dumplings you made. They were delicious. I'm very happy. Rice ball reading. Lin Yanchen was confused and even angry. When did you eat the dumplings I made? Father Lin asked back, didn't you send them to me? They were stuffed with pork and corn. Lin Yanchen was already very annoyed because of Chu Xuan. When he thought of his father eating the dumplings he made for Chu Xuan, he became even angrier. I didn't send them to you. They weren't made for you. You took my things without my permission. Do you know that Chu Xuan and I made dumplings? Father Lin was stunned by his continuous scolding. Ah? He roughly knew who Lin Yanchen was playing with these days, but he heard that Lin Yanchen was very happy, so he didn't ask too much. He respected personal privacy. Lin Yanchen directly hung up the phone. Father Lin was a little hurt when he heard the busy tone. When he received the dumplings personally made by Lin Yanchen, he thought that his stubborn son was willing to reconcile with him, even though they didn't taste very good. He didn't expect that it wasn't sent by Lin Yanchen at all. Then who made it? A month passed. Lin Yanchen finally found the company that Chu Xuan had worked for. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to Xianxia. Xianxia and Lin Yanchen had never met before, so he was quite puzzled when they suddenly came knocking on his door. He went to work every day. Previously, Chu Xuan had run away without warning, so he could only work seriously. He was even scolded by his brother. He said that he must have angered Chu Xuan and made him leave. His brother stopped his allowance and told him to earn money himself. If he could maintain his performance, he would give him more allowance. If he ruined the branch company, he would not be able to receive any more allowance in the future. Sigh. Xianxia knew that his brother and Chu Xuan sincerely treated him well and wanted him to improve himself, but he was just a good-for-nothing. Xianxia followed Chu Xuan's instructions and promoted Chu Xuan's favorite student, Duan Xiaozhen. If there was anything that he didn't understand or didn't dare to make a decision, he would shamelessly ask his brother. His brother would patiently teach him. At first, he really held the attitude of learning and asked for advice. Xianxia slowly realized that this was like using a cheat code. He could slack off, but he couldn't help but slack off again. He didn't even think about it and directly asked about it. After a few times, he still gave himself away and was discovered by his brother. He was scolded badly and completely ignored him. Xianxia could only bitterly laugh and work hard. He couldn't help but miss the days when Chu Xuan was still around. Sometimes, he would also think about where Chu Xuan was now. He heard that he went out for a vacation. He didn't treat his illness because he wanted to take advantage of the days when he didn't have to lie on the hospital bed to walk around. Xianxia felt that it was a pity for Chu Xuan. Lin Yanchen was too lazy to waste his breath on him and asked directly, do you know where Chu Xuan is now? Xianxia asked carelessly, Chu Xuan has already resigned. Who are you? Why are you looking for Chu Xuan? Why are there always people looking for Chu Xuan? Why do you think that I definitely know? Lin Yanchen was anxious and couldn't help but be a little aggressive. However, he could only be patient and explain, I'm Chu Xuan's boyfriend. Before he could finish, Xianxia was so shocked that he almost jumped up, your brother Chu's boyfriend? Are you serious? Lin Yanchen nodded and said confidently, yes, I'm his boyfriend. I can't find him now. He used to work here. You should have his information here. I want to find some clues. Lin Yanchen was very domineering. Xianxia was a few years older than him, but he seemed to be intimidated. After a while, he thought about how scary Chu Xuan was when he scolded people. He slowly gathered his courage and said, I can't just give you my personal information. You said that you're Chu Xuan's boyfriend? How come I don't know about it? You have to show me evidence. At least have a photo of you and Chu Xuan being intimate, right? Lin Yanchen was stunned. Not only did he not have a photo with Chu Xuan, he didn't even have a single photo of Chu Xuan. He suddenly felt sad and said bitterly, I don't. Xianxia secretly praised himself for being quick-witted. Fortunately, I'm smart enough to not be tricked by you. You don't even have a photo and you're lying to me that you're Chu Xuan's boyfriend. He said bluntly, you're very funny. I'm very busy with work. I don't have time to joke with you. Xianxia stood up and turned to leave. He didn't want to entertain this strange person anymore. Lin Yanchen said softly, he didn't want me to keep the photo, but we're really lovers. Chu Xuan is afraid of the cold. He likes to eat hot pot. He doesn't like sashimi and cheese. When he sleeps, he likes to hide under the quilt. He doesn't have many friends. He didn't dare to tell others that he likes men. However, he didn't want to lie to his parents. So he came out of the closet early. He's sick. He said that he doesn't want to be a burden to me, so he left without telling me. He said that there's no cure for his illness. He said that he's hiding from me. He doesn't want me to see his sick and ugly appearance. However, I still want to be with him. Lin Yanquan's heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. However, there was a strange kind of calmness. His voice was full of sadness and love. He said, Mr. Zhuang, I'm very grateful that you're considerate of Chushuan and want to protect his privacy. However, I'm really his lover. I sincerely beg you. Let me have some clues to find him. I'm afraid that if I wait any longer, it'll be too late. Lin Yanquan asked, Mr. Zhuang? Zhuang Hanxue turned around. Lin Yanquan saw his appearance and was slightly surprised. Lin Yanquan didn't cry. Zhuang Hanxue was moved to tears. He wiped his tears and said, I believe you. I didn't tell anyone about Chushuan's illness other than when he resigned. I didn't tell anyone else. I'll look for the information for you. The file on the computer was deleted when he resigned. Zhuang Hanxue spent a lot of effort and looked for it for an entire day. Finally, he found Chushuan's personal information on paper and gave it to Lin Yanquan. It included the school he went to when he was young, his previous work experience, and the various scholarships he received. Lin Yanquan saw the photo of Chushuan when he was in his early 20s. He had the same gentle face as he did now, but he was much younger. Zhuang Hanxue asked, Is it useful? Lin Yanquan said, Thank you. Unfortunately, the column that he wanted to know the most was empty. He didn't fill in his parents. They probably already had a falling out at that time. However, at least he got some more information. To be honest, when he found this place, he was still hoping for a fluke. He thought that maybe Chushuan's terminal illness was just an excuse to get rid of him. However, he wished that Chushuan was a liar. However, it proved that Chushuan was telling the truth. Lin Yanquan thanked Zhuang Hanxue and left with the information. He was ready to continue looking for Chushuan. Someone called out to him. It was a young girl. Are you looking for Chushuan? Lin Yanquan nodded. Hello. This girl was Chushuan's little disciple, Duan Xiaozhen. She said worriedly, He's my master. I heard you talking to President Shuang just now. Have you seen him before? Is he okay? When he resigned, I asked him about it. Later, he told me that he was tired from work and wanted to resign. However, he suddenly disappeared and I couldn't get through to his phone. However, because her master left, she was entrusted with an important task and couldn't leave to look for him. Lin Yanquan said politely, Thank you for your concern. He thought about it and felt that it was good to have more hope. Maybe Chushuan would contact his disciple before he died? Thus, he left his number. If you have any news about Chushuan, let me know. If I find him and ask him, I'll contact you if he's willing. Duan Xiaozhen said gratefully, Thank you, thank you. The author has something to say, 30 red packets, see you at 6. Lin Yanquan found Chushuan's residence and asked the property management, security, and Chushuan's neighbors about Chushuan's whereabouts. The property management felt that the owner of this house was really troublesome. Why were there always people looking for him? Since there was a psychopath who tricked them into his house before, he was much more vigilant this time. At first, he refused to say anything. This matter was easy to solve. Lin Yanquan gave him a red packet, and the other party slowly opened his mouth and was willing to say a few words. He came back once before. Lin Yanquan asked, What was the date? The answer was, the 2nd or the 3rd day of the new year. He came back for a day and then left again. The timing was just right. Lin Yanquan continued to ask, What happened after that? Where did he go? I don't know. The other party answered and suddenly remembered something. Mr. Chu came back this time to do some paperwork. He said that he was going to sell the house or something. I don't know the details for the time being. Lin Yanquan's heart sank. Selling the house. Why would he sell the house out of the blue? Was he preparing for his funeral? Along the way, he was able to confirm that Chu Yongxing was seriously ill. Lin Yanchen thought for a while. With Chu Xuan's character, he would most likely buy his own grave in advance. He was not sure if Chu Xuan would go back to find his parents. Chu Xuan said that he had cut off his relationship with his parents for 5 years. Would he still go back? But if he did not look for his parents, he should at least find someone to help him deal with his funeral. Generally, if it was not his parents or friends, would Chu Xuan ask his female disciple to help him? But he heard that there were also strangers who were in charge of this job. In short, it was better to check it out. Lin Yanchen found a few assistants to help him check, but he really could not sit comfortably and wait for others to report the news. Every day, he had to run around looking for Chu Xuan. He was so tired that he fell asleep. This was the only way for him to sleep recently. In Chu Xuan's high school and university teachers, Lin Yanchen saw the class photos of Chu Xuan when he was in school. Chu Xuan always stood quietly in the corner. Lin Yanchen liked him when he saw him. But he found that there was another man in both photos, and they were both standing next to Chu Xuan. Even in the high school graduation photo, the man's hand was on Chu Xuan's shoulder. Chu Xuan had a smile on his face and his eyes were shining. Lin Yanchen asked, "Who is this person?" Chu Xuan's high school teacher told him, "Oh, he's Chu Xuan's good friend. His name is..." "Let me see. There's a name on the back of the photo. Xianxia." "Yes, his name is Xianxia. They were very close when they were in school. If I remember correctly, they even went to the same university." Lin Yanchen thought that if he was not wrong, this man should be the person Chu Xuan liked. He was still a little jealous. But now was not the time for him to care about this man with the surname Ji. Lin Yanchen silently noted down the name. Fortunately, Chu Xuan's high school records had his home address. Moreover, after so many years, Chu Xuan's parents did not move and still lived in the old house. Unfortunately, Chu Xuan's parents were not at home. Lin Yanchen directly asked Chu Xuan's neighbors where the family went. A group of aunties moved a small stool and sat under a tree in the neighborhood garden to chat. Lin Yanchen started a conversation and they unknowingly told him all the gossip. A few days after the new year, old Chu's son came back. Yes, I saw him. He drove a BMW. His son was good at school and had a promising career. Unlike my disappointing son, what's there to be envious about? Didn't you see that he hasn't been home for a few years? He had a falling out with his family a few years ago. I heard that he's gay." "Ah? I didn't know. I live next door and only found out when I heard them arguing. Old Chu is such a proud person, so I didn't tell him." "Then why are you telling us now?" "Old Chu quit his job at the university and put his house up for sale." "Eh? Why is he selling his house?" "Let me tell you. I heard that his son is sick and won't live for long. In order to treat his illness, the old couple is going to sell their house. They took him to see a doctor, but he probably went straight to the hospital for treatment, so he didn't come back." "Ayo, that's terrible. What kind of illness does he have? Why does it cost so much money?" "I'm not too sure, but isn't it easy for gay people to get that kind of illness?" "What kind?" "It's..." She lowered her voice and said mysteriously, "AIDS." There was a low uproar. This was really dirty. This illness can't be cured. Lin Yanchen couldn't stand it anymore. Chu Xuan doesn't have AIDS. He's a clean person. Why does he feel that just because he likes men? The aunties finally noticed him. "Young man, I remember that you were here to ask about Chu Xuan, right? What's your relationship with him?" Everyone silently distanced themselves from him, as if he had some kind of infectious disease. Lin Yanchen thought that Chu Xuan used to live in such an environment. No wonder he was so unhappy. He felt sorry for Chu Xuan. Lin Yanchen got Chu Xuan's father's phone number. He mustered up his courage and called, "Hello? Hello." Papa Chu saw that it was an unfamiliar number and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Yanchen said, "Hello. I'm Chu Xuan's friend. I heard that he's sick and want to visit him. Can you tell me which hospital he's in now?" Papa Chu was very afraid of this matter. Chu Xuan was thin-skinned and specifically told him not to let more people know about his pregnancy. No matter who asked, he was to say that he wasn't sick. He naturally had to keep his mouth shut, let alone tell others Chu Xuan's location. He said, "I didn't even know that he was sick." "How did you know that he was sick? Is Chu Xuan sick?" Papa Chu said with certainty. "They didn't even know that Chu Xuan was sick." Lin Yanchen was frightened. "But I heard that you took Chu Xuan to see a doctor. Why else would you go on a long trip?" Papa Chu said, "My wife and I went on a trip." "What does that have to do with you?" Lin Yanchen asked, "But you sold your house?" Papa Chu said, "I just want to move to the countryside to retire." "Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly cursing my son for no reason?" Lin Yanchen said in a panic, "I didn't." Papa Chu hung up, and Lin Yanchen heard the annoying empty ringtone. When he called again, he realized that he had probably been blacklisted. Could it be that those aunties were lying? But based on their erroneous conversation, it didn't seem impossible. Maybe Chu Xuan did come back once, but he didn't tell his parents that he was sick. That made sense. According to Chu Xuan's description, their father and son relationship was so bad. So, did Chu Xuan go to the hospital himself? The sword is coming. Lin Yanchen felt that he had lost his clues again. If he couldn't find Chu Xuan from his parents, how could he find Chu Xuan? Should he ask every tertiary grade A hospital? He didn't even know what illness Chu Xuan had. Lin Yanchen searched for more than half a month without a clue. Zhuang Hanxue told him, "I went to the First People's Hospital of X province today. I suddenly remembered that I saw a plastic bag with the name of this hospital printed on it at Chu Xuan's house. He should have been diagnosed in this hospital. Maybe you can go to this hospital to look." Lin Yanchen hurried to investigate, but the nurses and doctors wouldn't tell him so casually. They had to protect the patient's privacy. Lin Yanchen thought of a way to save the country in a roundabout way. He asked the hospital's nurses if they remembered a patient with the surname Chu. He didn't have time to ask alone, so several assistants checked together. One of the assistants reported back to him, "Boss, we did find it," but Lin Yanchen suddenly became timid. He repeatedly prepared himself mentally before saying, "Tell me, just tell me the truth." The assistant said, "A nurse with the surname Zhang said that there was indeed a male patient with the surname Chu in the oncology department. He was 30 years old, tall, thin, fair, and wore glasses. He passed away at the beginning of the month." Lin Yanchen seemed to be listening, but also not. After a long time, he asked, "When he passed away, was there anyone with him?" They said no. "He has no parents, no relatives, and no friends. He found a funeral company to handle his funeral." Lin Yanchen closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Even his breathing was trembling. Lin Yanchen felt that he should go find Chu Xuan's grave, but he suddenly lost his courage. On the way to find Chu Xuan, he was asked countless times, "Who are you?" Yes, he wasn't anyone from Chu Xuan. Why was Chu Xuan so cruel that he refused to see him even when he died? "Boss, are you okay?" Lin Yanchen said, "Let me be alone for a while." He wanted to go back to the place where he met Chu Xuan. After a few steps, he suddenly felt his chest and stomach burning with sadness. He wanted to vomit, but nothing came out. Lin Yanchen didn't sleep for the whole night. The assistant asked him, "Boss, do you still want to continue looking for Mr. Chu's grave?" Lin Yanchen said, "No. He told me not to look for him. I'll give you a break, you have a good rest. I also want to be alone for a while." The assistant secretly looked at his hair and was a little confused. Did the little boss have white hair in the past? The author had something to say. If I want him to misunderstand, he has to misunderstand. See you at 7. Chu Xuan thought about whether he should look for Shaolin. But firstly, he was intimidated by Shaolin's family background. Secondly, he was too decisive when he left and did not leave any contact information. He did not remember Shaolin, and the disposable phone he got overseas had long been lost. He could not look for Lin Yanchen even if he wanted to. Chu Xuan hesitated day after day, and his stomach grew bigger and bigger. It was really embarrassing. Especially when the weather gradually warmed up, he could not wear thick clothes to cover his stomach when he went out occasionally. He did not know if it was because he was a man who should not have children, but his pregnancy reaction was especially serious. He only felt better after taking the medicine given by Chief Chin. Chu Xuan ate and threw up every day. Even if he did not want to eat, he had to nourish the child in his stomach. Giving birth was a problem. After the child was born, where would the money to raise the child come from? His savings were all given to Lin Yanchen. What should he do? Sell his house and car? He was unwilling to sell his house. Now that the housing price was skyrocketing, his house could still appreciate. This was faster than working. He wanted to leave the house to his child. Not only did he not want to sell it, but he had also begun to study the housing prices in the school district. It would be too late to prepare when the time came. He had to buy a house as soon as possible. The expected date of delivery was winter. His mother had already begun to make small clothes and hats for the Bao Bao and Chu Xuan's stomach. When the Bao Bao was born, he could wear them. Chu Xuan held his heavy stomach and frowned. Mom, what if there's something wrong with the Bao Bao that the prenatal examination can't detect? He was scolded by his mother. You have the same bad habit as your father. Jinx. No, the Bao Bao will definitely be healthy. Chu Xuan, then I'm afraid. Chief Chin said that when the time comes, he will cut open my stomach and take out the Bao Bao. Is it so hard for women to give birth? I can't sleep well. My stomach is heavy, and my shoulders hurt. Mother Chu said, now you know it wasn't easy for me to give birth to you, right? Chu Xuan said, I heard that you had a difficult birth back then? What should he do? What about me? Mrs. Chu said, that's different. You're a man, and I'm a woman. You had a cesarean section, and I gave birth naturally. Our children will definitely be different. Chu Xuan said, since I'm a man, giving birth might be even more. Mrs. Chu turned around and yelled at the kitchen, Mr. Chu, are you the one who spoke to the child? I already told you not to talk nonsense to the child. Papa Chu, who was wearing an apron and holding a big spoon, was speechless. Once, Chu Xuan couldn't hold it in anymore. The doctor told him to exercise as much as possible. He also felt that Chu Xuan's mood would get worse if he didn't go out. It wouldn't be good if he became depressed. Chu Xuan put on a loose shirt and went out for a walk. At that time, he was almost 6 months pregnant, but his stomach wasn't very big. Director Chen said that the structure of his body was different. The fetal position was at the back, so his stomach wasn't very big. Ordinary people definitely wouldn't think of a pregnant man at first glance. They would only think that this man had a beer belly. Moreover, after the first few months, perhaps because he had been taking medicine properly, Chu Xuan's appetite became better, and his face became a little rounder. They passed by a barbecue stall. Chu Xuan really wanted to eat. Papa Chu said, eat if you want. The father and son sat down to eat. On a summer night, it was really comfortable to eat barbecue skewers with the night breeze. Before their food was ready, a few uncles came over. Because there were no more seats, they came over and asked if they could share a table. Chu Sun was a civilized person. Since the other party had asked nicely, he would naturally agree. The uncles came out in the middle of the night to drink beer and eat barbecue to brag. They even hit on Chu Xuan and asked if he was a local, where he worked, if he was married, and if he had children. Although Chu Xuan was kind, he wasn't at the point where he would tell strangers everything. Papa Chu was a little unhappy. He felt that these uncles were too excited and even patted Chu Xuan's shoulder. At that moment, one of the uncles looked at Chu Xuan's stomach and said, young man, your stomach is quite big. How many months are you pregnant? Chu Xuan was speechless. Before Chu Xuan could answer, another uncle laughed loudly. He lifted his t-shirt to reveal his round belly and patted it loudly. Mine is 8 months pregnant. The fattest uncle stood up and showed his round belly in disdain. Yours is at most 6 months. Mine is only 8 months. The uncle who asked the question first laughed heartily. Your wife's belly wasn't even as big as yours when she gave birth. They laughed and said to Chu Xuan, young man, you're handsome, but your figure is a little bad. Otherwise, I would introduce my niece to you. Young man, you can't be so fat when you're not married yet. Otherwise, you won't be able to get a wife. Yes, when you get married, your belly will be a few months big if you want. Chu Xuan was amused by them. Ha 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 ha, thank you, brothers. I got it. He hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Suddenly, he had an impulse and said half-truthfully, I'm not lying to you. Actually, I'm really pregnant. The child in my belly is 6 months old. Ha 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 ha. Of course, the older brothers didn't believe him. They mocked him and said, you really know how to joke. And your little belly is nothing. It's at most 3 months, no more than that. I've already said that I'm the one who is pregnant for 6 months. Chu Xuan went out for a walk and was quite happy. He suddenly thought it through. Anyway, he was in an unfamiliar city. There was no need to hide. Ordinary people wouldn't think of a man giving birth. He could just eat until his face was rounder. When he went out, people would at most think that he was a middle-aged fat uncle. It was almost the due date. His parents discussed with him. Junjun, what are your plans after the child is born? Are you going back to X City? Or are you going back to your hometown with us? Chu Xuan said. I don't want to do either. Papa Chu and Mama looked at each other. Papa Chu sighed and said, I knew you would say that. There's really no way to go back. I've already sold the house in my hometown. Chu Xuan was shocked. I don't have a terminal illness. Why did you sell the house? Papa Chu said, I found a house in Y City and am going to buy it. Anyway, this is an unfamiliar place. You can work here and raise the child. No one will know you. Your mother and I have pensions. In the future, we can take care of the child for you. It's quite good. Chu Xuan was speechless for a long time. I'm really an unfilial son. You're already so old, and I caused you to leave your hometown. You can't retire well. Papa Chu said, it's okay. Y City is also a good place. It's suitable for retirement. Your mother has already made a circle of friends by going to square dance. Don't be so rigid. It has nothing to do with which city. A place where family reunites is home. Sort of the future. After buying the new house, Chu Xuan's pregnancy safely reached 7 months. He was more relaxed than before. From time to time, he would go shopping with his parents. On weekends, he would go shopping with his mother at the supermarket. As Chu Xuan walked, he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw a group of people rushing to buy something. What's wrong? Mama asked. Nothing. Chu Xuan said. He might have heard wrongly. They walked past a corner. Just now, there was a person who struggled to squeeze out of the crowd and looked around anxiously. Xianxia came to Y City for a business trip. He didn't expect to see Chu Xuan's figure by accident. But now, he didn't know where he went. The author has something to say, done and done. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Wash up and sleep. Originally, I wanted to update until the child was born. I still have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll go from extravagance to frugality. I can only update twice. If nothing goes wrong, it will be 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. in the future. 2K plus chapters. I emptied my savings mainly because I want to learn from old Chu and have fun. There's only 1 day left. Now that there's a batch, I have to hurry and write. There's still a lot to write. It's not over after marriage. Romance is romance. Life is life. When they meet again, their relationship is different from their relationship. In fact, they still have a lot of things to adjust to. It was said that July was hot and the weather should gradually cool down, but Y City was still hot and stuffy. Papa Chu received a call from a relative, saying that a distant relative had passed away and asked him to go back to his hometown to attend the funeral. He had to go, or else he would be ungrateful, so he had to go. But he was really worried about Chu Xuan. The family of 3 would have to go home. Papa Chu said, if I'm not here, who will accompany you to the hospital? Chu Xuan said, I already said that I'm just carrying a child in my stomach, don't treat me like a useless person. Papa Chu asked again, then who's going to cook? You can't cook, but can your mother cook? Can your mother's cooking be eaten? Mrs. Chu looked sideways and said angrily, Mr. Chu, what are you talking about? Chu Xuan said, it's okay, we can eat takeout for a few days. Papa Chu asked again, if there are thieves or robbers, the two of you won't be able to fight back. Chu Xuan said calmly, Chubby Chu is here. Chubby Chu, who was lying on the sofa, shook his tail and said, woof woof. Woof woof woof. Papa Chu said in disdain, that dog can't do anything except eat, it's just a silly dog. Chu Xuan said, ha 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 ha. He's laughing at you, Chubby, did you hear that? Chubby Chu was quite happy. Woof 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 woof. Papa Chu still left, but in fact, he would be back in 3 days at most. Cooking in the summer was a hellish job, so Chu Xuan didn't want to do it. He took his mother to an underground restaurant, which was a famous local restaurant. The price wasn't cheap, but it was worth it. The Christian carp tofu soup was especially fresh and sweet, and the soup was milky white like milk. He had a great appetite, so he drank 2 bowls, ate some fish and vegetables, and had a full meal. Then he took a leisurely walk with his mother to digest the food and go home. Chubby Chu ate a large plate of dog food and barked. It was time to take him for a walk. Chu Xuan picked up a parenting book to read and casually said to his mother, take him for a walk, or he'll make a fuss again. Mrs. Chu said, all right, I'll be out for half an hour. Be careful. Chu Xuan didn't even raise his head. I'm already in my 30s. What can happen to me? I didn't even see you guys being so careful when I was 10. Mrs. Chu said, I'm worried about the one in your belly. Chu Xuan, Mrs. Chu went out to walk her dog. 10 minutes later, Chu Xuan heard a knock on the door. He thought that his mother had returned and wondered why she was back so soon. Chu Xuan loved to walk around and would go out to play at least 3 times a day. He even stayed on the floor and didn't want to go home. Why was he willing to go home so soon? As a grown man, he did not have a good sense of security and opened the door carelessly. When he saw the person outside the door, he was stunned. Ji Tianzi's eyes were red as he stared at him. Chu Xuan, it's really you. Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan came back to his senses and closed the door. This was too awkward. Ji Tianzi insisted on squeezing through the door. Chu Xuan did not dare to push him and subconsciously stepped back. Ji Tianzi barged into the house. How could you do this? Chu Xuan, you left without telling me. If I didn't see you at the restaurant today, I wouldn't have known that you were still alive. Are you treating your illness right now? Ranwen. Leihe looked at Chu Xuan's current appearance. He was wearing loose home clothes. Although he seemed to have grown bigger, he was not fat. Instead, he was bloated and his face was pale. In fact, he had become ugly. However, he did not feel that he was ugly at all. Instead, he felt sad. It was good that Chu Xuan was still alive. Ji Tianzi touched himself. When you left without saying goodbye, I was so anxious that I looked for you everywhere. Only then did I find out that you were sick. Why didn't you tell me? If you had told me, I wouldn't have made you angry. Why are you so stubborn? Logically speaking, these words should have been flattering words. However, they were not very good. Chu Xuan suddenly felt that he had liked such a person in the past. Look, Ji Tianzi was still the same. Even though he wanted to reconcile with him, he was still trying to shirk responsibility. He was speechless. Chu Xuan did not even bother to get angry. He only said, okay. It's all my fault. I didn't want to tell you. I've committed a heinous crime. Why are you here? My house is small. It can't fit someone as honorable as you. Ji Tianzi wanted to say something but stopped. He seemed to say gently, I don't want to quarrel with you. You're sick. Are you feeling better now? Which hospital are you in? I'll visit you in the future. I was scared to death at that time. I even thought that you would commit suicide. I went to many places that we used to go to, but I couldn't find you. During that time, I was scared when I saw a nameless suicide. I ran to confirm if it was you. I thought about you every night, waiting for death alone. It was very sad. Who the hell was he cursing? Chu Xuan almost rolled his eyes. Not only did he not go to those places, but he was also having fun everywhere. Chu Xuan asked, what does it have to do with you? I remember very clearly that we can't even be considered friends. Xianxia said anxiously, didn't I take the initiative to reconcile with you? Can't you forgive me? His tone was so righteous. TSK. Chu Xuan said, I won't forgive you. Moreover, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. Xianxia did not expect that Chu Xuan would still be indifferent after taking so many steps back. He was at his wit's end. Why? As a man, Chu Xuan could actually understand. Many men had this kind of thinking. They were self-centered and felt that the person who once liked them, even if they were cold or even abandoned, would still wait for them with infatuation. Even if they clearly rejected them, they would think that it was because they wanted to reject them but still wanted to meet them. They were really full of confidence. Chu Xuan thought about it and looked at him. He sighed. There was no reluctance in his eyes, only disdain for trouble. He said, Mr. G, I like someone else. Xianxia was stunned and fell into a daze. After a long time, he asked. Who is it? Chu Xuan said, it has nothing to do with you. Xianxia said, you lied to me. Chu Xuan said, I didn't. Stop pestering me. If you don't leave, I'll call the police and ask them to take you away. The colder Chu Xuan was, the more agitated Xianxia became. He grabbed Chu Xuan's arm. Tell me clearly. Chu Xuan, who do you like? That's impossible. You've liked me for more than 10 years. When did you meet that person? Have you known him longer than you have known me? How could you fall in love with someone else? A loud shout came from outside the door. Who is it? What followed was the sound of dogs barking. Mrs. Chu returned. She was a short and thin old woman. When she saw the man grabbing Chu Xuan, she suddenly became fierce and her eyebrows seemed to be raised. Who are you? Why are you grabbing Jinjin? I'll call the police. Chubby Su usually looked quite silly, but at this moment, he suddenly became bold and fierce and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia's arm was bitten and he couldn't stand still. He subconsciously wanted to grab something to steady himself with his other hand, but his other hand was grabbing Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan was pulled hard by him and fell to the ground. He fell quite hard and was even crushed by Xianxia. Everything happened too suddenly. Mrs. Chu's face turned pale. Junjun, are you okay? Chu Xuan was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. My stomach hurts. Mom, take me to the hospital. Xianxia wanted to help him up. It's my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that dog's fault. Xiaoxuan, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? I'll take you to the hospital now. He wanted to get closer, but Chubby Su barked fiercely. Someone came outside again. It was the police. Mrs. Chu had called the police. There was a police station at the entrance of the neighborhood. The police entered the house to take a look and roughly understood the situation. Mrs. Chu immediately pointed at Xianxia and said that this person suddenly rushed into her house and hit her son. The police hurriedly sent Chu Xuan to the hospital, and Xianxia was taken to the police station for questioning. Chu Xuan's stomach was in so much pain that it twitched and twitched. Director Chen rushed over from home and personally examined him. He said to Mrs. Chu, the child is about to be born. I'll arrange for surgery for him now. Hurry up and sign it. Will you sign it or let him sign it himself? Mrs. Chu's hands trembled as she signed the liability agreement. Save my son. I beg you. Director Chen said, I'll do my best. The author has something to say, your Bao Bao is coming. See you at 7 p.m. I received too much thunder yesterday, smiley face, 3 angle, even after counting, it's still very long. I'm so touched. Thank you 3minute 3x2, What Ghost, Little Bamboo Fox 8, Box Meow Meow x5, Wu Xiu x16, Mu Mu Zhao x2, Feng Yang x5, Jia Jia x2, Series Color Gray x2, A Greeting Card x3, Hachi Chan x3, Gigi, Arthritis x7, Goo 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 x12, Ning Cypress Leaf Banana, Towards the Author's Little Heart, Obedient Little Rabbit, Adela, Thank Your Whole Family for Me, Gardenia Oolong tx3, Pink Oolong x7, Number 1 Weakling in the Universe Qian Mo, Southern Branch x10, Root Giant x2, Cloud of Sword Song, Goo Goo. Goo x3, Wild Crane x3, Zhi X7, Gentle Breeze X2, Swaysure X2, Sand, Cold Pork Belly, MIA, Each X8, Huanwen X2, Chin Shi, Cold Dew X13, Tang Cha Cha, Lord Lu, Mochi Mochi X3, Hua Xing, Kanox 11, Qing Chen Mo Wen, Lemon X10, Freewill X11, 249744494 X3, Yazzie Regardless X7, No Time X2, Scry, Little Young Master Dong, A Sheep, Xin Wei Got Flipped Today X5, Silent Deep Inch, Furry Lane Cat Thief, July Hedge X4, Clouds in a Clear Sky X3, Author's Own Boat X2, Go Play with Eggs, Shakuo. Meow X2, Sinking X2, Mulberry Flower X4, White Night Mud, Jinyu, Mimi, Rampage Hamster X2, Selenium Swallow, Peach Arrow, Peace Cloud Sky Gong Yuan X5, Old Chi X2, Qing ZW, Dumplings with Steamed Buns, Only You Are Good in the World, Wang Kai, Shui X5, I Love to Eat Flying Pancakes X2, 32034407, Tuan 00 X2, Ah Yuan Loves Meat X2, Pancake Families Pippi, Milk and Li Yang and Sheep, Yigui X6, Yusas X2, and Wind Cloud, Yesterday East Flowing Water X2, Midnight, Lu Xiaoqi. X7, Shigu, Ling 5S, Heo Jershan, Painting You Speak with Head Down X4, June Mo. Be Careful of My 98K, then, A Bear of Canned House, Jiuqing X2, Yenzai X3, Silver Lamp, 32032710 X2, Sea of Straw in the Wheat Field, Yishao AI X3, by Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, Hush, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3. White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yi. Xiao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Fat Chirp, Flying Yishao AI X3, White Shaza X2, 241762333, Zhan, Pear X4, Feiqiao, Yiqiao, Dingjia Ran X3 Mu, 26187535, 19867682, Jiang Mu X3, Mu, 203225991 X7, Tree, and Candy Tree X3, My Little Cutie X2, My Little Cute X2, Happy, Not Eating Melon X10, Nor X2, My Mosie's Holding Mosquito. With Cabbage Holding Cabbage X13, 10 Rabbit, Genre Fan, Rabbit X10, Rice, Moo. Rice, Tree, Moo, Hua, of Rice, Moo, Ren, Moo, X10, Moo, Li, Moo, C, Yes DD X5, Victorique, 1925, Sound of the Wind, Dream Luo Jun Shan Jun You Don't Know, Ming Songing, Gigi, Yuyutsong Song, Cat Who Can't Write Comments, Lamp Hard Ash, Lu Qing, Song, 320-36727, Xianxia 2002, L, A Hook Back, Big Goose, Xianxia, I Like Your Brain Hole, Tizimio, Yunshan Tianlan, Lanshui water. Rice x3, x2, cat on the top of the chimney, glutinous rice dal, Shiyu x4, tangerine and wine x11, so died, Jingyu Fengdian, I want to eat midnight snack, Ichiran Tua Sheng, little swallow fly off fly x15, George's page, world flavor boiled into tea x4, 100 years of exception, swollen eyes, Urkak, Alu, Ueshi girl, 19 Ye, hypocrisy, soft borrow pen, rainbow. Jiangwaning 1307, Honey Jam, East Lake Crane, Lazy Pig, Luashi X2, Little Rabbit Noisy Mine thanks to Xian Wei, have you been? Flip today, Free Will, White Knight Mud X2, however I choose to be silent, Melancholy European, Don't laugh too hard, each, Big White, Cold Dew, Cold leaves gracefully sprinkled over my face, 31060117, 24176233X2, Chaoxing, Akatsuki X8, Adventures of Little Carp, Gardenia T-Sol, 203225991X2, Dugwa Cultivation Base X2, Sabanax X2, Westwind Realm, Fuxing, Xiaobai is very white, Huainan Haoyue, Lung Qianshan, Masato Shimizu, Fuxing, Cypress Leaf Banana X3, Bitter Heart Cupped Hands. Moon Shadow Flash, 29296373, Plain Quilt Sanson, Intentional, Miyagawa Satsuma, LWH0827, Soft Borrow Pen, Unerasable Dark Circles, Lililily's Grenade thanks to 4981X6, Akatsuki X6, Huisi X4, Little Lion, Chaoxing, Goshi, Heavy Rain, Jiao Fuxing, Huashui Shui Shui X2, Doryman, Bamboo Garden Monk Talk X2, Don't Laugh Too Hard, Shua Shua, Little Bamboo Fox, Mosquito Holding Cabbage, It's Getting Cold, Time to Update, Haruto 539's Rocket Launcher thanks to Mingyu's Shallow Water. Bomb thanks to Yushi, Half Sugar, then Deep Water Torpedo. Chief Chin opened Chushuan's stomach and took out a small child. Chief Chin said, It's a boy. Chushuan had been anesthetized at that time and was very sleepy, but he still insisted on looking at the child. He asked, Why isn't he crying, TSXSW? Soon as he finished speaking, the little Bao Bao let out a few weak cries. It was so soft that it was not even as soft as a cat's meow. Hearing it made one's heart ache. Chushuan's nose twitched. At least the child was alive and well. The nurse carried the child and weighed it on the scale. She said, 4 kilograms. It was too light. He had come to this world before he had fully developed. Chief Chin carried him for him to see. Here, come and see your son. Chushuan saw the little Bao Bao's face. It was black, red, and wrinkled. He suddenly wanted to cry. It's so ugly. Chushuan stayed in a single ward while the Bao Bao stayed in an incubator. He got out of bed the next day and walked to the intensive care unit to see the Bao Bao. He did not know if it was because he was born prematurely or because he had taken medicine during his pregnancy, but the Bao Bao was not healthy. He was weak and sickly. Chushuan saw the little Bao Bao lying in the incubator and breathing hard. He was even afraid that he would stop breathing in the next second. He was distressed, worried, and afraid. He also hated Jitianza. In the past, he only hated Jitianza and did not want to have anything to do with him. Now, he really hated Jitianza. If it were not for him, the Bao Bao would not be lying in the incubator like this, making him constantly worry about whether the Bao Bao would die prematurely. Chushuan was still hospitalized and recuperating. He could not leave until the wound on his stomach was more or less healed. Papa Chu heard the news of Chushuan's premature birth and rushed back. He first went to the hospital to see Chushuan and his grandson. When he saw such a small grandson, his tears fell. So small. Little Fatty Chu was even older than him when he was just a newborn puppy. When he heard that it was Jitianza, who had an ambiguous relationship with Chushuan, who caused Chushuan to fall sick, he was furious. If anything happened, his son and grandson would be gone. Although they were lucky that Chushuan and Bao Bao were fine for the time being, they couldn't take it lying down. Papa Chu said, If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have left. It doesn't matter if I don't go to the distant relatives. It's not like they need me. I should have paid for the funeral. You said it was fine for you to be alone at home, but something happened as soon as I left. Chushuan said, That's because I have Bao Bao in my stomach. Otherwise, I might have been able to beat him. Papa Chu gritted his teeth and said, I really want to beat him up. Chu Xuan glanced at him. Dad. Papa Chu had no choice but to say, I know it's wrong to use violence. Chu Xuan lowered his voice. No, I also want to beat him up. You go and beat him up. When I'm discharged from the hospital, I'll beat him up again. I'm really angry. If it weren't for him, Bao Bao wouldn't have been born prematurely. Papa Chu, who used to be an old teacher, once taught students that they couldn't solve problems by fighting. Now, he still felt that fighting really couldn't solve problems. If he beat Ji Tianzi up, his prematurely born grandson's illness wouldn't be cured because of it. However, was he going to let Ji Tianzi off just because of this? Reason was reason, but there was no way to be reasonable all the time. Papa Chu thought about it. He was old, and Ji Tianzi was young and strong. He might not be able to beat Ji Tianzi up. Therefore, he spent money to hire a young migrant worker to take a sack and wait. When Ji Tianzi was released, he secretly followed him. Ji Tianzi was also detained in the police station for questioning. It was the first time in his life, and he was a little worried that his record would be recorded. How ugly would that be? What hurt him the most was that when Chu Xuan's mother called the police to arrest him, Chu Xuan didn't speak for him at that time. Instead, he supported the police to arrest him. He really couldn't believe that Chu Xuan would treat him like this. Even if he had done something wrong in the past, didn't he apologize? And it wasn't just once. It was fine if Chu Xuan didn't forgive him, but did he have to cut ties with him to this extent? He didn't mean to hurt Chu Xuan, and it shouldn't be serious. It was just a fall. Was it that painful? And he was even sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. What kind of illness did Chu Xuan have? Was he okay? Ji Tianzi was detained in the police station for 2 days. It was very torturous. Finally, he was released. Ji Tianzi was in a daze. He wanted to look for Chu Xuan, but he didn't know which hospital Chu Xuan was in. Even if he knew which hospital he was in, he didn't know which ward he was in. He thought that Chu Xuan's parents wouldn't tell him. What should he do then? Where should he go to find Chu Xuan? He went to have a good meal first. He was originally on a business trip, and it was very embarrassing that he was detained in the police station. He still had to explain to the company. Chu Xuan was really important to him. After Chu Xuan left, he wasn't in a good state. He was always distracted during work and made mistakes. His performance was not as good as before. There was one time when he made a big mistake and was finally fired. He still felt that his boss was really petty. He was an old employee of so many years. Couldn't he forgive him just once? Was there a need to be so ruthless? He didn't save money properly all these years. He was too carefree. After he lost his job, he realized that he didn't have much savings. He was financially strapped and was under a lot of pressure. He finally found a new job a month ago, and he couldn't lose it again. He thought about his troublesome work and the heartless Chu Xuan. No matter what, he couldn't find a way to solve it. He really missed the days when Chu Xuan was still by his side. Everything was in order. His career and life were all smooth sailing. His life became chaotic after Chu Xuan left. He really wanted to get Chu Xuan back. What else did he want him to do? Ji Tianzi was full of worries. He didn't realize that he had unintentionally walked into a deserted alley. There were 2 footsteps approaching him from behind. As he walked, Ji Tianzi felt an unfriendly gaze. Just as he was about to turn around, he was covered by a gunny sack. Then, punches and kicks fell on him like rain. Ji Tianzi fell to the ground in a sorry state. He curled up to protect himself and shouted, "Hit me. Someone is hitting me here." He was finished. He was kicked in the face twice. Papa Chu still had some sense of propriety. He couldn't kill anyone. He weighed his strength and left after beating him for 3 to 4 minutes. "If you come looking for Chu Xuan again, I'll beat you every time I see you." After he left for a while, Ji Tianzi finally dared to get up from the ground. His body was stained with blood and dust. He didn't have any energy left. After that, Ji Tianzi didn't appear again. Chu Xuan continued to recuperate. Bao Bao wasn't doing too well. He had jaundice again and was still living in an incubator. However, he was stronger than when he was born. he had grown up a little. When he was born, his fingernails weren't even fully grown. He was very pitiful. Chushuan was also very weak when he was born. His mother said that he was only 4.5 pounds. After he was nourished, he grew up quite healthy. He felt that if he was calm and willing to spend money, the child could slowly recover. When he was 1 month old, Bao Bao did another detailed checkup. The doctor told him another piece of bad news. Because the embryo is not fully developed, your child has a ventricular septal defect. Chuyun really F***king. He even had the heart to kill Xianxia. The author has something to say. In the past, someone always asked if there was a problem with taking medicine. Of course there was. The doctor comforted Chushuan that there was no need to be worried about congenital heart disease. Bao Bao's condition was not serious, and he might be able to recover on his own without surgery. However, there was also the possibility that he might not be able to recover on his own. His Bao Bao was still too young for surgery. When he grew up, if he did not recover on his own, surgery could be performed. The surgery was very mature in China, and the success rate was very high. Although that was the case, every Bao Bao was the apple of their parents' eye. If they had any problems, it would be more painful than if they were sick themselves. Chushuan was willing to bear the pain himself. Bao Bao was still so young. Old Mr. Chushan, who had always believed in materialism, secretly bought a wooden bodhisattva and prayed to the bodhisattva to bless his little grandson's health and safety. Chushuan thought that he was a Buddhist. After a while, he brought a wooden bodhisattva and prayed to it separately. A few days later, Mr. Chu even brought some rosary beads that had been prayed to the bodhisattva. Chushuan could not stand it anymore. It's fine as long as we believe in the power of science, Dad. You can worship whichever god you want. What if they find out that you're cheating on them and blame us for Bao Bao? I'm afraid that you'll do some witchcraft. Don't do it. Mr. Chu said, that won't do. That's feudal superstition. Chushuan was speechless. Bao Bao stayed in the incubator for 2 months. His jaundice symptoms subsided, but his digestive system was not good, so he grew very slowly. There were also some small problems with his lung function. Although it was bumpy, he grew up little by little. Because he could not let Bao Bao sleep beside him, Chushuan bought a blank notebook and took a picture of Bao Bao every day. He wrote in his diary every day to record how many grams Bao Bao gained that day, when he yawned, when he could open his eyes, and when he could smile. Bao Bao was getting more and more beautiful. When he was just born, Chushuan really thought that he was ugly, but because he was his own child, he could only accept it. At that time, his scarlet and black skin slowly became white and tender, and his small head grew a lot of fine and soft hair, with curly hair. His eyelashes were long, and his eyes were big and round. His pupils were naturally large, and his amber irises were like golden ambers immersed in a stream. They were clear and beautiful. When he blinked and looked at others, he could melt everyone's heart. This pair of eyes was exactly the same as Lin Yanqian's. Chushuan really liked it. He was really sad. Who wouldn't like this little Bao Bao? Papa Chu boasted. Chirp Chirp's hair is curly, just like mine. Chushuan thought about it. It was true. He and Chushuan both had straight hair, and he took after his mother. He did not expect that Bao Bao inherited it from his grandfather. Mother Chu laughed and said, "You were worried that Junjun would give birth to a monster. Are you relieved now?" Papa Chu blushed. "I was thinking too much. Our Chirp Chirp is beautiful and obedient." Chirp Chirp was the nickname they gave Bao Bao. It did not have any deep meaning. At that time, they thought for a long time to think of a nickname for Bao Bao. It seemed that it was more popular to use plants to name things. Chushuan looked at other people's little treasures in his circle of friends. Some were called Little Pea, and some were called Little Sweet Potato, and Little Apple. He followed the rules and came up with a nickname. After thinking about it, he chose a simple and ordinary one. If there were many Bao Bao with this nickname, it would be difficult for the king of hell to find him, and he would not take his little Bao Bao away. Bao Bao was very obedient and did not cry much. He would only cry softly when he needed to poop or pee or when he was hungry. However, Chushuan still wished that he was a Bao Bao who tormented others, like the other healthy Bao Bao he saw in the hospital. They cried loudly, and their cries were earth-shattering and hoarse. His Bao Bao cried powerlessly. To put it nicely, he was obedient. To put it bluntly, he felt that he did not have much vitality. Bao Bao's reaction was a little slow. When he teased him with small toys, he would not look at him immediately. He would only smile at him after a while. Chu Xuan had already mentally prepared himself that this was a beautiful little idiot. 2 months later, Bao Bao had grown to 4.9 kilograms, and all his minor ailments were almost cured. He could bring Bao Bao home to live. The new house had already been renovated, and the baby products were bought during Chu Xuan's pregnancy. Chu Xuan brought Bao Bao to register his household registration, and naturally, the baby would follow his surname. He had also thought of the name long ago. When Bao Bao was still in his stomach, he did not know whether the child was a boy or a girl. No matter if it was a girl or a boy, he would like it either way. He had prepared a name that could be used by both boys and girls, Chu Ju. Ju was a beautiful jade. He hoped that Bao Bao could be as tough and beautiful as jade. As the saying goes, first look, second listen, third look, fourth reach, fifth grasp, sixth turn, seventh sit, eighth crawl, ninth stand. Chirp Chirp was a little slow at each stage, but overall, it was still considered normal. It was just that Chu Xuan doubted this Bao Bao. Seems a little stupid? Doesn't seem to be too stupid? Even though Chirp Chirp was already a very well-behaved little Bao Bao, in the first 6 months, he could not take care of him at all. He and his parents took turns to take care of him. The baby's schedule was very messy, and there were times when they had to toss and turn for the whole night. Moreover, Chirp Chirp's health was not good, and he needed to be specially taken care of. Such a small Bao Bao could not be careless at all. Small lives were very fragile. Within the scope of his ability, Chu Xuan tried his best to give Bao Bao the best. Most parents in the world were like this. This should be the instinct in the blood of all living creatures. They wanted to give the best to their children. When it came to spending money, he would never feel bad about saving money. He studied which brand of milk powder was good, which brand of diapers had the best absorbency, and which brand of diapers would not cause the Bao Baos little but to get heat rashes. Chu Xuan was wholeheartedly around Bao Bao. He was satisfied to see that Bao Bao had finally become chubby and extremely cute, while he himself was quickly losing weight. As Bao Bao gradually became more energetic, he also became more energetic. His heart was full of the child's matter, and he was busy all day long. He did not have time to think about anything else. Only occasionally when Bao Bao fell asleep, Chu Xuan looked at Bao Bao's little face and sighed that Bao Bao seemed to look more and more like Xiaolin. Thinking of Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan felt complicated. He did not know where to look for Lin Yanchen, and whether to look for him. Back then, he wrote a letter to confess that he was sick and asked Lin Yanchen not to look for him. At that time, he really thought that he did not have long to live. Who knew that it was just a misdiagnosis? In the end, did Xiaolin really listen and not look for him? Otherwise, it was not necessarily impossible to find him, right? At that time, he had given his identification to Lin Yanchen. Although there was no home address on it, if he came to look for him, he should still be able to find it, right? Chu Xuan did not dare to think about whether Lin Yanchen had come to look for him. What if he was just imagining things? Thinking of this, he would think of Lin Yanchen's tearful accusation. You can like me as much as I like you, but you can't accuse me of not liking you. He did not know where Lin Yanchen was now and what he was doing. Chu Xuan felt that it was one thing for them to be in a relationship, but it was another thing for him to give birth to a child for Lin Yanchen. If Lin Yanchen knew that he had given birth to a Bao Bao, who knew whether he would be surprised or shocked? But no matter what, Chu Xuan would take good care of this child. Chu Xuan checked the accounts and felt a headache coming on. After giving birth for more than a year, the expenses had been spilled out like water. He could not treat himself unfairly, but he could not treat Bao Bao unfairly. He had to eat well, drink well, and use well. He could not save money. Bao Bao was a premature baby. Previously, he had to live in an incubator and take medicine, which cost 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a day. In the future, he might have to undergo ventricular septal defect surgery. Just raising him was not enough. In the future, he would have to spend a lot on education and so on. Although Chu Xuan also wanted to accompany the Bao Bao, their savings could not be used up like this. Chu Xuan thought that it was about time to go out and look for a job. The pressure of survival came again. Chu Xuan felt that he was really looking for trouble. He had squandered all his savings. He even had to shamelessly ask his parents for money to buy milk powder. But on second thought, if he did not go out to have fun, he would not have Bao Bao at all. At the small book pavilion, he had to work and raise the child. He had no time to think about love. In the past, there were a few days when Chu Xuan put Shaolin first in his heart. But ever since he saw Chirp Chirp's smiling face and his soft little hands grabbing his fingers and babbling "Dad, Dad," Chu Xuan's entire heart melted. What Lin Yanchen? He could not remember. Now, he loved his precious son the most in the world. The author has something to say. Where are Bao Bao's godmothers? See you at 7 p.m. for the next chapter. Lin Yanchen, a son, you asked me how long I would be sad if you left. I haven't forgotten you at all. I'm still very, very sad. Thank you for flying cold leaf sprinkling my face, tropical rainforest forest, material mechanics, matcha ice cream, buried, Yazzie regardless, Tihu, Jiri wisdom, do you think I'll give it to you? Canned families A Xiong, become bright silver bar, Gugu, for 981, Rice, Ben Blair, Jean Geely, Huai, Clear Sky, Lin Lin, Go Play with Eggs, 310387554, Stroke a Hair, Goo Goo Goo, Little Bamboo Fox? Thanks to 2417623, Go Shi, and Misa for the grenades thanks to Akatsuki, Scribbled Notes, Meow's Bazooka thanks to Kala 1921 for the shallow water bomb. B City. At a certain high-class club, Lin Yanchen arrived late. When he entered the private room, his buddies had already finished a round of drinking and the atmosphere was high. 1200 KSW net. When those drunkards saw him, they immediately came over to pull him and scolded him. I thought that you, President Lin, were so busy that you forgot about us. You still remember to come? Lin Yanchen smiled calmly. Today is Laozhan's celebration banquet. No matter what, I have to come. There were no outsiders present, only 7 or 8 buddies who grew up together. When Lin Yanchen was in the band, the lead singer of the band was Zhang Hongyu. It was this brother who later fell from grace. Not only did he go bankrupt, but he also had a large amount of debt. He didn't give up on himself, but he didn't have any other means to make money. He just had a good appearance and a good voice. When he was 19 years old, he plunged into the entertainment industry. He probably had some luck in this aspect. After 7 or 8 years, not only did he pay off his debt, he also had a little fame. Last year, he worked hard to make a movie that was recognized. Last week, he went to an international film festival and won the title of Best Actor. His buddies didn't alienate him when he was at his lowest and helped him a lot. This time, when he won the award, they even held a celebration banquet for him. A certain bad friend even pulled a banner over with the words, "Congratulations, Mr. Zhang," for turning over a new leaf and hung it on the wall, forcing him to thank him and take a photo with it. Lin Yanchen said in an ordinary tone, "We originally agreed to sign a contract, but I specially pushed it back and rushed over." When Zhang Hongyu heard this, he was stunned. He had been in the entertainment industry for so long and definitely didn't have a sense of propriety. He had long become a shrewd person. He asked nervously, "Ah? You don't have to do this, right? Why don't you hurry back?" Lin Yanchen said expressionlessly, "I'm lying to you." Everyone burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, Lao Lin, you're getting better at fooling people now. In the past, Lin Yanchen was the most playful among them. He was the devil incarnate. He was the leader of all the destruction, and he was the type of bad guy. When he called everyone out on weekends, they thought he didn't do his homework, but he had already done it. Usually, to outsiders, his parents would call him someone else's child, but everyone still liked Lin Yanchen and liked to play with him. At the end of the year before last, Lin Yanchen's startup company went bankrupt. He felt that he had lost face and hid from his brothers for a while. Everyone knew that he was embarrassed and planned to look for him after a while, but after a while, they heard that Lin Yanchen was in love. Although they didn't know who it was, Lin Yanchen was smitten with her and fell for her for real. Everyone was still discussing when to urge him to release his precious wife for everyone to see, but in the end, Lin Yanchen quickly fell out of love again. Was heartbroken. When they met again, they found out that Lin Yanchen's hair had turned white at a young age. No one dared to mention it. Lin Yanchen's temperament changed greatly. It was as if he had grown up overnight. In the past, he was more or less like a teenager, as if he hadn't grown up. Now, he was still calm. He didn't know what happened between him and his father, but their relationship eased a lot. Now, he was obediently working in the family business and slowly getting promoted. This summer, he was sent to China to be the CEO of the division. Not only did he do well, but he also did very well. Lin Yanchen, on the other hand, was doing well. It was hard on the few of them who didn't want to work hard. All day long, their parents used Lin Yanchen's promising prospects to grind their eardrums until calluses grew on their ears. In the blink of an eye, almost 2 years had passed. Lin Yanchen seemed to have walked out of the shadow of his heartbreak. He went to work normally and occasionally had time to eat and drink with his buddies. Oh, he could even joke around. It was also at this time that his buddies felt that Lin Yanchen was still the same Lin Yanchen of the past. He just grew up to be a reliable man. Everyone cheered, "Best actor Jean, sing a song." "Come, let's pick a song. I heard that Best Actor Jean can earn 2 million for one song. It sounds like a win." "Wow, that's good. You're not allowed to leave until you sing 8 to 10 songs." Zhang Hongyu asked, "Then what do you want to hear me sing?" "Songs from my album." "I'm not listening to that. They play it on the streets every day. My company's employees play it. My mom sings it at home. It makes me sick. I want to hear you sing something new." "That's good. I don't really want to sing either. I'm about to throw up." Zhang Hongyu said, "How about this? I'll put up a song list on my music app on my phone. There are 50 songs that I listen to often. You guys can just name a number and I'll sing the song with that number." His friend joked, "Why don't you just sing from the beginning to the end?" Zhang Hongyu laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha, you wish." They threw the dice and rolled 6, 6, 5, which added up to 17. Hence, they sang the song with the number 17. Lin Yanchen was originally watching them joke around. Suddenly, he heard Zhang Hongyu check the song list and say, "The 17th song is Scarborough Fair." The smile on Lin Yanchen's face froze. He couldn't laugh anymore. Everyone was in high spirits. For a moment, no one noticed that his mood wasn't right. The prelude to the music started. It was a simple guitar sound. It was obviously a beautiful melody, but Lin Yanchen felt that in the softest part of his heart, the wound that had been hidden for a long time, was suddenly torn open. It was as if it was dripping with blood. It hurt so much that his teeth chattered. Chushuan. 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 When the person he loved the most in this world left, he sang this song for Chushuan. At that time, he was silly and didn't think too much about it. Later, he realized Chushuan's determination to leave and love. After all, this wasn't Lin Yanchen's private occasion. He didn't want to spoil his brother's mood. But when he heard the song, "Remember to One Who Lived There, He Was Once a Lover," he suddenly broke down. He really couldn't help it. He didn't want to listen to this song at all. Now that he heard it, he vaguely remembered something. At that time, he drank Chushuan's fruit juice with sleeping pills. But at first, he didn't completely fall asleep. He vaguely remembered that Chushuan seemed to have hugged him at that time and sang Scarborough Fair for him. Lin Yanchen suddenly stood up. He restrained himself and said, I'm a little uncomfortable. I have to go out and take a breath." He walked further and further away. He casually sat down on a stool in the open air and took a deep breath. After a while, Zhang Hongyu came over. Lin Yanchen said, "I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." Zhang Hongyu sighed. "Then, if you're not feeling well, you can go home first." Lin Yanchen felt that he really couldn't stay any longer. He didn't force him and said, "Okay, I won't be polite with you. I'm going back." Lin Yanchen returned to his residence in B City. When he got home, he found his father working in the living room. When he saw him, he even greeted him. "You're back." Lin Yanchen nodded. "I'm back. Dad, have you eaten?" "I've eaten. I'm going upstairs to rest." "You're sleeping so early today?" "I'm a little uncomfortable." Although it was still businesslike, at least it was a lot more relaxed. He didn't have a murderous aura when he saw him. A year and a half ago, his father pulled him out from the pile of wine bottles and put him in front of the bathroom mirror. He forced him to look at his miserable appearance and scolded him. "Look at your face now. Do you think the person you like will like your ugly appearance?" Lin Yanchen shook him off. His hair was messy and the whites of his eyes were red. He sat down against the wall and covered his face. "The person I love is dead." "He's dead. Do you know?" His father sat beside him and hugged his shoulders. He choked and said, "Sigh, I know. I understand. I understand," the father and son cried together. The next day, Lin Yanchen cleaned himself up and pulled himself together. His father was right. Chu Xuan would never like him like that. Lin Yanchen only turned on the bedside lamp. A lonely and dim light shone in the darkness. Lin Yanchen sat in the light and took out the framed portrait of Chu Xuan. Through the glass, he stroked Chu Xuan's face. He said softly, "Son, you asked me how long I would be sad if you left. I haven't forgotten you at all. I'm still very, very sad. Have I become better now? I'm working hard and living a good life. I won't quarrel with my father anymore. Am I a good man worthy of your love? The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for revising today. Cold Dew, Little Bamboo Fox, Quicksand, Ningbi, Jiuqing, Hachi Chan, AAA, Fox Maid X2, Little Lion, Little Goldfish, Hui, Qingchen Mo Wen, MMYYSSKK, Glycerina, Xiao Airs Melon X3, 192645595, Wang Xiaopeng, Tang Cha Cha, Tails Owns a Cat, Xianyi Yen, LWH0827, Xian, Huan Huang, Gu Gu Gu, Jiang Yanmu, Wu Xiu X2, Yuhua Window, Early Dawn, 241762333, Still, Shallow Autumn, Tangerine and Wine, Little Swallow Fly X3, Cold Streaky Pork, Ji Ri Ji, Yi Lu. Landmine of Radish who doesn't eat mushrooms. Thank you for Misa Sauce, Yazi, This Lady, and Fox Made for their grenades. Thank you for Akatsuki, and Fox Made for their rocket launchers. Chu Xuan woke up on time at 6:30 a.m. Chirp Chirp, who was lying in the crib, had already woken up. However, he did not make any noise. He was eating his fingers and quietly staring at the wind chimes hanging on the ceiling. After a lot of hard work, they finally made Chirp Chirp develop the habit of sleeping at night and waking up in the morning. Although there was still some time difference, at least he could sleep as well as he could. Chirp Chirp was not the kind of little Bao Bao that had to be hugged when he was awake. Otherwise, he would cry. Therefore, he was easy to take care of. Chirp Chirp was slightly better at recognizing people. When he saw his father, he grinned. There were 2 small teeth in his small mouth, making him look like a little rabbit. When strangers hugged him, he would not cry or make noise. Chu Xuan felt that this Bao Bao was indeed a little fool. However, when he saw his father, grandfather, and grandmother, he would be very happy and would immediately smile. Chirp Chirp reached out his small hand to Chu Xuan and waved it shakily. Dad, Dad, he was now more than 7 months old and had just begun to vaguely learn how to speak. He could only make some simple syllables such as ah and ya, which were meaningless words. The only word he could say was Dad. Chu Xuan knew that he wanted to hug him, but he did not hug him. Instead, he went to brew milk powder and tested the temperature. Before returning, Chirp Chirp was extremely happy when he saw the milk bottle. He was even happier than when he saw his father. He danced with joy and babbled a few baby words. It seemed like he was thanking his father for brewing milk for him. A child's happiness was very pure and very infectious. When he smiled, he looked more like Lin Yanchen. His bright smile could light up your heart. Chu Xuan also smiled slightly and shook the milk bottle in front of him. You little fool, you are also a little foodie. Cho loved to eat milk powder, rice paste, and fruit paste. He loved all of them. Chu Xuan held Chirp Chirp in his arms and fed him. Chirp Chirp reached out to hold the milk bottle. At first, he drank a little too quickly. Chushuan patted his back and said, "You're always like this. No one is fighting with you. You're so greedy." Chirp Chirp held the milk bottle and drank the milk happily. After drinking it, he smacked his lips as if he hadn't had enough yet. Chushuan wiped the milk stains from his mouth. Chirp Chirp was very satisfied. She smiled and clapped her little hands. Chushuan thought he was really funny. "You're clapping your hands? You're so happy just drinking milk?" He held Chirp Chirp and left the bedroom. As soon as he opened the door and went out, Chubby Chew, who was sleeping at the foot of the sofa, rushed over and wagged his tail at Bao Bao. His voice was very loud. Some little Bao Bao would be scared by a dog's bark, but Chirp Chirp was not. Not only was he not scared, but he seemed to have poked at his funny point. When he heard Chubby Chew's bark, he giggled. It was like a string of silver bells, pleasant to the ear. Chushuan put Chirp Chirp on the sofa. Chirp Chirp could barely sit up now and leaned against the back of the sofa. Chubby Chew barked twice and he laughed. Chubby Chew barked twice and he laughed again. Chubby Chew, woof 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 woof, Chirp Chirp laughed and fell over. Chusun didn't understand why this little idiot and little fatty Chew hit it off so well and had so much fun together. Sometimes, Chushuan really felt that Chirp Chirp was a little stupid. Previously, when Chirp Chirp was pulling things and was hit by a sachet that fell down, he was stunned. He didn't cry and even laughed. Another time, he wanted to eat an orange, but the orange was too sour. When he turned his head and saw Chirp Chirp looking at him from the side, he couldn't eat it. He could only stuff his little fist into his mouth, but he couldn't. Chushuan gave him a piece of the orange and let him lick it. He was shocked by the sourness, his little face wrinkled, and his eyes almost popped out. Chushuan panicked for a moment and scolded himself in his heart. He thought that Chirp Chirp would cry in the next second, but the little guy laughed foolishly and slowly. This was a cute little fool. Mr. Chew made breakfast and the family sat around to eat. Because they were teaching Chirp Chirp how to sit, they did not put him back in his crib, but put him in a special baby chair and let him sit. The three of them ate noodles, Chirp Chirp, and a small bowl of egg custard with milk. The child's grandfather said anxiously, "It's my turn to feed Chirp Chirp today. Don't fight with me." Chushuan said, "Mr. Chew, no one wants to fight with you." She took a small wooden spoon and scooped some egg soup for Chirp Chirp to eat. Chirp Chirp was very active when he ate. There was no need to urge him at all. He ate with great relish. As he ate the egg soup, his little mouth wriggled and his eyes were wide open. He looked curiously at his father eating noodles. He hadn't eaten this before, but he wanted to try it too. His eyes followed Chushuan's chopsticks. Chushuan was amused by him. He reached out and pinched his chubby cheeks. "Why do you want to eat everything?" Chirp Chirp chuckled. Grandpa smiled. "My good grandchild, this is what you call eating from the bowl while looking at the pot." Grandma was also amused. "Io, this little greedy cat." Chushuan teased him, "You only have 2 teeth and you still want to eat noodles." However, he still used his chopsticks to cut off the noodles, only a small piece about 2 centimeters long, and fed it to Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was like a baby bird. When it saw its father's chopsticks coming over, it stretched out its neck, raised its face, and opened its mouth to be fed. After eating it, it was even happier. With this little baby, the family was happy and harmonious every day. After eating his fill, Chirp Chirp crawled all over the soft carpet. After a while, when he was tired, he used Little Fatty Chew as a pillow and lay down on Little Fatty Chew to sleep. Little Fatty Chew lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. Now that the child was asleep, they could talk about adult matters. Mr. Chew asked, "Didn't you say you were going to work? What's your plan now?" In terms of work, Chushuan was still a little proud. Even if he had a gap of 1.5 years after his resignation, as long as he was willing to work, he could definitely find a good job. Y City was not the city where he used to work, but he still had some connections. After contacting them, the other party was willing to provide a well-paid job, but it was estimated that they would be busy and would not have time to take care of the child. However, if he did not work, he would not have the money to raise the child. He wanted to try his best to find a slightly more leisurely job with a decent salary. How could there be such a good thing in the world? At this time, Chu Xuan heard that his master had become independent from the Zhuang family and had set up his own company in Y City. It seemed that he had the support of the local government. Chu Xuan contacted his master. His master had a relatively obscure surname, Liu, and his first name was Su. Mr. Liu was a little surprised to receive Chu Xuan's call. He then worriedly scolded him, "Why didn't you discuss with me before resigning? After resigning, you disappeared from the face of the earth and no one could contact you at all." Tu Xiaoshuo, Chu Xuan touched his nose embarrassedly. "I have some, situations that are not convenient to talk about." Mr. Liu snorted and said knowingly, "You didn't look for me for so long, and now you're suddenly looking for me. You're definitely a weasel paying a New Year's visit. You're up to no good. Do you want me to give you a job?" Chu Xuan said, "I saw it in the newspaper." Mr. Liu was just pretending to be angry. He was already anxious about the lack of manpower. He did not expect Chu Xuan to come knocking on his door. He had personally trained this little disciple of his, so he had absolute confidence in his character and ability. He said, "When are you free to come to work?" Chu Xuan looked at Chirp Chirp, who was sleeping, and thought of the headache of the bill. He asked tentatively, "Tomorrow?" Mr. Liu made the final decision and said in a businesslike manner, "Tomorrow then. Come over dressed to look good and be my secretary. I want to see if you can still do your job well after disappearing for 1 or 2 years. Don't think that I will protect you just because you're my disciple." Chu Xuan did not think that his master was joking. He was stricter than anyone else. When he first entered the company, the other employees who were in the same batch as him would complain that Manager Liu was harsh. He was the only one who worked diligently. Later, his master only disciplined him and did not care about the others. However, he would occasionally wonder if Manager Liu did not like him. Until one day, his master smiled at him and praised him for doing a good job. Chu Xuan broke out in cold sweat. "I thought I was going to be scolded." His master smiled and said, "I have high expectations for you because I value you. I accepted you as my disciple." Chu Xuan felt inexplicably nervous when his master said this. He hoped that his return to the workplace would be smooth. Chirp Chirp was sleeping soundly. When Chu Xuan saw him, his temper disappeared. He used his finger to kiss and poke his little face. "Daddy is going to earn money for you. The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you to Gidge, Little Bamboo Fox, Falling Flowers X2, Moo Moo Zhao, I Love to Eat Flying Cake, Ji Ri Ji, Little Peach, 243173208, Little Bridge, Flowing Water, Cold Dew, Dancing Rainbow Dress, Ling, Hachi-chan X2, Cuting Love 13X3, 241762233, Pink Swan Ni, Goo Goo Goo, Yazi Bouji, Little Goldfish, Chistel, Shui Shui, Song Song, 249744494, Qingshan Yubing, East Lake Crane, Sister Walk Slowly X11, Rabbit Smash X20, Ithel X3, No Time, Little Rainbow Hat X2, Silent Moan, San San San, Chongsu X7 Thank you to White Knight Mud X2, I'm the Cutest, Soy Sauce Lord, Falling Flowers, Chestnuts Grenade Thank you to Akatsuki, Hachi-chan's Bazooka Thank you to Scribbled Notes Deepwater Torpedo for Chu Xuan. Going back to work was an official return to real life. He couldn't be willful anymore. Previously, he thought he was going to die, so he let himself loose and argued with the world. Now the situation had changed. He still had a long life ahead of him. He had to raise his child and support his parents. How could he be unscrupulous? This was life. He felt that he seemed to have gone back to being a coward, but there were also changes. After dying once, Chu Xuan felt that sometimes, he shouldn't endure when he didn't want to. Life was only a few decades, so he had to live freely. However, it didn't mean that he didn't have to worry about everything. When he was pregnant, it was too hard for him. He had to take care of the baby. After the baby was born, Bao Bao was sick. It took him 7 or 8 months to get by. He could go to work when he was free. In fact, he had time now to find Lin Yanchen. Without a way to contact him, he could only find him in person. Bao Bao was so delicate that he couldn't take him with him. He could only go alone. Chu Xuan thought about this for a long time. The only way was to fly to England and find the manor. However, it was a long journey from the airport. It took more than an hour. His memory wasn't that good. Even if he went there, it would take him a lot of effort to find the manor. However, could he really go there just like that? He felt that Xiaolin loved him and perhaps their child. However, what about Xiaolin's father? Weren't most of the rich families like this? He should let Lin Yanchen find a girl of equal social status to marry, right? She was too big for him. Could it be that he had to bring the child to their door and beg them to give him a status? Just thinking about it made Chu Sun feel goosebumps all over his body. It was too bitter. He was no longer a dying man. He now had a lot of worries. Could he really risk everything this time? Could a person's heart withstand a test? Chirp Chirp's other father was Lin Yanchen. Regardless of whether Xiaolin would accept it or not, he should let Xiaolin know that they gave birth to a Baobao together, but now was not the right time. Chu Xuan could not swallow his pride. Even if he wanted to find Xiaolin, he did not want to go there as an unemployed person. At least he had a job, and he had to do a good job. Otherwise, what would happen? Asking for a mistress? Relying on Lin Yanchen to make a living? Chu Xuan felt that since he was already so poor, he should at least retain this bit of self-respect. Moreover, to be honest, just having a job didn't sound good. He couldn't be a vice president like before, but he could at least be a senior executive, right? Now that he was a small secretary, he still didn't have the face to see Lin Yanchen. For this reason, Chu Sun worked hard and worked hard. Although he couldn't go out early and return late because of his child, he could only bring his work home. He could take care of his child while working overtime at home. At first, Chu Xuan was embarrassed to say that he was asked to stay in the company by his master. He worked overtime until 9 or 10 p.m. every day before going home. A new company was always busy. In fact, this was his daily life in the past. But after working like this for half a month, Chu Xuan couldn't bear it anymore. He really wanted to bow. Chu Xuan could only ask his master tactfully, "Can I bring these home to do?" Boss Lu could tell at a glance that something was wrong. "Why? Is someone waiting for you at home?" "I really want to go home." Chu Xuan thought for a moment and confessed, I'm a father." Boss Lu thought that he was in love at most. When he heard Chu Xuan say that he was a father, he was shocked. "You're a father? When did you get married? Why didn't I know? Why didn't you tell me? Do you still treat me as your master? This is too much. No wonder I saw that you were always anxious to go home. You weren't like this in the past. But it's okay to have a child, right? Where's your wife? Let her take care of the child. Doesn't she understand you and urge you to go home to take care of the child?" Chu Xuan was embarrassed. "A lot of things happened when I resigned 2 years ago. I don't have a wife, but I have a child. He's now 7 months old. Because he was born prematurely, his health isn't very good. I always miss him." Boss Lu was even more shocked. He didn't get married but had a child? What was going on? No wife? He knew Chu Xuan well. He shouldn't be such an irresponsible person. He asked, "Are you going to have a wedding later?" Chu Xuan was too embarrassed to say that the child was his. He said vaguely, "The child doesn't have a mother. I'm the only one taking care of the child. My parents help me take care of the child." Since Chu Xuan was unwilling to say, Boss Lu didn't continue to ask. At this point, he couldn't be unreasonable. So he said, "Okay, but you have to do your job well." Chu Xuan breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Don't worry, master." In fact, when he went home, he buried his head in his desk. However, when Chu Xuan was tired, he could go and see Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was either sleeping or smiling at him. He felt that his whole body was full of energy again. Chirp Chirp especially liked to listen to stories. Chu Xuan didn't know if he could understand. Mr. Chu used to be in the education industry. Now, he was taking care of this little Bao Bao. He bought a lot of children's books. Every day, he held his little grandson and told him stories. He became very obedient when he listened to stories. Chu Xuan felt that he just liked others to accompany him and talk to him. Recently, the weather was getting colder. The news informed everyone to pay attention to the flu. Chu Xuan caught a cold at the company. He didn't care much and just took some medicine. However, he was afraid that Chirp Chirp would be infected. He didn't dare to kiss and hug his little Bao Bao. When he went out in the morning, Chu Xuan put on a mask and went to see Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp was playing with his feet. When he saw his father, he grinned. Chu Xuan also smiled. Daddy went to work. Chirp Chirp, yee. He squeezed his little hand as if he was saying, "Goodbye, Daddy." Chu Xuan went to work sick. He was very busy in the company. While he was busy, he suddenly received a call from his parents. Chirp Chirp has been coughing this morning and has a fever. We'll send him to the hospital now. If you have time, quickly ask for leave and come over. Chu Xuan was so scared that his hands and feet turned cold. He was very anxious. He resisted the urge to rush to the hospital. He calmly and quickly dealt with his work, delegated it to others, and rushed to the hospital during the lunch break. The doctor said it was pneumonia. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you. My name is Jingjing, Little Bamboo Fox, Luo E, Lemon X3, Fantasy. Hachi Chan, Devil's Protector Grapefruit Sauce, Fu Huishhuishua, Hurricane in the City, Beef Noodle. Noodles, Pink Squid, Idle Cloud Wild Crane, Yi Feng, Izumo, AAA, Xiayu, Little Swallow Fly Off AX2, Goo Goo Goo, Fairy Tale Witch, Ami, Look at the Snowfish, Pretend Dragon is Mine, Ji Ri Ji, I Love to Learn, Heard I'm Cool, Yuwei Ka, Big E, Origami XX2, Weak Heart Idiot, Tum Falling, A Swaying Flowers Mine Small Book Pavilion Thank you, LWH0827, Fairy Tale Witches Grenade Thank you, Fu Huishhuishua, Moxibustion's Bazooka Thank you, Mingyu's Deepwater Torpedo Chirp Chirp often fell sick after he was discharged from the hospital. Every now and then, he would be admitted to the hospital. As Chirp Chirp was a Bao Bao who did not like to cry, he was not sensitive to pain. Even if he was not feeling well, he did not like to cry. Therefore, it was difficult for them to discover that Chirp Chirp was not feeling well. This was also the reason why Chu Xuan hoped that Chirp Chirp would cry more often. Chu Xuan was anxious. He even thought that he might have passed the cold to Bao Bao. He isolated himself because of this. He knew that Chirp Chirp was weak, but he still saw Chirp Chirp several times. Chirp Chirp did cough slightly these few days. He coughed twice at night and in the morning, but he was fine during the day. The fever was also not obvious. At first, the doctor diagnosed it as pneumonia. He even complained that they did not care about the child and should have sent him over. The three of them were ashamed. The three of them took care of Bao Bao, but they could still make Bao Bao sick. However, 3 days ago, Bao Bao was still very energetic. Thinking about it carefully, he only got sick in the past 2 days. His condition worsened quickly, probably because Chirp Chirp was weak and had poor immunity. This was not the first time Chirp Chirp had pneumonia. He was a premature baby. His heart and lungs were not well developed. He had pneumonia before, but he was cured. After Chirp Chirp was hospitalized, he did not get better after a few days of treatment. Chu Xuan's mood fluctuated with Chirp Chirp's condition. Seeing that he was so distracted, his master gave him a leave to accompany his child in the hospital. I'm not the kind of boss who doesn't give employees a leave when their children are sick. Chu Xuan did not stand on ceremony with his master. The doctor checked Chirp Chirp again. Based on previous cases, he corrected the cause. It should be an asthma attack, not pneumonia. When Chu Xuan heard the doctor say that Chirp Chirp was suffering from infantile asthma, he almost could not hold back his tears. He could endure being sick and uncomfortable, but he could not accept Chirp Chirp suffering a little pain. Although the doctor said that Chirp Chirp's asthma was not serious, it was a long-term illness. Even if it could be slowly cured, Chirp Chirp would have to suffer for a long time. Chirp Chirp already had ventricular septal defect. The condition was not ideal during the re-examination. The doctor said that he would undergo surgery when he was 1 year old. The old illness was not cured and now a new illness. Chu Xuan's own had recovered. And now. Chirp 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 sleep. Chirp 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 sleep. Chirp Chirp, Chirp was sleeping. With Chirp Chirp to sleep. Calm Chirp Chirp and Chirp Chirp. Cho was silently enduring the pain. She had no appetite to eat these days. Chu Xuan's tears were about to fall. Chu Xuan sat by the bed and stared at Chirp Chirp without saying a word. He saw the spiral hair on Chirp Chirp's head. He remembered that when Lin Yanchen slept beside him, he also saw Lin Yanchen's head. It was the same as Chirp Chirp's. There were two spirals. Chu Xuan sniffed. He suddenly missed Lin Yanchen very much. He wanted to find Lin Yanchen right now and tell him that he was not dead. He wanted to tell him that they had a child and that the child was always sick. But it was really difficult for him to find Lin Yanchen. Chu Xuan was really afraid that Chirp Chirp would not grow up. He did not ask for anything else. Even if Chirp Chirp was a little fool and would not have a future, it was fine. He just wanted Chirp Chirp to live well and grow up well. Chu Xuan murmured, "Shaolin, what do you think I should do? It's my first time being a father. I'm so scared that I won't be able to take good care of her." After finding the right medicine, Chirp Chirp's condition improved. However, she still needed to be treated with aerosol inhalation and follow up with the hospital regularly. Rice ball reading. After she recovered, they brought Chirp Chirp home and took care of her even more carefully than before. Every morning, at noon and at night, they would take her temperature and record her records. Every few days, Chirp Chirp would take medicine and undergo treatment. She could be said to be a small medicine jar. Chu Xuan had a child to take care of, so he couldn't devote himself to work. But because he had strong working ability and was the disciple that President Liu had groomed, President Liu regarded him as his right-hand man. Many people were watching Liu Su establish his own sect. Slowly, people found out that he had brought Chu Xuan over. Some people even said that when Chu Xuan suddenly resigned, he might have been poached by his master. However, the timing was a bit off. Even if he wanted to jump ship, he wouldn't have been idle for so long. To be honest, Chu Xuan was originally worried that Zhuang Hanxue, that blabbermouth, might have spread the news of his terminal illness. If many people found out, how embarrassing would that be, but he probably didn't. Look, even his master didn't know anything. This saved him a lot of trouble. It seemed that second young master Zhuang occasionally had good points. President Liu became independent from the Zhuang family, but he did not fall out with his former boss. On the contrary, their relationship was quite good. So, he still wanted to cooperate with second young master Zhuang. If he had money, he should let his acquaintances earn it. President Liu immediately thought of Chu Xuan, who had disciplined Zhuang Hanxue for a year. He found Chu Xuan and asked, "You have a good relationship with Zhuang Hanxue, right? When I asked you to stay, it was because I wanted you to use his money. That Zhuang Hanxue looks stupid and easy to coax. Do you still keep in contact with him?" Chu Xuan cursed silently. Zhuang Hanxue should have thought that he was dead. Why would he keep in contact with him? Moreover, he thought he was going to die at that time. His SIM card was broken. When he thought about it again, his old number had been cancelled and his phone had been lost. Fortunately, he was a cautious person. In this day and age, he still wrote a handwritten phone book with some important phone numbers. He wrote down so many phone numbers, but he couldn't remember Lin Yanchen's. Chu Xuan said, "I don't know if it's considered good or not. He used to be very impatient with me caring about him." President Liu pondered for a moment. Anyway, you should receive the people from that side. You should be familiar with them. Chu Xuan only felt that it would be awkward to face Zhuang Hanxue. The other employees probably didn't know about his misdiagnosis. On the other side, Zhuang Hanxue knew that this was a good opportunity for cooperation. If this project was done well, his brother would definitely praise him. So, he handed over the task to his most trusted Miss Duan Xiaoshan. This girl was worthy of being Chu Xuan's favorite student. She was hardworking. After Chu Xuan left, Zhuang Hanxue let Duan Xiaoshan handle the project according to his instructions. There had been no mistakes. 2 years ago, she was still a naive and innocent girl. Now, she had become a shrewd and strong white-bone spirit. Zhuang Hanxue was too lazy to go to Y City. He handed over the task to Duan Xiaoshan. "Good luck. I'll take care of the house." What could Duan Xiaoshan say? Her boss was just like that. When her master had just left, he was still trying to make a name for himself, but he quickly withered away. To put it bluntly, Xianxia was just like a dog that couldn't change its habit. He probably wouldn't be able to make a name for himself in this lifetime. She took over the task, went on business trips, and talked about work. When they arrived at Y City, the people from the head office held a banquet to welcome them. Duan Xiaozhen actually didn't have any direct contact with Boss Liu. But she was actually his disciple's disciple. She wanted to get close to him from this angle. When Duan Xiaozhen arrived at the hotel, she pushed the door open and saw a familiar figure. At first, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. The aura that she worked so hard to cultivate suddenly softened. She was overjoyed. "Master?" Chu Xuan smiled. "It's me. Xiaozhen." They were very happy to reunite. After chatting for a while, they warmed up again. Duan Xiaozhen felt wronged. "You didn't even tell me that you were leaving. You even brought me along when you changed jobs. Can I go with you? I really don't want to work with Xianxia anymore. He left everything to me. It's so tiring. I don't even have time to talk about boyfriends." Chu Xuan smiled and said, "If Xianxia knew that you were poached when you came out to talk about business, he would vomit to death." Duan Xiaozhen expressed her loyalty. "I'm not poaching. I'm taking the initiative to change jobs. I still want to work with you, master. That's the only way to have a future." Chu Xuan looked at her and said, "Actually, I think that you're already very outstanding now. There's nothing else for me to teach you. You're already qualified to be my disciple." These two people didn't do their jobs and were only chatting about trivial matters. As they spoke, Duan Xiaozhen remembered something. "Master. After you resigned, someone came to look for you. I have a very deep impression of him. I think that person likes you very much." Chu Xuan's smile gradually disappeared. He vaguely realized who Duan Xiaozhen was talking about. Duan Xiaozhen said he was mainly looking for Boss Shuang. I don't know what he said, but Boss Shuang even cried because of him. After that, he found your file and gave it to him. I remember that surname. After more than a year, she couldn't remember at all. Chu Xuan said softly, "His surname is Lin, right?" Duan Xiaozhen nodded. Yes. His surname is Lin. I remember now. I even saved his phone number. The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you for my little cutie. Look around. Cold dew, south branch, little bamboo fox, pink cattail, cold leaves gracefully sprinkling over my face, buried, little swallow flying, tum falling, AAA, July hedge, pompous guagua, heard I'm cool, the seventh personality, Hachi-chan, Chistel, Ji, lemon mine. Thank you for Oo's grenade. Thank you for Akatsuki's bazooka. Yes, his surname is Lin. I remember now. I even saved his phone number." Saying that, Duan Xiaozhen took out her phone and looked through her contacts. Chu Xuan was stunned and suddenly panicked. He wanted to look for Lin Yanchen, but this was different from what he had expected. Why did Lin Yanchen always mess up his plans? Every time. Chu Xuan asked subconsciously, how did you get his phone number? Duan Xiaozhen said, he was looking for you everywhere. He said that if he knew anything about you, I should contact him. She then remembered. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Do you want his phone number? You should want it, right? The phone was such a magical invention. It shortened the distance between worlds. Even if they were half a world apart, as long as you dialed a string of numbers, you could hear the voice of the person you missed the most. However, it was also very troublesome. If you didn't memorize the string of numbers and accidentally got separated, you would be helpless. Chu Xuan's heart suddenly beat faster. To be honest, he was really happy. His old face was slightly hot. Duan Xiaozhen didn't get an immediate response from him. She wondered if she had done something unnecessary and asked, "You don't want it?" Romance novels are free to read. Chu Xuan came back to his senses and hurriedly replied, yes. He also took out his phone and lowered his head. Tell me the number. I'll save it. Chu Xuan saved the phone number so easily that he felt it was unbelievable. He was even afraid that he might have remembered the wrong number. He worriedly confirmed it several times to make sure that he didn't remember it wrong. He immediately repeated the string of numbers in his heart several times. He couldn't wait and wanted to memorize it right now. He was anxious and fearful. Chusun had drunk a few cups of wine, and the alcohol had reached his head. His entire body felt light and airy. After the banquet, Chuxuan couldn't wait to go back to his car. He stayed alone and didn't turn on the lights. In the dark, he looked at Lin Yanshen's contact information. The blue light on the screen covered his face. Chuxuan wanted to call Lin Yanshen right now and threw all his plans to the back of his mind. He repeatedly lied to himself, but in reality, he was powerless to find Lin Yanshen in reality. He was also afraid that if he risked everything to find Lin Yanshen, what would he do if Lin Yanshen didn't accept him? He hadn't heard Lin Yanshen's voice for 14.5 months. Now he had her number. Should I make a phone call? Let's do it now. Is this a private number? Maybe it's an office number. What should he say if he called over? He would say, "Hello, I'm Chuxuan." Lin Yanshen must have thought that he was dead, right? Would it be mistaken as a supernatural call in the middle of the night? Then, she said, "Hey, I actually misdiagnosed Terminus. I didn't die, and I even had a child with you." "Yes, I'm a man, but I can have children." What kind of nonsense is this? It was probably the alcohol that gave him courage. Chuxuan thought about it for a while and suddenly made up his mind. Forget it, I don't want to think so much. I'll just go for broke, I'll stick my head out, and I'll stick my head out. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. There will always be a solution. Chuxuan was drunk. He stared at the round exhalation symbol and was about to tap on it. Dang, dang, dang. Someone was knocking on his car window. Chuxuan was almost frightened. He turned around and saw Duan Xiaozhen outside the car window. He put his phone away in embarrassment, rolled down the window, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Duan Xiaozhen said, "Master, you drank so much. It's not good for you to drive, right? Get someone to drive for you." Ever since Chuxuan got Lin Yanshen's phone number, he had been thinking about Lin Yanshen and had forgotten about driving home. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles at the banquet. He only wanted to be alone as soon as possible so that he could make this call. Chuxuan said politely, yes, I need to find someone." "Thank you." Duan Xiaozhen asked, "Have you found someone already?" Chuxuan said, not yet." Duan Xiaozhen said, "Then I'll get little Wang to drive for you. He doesn't want money." Chuxuan couldn't reject her kindness. He comforted himself to calm down a little and not be so anxious. It wasn't like they were short of time. They could have a good reunion to talk about something. Chuxuan told her his address and sat in the back seat. He couldn't hold his liquor very well, and it had been a long time since he drank. Ever since he gave birth to Bao Bao, he felt that his body had become much weaker. There were other people sitting in front. Chuxuan didn't have the nerve to call Lin Yanshen in front of other people. He was afraid that he would embarrass himself. He might even want to cry when he heard Xiaolin's voice. He felt that he could do such a thing. He was a man. How embarrassing would that be? As Chuxuan thought about it, the alcohol came over him. He became more and more sleepy. He slumped in the back seat and slowly fell asleep. The hotel wasn't far from Chuxuan's house. It was a 10-minute drive. When they arrived, little Wang woke Chuxuan up. Chuxuan was very sleepy and smelled of alcohol. He was helped upstairs by little Wang and knocked on the door. Mr. Chu opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled the stench of alcohol. He saw Chuxuan drunk and was being supported by someone. It was obvious that he was drinking at a social event. He took Chuxuan and thanked the young man who brought Chuxuan back. The young man gave the key to Mr. Chu and left. Chuxuan returned home and heard Bao Bao's laughter. He shook off his father. "Chirp chirp, Dad is back," Mr. Chu scolded him. "Chirp chirp your head. You're so drunk. You're not allowed to watch Chirp Chirp. Chirp Chirp will sleep with me today." Chuxuan didn't walk much before he collapsed on the sofa. He was dragged back by his father. He took off his jacket, shoes, and socks. He wiped his body and helped him to the bed to sleep. He closed the door. He couldn't let this drunkard out. He didn't notice that his phone had accidentally fallen on the sofa in the living room when he fell. Chirp Chirp didn't know why he was so energetic today. It was almost 9 o'clock, but he still didn't want to sleep. He listened to his grandfather tell him a story and chuckled in satisfaction. He waved his small hands and said, "Grandma, Grandma." This little Bao Bao was only thinking about eating. It was asking for milk, but it would usually want to sleep after drinking milk. Today, Grandma was not around. Only Grandpa was around. Grandpa carried Chirp Chirp to the living room and placed Chirp Chirp on the sofa, saying, "Be good and wait. Grandpa will make milk for you." He went to make milk and found that there was no water, so he boiled some water. Chirp Chirp crawled on the sofa and found his father's phone. He had seen his father make a call before. Chirp Chirp randomly pressed a button, and the camera shone on his face. He didn't know how it was unlocked, but the interface after unlocking was Lin Yanquan's contact page. Chirp Chirp reached out his chubby little hand and tapped on the screen. The phone was dialed. Lin Yanquan received a call from an unknown number. The caller ID indicated that the caller was from Y City. Because it was an unknown number, he immediately hung up. Then, the same number called again. Lin Yanquan hesitated for a moment before answering, "Hello? Who is this?" The other side of the phone replied with a string of crisp laughter. It sounded like a little Bao Bao laughing. Chirp Chirp thought that he was playing. When he heard the sound from the phone, he was very happy. He clapped his little hands and giggled. Then he said, "Yeah, yeah. Dad, Daddy." Chirp Chirp only knew a few words: Dad, Grandpa, Grandma. He used them indiscriminately. Lin Yanquan was stunned. A little Bao Bao that he didn't know called him Daddy in the middle of the night. It was really strange, but he didn't hate it. He smiled. This little Bao Bao's voice was very cute. His laughter was sweet, and his voice was childish and soft. He thought that he might have accidentally dialed the wrong number. At this moment, another person's voice sounded in the background. "Io, Chirp Chirp, what are you doing? You can't touch Daddy's phone." With that said, the call was hung up. Lin Yanquan felt that he had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember where. Chu Xuan had a nightmare. He dreamed that he had finally mustered the courage to call Lin Yanquan, but no one picked up. He kept calling, but there was no response. When Chu Xuan woke up, it was already morning. His forehead and neck were covered in cold sweat from the nightmare. He didn't expect to be drunk the entire night. Where was his phone? He still wanted to call Shaolin. Should he call him now? Lin Yanquan might be overseas. Could he be sleeping over there? Chu Xuan started to let his imagination run wild again. In the end, when he touched his pocket, his phone wasn't there. He went to the bedside to look for it, but it wasn't there. Where was his phone? Chu Xuan found his phone in the living room. He was still hesitating about how to call Lin Yanquan, but when he saw the call history, he was instantly shocked awake. Huh? He had already called Shaolin? The call history was 17 seconds, was he that drunk last night? Why didn't he remember it at all? What did he say? Why was it only 17 seconds? The author has something to say. See you at 12. There's an update today. Thank you Mochi Mochi, Little Bamboo Fox, East Cell, Cold Dew, L, Melancholy European, Pink Mango, Flower Leaf X2, Cuting Love 13x6, Goo 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 Goo, Goo 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 Goo, Unscrupulous Arrow, Little Peach, Hurricane in the City, Little Swallow Fly, Radish Meow, Still, Little Bunny Noisy, 2431732008, G Regi, Uncle Shake Weird, 24176233, Erica Mine Thank You The Witch in the Fairy Tale, LWH0827's Grenade Thank You Don't Laugh Too Hard, Goshi's Bazooka Chu Xuan calmed down and thought about it. No, when he woke up, the door was closed, and his phone was on the sofa in the living room. He remembered that when he got home, his father helped him to his room to sleep. It couldn't be that he ran out to make a phone call and then went back to his room. It would be too difficult for him to forget everything, right? Mr. Chu walked out of the kitchen and saw him. He said, "Why are you standing there like an idiot? Go wash your face and brush your teeth for breakfast. I made bamboo shoots, pork shumai, and tofu pudding today. Make the sauce yourself." Chu Xuan frowned, scratched his head, and said to himself, "Why is my phone outside? Mr. Chu said in disdain, "You fell out when you fell on the sofa yesterday, right?" Chu Xuan said again, "There's a call record that I don't remember." "I can't remember it." Mr. Chu walked over and took a look. The call record was to a person named Lin Yanchen. He said, "Oh, this is from Chirp Chirp. This person's name is really strange." Chu Xuan was stunned and shocked. Chirp Chirp? Chirp Chirp was sitting in his baby chair, holding a plastic spoon and scooping corn paste from his small bowl. He had just started learning, so he ate everywhere, and there was a circle of corn paste around his mouth. Chirp Chirp didn't know if he felt that his father was looking at him, but he looked up and smiled brightly at his father. "Daddy." Mr. Chu didn't feel ashamed and said proudly, "Yes, is Chirp Chirp smart?" Chu Xuan said, "He must have pressed it blindly." Mr. Chu said, "That's still very smart. Chirp Chirp can even play with his phone." Chirp Chirp was very happy to eat his favorite food. He raised his spoon and smiled like a flower. He even squatted down and said, "Yaya." It seemed like he was responding to his grandpa's praise. Chu Xuan had mixed feelings. He did not know if he should say yes or no. Mr. Chu asked, "What's wrong? Did he accidentally call someone he shouldn't have?" At that time I realized that I had hung up the phone. Chu Xuan didn't know whether he should hang up the phone or not. "It's not that. It's fine. I'm just a little curious." Chirp Chirp had inadvertently helped him take the first step, and all of a sudden, he no longer felt conflicted. "Look, I've already done it." Then, he would have to talk to Lin Yanchen again. He hoped that Lin Yanchen would not think that this was a harassment call and blacklist him. He brushed his teeth and washed his face first. After a night, Lin Yanchen still remembered the strange call from last night. The voice of the man who spoke to that Bao Bao sounded really familiar. Where had he heard it before? He was a person who liked to get to the bottom of things. However, he really did not dare to go to Chu Xuan's grave. After losing Chu Xuan, Lin Yanchen could somewhat understand his father's feelings. In the 5 or 6 years after his mother's death, except for the burial, his father never went to his mother's grave to pay respects. He only carefully prepared offerings for him and urged him to sweep his mother's grave. At that time, he was very angry. He felt that his father was too much, so he hated his father even more. Later, he found out that on this day every year, his father actually did not do anything else. On that day, he would specially leave some work to do. He would prune a loquat tree in a small, remote garden in their old house. He would patiently do it for the whole day, wishing that he could wipe every leaf clean. That tree was personally planted by his father the year his mother passed away. In the past 2 years, he could somewhat understand his father's feelings. When he was young, he read Xianxia. There was a sentence in it, "There is a loquat tree in the courtyard. It was planted by my wife the year she passed away. Now, it is as tall as a pavilion." It was not that he did not want to go, but that he did not dare to go. Lin Yanchen thought about that phone call as he fried the dumplings. The dumplings sizzled in the oil. In the past few years, he had learned how to cook when he was free, especially when it came to making dumplings. He had learned all the different types of dumplings that Chu Xuan had made for him. As he thought about it, Lin Yanchen suddenly thought of something. "I didn't even know that he was sick." "How did you know that he was sick? Is Chu Xuan sick?" Ah, it sounded like Chu Xuan's father's voice. Chu Xuan's father's voice was deep. Because he was a teacher, he had the unique accent of a teacher. Moreover, his pronunciation was very clear. It was very special. Immortal would adventure. He remembered, But why did this unknown phone call have Chu Xuan's father's voice and a little Bao Bao's voice? Lin Yanchen couldn't figure it out. He smelled a burnt smell. The dumplings were overcooked. He came back to his senses and hurriedly turned off the fire. At this moment, Lin Yanchen's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that the caller ID was from Y City. It was the unknown number from last night. Lin Yanchen happened to pick it up, but the other side was about to turn off the fire again. He turned around and accidentally knocked over the box on the table. He subconsciously wanted to pick it up, but he felt that answering the phone was more important. He hurriedly picked up the phone. There was no sound from the other side of the phone. Lin Yanchen suddenly felt nervous and did not know what to do. Hello? How are you? He did not hear a response and felt inexplicably anxious. Say something. A light voice drifted out from the listening hole. Little Lin Yanchen felt that his heart was about to explode. It was as if someone had pressed the stop button. He stood there in a daze and moved his lips, but no sound came out. Chu Xuan continued, I know that you will be very angry. Don't be angry with me first. Let me explain, okay? If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes. At that time, I was really diagnosed with a terminal illness. I did not want to be a burden to you, so I left and destroyed my contact information. Later, the doctor said that I would not die. I wanted to look for you, but I was still sick and did not have your contact information. I have been recuperating for more than a year. Recently, I went back to work. Yesterday, I heard from the people in my previous company that you went to look for me, so I got your phone number and wanted to call you. I don't know if you still remember me. Maybe you have another lover now. I left without saying goodbye. I am sorry. That's what I wanted to say. If I've disturbed you, I'll apologize to you again. Xiao Lin? Lin Yanchen pinched himself hard. He felt the pain and confirmed that he was not dreaming. He was still a little worried that this was a supernatural call. But usually, it would not appear in the daytime, right? Lin Yanchen finally found his voice and said hoarsely. I didn't. Chu Xuan asked, what did you not mean? Lin Yanchen said, I didn't fall in love with anyone else. I only like you. Chu Xuan felt sad and blushed. He did not know what to say. I'm sorry, Lin Yanchen asked, where are you now? Where in Y City? Tell me where you live and where you work. Chu Xuan told him in detail and asked doubtfully, you are going to look for me? When? In a few days? Lin Yanchen said without hesitation, now, I am going to look for you now. Wait for me. Chu Xuan said, I have to go to work. You are in B City, right? It's so far away. Can you make it? Don't you have to go to work? Lin Yanchen said, I will ask for leave to look for you. Wait for me. I will contact you when I arrive. He seemed to have said a lot, but also seemed to have said nothing. Xiao Lin was coming to look for him. Chu Xuan's heart pounded, but when he went back, he saw his mother's dressing mirror in the living room. He felt that he had been really ugly recently. Could he really see Xiao Lin when he was so ugly? He lifted the hem of his clothes and looked at the scar left by the cesarean section on his stomach. In fact, Director Chen's skills were already very good. He also used medicine to treat scars, but it still left a mark. How could he see Lin Yanchen? The weather was hot and he was wearing thin clothes. It was still obvious if he wore light-colored clothes. He went to change into a dark-colored one. On the other side, Lin Yanchen almost rushed out of the door. He paced back and forth in the house excitedly. His mood seemed to explode. He immediately called his assistant. Arrange the earliest flight to Y City. The assistant reported a few times. How could they make it in time if they made a last-minute arrangement? Even if they bought the route, it would take time to apply for a domestic flight. Lin Yanchen frowned and asked again, what about the high-speed rail? The assistant checked again. There were several high-speed trains from B City to Y City in a day. The latest train was in less than half an hour, and it would take a total of 6 hours from the departure station to the destination station. Lin Yanchen said, let's settle on this. The assistant hesitated and said, we only have standing tickets. Lin Yanchen said, then I'll have standing tickets. Lin Yanchen was about to go out. When he passed by the wine cabinet, he stopped and looked at himself in the mirror. His hair was white, there was only one word to describe it. Could he see Chu Xuan with this appearance? F***ck. Where was his hair dye? Did he buy hair dye? The author has something to say. Previously, someone asked Xiao Lin why she didn't go to Chu Xuan's grave. I felt that this matter required too much courage. After my grandfather passed away, my grandmother didn't visit his grave. I think that's probably how she felt. Good night, see you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you for your daily life. Ah Yuan loves to eat meat, Calg, goo goo goo, 24176233, Luo Yi, Hanlu, Xiaobao is not afraid, Ji Ri Ji, as a, Old Poison X2, Drunkard, 2431733208, Zhuxin, Pink Momo, Goo Goo Goo, Yazi regardless, 194104452, Ah Su X2, Ah Xing, Hua Shui Shui Shui, 4981, Poison Mind thank you Machi Emochi, Mut Song Zhong, Soy Sauce, White Night Mud, Local Melon, 24974494 for the Grenade thank you Akatsuki X2, Hua Shui Shui Shui, Half Sugar for the Rocket Launcher thank you Hua Shui Shui for the Shallow Water Bomb Chushuan. Was restless. Mr. Chu had noticed that something was wrong with him since the morning, especially after he ran out to make a phone call. He asked curiously, who is this Lin Yanchen? Chu Xuan thought about it and said tactfully, he's a friend of mine. He lied again. It's about work. Don't think too much. Mr. Chu said, oh, I don't know about work, but I think you're going to be late. Aren't you going to work yet? Chu Xuan, exclamation point. Because he told Lin Yanchen the company's address, Chu Xuan was a little worried that Lin Yanchen would come to the company directly. What if he did? Fan Tuan visits the bookie was troubled the whole morning. After they contacted each other, Chu Xuan sent him messages and added all kinds of social media accounts. Lin Yanchen kept sending him messages. Lin Yanchen, I'll take the high-speed rail to find you. I bought the ticket. Chu Xuan, be careful on the way. Don't rush. Lin Yanchen, I'm on the high-speed rail. 6 hours and 40 minutes until I reach Y City. I hope I'm not late. Chu Xuan, okay. After you get off the train, if you're hungry, eat first. Lin Yanchen, 6 hours. Lin Yanchen, 5 hours and 30 minutes. Lin Yanchen, 5 hours. Chu Xuan, can you not broadcast every half an hour? Lin Yanchen, oh, 4 hours. Lin Yanchen, I saw a beautiful rape field. Picture, Lin Yanchen, look, there's a rainbow on the mountain. Picture, 3 hours. Chu Xuan, I'm in a meeting. Lin Yanchen, 2 hours. Lin Yanchen, 1 hour. An hour later. Lin Yanchen, I'm late. I'll be 10 minutes late. Chu Xuan didn't feel sad anymore because of his announcement, which was like a murderer's announcement in a horror movie. He was really curious about Lin Yanchen's brain circuit. Wasn't Lin Yanchen angry at him? Aren't you going to ask for more details? He was already prepared to be scolded by Lin Yanchen. At 5 o'clock, Lin Yanchen told him that they had arrived at the station. It was also time for Chu Xuan's company to get off work, but he had never gotten off work on time. Therefore, he went to look for his master shamelessly. I have something to do today. Can I go back earlier? President Liu understood. Oh, your child is not feeling well again? His physique was too weak. It's hard to solve the problem of physique with Western medicine alone. I know a good old Chinese medicine doctor. I'll introduce him to you. You can take your child to see him and nurse his body. Chu Xuan hurriedly wrote down the contact information and said gratefully, thank you, master. President Liu waved his hand and said generously, you're welcome. You'll only have time to work for me when your child is well. Ha 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 ha. Capitalism didn't care about the relationship between master and disciple. Chu Xuan hurriedly went home. Mr. Chu had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Chu Xuan was so anxious that he ate in a few mouthfuls. Mr. Chu asked, are you tired from work today? Are you hungry? Chu Xuan said, the weather is pretty good. I want to take Chirp Chirp out for a walk. Mr. Chu didn't think much of it and nodded. Make a bottle of milk and bring it along. Come back early. Chu Xuan put Chirp Chirp in a jumpsuit with a panda hood. He picked him up and put him in the pram. He also brought a bottle of freshly brewed milk. He pushed the pram out of the door. Not long after, aunties and aunties who were enjoying the shade under the big trees in the neighborhood in the evening gathered around. Oh, Chirp Chirp is out. Chirp Chirp was a very beautiful little Bao Bao. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the most beautiful little Bao Bao in the neighborhood. The first time he was taken out, He attracted a lot of attention and had already gained a lot of aunties and aunties. He was not taken out often because he was weak. Every time he was taken out, he would be surrounded and photographed. Chu Xuan laughed as he escaped the crowd. He finally reached the other side of the neighborhood. There was a small park that few people came to. There was a shabby stone pavilion in the remote southwest corner. There was no one there at the moment. Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen had agreed to meet here. He didn't know if Lin Yanchen would be able to find him. Chu Xuan looked down and saw Chirp Chirp eating his finger. He took his little hand away. "Don't eat." Chirp Chirp looked at him pitifully. "Daddy, Daddy." Chu Xuan could only give him the bottle. He held the bottle and drank happily. Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen took the high-speed train for the first time in his life. When he got on the train, his assistant sent him, but he didn't let his assistant come with him. After getting off the train, he actually got lost in the high-speed train station. After being lost for half an hour, he found his way out and took a taxi to find Chu Xuan. He sniffed himself and smelled of hair dye. He frowned. Sigh, but it was better than having gray hair. Actually, he had a lot of doubts, grievances, and anger. He wanted to ask Chu Xuan and talk to Chu Xuan. However, his desire to see Chu Xuan overwhelmed everything else. He wanted to see Chu Xuan first. He wanted to see Chu Xuan alive and well. Everything else could be left for later. He arrived at the park that Chu Xuan mentioned. Under Chu Xuan's guidance, it took him a long time to find it. Lin Yanchen had been busy the whole day since morning. In fact, he wanted to make a handsome entrance. However, after sitting on the high-speed train for a few hours and traveling under the hot sun, he finally emerged with his face covered in dust. The stone pavilion was surrounded by lush trees. It was probably because it hadn't been built for a long time. The shrubs and weeds grew crazily and almost covered the original path. Chu Xuan knew that it wasn't easy to find this place. However, this place was hidden and close to his house. He couldn't walk far with Chirp Chirp. Lin Yanchen was outside the small forest. He walked around for a long time and was burning with anxiety. Finally, he pushed aside the branches and saw a familiar figure. When he saw Chu Xuan, his eyes were wet. He didn't dare to blink, afraid that this was just a dream. When he woke up, it was gone. In his eyes, other than Chu Xuan, nothing else mattered. Lin Yanchen wanted to call out a son, but he was afraid. He walked over with light footsteps. Chu Xuan didn't turn around, but he felt a gentle gaze. He seemed to have a premonition. He turned around and saw Lin Yanchen standing a few steps away with red eyes. Lin Yanchen looked exactly the same as when they parted. However, when he looked carefully, he seemed to have changed into a different person. Sigh, Lin Yanchen was still so handsome. Lin Yanchen was at the bottom of the steps. He raised his head slightly and looked at Chu Xuan. He felt that he had lost weight, but he was still good-looking. Thousands of words converged into two soft and sour words. Soon. Chu Xuan looked back at him and said softly, as if he was sighing, Shaolin. Lin Yanchen really wanted to hug Chu Xuan, but he was afraid that he would be too abrupt and scare Chu Xuan. He only walked over step by step and held Chu Xuan's hand. He said again, soon. Before Chu Xuan could say anything, Lin Yanchen lowered his head and looked at their hands. He suddenly smiled in satisfaction. That's great. You're warm. You're alive. He smiled until tears almost came out. I'm such a fool. After you left, I immediately returned to China to look for you. I found your company and the hospital you went to. I heard that a 30-year-old man surnamed Chu died of a terminal illness. I thought it was you, so I didn't dare to continue looking. How can there be someone as stupid as me in this world? Chu Xuan felt a lump in his throat. It's my fault. It's my fault. I took the initiative to delete all your contact information and even left a letter telling you not to look for me. I wanted to look for you, but I could only fly to England. I really couldn't leave. Lin Yanchen said, didn't you immediately contact me when you found a way? You were still sick before. Chu Xuan said, you believe everything I say? Lin Yanchen smiled. I believe you. I'll believe you even if you say the sun rises from the west. It's good that I can see you alive. It's good that you're alive. Chu Xuan saw Lin Yanquan's smiling face and suddenly felt extremely guilty. He was too guilty. He actually hesitated before. He doubted that even if he found Lin Yanquan wouldn't accept him. What a vile person he was. Chirp Chirp was in the pram next to them. He drank his milk while blinking his eyes and watching the whole process. He drank his beloved milk and even sucked for a while. He really couldn't suck out a single drop, so he reluctantly let go of the pacifier. Chirp Chirp raised the milk bottle. Daddy, Daddy, milk. Lin Yanquan only then noticed that there was a cute baby here. He was stunned. When did this little thing come here? Lin Yanquan and Chirp Chirp met face to face. Lin Yanquan was crying. Chirp Chirp saw him and smiled. This little thing was strangely cute. It also seemed like déjà vu. Lin Yanquan asked. Whose child is this? Chu Xuan's old face slowly turned red. He was a little embarrassed and said, he likes you quite a lot. He only smiles like this when he sees someone he likes. Lin Yanquan was stunned. Huh? Chu Xuan said, this is my son. Lin Yanquan, Chu Xuan added, he's also your son. Lin Yanquan? The author has something to say. I thought about it for a long time. Chu Xuan is a little pretentious, but Xiao Lin really isn't the kind of person to be pretentious, so it still developed this way. Good morning, see you at 7 p.m. Thank you Zhuxin, Joker, Su Dea, Ah Su, WSXHBS, what can I use to warm you to 1,000 years, Traveler, Ben Blair, Ah Yuan loves to eat meat, Wu Xiu X3, Xiaobao is not afraid, Shortcake Maya, Lilianin, not time, Yazi regardless, Shiyu, Gentle Breeze, Yakuuu, Goo Goo Goo, Young Master Shen, Pink Momo, Ji Ri Ji, Chistel's Land Mine thank you Heavy Rain, Red Spider Lily's Grenade thank you Half Sugar, Akatsuki's Rocket Launcher. Lin Yanquan couldn't think straight. He felt like his brain was burning. He's my son, and he's also your son. What did that mean? Chu Xuan's son? Where did Chu Xuan's son come from? He couldn't have jumped out from a rock, right? Then he could only be born, but it couldn't be Chu Xuan and someone else's child, right? So he could only be picked up? Adopted. Chu Xuan said that although he didn't have a terminal illness before, he was still sick, and he was finally cured. So he adopted a child after he was cured? He still didn't know why, but there should be some hidden reasons. Chu Xuan was a very kind person. He donated all the money he won in Las Vegas, and he had always kept the donation letter Chu Xuan gave him. Good. Chu Xuan's son was his son. Anyway, they wouldn't have any children in this lifetime. They were going to adopt anyway. Now that they had a son, he would treat him as his own. In a flash, Lin Yanquan thought about a lot of things, and he was quite touched. He said, "You're so kind." Chu Xuan was confused by Lin Yanquan. Question mark. Chu Xuan slowly realized that Lin Yanquan probably misunderstood something. He thought about it and explained, "You don't seem to understand. I said that Chirp Chirp is our child. Biologically, he inherited half of your chromosomes and the other half of mine. That's what I meant. Do you understand?" The two of them held hands and looked at each other. Lin Yanquan was still confused. He frowned. Question mark. Chu Xuan? Lin Yanquan? Chu Xuan asked him, "Do you understand?" Lin Yanquan was dumbfounded. "If I say no, will you be angry?" Chu Xuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw how dumb and confused he was. He relaxed a lot and explained in detail, "I didn't explain it to you on the phone earlier because I was afraid that you wouldn't be able to accept it. I didn't know that my body was special before. I always thought that I was an ordinary man, but in fact, I can get pregnant and have children. When I left, I felt uncomfortable. I thought it was the incurable disease that had been misdiagnosed before. Later, when I returned to China, my father took me to see a doctor again. Only then did I know that I wasn't sick. I was pregnant. My rejection was quite strong. For a while, I was lying in bed and couldn't walk. Now that the matter was over, Chu Xuan could speak of it in a relaxed tone as if it wasn't a big deal. But as Lin Yanquan listened, tears welled up in his eyes. He said, "I'm sorry." Chu Xuan smiled and touched his face gently. "It's not your fault. I didn't let you wear a condom. But at that time, I didn't know that I could get pregnant. I didn't get pregnant on purpose. Lin Yanshan's face turned red. Lin Yanshan believed everything Chu Xuan said. He didn't doubt it at all. So what if a man could have children with another man? If Chu Xuan said it was possible, then it was possible. Chu Xuan said, it is very unbelievable. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see the doctor who helped me deliver the child. Or, you can do a DNA test for the child. Lin Yanshan was angry. I didn't. You can't suspect me of suspecting you. Chu Xuan's mood brightened. Indeed, Lin Yanshan was still Lin Yanshan. He coaxed him. Okay. I'm sorry. It's my fault. Don't be angry, my Shaolin. Chirp Chirp saw the two of them talking and had nothing to eat. He could only hug his feet and eat. When he saw Lin Yanshan's angry look, he inexplicably laughed. He stopped eating his feet and giggled. Chu Xuan looked at Lin Yanshan, then at Chirp Chirp, and then at Lin Yanshan. He asked, do you want to hug him? Lin Yanshan suddenly panicked. To be honest, he believed what Chu Xuan said, but he wasn't mentally prepared at all. A son suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it was a grown-up little Bao Bao. Although he thought of himself as a father and already had Datu as a son, this time was different. Chirp Chirp was a living human Bao Bao. Moreover, he missed the whole process of Chu Xuan being pregnant, giving birth, and taking care of the child. He felt very regretful and guilty. Chu Xuan saw that he didn't dare to hug Chirp Chirp, so he reached out and picked him up, showing him to Lin Yanshan. He looks a lot like you, doesn't he? Don't be afraid. He's not a little monster. He's just an ordinary little Bao Bao. Chirp Chirp smiled and squinted his eyes. He reached out his little hand to Lin Yanshan. Wah wah, wah wah. Chu Xuan handed Chirp Chirp to him. Lin Yanshan took the child and was flustered. He didn't know how to hug him at all. He asked in a panic, can I hug him like this? Is this right? Will he feel uncomfortable? Ah? Will he cry? Lin Yanshan really couldn't hug Chirp Chirp well. He put his hands under Chirp Chirp's armpits and raised Chirp Chirp. The back of Chirp Chirp's head was facing him and Chu Xuan. Chirp Chirp quite liked being raised high. He clapped his hands and laughed too happily. Chu Xuan was stunned for a moment. He laughed so hard that he almost fell. Do you think you're acting as the Lion King? Ha 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 ha. After laughing, he said to Lin Yanshan, let Chirp Chirp face you. Let him take a good look at your face. Lin Yanshan listened in a daze. Oh. He turned Chirp Chirp over and faced him, still holding him up. Chirp Chirp and Lin Yanshan looked at each other. Chirp Chirp ate his fingers and looked at him curiously with a pair of smiling eyes. Lin Yanshan calmed down a little. His heart was about to melt. He really looked like him, but he also looked like Chu Xuan. This was Chu Xuan and his Bao Bao. But he was so light. He was so small and soft. He wasn't even as heavy as Big Head. He was like a cloud. Lin Yanshan was puzzled and asked, why is he so light? Chu Xuan said calmly, he was born prematurely, 7 months old. When he was born, he weighed only 1.5 kilograms. He stayed in the incubator for 2 months. At that time, I was afraid that he wouldn't survive. Bao Bao was sick all the time, so I couldn't look for you. His health wasn't good, so I couldn't take him far. Lin Yanshan didn't expect this. Ah? I'm sorry. Chu Xuan said, it's not your fault. Chirp Chirp stared at Chu Xuan for a long time. Actually, there was something he really wanted to do. At this time, he finally acted on it. He reached out his little hand and gently touched Lin Yanshan's face, just like how Chu Xuan had touched Lin Yanshan's face. Lin Yanshan, Chu Xuan. Ha 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 ha. Chirp Chirp laughed with his father. The laughter traveled to Lin Yanshan's heart. He felt that he had never been happier in his life. Previously, fate had given him a misunderstanding. He wasn't angry anymore. How could he have the time to care about a misunderstanding? To care about the pain in the past? He only wanted to spend his precious time on his future happiness. His entire heart felt like it was flying in the sky. Today was too good to be true. Chu Xuan corrected his actions. Come, I'll teach you how to hug Bao Bao. You should hug Bao Bao like this. Put your hands like this, right? Alright. Look, he's very comfortable like this. Lin Yanchen hugged Chirp Chirp and stared at Chu Xuan. I know this isn't a formal occasion. At the small book pavilion. Chu Xuan, what's wrong? Lin Yanchen said, but I really can't take it anymore. A son, let's get married. Chirp Chirp echoed in a strange tone. Yeah. Chu Xuan didn't expect Lin Yanchen to propose directly. He was stunned and hesitated. Well, author has something to say, see you at 12. Thanks to Fu Chu Zhuozhua, Little Bamboo, Fox 2, Lemon, Jiang Anmu, Baijio, 2431732008, Bronze X3, each X3, Meow Meow towards your chrysanthemum, YYJ, Xiao Xiao Qiao Lu Shui, Yu, Movie Fan, Cold Dew X2, Hurricane in the City, Ben Blair, Dark Mang, Foodie, Jia Xia, Yun Jia, Still, Don't Steal My Dried Fish, Ah Su, Little Swallow Fly X4, Become Bright Silver Bar X3, Bear Bao X3, Baroa, Wang Xiaopeng, Cuting Love 13 X3, Xiao Xiao, Colored Mind thanks to Kikiki, Bei, LCY 1212. 24176233, 24974494 for the grenades. Thanks to Akatsuki, half sugar for the rocket launchers. Lin Yanchen was hurt, so why was Chu Xuan hesitating? Was there something about him that wasn't good enough? Then, he suddenly remembered something. He didn't seem to have officially told Chu Xuan that he wasn't actually a virgin. Was it because of this? No wonder Chu Xuan was hesitant about marriage. Before Chu Xuan could say anything, Lin Yanchen spoke first. Son, I lied to you about something. I forgot to tell you. I wanted to tell you before, but before I could find a chance, you left. Don't be angry. Chu Xuan roughly understood what he was going to say, but he didn't expose him. He waited for Lin Yanchen to speak first. Lin Yanchen said, actually, I was drunk that night and walked into the wrong room. I'm not a virgin. Also, my family is quite rich. Chu Xuan thought to himself, your family has a private jet, a manor with a forest, and a man-made lake. That's quite rich. Lin Yanchen saw that Chu Xuan didn't react, so he said, are you angry? Chu Xuan's face stiffened. Seeing that Lin Yanchen was very nervous, he smiled and said, well, although I'm not sure what your family does, I'm not stupid enough to not notice any flaws after being with you for a month. You've given yourself away quite a bit. I'm not angry at you. I know you're embarrassed to say it. He continued, it's not that I don't want to marry you, but marriage isn't something that can be done so easily. I think this isn't just between the two of us. We haven't even met each other's parents. Are you sure your father will accept me? I'm not sure if my parents will allow us to get married. Don't be so anxious, Shaolin. There's still a long way to go. Let's think about it at length. Lin Yanchen thought about it. His father might not be able to accept Chu Xuan. He prepared for the worst and said, even if he doesn't accept, I still want to be with you. I think this is our business. We're the ones getting married, not the other way around. Even without him, I can still feed you and Bao Bao. Chu Xuan smiled. Don't say that. I don't need you to support me. I can support myself and Bao Bao. After I got sick, I made up with my parents. Actually, I really don't think your father is a bad person. My parents are pretty nice too. Because I like you very much, I don't want you to have any grudges with your father because of me. I want you to be happier, not just in love, but also in family and friendship. Yes, I have to meet your friends too. Chu Xuan held Lin Yanchen's hand and raised his head to kiss Lin Yanchen's lips. Okay? Lin Yanchen's hot head couldn't calm down. Once he met Chu Xuan, his head wouldn't work well. But what Chu Xuan said was very reasonable. Chu Xuan didn't agree immediately, not because he didn't love him or anything, but because he loved him. In comparison, Lin Yanchen felt that he wasn't mature enough. Lin Yanchen nodded and said, you're right. I was too impatient. I take back my proposal this time. It's not right to be so hasty. I'll find a good time to propose again next time. Chu Xuan laughed and asked, do you want a fortune-telling to find an auspicious day? Lin Yanchen also laughed. Of course. Chu Xuan asked, are you working in B City now? Lin Yanchen said, yes. He told Chu Xuan the company he worked for and his position. This was another problem. He was working hard now. It was fine if he got a day's work today since he didn't have to make an appointment. But he couldn't be stationed in Y City every day. Life wasn't just about dating. Since he was in that position, he had to be responsible. It was a multinational company, one of the top 500 companies in the world. Chu Xuan then remembered that the boss' surname was Lin. He was so stupid that he didn't even guess this. He was even more surprised that he wasn't surprised and was still in the mood to joke. Oh, then I can't call you Xiao Lin anymore. I have to call you President Xiao Lin in the future. Chu Xuan said, President Xiao Lin, I'm sorry. I can't settle down in B City for you for the time being. My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. It's now the beginning of his company and it's very important. I can't just leave. Lin Yanchen was a little disappointed and said, I understand. Chu Xuan persuaded him, work hard. Don't do anything irrational for me. President Xiao Lin sounds so nice. Chu Xuan's phone rang. It was his father. Where did you go? I went downstairs but didn't see you. It's getting dark. Aren't you going home? Chu Xuan said, okay, I'm going back now. Chu Xuan hung up the phone and looked at Lin Yanchen helplessly. I have to go home. Lin Yanchen reluctantly put Chirp Chirp back into the stroller and looked at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan couldn't stand seeing his dog-like eyes and hugged him. They hugged each other tightly. Chu Xuan said, I really have to go. Are you going to work tomorrow? Are you going to fly back? Lin Yanchen nodded gloomily. Chu Xuan said, let's plan it slowly. Don't be anxious. Lin Yanchen sometimes didn't understand why Chu Xuan was always so calm and not anxious. Chu Xuan's mother came back from playing with her old friends. When she came home, she didn't see Chu Xuan and Chirp Chirp. Mr. Chu said that his son took his grandson out for a walk. That was good. Chu Xuan wasn't around. They could discuss it. Mr. Chu asked, how is it? Chu Xuan's mother said, my old friend said that the young man she knows, although he's a little older than our Chu Xuan, is really a good person. He graduated from XX University and came out of the closet a long time ago. He's now a foreigner. Men can get married there. Mr. Chu said, I still want to see a few more. I want to find the best one for Junjun. He used to fly into a rage because Chu Xuan was gay. Ever since he felt the pain of losing his son, he thought through many things. There was only one thing that still worried him about Chu Xuan. He still hoped that Chu Xuan could have a partner. It didn't matter if it was a man, but it had to be a good person and had a good income. In the future, when the two of them were no longer alive, the children could support each other. On the other side of the world, Lao Lin's president, Lin Xiaoyuan, was resting. He was alone in the room, sitting on the sofa with a table lamp. In his hand, he held a photo of his deceased wife. In the photo, his wife still looked like she was in her 30s. She was in her prime. His face was faintly reflected in the glass. He was already old. He said softly to the photo, Ah Ping, Yan Yan is not rebellious now. He's promising. Occasionally, he even says thank you, Dad. He sighed. Sigh, he's reached the marriageable age. Many people have introduced girls to me as wives. They are all very outstanding girls. They all think that I want to find a girl with a good family background, good education, and beautiful and virtuous to be my daughter-in-law. But in fact, I just want him to find someone he likes. Ran when he liked someone a few years ago, but that person fell ill and passed away. The men of the Lin family. Are they destined to have a dead wife? Yan Yan is still young. He's so sad that his hair is a lot whiter than mine. I think he must love that person very much, just like how I love you. I don't dare to force him. Actually, I don't care whether he gets married or not. But I don't want to see him die alone. How pitiful. Maybe he's different from me. He can still walk out of it. What should I do? Ah ping. The author has something to say, there's no big ending. There's still a lot to write. Are you guys going to give up on the novel after getting married? Just a bunch of people. Don't say such things again. I'm very scared, winky face. It's easy to fall in love, but it's hard to stay in love all the time. It's not as simple as they'll live happily ever after. Thanks to his old poison, pink Tianny, Yuyan, cold dew, yesterday east flowing water, free will, Xianxia xin, little bamboo fox, lemon, Yuan loves to eat meat, sexy mini, 2431732008, Lilianin, Yuan Ming, drunkard, Ami, Puji, 4981, Rusu, shallow summer G, AAA, Gigi, little rabbit, dusty case, 31038754, Xiaodan, 24176233, little rabbit shouts, bushes, is HHHX2, G E, material mechanics, waiting mind thanks to XYX for the grenade thanks to Akatsuki, half sugar, and Mock Sebastian for the rocket launcher. How could he restrain himself after such a long separation? Lin Yanchen didn't want to leave at all. He just wanted to stay by Chushuan's side right now. This kind of reminiscing wasn't passionate enough. It wasn't even 1/10,000th of the time when they first traveled together. It was too dull. Lin Yanchen sent Chushuan home and even accompanied him for a short walk. Chushuan inadvertently caught a glimpse of Lin Yanchen's sideburns. There seemed to be a few strands of white hair, the lighting wasn't good, so he couldn't see clearly. Or was it a reflection? Chushuan heard a voice not far away and said, "Let's stop here. You can go back." Lin Yanchen. Okay. Lin Yanchen stayed where he was and watched Chushuan leave. Chushuan looked back 3 times with every step, but in the end, he still left. Lin Yanchen still remembered that day at the airport when Chushuan turned back and threw himself into his arms. He had a feeling that Chushuan might come back today too. He waited for a long time until the sky was dark, but there was still no sign of him. Logically speaking, they should return to B City, but Lin Yanchen couldn't bear to leave. He secretly ran downstairs to Chushuan's house and looked up. He saw the lights in Chushuan's house and a shadow passing by behind the curtains. He really wanted to join in. Ever since he received that call in the morning, Lin Yanchen felt as if he had stepped into a dream. Until now, he was still in a state of absent-mindedness. After seeing Chushuan, he was even more absent-minded. More importantly, he knew about the existence of Chirp Chirp. When Chushuan left, they had just started dating again and had just reached the stage of holding hands. He thought that Chushuan was dead, but Chushuan was alive again. Not only was he alive, but he even gave birth to a bao with their blood flowing in their veins. It was like a series of bombs that blew him up. He still couldn't react. Lin Yanchen had heard of such a thing before. He knew a boy who played with a girl, and the girl gave birth to his child and went to his door to ask for responsibility. His situation seemed to be similar. He wanted to take responsibility immediately, but Chushuan was not willing to do so. What was going on now? It's as though they're having an affair, and they're even having an underground meeting. But so far, the joy of his lover coming back from the dead had overshadowed his other thoughts. Lin Yanchen thought that a long-distance relationship like this was not a solution. If Chushuan did not come over, then he could only go over. Chushuan brought Chirp Chirp home. Chirp Chirp was very excited after going out for a walk today. It was a little tired when it came back. After coaxing it for 10 minutes, it was willing to go to sleep. He prepared to wash up and go to bed. He lowered his head and sent a message to Lin Yanchen, "Give me a reply when you arrive at the hotel safely." How could a grown man like Lin Yanchen get lost? He was just looking for an excuse to talk more. Junjun. Junjun, Chushuan heard his father calling him in a low voice. He turned around and saw Mr. Chu poking his head out at the door. He waved at him. "Come here. I have something to tell you." Chushuan walked over. His parents were sitting at the table in the living room. There was a folder on the table. Chushuan asked, "What is this?" Mr. Chu coughed softly. "Take a look." Chushuan frowned and opened the folder. It was a resume. In the resume was a 38-year-old man from a foreign country. His name was English. He looked gentle and elegant. His education was quite good. His annual salary was clearly written. What was this? Did he ask someone to find a job in their company? This person's resume was so beautiful. He could go anywhere. Mr. Chu, what do you think of this gentleman? Chu Xuan said truthfully, very good. Mr. Chu, what about his appearance? Chu Xuan, handsome and calm. As he spoke, he felt that something was wrong. Mr. Chu finally concluded and asked, he is also gay. Are you interested in knowing more? Chu Xuan, Lin Yanquan's face immediately appeared in his mind. That guy was so jealous. When they weren't in a serious relationship, Xiao Lin almost exploded with anger when he looked at the stripper. Before Chu Xuan could say anything, his father continued. Mr. Chu listed the conditions. Actually, I showed you a few, but I think this person is the best. I also saw his social media account on the internet. He's not the kind of person who messes around. He's a foreigner. Men can marry men in their country. Chu Xuan didn't know which angle to start with. He couldn't help but say, are you looking for a blind date for me? His father, who used to see gays as scourges, was actually introducing him to a blind date. Mr. Chu nodded. Yes, yes. What's wrong? You have to find a partner sooner or later. Chu Xuan, Chirp Chirp is still young, Mr. Chu, it's because he's still young that you have to find a partner. While he's still young, you should find a partner and raise the child well. Chu Xuan couldn't refuse. I don't want to go, Mr. Chu didn't want to force him. He just didn't expect that Chu Xuan would just say that he didn't want to go after so much effort. Mr. Chu wasn't very happy. Why? You unlucky child. I didn't want you to be gay before, but you insisted. Now I accept it. I'm trying to find a partner for you, but you don't want to go. I didn't urge you, but you didn't even look at it. Do you know how hard it is to find a suitable man for you? It's 100 times harder than a normal blind date. Your mother and I asked a lot of people for help, and we only found a few. Chu Xuan wasn't convinced. He interrupted his father. Ridiculous. I didn't ask you to find one for me. Why are you blaming me for making the decision? Mr. Chu, didn't I ask you before? Chu Xuan couldn't remember at all. When did you ask me? Mr. Chu, last week, I asked you if you wanted to find a partner in the future. You said you wanted to. Chu Xuan vaguely remembered that there seemed to be such a thing, but he was thinking about finding Lin Yanquan when the time came. Chu Xuan simply said, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. Mr. Chu asked, then what do you want? Chu Xuan thought about it and said tactfully, I only like Chirp Chirp's father. Chirp Chirp's other father. Speaking of this, Mr. Chu became even angrier. Then I don't understand. Where is Chirp Chirp's other father? The child is already so big, but he hasn't even shown up. How did you two meet? Chu Xuan choked. How did he meet Lin Yanquan? He spent money to buy a duck and then met him. How the *CK could he say that? He thought about how he would have to talk to Lin Yanquan and make up a civilized and harmonious story to coax both parents. Otherwise, with one of them whoring and the other being whored, it didn't sound like a proper relationship between a man and a woman, right? Which parents in the world could accept that? Chu Xuan thought about it and said, We met when we were traveling. He's a very good person. You'll know when you meet him in the future. Mr. Chu, we'll meet in the future? Chu Xuan nodded. Yes, Mr. Chu was angry. Since you two are in contact, why didn't he come when you were pregnant, had a child, or Chirp Chirp was sick? Chu Xuan hurriedly explained to Lin Yanquan, I couldn't contact him before. It's my fault. He was looking for me, but there was a misunderstanding. He thought I was dead. I really can't blame him. Teacher Chu flicked his sleeves and left. He said angrily, then find a time to bring her back for us to see. He didn't sound like a reliable person if he could make such a mistake. He didn't sound like he was going to see his son's boyfriend, but more like he was going to see an enemy. Downstairs, Lin Yanquan, who was staring at the window in a daze, suddenly sneezed for no reason. He rubbed his nose. His phone vibrated. Chu Xuan sent him a message. Have you arrived at the hotel? My dad asked you to come over for a meal if you're free this weekend. Mr. Chu remembered something and came back. He asked Chu Xuan angrily, what's that person's name? Chu Xuan was embarrassed. Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu felt that the name sounded familiar. He thought for a while and remembered. Isn't that the person you were talking about on your phone this morning? And you're telling me that he's just a normal friend? Chu Xuan wanted to say something but stopped. I'm shy, Mr. Chu, you're a child. Shy my ass. Chu Xuan, the author has something to say, see you at 7 p.m. Thank you for Gentle Breeze X2, Yuzhu Town X2, Shi X2, Chase X2, Against the North X2, Traveler X2, Young Man on the Wall X2, Melancholy European X2, Spring Mud Hair Care X2 for the landmines. Thanks to LWH0827X2 for the grenade. Lin Yanchen was very excited to see his father-in-law on the weekend. He was thinking about what gift to give him. Although he could afford anything, Chu Xuan's father might not like it. He might even scare him. 156N Net. Lin Yanchen asked Chu Xuan, what does your father like? Chu Xuan reminded him, don't give him something too expensive. My father likes to write and draw. Just give him something that's not too expensive. He values the thought more. That was the difficult part. How should one measure the thought? Lin Yanchen went back to work with a frown. Moreover, he did not want to be separated from Chu Xuan forever. Even if he could fly around, he could only see him once a week. It was definitely not enough. Y City was also a good place. There would be an international event next year. He went back to study it and came up with a plan to develop in Y City. He would open a branch there. That way, he would have an excuse to stay in Y City. Chu Xuan went to work as usual. He was nervous. He felt that there was nothing wrong with Lin Yanchen. The only thing that could make his father unhappy was that he was too rich. Although it was realistic, family status and economic power were closely related. He had heard a senior executive complain to him. That person had been married for more than a year. His wife was his childhood sweetheart. They had a deep relationship. She quit her job to be a housewife for him. When they got married, he vowed that he would take care of her forever. He told Chu Xuan, I think I still love her, but she really can't understand me. I think about how she eats and drinks my food, and how she goes shopping every day. When she comes home, even if she tells me that you've worked hard, I can't help but think that you don't know how hard it is for me. Sometimes, I really can't help but look down on her. Later, he heard that that person had an affair and divorced. When he loved her, it was true love. However, people's hearts would change. He had to be prepared for the worst. However, he and Lin Yanchen were both men. The situation might be different. In any case, he did not want to revolve around Lin Yanchen. He had once wholeheartedly revolved around one person. What happened to him? He could not repeat the same mistake. On Thursday, there was a meeting. Chu Xuan sat beside President Lu's assistant. After the meeting ended, Chu Xuan looked at the time on his phone. President Lu inadvertently glanced at his phone and saw the screensaver. He was shocked and asked, is that your child? Chu Xuan, huh? Manager Lu said curiously, let me see your phone. Chu Xuan's screensaver and wallpaper were Bao Bao's photos. Mr. Lu looked at them and asked, is your child so good looking? Are there any other photos? Chu Xuan. A subtle sense of superiority rose in Chu Xuan's heart. He didn't like to take photos. Other than the photos for work, he only took photos and videos of Bao Bao. After President Lu finished reading, he complained, Xiao Chu, you're so unkind. Why didn't you say that your Bao Bao is so cute in the past? I don't see you posting on your WeChat moments. Chu Xuan said modestly, actually, when he was born, he was quite ugly. Now he's good looking. President Lu said excitedly, bring your Bao Bao to my house to play someday. Recently, hairy crabs are in the market. My wife's crabs are very delicious. Chu Xuan agreed. The next day, Chu Xuan arrived at the company and found that his Bao Bao was very beautiful and cute. The news had already spread. Everyone came to look at the photos. Chu Xuan, I didn't know Master had such a big mouth. On Saturday, Mr. Chu woke up early in the morning as if he was preparing for war. He went to the market valiantly to buy groceries. He had already studied today's menu. There were cold dishes, hot dishes, snacks, fruits, and drinks. He and his wife thought, this man and man. Does this count as a wife visiting? Or a son-in-law? A son-in-law visiting? Should we give him a red packet? How much should we give? I heard that old Li's wife gave a red packet of 5,000 yuan the first time she visited. I thought about it. Chirp Chirp has taken our family name. He should be considered a wife, right? Oh, I don't have that much cash. Do you? Otherwise, I'll have to withdraw money. Chu Xuan saw that he was even carving flowers with radishes. He was speechless. Dad, you don't have to do this. Just cook a table of food as usual. Mr. Chu didn't even turn his head. He said stubbornly, no, I can't lose to him. I want to show him who's boss. Chu Xuan, Mr. Chu usually liked to study how to cook. At home, his wife had barely entered the kitchen for decades. Today, Mr. Chu brought out his best skills. He even made Buddha jumps over the wall and carved a dragon on the outside of the winter melon. Chu Xuan was shocked. He really had to hand it to him. Mr. Chu was ready. He was waiting for Lin Yanchen to visit at 5 or 6 o'clock. Past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Xuan received a call from Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen said with difficulty, My company has made a mistake in the project they're working on. I can't go today. I'm already at the airport. I'm preparing to fly to Paris. Chu Xuan comforted him considerately. It's okay. Work is more important. Let's change the time. You're not free tomorrow. Next weekend? Forget it. Let's see if you have time. Let me know when you're free. It would be a lie to say that Chu Xuan didn't mind at all. But what else could he do other than understand? It wasn't Lin Yanchen who didn't come on purpose. Was he going to be unreasonable? He couldn't do such a thing. Also, why did Lin Yanchen call him when he arrived at the airport? It felt like what was done couldn't be undone. He had no choice but to agree. Chu Xuan felt a little uncomfortable. Lin Yanchen was sad and guilty. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. Chu Xuan said hypocritically, I know you didn't do it on purpose. It's okay. I understand. Lin Yanchen said, I'll see if I can make it back tomorrow. Chu Xuan said, don't force yourself. You're tired from flying around. You're not in a hurry. You're about to board the plane, right? Be careful on the road. Don't worry about my parents. I'll explain it to them for you. Lin Yanchen asked, Are you angry with me? I'm sorry. Chu Xuan said, I'm not angry with you. Although he said that, Chu Xuan told Mr. Chu that his girlfriend didn't show up because of work. Mr. Chu's face darkened. After all, this was the first time they had agreed to meet. He was nervous for a few days. He woke up early in the morning and cooked a table full of dishes. But suddenly, he was told that she couldn't come. He couldn't help but doubt this person's sincerity. Mr. Chu said angrily, Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xuan said, he had something to do today. He can't leave the company. Didn't he call us a few hours in advance? Mr. Chu was still angry. When will he change it? He's the one who came. We have to match his time. Chu Xuan said, he's busy with work. He hasn't decided yet. I'll let you know when he's decided. Mr. Chu said, don't stand us up again. Chu Xuan didn't dare to make any promises. He wasn't sure if Lin Yanchen could be on time even if they changed the time. Lin Yanchen looked down from the window of the plane. The city was covered in a sea of lights until it was covered by the clouds. It was pitch black. He was very depressed. He hadn't even gone to Chu Xuan's house and he had already left a bad impression on his father-in-law. He had to buy a good gift and apologize to her when the time came. Lin Yanchen was incomparably bright and handsome in a group of old foxes. He calmly chatted and laughed with several business tycoons. He was ordered to stay calm in the face of danger. After a day and night of more than 20 hours of negotiation, they finally reached an agreement. Lin Yanchen smiled slightly, got up, and shook hands with the person in charge of the cooperation. The reporters took photos. Tomorrow, this photo would be on the front page of all major newspapers. Lin Yanchen was still in high spirits. He waited until it was over and wanted to run away, but he was stopped by someone who didn't know what was good for him. He said, as expected of Lin Xiaoyuan's son. "You're really young and promising." "Are you?" Lin Yanchen feigned civility and said with a fake smile, "Thank you. Please excuse me." He knew that the other party was trying to get close to him, but he didn't have time to talk. He smiled, took a step, and hurried away, wishing he could run. Lin Yanchen's secretary, Huai Hui, trotted to keep up with his footsteps. He saw Lin Yanchen's panicked face, as if he had peeled off his calm shell. His face was pale and his hands were trembling. He was completely different from before. He approached and heard Lin Yanchen muttering, "It's over, it's over. I'm finished now." Secretary Huai was shocked. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the contract? Did something go wrong?" Lin Yanchen urged, "It's not the contract. It's more serious than that. Hurry, let's go to the airport." "Huh? More serious than the contract? What could be more serious than a contract worth tens of billions?" Secretary Huai couldn't think of it, but it was definitely a big deal. He hurried to follow Lin Yanchen and almost sped all the way to the airport. Lin Yanchen still couldn't calm down when he got on the plane. He asked Secretary Huai, "Let me ask you a question. It's a friend of mine." He originally made an appointment to meet his in-laws on Saturday, and it was the first time they met. In the end, he stood up at the last minute because of a work problem. What should he do? Secretary Huai was stunned and thought, "Boss, you're no different from naming him." Secretary Huai thought for a moment and said, "Since it has already happened, it's impossible to turn back time. We can only show twice as much sincerity the second time we meet." Lin Yanchen felt a headache coming on. "What would double the sincerity?" Lin Yanchen said in distress. "After 10 years, I probably won't even remember what I talked about in this meeting, but I'll always remember the first time I went to see my in-laws and stood them up." "Oh, that's what my friend thought." Secretary Huai comforted him, "But if you don't do this, there won't be 10 years later. Please tell your friend this." BQGXSYDW. The plane landed in Y City's airport. The weekend was over and it was now 2 o'clock in the morning on Monday. Lin Yanchen chased the driver away and drove himself to Chushuan's neighborhood. He paced back and forth in front of Chushuan's house. He hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. His heart was full of torment. He was so scared that he wasn't sleepy at all. He even irrationally felt that even if the project didn't succeed, it wouldn't make him so scared. Although Chushuan said that he understood him and wasn't angry, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Chushuan must be very angry. He was definitely angry. He remembered the misunderstanding caused by speaking French when he met a female friend at the optician shop. At that time, Chushuan was obviously very angry, but he pretended not to be angry and almost ran away. So he ran all the way here and couldn't wait for a second. But it was the middle of the night and Chushuan was sleeping. He couldn't disturb Chushuan. Or he could wait downstairs all night. Standing was tiring. Lin Yanchen was wearing a suit that cost hundreds of thousands, a watch that cost millions, and leather shoes that cost hundreds of thousands stepped casually in the mud. He squatted under a big tree like a migrant worker, scratching his ears and cheeks anxiously. He looked at his phone. The last message he had with Chushuan was on Saturday. Chushuan asked him to be careful on the road. After that, there were no more messages. He focused on the negotiation. Halfway through, he went to the toilet and secretly sent a few messages to Chushuan. Chushuan didn't reply to any of them. Lin Yanchen's heart sank. He squatted down and wrote, "I'm back. I'm downstairs." But he didn't dare to send it. What should he do? What should he do? What should he do? Meow. A cat suddenly jumped out of the bushes beside him. Lin Yanchen was startled. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he had sent the message. Huh? Huh? Forget it. If I sent it, then so be it. Chushuan will know when he sees it tomorrow morning. Just as he was thinking, a reply popped up on the screen. It's 2 o'clock in the morning and you're downstairs? Lin Yanchen panicked even more. Chu Xuan isn't asleep. Chu Xuan couldn't sleep. It was fine if Lin Yanchen stood him up, but why did he only inform him when he arrived at the airport? He couldn't figure it out. He hadn't slept well for the past 2 days. He knew that he had to go to work tomorrow, but the more he tried to persuade himself to sleep, the harder it was for him to fall asleep. Suddenly, he heard a ding sound from his phone. He took a look and saw that it was a message from Lin Yanchen. I'm back. I'm downstairs. Chu Xuan immediately replied to him. Then, he got out of bed and tiptoed to the window in the living room. He didn't dare to turn on the main light. Instead, he used the flashlight to shine outside. He really saw Lin Yanchen standing by the tree like a big idiot. Chu Xuan gently opened the door and went downstairs. Lin Yanchen saw Chu Xuan's expression and his heart started to beat like a drum. I'm sorry, Chu Xuan asked him angrily, what time did you come back? Lin Yanchen, I arrived at the airport half an hour ago. I rushed back as soon as I got off the plane. Chu Xuan asked him, is the project done? You didn't screw it up, right? Lin Yanchen nodded, it's done, it's done. It'll be published in the newspaper tomorrow. Chu Xuan said, oh, that's good. Then why didn't you go and rest? Why did you come here in the middle of the night? Don't I need to sleep? You really don't know how to read the time. Lin Yanchen said carefully, I thought that you were angry with me. I was too scared, Chu Xuan said, I'm not angry. Am I such a petty person? Lin Yanchen was silent for a moment. He couldn't say, I think you're quite petty, and you're also cold on the inside. He said, when we came out of the optician shop, you had this expression on your face. If you want to scold me, go ahead. I'll let you scold me. Chu Xuan, Lin Yanchen reached out to hug him, but Chu Xuan pushed him away. Chu Xuan looked away, okay, I admit that I'm angry. I understand other things, but why did you only call me when you arrived at the airport? Were you worried that I would unreasonably ask you to leave your work and come to my place? Am I that kind of person in your heart? Lin Yanchen was stunned. He hurriedly explained, I'm not. I was wondering if I could find someone to replace me. I looked for a long time and struggled until the last moment, but I really couldn't find anyone. When I arrived at the airport, I was still hoping that I wouldn't have to get on the plane. In the end, I really couldn't find anyone. If you don't believe me, I'll show you my call records and chat logs. Lin Yanchen immediately dug out the evidence to prove his innocence. Chu Xuan slowly calmed down and said, then what do you plan to do now? My dad made a lot of dishes. Let me show you. He specially stewed Buddha jumps over the wall and prepared it for 2 days. He even carved a dragon on the winter melon. Chu Xuan showed the photo to Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen felt his legs go weak after seeing it. He was done for. How the hell was he going to salvage this situation? Chu Xuan said. He was very angry and fed it all to Chubby Chu. Lin Yanchen, who's Chubby Chu? Chu Xuan, our family's dog. Lin Yanchen was at a loss and frowned. Chu Xuan saw him like this. Because the misunderstanding had been resolved, he laughed. Are you wearing this for business or to see my parents? Lin Yanchen, of course it's to see my mother-in-law. Why would I wear this to see those old dogs? Chu Xuan still laughed, ha 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 ha. Lin Yanchen saw that Chu Xuan was probably not angry anymore, so he boldly pulled his hand. Seeing that Chu Xuan didn't reject him, Lin Yanchen hugged him, son, can I still be saved? Chu Xuan hugged him back, maybe God is making things difficult for you. But I think there's still so much time in the future. There's always a way. Next time you decide on a good time before visiting. We'll pick a good day. You can dress up more handsomely, bring a gift, and apologize properly. My parents aren't unreasonable people. When they see your sincerity, they'll definitely forgive you. Anyway, we already have a child, so he'll definitely accept it. Lin Yanchen, okay. His confidence was rekindled. Failure wasn't scary. What was scary was being defeated by setbacks. Next time he had to seriously visit and strive to leave a positive impression on his first meeting with his father-in-law. Chu Xuan sniffed him, why do you stink? Lin Yanchen found an opportunity to act pitiful. That day I flew over to negotiate, and since then I haven't closed my eyes to sleep. Chu Xuan, you haven't slept for almost 2 days. Are you stupid? Then why did you run over as soon as you got off the plane? Lin Yanchen said pitifully, I felt that if I didn't run over, my wife and son would run away. Chu Xuan, who's your wife? I'm a man, call me hubby. Lin Yanchen, the two of them were not sleepy at all in the middle of the night, flirting with each other. They didn't notice anyone approaching. The bright and dazzling flashlight shone on them, and this adulterous couple was caught red-handed. Police comrade, it's him. Chu Xuan, no way? Is it illegal to have a relationship with your boyfriend in the middle of the night downstairs? They didn't do anything inappropriate in the open. I saw him loitering downstairs last week. He must be a thief who came to check out the area to steal things. Chu Xuan? While he was puzzled, the neighbor pointed out Lin Yanchen, it's him. He's good-looking, has hands and feet, and looks like a decent man. Instead of working hard, he's a thief. Lin Yanchen was dumbfounded, huh? Mr. Chu was a light sleeper. When he fell asleep just now, he vaguely heard the sound of the door being unlocked and woke up a little. Hearing the noise downstairs, he got up from the bed. He walked to the living room and found that the window was open. Mr. Chu was instantly startled awake. He clearly remembered that he closed the door and window before going to sleep. He was a very careful person. Could it be that a thief had come in? He walked to the window and looked downstairs. It was noisy downstairs, and the police were interrogating a young man. He also heard the word thief. Could it be that he was caught stealing things from them? Mr. Chu hurried downstairs. Before he walked out of the corridor, he saw that Chu Xuan was also downstairs. Chu Xuan was explaining to the police, Officer, he's not a thief. He's my boyfriend. Mr. Chu was horrified and looked at the young man who was caught by the police. What? This unkempt and disheveled pretty boy was Chirp Chirp's other father? The author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Explanation 1. It takes time to get up and coordinate the flight route. It's impossible to take off when you want to. Therefore, during their vacation, Xiao Lin said that he would change planes, and he only took Chu Xuan on the plane a day later. 2. Xiao Lin is a serious and responsible person. I think it's a violation of his character that he would leave his work behind. 3. Xiao Lin was standing downstairs of Chu Xuan's apartment before, so he was now mistaken as a thief. Foreshadowing 4. He apologized when he arrived at the airport. Foreshadowing, thank you to Little Swallow Fly X2, Cold Dew, Little Bamboo Fox, Ji, Glycerina, Plenty of Mulberry Flowers, Kowski Cow, Azza, Old Poisonous Landmine. Thank you to Akatsuki's rocket launcher. Lin Yanchen sat on the left side of the dining table in Chu Xuan's house. Next to him was Chu Xuan, and across from him was his father-in-law. Half a day ago, he wasn't afraid of so many big shots, but now, he was afraid of 2 people. Lin Yanchen wondered if he should really find a fortune teller. He seemed to be quite unlucky these 2 days. Or was it because he was so lucky that his wife and children came back last week, and because of the law of luck, he started to be unlucky now? Mr. Chu stared at him with a sharp gaze. What a joke, he had practiced for more than 20 years. Every day, he would stare at the students relentlessly. No matter how rebellious the students were in the past, they would be as obedient as a lamb when he stared at them. He looked Lin Yanchen up and down. First of all, his face was not bad. He was quite handsome, but the dark circles under his eyes were a bit heavy. He looked quite young, about 25 years old. Although his clothes looked expensive, they were a bit dull and not very well taken care of. At 2:30 in the morning, the whole family was sitting in the living room. It was as if they were interrogating a criminal. Mr. Chu asked him, "Why did you come in the middle of the night? Why did you come in the middle of the night? You were even mistaken for a thief." Lin Yanchen said in a trembling voice, "I finished my temporary work and rushed back to China. I came as soon as I got off the plane. I was thinking about a son." Mr. Chu picked on him. "You even called him a son? You gave him that name?" Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan clicked his tongue. "Mr. Chu, don't go too far. You're so picky. I'll buy you a fish tomorrow. You can choose as much as you want." Mr. Chu asked angrily, how old are you? Lin Yanchen sat up straight, 26 years old. Mr. Chu asked again, what's your job? Lin Yanchen, trade. I'm involved in many industries. It's kind of an investment. He took out his business card box and took out a business card. He held it with both hands and handed it to his father-in-law. Take a look. Mr. Chu looked at the white, gold-stamped business card. The title written on it was CEO. It sounded very powerful. He asked, you're a CEO? He became the president at such a young age? Lin Yanchen suddenly felt a little embarrassed. His position as CEO was mainly because of his father. Mr. Chu continued, your company's address is in B City. It's quite far from here. If you guys are going to be together, do you want Chushuan and Chirp Chirp to follow you? Lin Yanchen tensed up. I'll think of something. Mr. Chu thought for a while and asked another question, what does your family do? How are your parents? Lin Yanchen said, my mother passed away when I was young. I grew up in a single-parent family. My father also owns a company. Mr. Chu roughly understood why he became the president at such a young age. He was a rich second-generation heir. The boss of the company where Junjun worked before was also a rich second-generation heir. His father put him in the company as the president as soon as he graduated. He was probably the same as that person. Lubeek. Net thinking about it, their Junjun used to be the vice president of a small company. The social circle was like that. The people she knew wouldn't be too low class. That was probably how they got to know each other. Mr. Chu nodded. More or less. They were well matched in terms of social status. Mr. Chu never bought luxury goods and didn't know anything about social status. If he knew what brand Lin Yanchen's clothes, watches, and shoes were, he probably wouldn't think that Lin Yanchen was just a rich second-generation heir. Chushuan saw that Lin Yanchen was quite nervous. Under the table, he held Lin Yanchen's hand and their fingers interlocked. Mr. Chu finally asked, do you like Chushuan very much? If you like him, why didn't you come to him before? Lin Yanchen thought about the days when he thought that Chushuan was dead. He couldn't help but tear up. Chushuan defended him first. Didn't I tell you? I thought I was going to die, so I left and destroyed my contact information. That's why he couldn't find me. Lin Yanchen said, it's my fault. I didn't find him well. Uncle, I called you before. Do you remember? I asked you where Chushuan was sick. Mr. Chu was stunned. Chushuan was also stunned. He didn't know about this at all. Chushuan looked at his father. Mr. Chu frowned and thought for a while. He slowly recalled. Oh, that seemed to be the case, Chushuan said, Dad? Mr. Chu said, then, didn't you tell me not to let your friends know? That's how I've rejected everyone who came to ask. Chushuan was speechless. Lin Yanchen stood up for his father-in-law without hesitation. Yes, it's not your fault. You did it for a son's sake. It's my fault. I should have checked it more. Mr. Chu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yanchen. This kid was still a little sensible. Okay. The atmosphere became awkward. What was even more awkward was that Chushuan's stomach was growling. He was so anxious that he didn't feel hungry, but in fact, his stomach was already rumbling. Rumble. Mr. Chu asked, you didn't eat? Lin Yanchen's face was red. He had really embarrassed himself for a few years. He nodded in shame. Mr. Chu said, I cooked some leftover rice today. I'll make you a bowl of fried rice. There's nothing else. If you don't like it, forget it. Lin Yanchen was stunned for a moment and quickly thanked him. Thank you. Mr. Chu said awkwardly, I just can't bear to see other people starve. Don't think too much. Lin Yanchen said eagerly, I'll help you. Mr. Chu said, why do you need to help me with fried rice? Aren't you tired after rushing back from work? Take a rest. Mr. Chu went to the fridge to get ingredients to cook. Lin Yanchen was in a dilemma. He asked Chushuan for help. Do I really not need to help in the kitchen? Chushuan whispered to Lin Yanchen, it's okay. My dad has a bad temper. Don't take it to heart. His fried rice is delicious. It's better than mine. He doesn't hate you. I told you that he's not a bad person, right? He just has a bad personality. Mr. Chu quickly made a beef fried rice for Lin Yanchen. He also made a bowl of seaweed soup. Although it wasn't as sumptuous as the previous table, Lin Yanchen ate very well. He was really hungry. He wolfed down the food. Uncle, you cooked really well. It's better than a professional chef. Mr. Chu was very comfortable with the compliment, but he didn't want to show it and let Lin Yanchen know. His expression was slightly twisted. It's okay. It's just a simple fry. Lin Yanchen finished eating. Chu Xuan said, Dad, he's very tired. Let him sleep. He hasn't slept since Saturday. Lin Yanchen whispered, he took a nap on the plane back. It was because she had fallen asleep on the plane. She had wanted to take a shower, but she had forgotten about it. Mr. Chu said, oh, then go wash up and sleep. After a while, Chu Xuan's mother brought a new quilt, new slippers, and a new toothbrush. She said, your dad told me not to tell you that he asked me to bring these to you. Chu Xuan laughed. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chu heard the laughter and rushed to the door. He asked, are you talking bad about me? Lin Yanchen said, no, no, no. He didn't dare to laugh. Lin Yanchen could finally sleep in the same room as Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan asked him, are you going to work tomorrow morning? Do you want me to wake you up? Lin Yanchen said, I'm not in a hurry now. I'll go back tomorrow afternoon. He was so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he lay in bed. In the morning, Chu Xuan woke up and went to work without knowing. Mr. Chu and his wife talked about Lin Yanchen. Chu Xuan's mother said, isn't he a good guy? Mr. Chu said, he's just like that. In fact, he had more or less accepted Lin Yanchen. He could still feel whether or not he was sincere. Lin Yanchen was not a bad person. At this moment, he opened the newspaper and saw a huge photo on the front page. XX and XX company discuss a 10 billion project. Mr. Chu blinked and looked at it again. Why did he feel that? The guy in the photo looked so much like Lin Yanchen. Mr. Chu stared at the person in the newspaper for too long. The older he got, the more confused he became. He took the newspaper and asked his wife, who was feeding Chirp Chirp, where did I put my reading glasses? His wife said, it's in the bedside table. Mr. Chu found his reading glasses and put them on. He even found a bright place to read the newspaper under the light. He frowned. It still looks the same. His wife walked over. What do you mean? Mr. Chu said, look, doesn't this person look a little like Lin Yanchen? Chirp Chirp was in his grandmother's arms. He saw the person in the newspaper and was happy. He reached out his little hand and poked Lin Yanchen in the newspaper. He smiled. Dad. Dad, Mr. Chu said, our Chirp Chirp also said that they look alike. His wife rolled her eyes. It can't be. If he's really that good, how did our Junjun know him? Mr. Chu read the specific news carefully and became even more panicked. No, the person in this article is also called Lin Yanchen. Such a strange name. There can't be a second person, right? His wife said, didn't he give you a business card yesterday? Take it out and compare it. Mr. Chu slapped his forehead. Yes, yes. He took out the business card Lin Yanchen gave him and looked at it. The name of the person, the name of the company, and the position matched. He felt like he was going to have a heart attack. Mr. Chu clutched his heart and said, it's the same person. Mr. Chu asked, that Lin guy, did he wake up? His wife said, not yet. Hey, Mr. Chu, where are you going? Mr. Chu was anxious. I'm going to check on the internet. Mr. Chu basically didn't know how to go online. He barely learned how to use the education network when he was working. He only knew how to watch TV shows on video websites and play cards and mahjong in the online game hall. He still typed slowly with 2 fingers. Zaya shooting gap. He opened the search engine and typed, Lin Yanchen enter the car. A moment later, a bunch of relevant information popped up. Mr. Chu read them carefully one by one. His heart trembled with fear and trepidation. "Mr. Chu, come and take a look." His wife called out to him. Mr. Chu went over to the balcony. His wife was preparing to wash the clothes. She said, "Look, Xiao Lin's clothes are exactly the same as in the photo." Mr. Chu was speechless. What did it mean to have irrefutable evidence? This was the so-called irrefutable evidence. Lin Yanchen had a good night's sleep. It had been a long time since he was able to sleep so comfortably. At first, he couldn't wrap his head around the fact that the bed was narrow and hard. It was different from the bed he usually slept in. Then, he realized that he was in Chushuan's house. He was sleeping in Chushuan's bed. Lin Yanchen was a little reluctant. He felt that his bitter days had finally come to an end. His work was settled, and his father-in-law approved of him. "Ah, the fried rice is so delicious." Hee hee. Lin Yanchen rushed over alone yesterday. He didn't bring anything extra, not even a change of clothes. Chushuan's size was smaller than his, so he couldn't fit his clothes in. In the end, he had to make do with his father-in-law, Mr. Chu's old man's clothes. Mr. Chu liked to wear cotton and linen, Chinese-style traditional clothes with toggle-and loop buttons. They were loose and scholarly. Even when Lin Yanchen wore such old-fashioned clothes, he looked like a standard deceiving seller's show. His clothes were neat, smooth, and extraordinarily handsome. Lin Yanchen got up and came out. When he realized that his father-in-law was looking at him with an unfriendly gaze, he was given a fright. Thinking about it, he realized that he was being too much. This was his first time at Chu Sun's house, and he only cared about sleeping soundly until noon. Especially now that Chu Xuan wasn't by his side. He had lost his support and couldn't handle his father-in-law. What should he do? Mr. Chu directly opened the newspaper in front of him. "Is this you?" Lin Yanchen walked over to take a look. He was completely different from the confident and strong person in the photo. He said shyly, "It's me. I went over on Saturday to deal with this project. I was supposed to talk to someone else, but he suddenly fell ill and was hospitalized. I was one of the people in charge, so I was the only one who could go. Fortunately, we still managed to negotiate." "Mr. Chu. That's not the point." Lin Yanchen realized that the atmosphere was not right. Mr. Chu asked with a heavy heart, "Does Chu Xuan know about it?" Lin Yanchen. "Yes. Mr. Chu, I did some research on the internet. He didn't tell us that you're so rich. You didn't tell us last night either." Lin Yanchen, "I didn't deliberately hide it. I thought that wasn't the point." Mr. Chu, "Then what do you think is?" Lin Yanchen, "Chu Xuan and I don't love each other. He loves me, and I love him too." Mr. Chu sneered. "You're really young." Lin Yanchen was extremely nervous. It was as if he was waiting for a trial and knew that the judge was biased. Chirp Chirp was playing on the cradle in the living room. He grabbed the railing and squatted down to play. He curiously watched Mr. Chu and Lin Yanchen confront each other. "Yee," Mr. Chu said cautiously, "Mr. Lin, your family is too rich. I have to reconsider. I'm afraid that this small temple of mine can't support a big Buddha like you. It'll be crushed. Chu Xuan is still young. He doesn't understand the power of this." He knew that his son looked cold to outsiders, but in fact, he was the most easily driven by emotions. He was always emotional. If Lin Yanchen was an ordinary rich second-generation heir, it would be fine. If he had a little more money than their family, they could still mediate. After all, when two families discussed marriage, they couldn't put their conditions on the same scale. There had to be a difference. If that didn't work, they could still use Chu Xuan's grandmother's family to intimidate them. However, the difference between the Lin family and their family was like heaven and earth. Logically speaking, they couldn't have anything to do with the Lin family in their lives. Lin Yanchen was really depressed. "You can't discriminate against me just because I'm rich." Mr. Chu corrected him. "Your family isn't rich. It's very rich." Lin Yanchen, Mr. Chu said, "I've sent your clothes to the dry cleaners. They won't dare to wash them. They'll bring them back in the afternoon. You can leave after changing. Now, let's eat first. We only have simple tea and plain food at home." Lin Yanchen was helpless. His family was rich. What could he do? He couldn't go bankrupt. The two of them were speechless. Mr. Chu inadvertently glanced to the side. Suddenly, his whole body trembled and his face was full of surprise. Hey! Even Lin Yanchen was shocked. What's wrong? Mr. Chu jumped up and almost ran over. My little baby. Lin Yanchen turned around and saw Chirp Chirp standing on the wooden fence of the crib. He couldn't stand steadily and giggled. After a while, he sat back down. Mr. Chu was very happy. Chirp Chirp can stand on his own. That's amazing. Chirp Chirp raised his little head, showed his little teeth, and clapped his little hands. Lin Yanchen had a strange feeling. He suddenly had such a big son, and this was only the second time he had seen him. In fact, he still didn't feel it was real. He knew that he was Chirp Chirp's father and Chirp Chirp was his son, but they had missed out on too much. She wanted to get closer but didn't dare to. Chirp Chirp looked at him and crawled towards him. Then, it grabbed the railing and tried to stand up. Its big eyes were sparkling as if it was full of anticipation. It started to talk nonsense. Ba, Lin Yanchen was at a loss. Without Chushuan around, what should he do? Do you want to hug Bao Bao? Shouldn't he go and hug her? Just as he was about to walk over to pick up the child, Chirp Chirp was picked up by his grandfather. Chirp Chirp's grandmother also came back with Lin Yanchen's clothes from the laundry. Mr. Chu called out to him, Mr. Lin, come and eat. Lin Yanchen was crying in his heart. He struggled to think, this is my last meal, the author has something to say, see you at 7 p.m. Thank you Goo, Cold Do X2, Yazzie Don't Care X2, Wang Xiaopeng, Freewill X3, Little Swallow Fly X2, Wu Xiao, Goo, Ling 5S, Jiri Wisdom X2, Drinking Poison, Herba, Young Su on the Wall, LWH0827X2, Poor Monk First Respect, Cold Streaky Pork, Little Bamboo Fox, Don't Laugh Too Hard, Ben Blair, Why, Gentle Breeze, Bushes, Little Lion, Obedient Little Rabbit, Willing, the other one is sleeping, Lily Malin, Huang Tingting's Little Milk Ting X2, Salted Fish's Landmine Thank You Akatsuki X2, Chocolate Tiger Curly Duck's Bazooka. As soon as Chushuan got home from work, he was immediately nagged by his father. Why don't you say that Lin Yanchen is so rich? Chushuan said, I said that he's quite rich. Mr. Chu was anxious. You used the wrong adverb. Is that called quite rich? You call 100 billion yuan fortune quite rich? Then our family is extremely poor. Maybe his family has more money than that. Chushuan said, why are you in such a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. Mr. Chu said, you're not in a hurry, and you're blaming me for being in a hurry. Am I not thinking for you? You're not like me. Chushuan clapped his hands and smiled. Haha, here it comes. I knew you would say that. Mr. Chu was speechless. He really expected better from this unlucky child. He was already 30 years old, and his love life was a mess. He had a child out of wedlock, but he was not in a hurry at all. The more Chushuan laughed, the worse Mr. Chu's expression became. Mr. Chu said, laugh? You're still laughing. Someone as rich as him could crush us with just a pinky. How can you be so sure that she loves you to the point of death? The richer a person is, the more greedy they are. That big boss was caught cheating these days. He kept saying how much he loved his wife, but in fact, he only received 1 yuan a year after receiving 10 years of salary in advance. According to the new marriage law, if his wife gets a divorce, she can only receive a few yuan a year. Chushuan did not dare to laugh anymore. He adjusted his attitude slightly. Dad, I know your concerns, so I don't plan to get married so soon. Let's wait and see. Also, I'm not marrying him for his money. You see, if he doesn't have money, it's better than the current situation. Mr. Chu frowned. You already have a child. What else can you do? If it doesn't work out, will they come and snatch Chirp Chirp's custody? If that's the case, we definitely won't be able to win. Chushuan said, Lin Yanchen is a very good person. I think the worst case scenario won't come to that. Lin Yanchen was chased back to B City. Lin Yanchen urgently contacted Chushuan. Your father seems to be very dissatisfied with me. Can I still be saved? Chu Xuan said, with me protecting you, what are you afraid of? He's worried that you're too rich and will abandon me. Lin Yanchen complained. When I found out that you weren't dead, I thought you had abandoned me. How can you be like this? Is it my fault that I'm handsome and wealthy? Chu Xuan, ha 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 ha. Lin Yanchen complained, you're still laughing. I'm talking to you very seriously. Chu Xuan didn't dare to laugh again. Okay. Aren't you busy? You still have time to talk to me? Lin Yanchen said, I'm busy. There's a celebration party tonight, and I still have to socialize. I'm taking a car there now. I'll call you on the way. Lin Yanchen wanted to seize the time and listen to Chu Xuan's voice more. In the last few seconds before he got out of the car, Chu Xuan suddenly said, Chirp Chirp is crying. I have to go take a look. Be careful on the way. I'm hanging up. Lin Yanchen was stunned. Okay, see. Before he could say see, Chu Xuan hung up. Lin Yanchen looked at his phone and felt even more depressed. When Lin Yanchen arrived at the party, there were already many people present. He really didn't like socializing like this, but he was quite good at putting on an act. He didn't need any skills. At his position, he didn't need to cater to others. Others would cater to him. Zhang Hongyu also came. He wasn't the only one in the entertainment industry. At this kind of event, there were always some pretty faces to warm up the atmosphere. Lin Yanchen went over to talk to his friend. As expected of an old friend, Zhang Hongyu was good at reading people's expressions. He asked, what's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Lin Yanchen, you can even tell that I'm in a bad mood? Zhang Hongyu laughed. You're underestimating me. We've known each other since we were young. Of course, I can tell. Didn't you complete your mission perfectly? You gave orders in the face of danger and turned the tide. You're amazing. What's there to be unhappy about? The two of them hid on the balcony to talk. There was no one else around. Lin Yanchen had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, there was someone who could make him spill the truth. Actually, I'm planning to get married. Zhang Hongyu was stunned. The smile on his face was slightly stiff. Is that so? I've never heard you mention it before. It's too sudden. Wait, didn't you have someone you liked very much? But she passed away? You fell in love with someone else. He said, that's right. It's been so long. You should get over it. You can't not fall in love with someone else for the rest of your life. Lin Yanchen said honestly, no, it's that person. I thought he was dead. Actually, he's not dead. He even gave birth to a child for me. I have to take responsibility for it. Zhang Hongyu. Wait, what's going on? So the person you've spent so much time with is still alive and gave birth to a child for you. You only found out recently, so you're planning to marry her. Lin Yanchen nodded. Yes. He was a little melancholy. But the problem now is that because I'm rich, her father isn't happy about our relationship. I still have to move my father-in-law. Zhang Hongyu saw the happiness on his face and frowned. He wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a while, he said, I'm telling you this because we're old friends. Don't think that I'm deliberately trying to sow discord. I know that you like that woman very much. But, she secretly got pregnant with your child and then came back to tell you that she gave birth to the child. Doesn't this seem familiar? Are you sure that she's a good person? You haven't been in love many times. You're too naive in this regard. Lin Yanchen was still a little uncomfortable. Asim didn't get pregnant on purpose. He didn't lie to me. I'm not that stupid. Also, he's not a woman. He's a man. Zhang Hongyu didn't know whether to be shocked or puzzled. A man? You like a man? He can even give birth to a child, BQGXSYDW. Calm Lin Yanchen said, I knew that you wouldn't believe me. Zhang Hongyu pressed his forehead. I have to calm down. Lin Yanchen felt that Zhang Hongyu seemed to be subconsciously biased against Chu Xuan. He didn't want to hear such words. Although the two didn't quarrel, they parted on bad terms. Lin Yanchen left. After turning a corner, a figure suddenly rushed out and threw herself into his arms. Lin Yanchen was caught off guard and dodged. The other party missed and fell to the ground. However, he saw that it was an unfamiliar woman who had accidentally sprained her ankle. He asked, "Are you okay?" The woman said, "Sir, can you help me?" Lin Yanchen didn't think much and reached out to help her up. The woman was like a snake that almost wrapped itself around him. He hadn't been back for long and had never seen such a scene. He suddenly understood and flung her away. He scolded, "Do you have osteodystrophy?" The next day, Lin Yanchen saw in the newspaper that the unfamiliar woman was a small-time celebrity. She took a photo and posted it on the news, bragging that she was his girlfriend. Whether it was true or not, the effect of this wave of hype was achieved. Lin Yanchen was really suffocating. He was so angry that he laughed. He was an egalitarian. Regardless of gender, whoever dared to scheme against him had better be prepared. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Thank you Sweet Tongue X2, Cold Dew, Little Swallow Fly, Salted Fish MOX2, Little Bamboo Fox, Look Around, LWH0827X2, Poor Monk First Respect, Ji Ri Ji, Bien Luz Landmine. Thank you Akatsuki's Bazooka. Lin Yanchen learned his lesson and summed up his experience. Instead of hiding the truth until it was too late, it was better to be honest so that there wouldn't be any misunderstandings. The airport incident last time was a painful example. Therefore, he turned himself in. Chu Xuan heard about this scandal from Shaolin herself. Lin Yanchen said bitterly, "It's my fault for not being vigilant enough and accidentally getting a photo taken. This morning, she even called my secretary hypocritically to apologize, saying that she accidentally implicated me. I asked someone, and the news agency said that it was her own team that distributed the money and announcements. I've already asked the public relations team to refute the rumors. Don't believe them." He also asked people to remove that female star's advertisements, endorsements, and film contracts, and warned her company to freeze her for at least a year. However, it seemed inconvenient to tell Chu Xuan this, as it would make him seem violent and unrestrained. "Did your father see it again?" "I'm done for." Chu Xuan had mixed feelings. "I'm not the kind of person who is unreasonable and jealous. Are you afraid that I'll wrongly accuse you?" It was still early, and Chu Xuan hadn't left for the company yet. He flipped through the newspaper that his father subscribed to and said, he subscribed to the local newspaper, and there's only one entertainment page. That female star's status is probably too low, so there's no news about you guys. Lin Yanchen, Chu Xuan asked him, "Do you want me to tell my father?" "I don't think so." Lin Yanchen was in a dilemma. Maybe it's better to take the initiative to confess? Chu Xuan said, "You should focus on work first. It's a pity to waste your time on this." Although Chu Xuan wasn't angry at him, Lin Yanchen was inexplicably disappointed. He didn't want to cause trouble, but Chu Xuan actually had such a reaction? Was this really how lovers acted? Why was Chu Xuan always so rational and calm? Shouldn't he scold him or even tell him not to get close to other women in the future? He was willing to do it. Chu Xuan's response was too calm. Although he knew that Chu Xuan was such a person, in the month that they had been together, he had tried to please Chu Xuan in every possible way, but Chu Xuan had only turned around once. Was it because they had been apart for a year and a half too long? He could not forget Chu Xuan, but Chu Xuan had long since stopped caring about him. Perhaps, he had never been in Chu Xuan's heart for more than a few days. Did Chu Xuan contact him only because of the child? If he did not have a child, would Chu Xuan still look for him? Lin Yanchen didn't dare to think too deeply about it. On the other side, Mr. Chu reflected on himself. He shouldn't jump to conclusions about Lin Yanchen's moral integrity. He shouldn't discriminate against Lin Yanchen just because he was rich. Maybe he was a good guy. Mr. Chu went through a lot of trouble to look up the rich people on the internet. Not many of them were good people. It was normal for them to have multiple wives. Mr. Chu comforted himself. Not necessarily. Maybe Lin Yanchen's family is strict and different from these people. So, Mr. Chu looked up Lin Yanchen's father again. He found that his name was Lin Xiaoyuan. He found that there were many scandals about Lin Yanchen's father. There were no scandals in recent years, but 4 or 5 years ago, he had several girlfriends. He would change his girlfriend every few months. They were all just girlfriends, not wives. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Lin Yanqian's father seemed to be a playboy. Could the son he raised really be good? Mr. Chu's heart sank as he read the article. Mr. Chu showed the information he summarized to Chu Xuan. See, Lin Yanqian's father always changes girlfriends. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Chu Xuan looked and said, I know this. He told me before. Some of them are true, but some are not. Also, the girlfriends he found after his mother passed away are not against the moral bottom line. He said casually, just like Lin Yanqian also has scandals, but he doesn't do it on purpose. Sometimes, he doesn't cause trouble, but trouble will come to him. Mr. Chu's eyes almost popped out. He blew his mustache. What? He has scandals? He dares to have scandals? You are so careless. Chu Xuan also felt that he was hypocritical. He pretended as if nothing had happened and said, I just don't want you to think too much. He reported it to me. Those kinds of tabloids love to attract attention. They make up nonsense and are not trustworthy. In fact, Chu Xuan was very angry. But on second thought, he was a man in his 30s. Why was he still so stubborn? He should be more mature. Because he was full of anger, Chu Xuan's pressure in the company was lower than usual. The employees were trembling in fear, afraid that they would be scolded by him. Mr. Liu said, there are people from your old company in X city. This time, they are officially signing the contract. You should go and receive them. Chu Xuan did business. Okay, I got it. Mr. Liu asked, what's wrong with you today? Why are you in such a bad mood? Chu Xuan said, it's nothing. I'm just troubled by some personal matters. You know that I don't bring personal emotions into work. Don't worry. Mr. Liu sighed. I'm still your master. If I'm not worried about your work, I'm worried about you. You are a good person, but you just like to sulk and don't like to communicate with others. Chu Xuan was stubborn. I have communicated with them in time. There is no delay. Mr. Liu clicked his tongue a few times. Listen to your tone. It's full of gunpowder. I have good foresight. When you first entered the company, you were still a university student who had just walked out of the ivory tower. Many people thought that although your work ability was good, you were a dull teacher. However, I felt that there was light in your eyes. In fact, you were the most stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. But sometimes, you are too competitive. If you shouldn't be competitive, then don't be competitive. Chu Xuan was depressed. Even if he tried to calm himself down, his face was still not good. He went to receive the guests from X City with a dark face. He met an unexpected but reasonable guest. Xianxia saw Chu Xuan, especially Chu Xuan's dark face. He was so scared that he took a deep breath and almost fell. You really didn't die, Bikuj? Name Chu Xuan looked at him lightly and said methodically, didn't your parents teach you not to point your finger at others casually? It's rude. Xianxia recalled the fear of being controlled by Chu Xuan and retracted his hand. He carefully circled Chu Xuan in a circle with Chu Xuan as the center. He looked around and saw that he was a living person. He turned back to face him. Chu Xuan smiled and asked, didn't you say that I am a bodhisattva? Why do I look like a rakshasa when you look at me? Xianxia said, no, you are a bodhisattva. I just don't understand. Why are you still fine? Chu Xuan only said 2 words. Misdiagnosis. Chu Xuan brought Xianxia to eat and drink. After drinking a few bottles of wine, Xianxia spilled out everything he wanted to say. With snot and tears, he cried about what kind of hell he had been living in since Chu Sun left. He was in an abyss of suffering and living a life worse than death. Chu Xuan not only did not sympathize with him, but also laughed heartily. Xianxia was even sadder. He muttered, what a bad person. Chu Xuan asked, who are you talking about? Xianxia immediately admitted defeat. I am talking about myself. I am a bad person. Brother Chu, can you do me a favor and come back to save me from my suffering? I will never make you angry again. How much do you earn in this company? I will give you double? Triple? Give me a price. I can afford it. I will give you everything. I will give you half of my monthly allowance. That's very loyal. I am really loyal. Chu Xuan was unmoved. You should keep it for yourself. Xianxia was drunk and was led away by Chu Xuan. He talked about everything under the sun. Oh, by the way, Brother Chu, there was a man surnamed Lin who came to find you. Is he your boyfriend? Do you want to contact him? I feel that he loves you very much. Chu Xuan was stunned. He asked with a bit of jealousy, what about him? The author has something to say. I think Xiao Shuang is a cute little trash. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you for Misa Sauce X2, Cuting Love 13X2, Dinner Man Who Doesn't Eat Dinner, Gentle Breeze, Chistel, 2431733208, Yazzie Brute, Little Bamboo Fox, Cold Dew, Second Lady X2, Ji Ri Ji, Xingyi's Landmine. Thank you for Akatsuki's Bazooka. Xianxia scratched his head and giggled. Actually, I don't remember. Chu Xuan, Xianxia vaguely recalled. He came to me to ask for your contact information, but you know that I'm a righteous person. You specifically told me not to tell anyone about your illness, so of course I couldn't. You said that you're Chu Xuan's boyfriend, but show me the evidence. He didn't even have a photo, so I was going to chase him away. In the end, he spoke very nicely and was very touching. He said a lot about what you like to eat and what you don't like to eat. I was so touched that I cried. I can't stand this kind of thing. Although I'm stupid, I can still distinguish between sincerity and falsehood. After that, he added, you should be able to distinguish it. Brother Chu, I didn't cause any trouble, right? Chu Sun forced a smile, no. No. Thank you. Xianxia was flattered. I haven't heard the word thank you from your mouth in a long time. Lin Yanchen knocked on the door and entered the study. Dad, why did you call me here? Lao Lin kept seeing him, so he hid his nervousness. Oh, you're here. Lin Yanchen was looking for his father. Chu Xuan had already introduced him to his parents, so he also wanted to introduce Chu Xuan to his father. His father wasn't at home before, so now he finally had the chance. Lin Yanchen thought that his father would talk to him about work. His father frowned and handed him a book seriously. Take a look. Lin Yanchen didn't understand and took the book. He opened it, and the first one was a photo of a girl. He flipped through it, and after a few photos, there was a girl's information. After that, he flipped through it, and it was all girls' information. Their ages were similar to his, and their family backgrounds were not bad. Lin Yanchen wasn't stupid, and he immediately understood. He probably urged him to go on a blind date or to get married. He looked at the backgrounds of these girls. All of them were either rich or respectable. His heart slowly turned cold. This was probably his father's standard for choosing a partner. He should have thought about it earlier. In the past, his father did not allow him to start a business. This was his father's style. Lin Yanchen had heard of a classmate who fell in love with a girl from an ordinary family. Her parents disliked the girl's family background and forbade them from getting married, causing a huge commotion. Forget it. I'll introduce Chu Xuan to my father later. Lao Lin kept looking at Lin Yanchen's changing expression. He was nervous, but because he was too nervous, his expression became solemn. Is there anyone you like? Lin Yanchen especially didn't like his father's tone. It sounded like he was mating. What was going on? Lin Yanchen directly refused. That's impolite. Dad, don't introduce them to me. I'm not interested in them. Lao Lin's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he might have overreached himself this time, so he didn't force him. Alright, you're still young. There's no need to rush. Since he couldn't directly introduce Chu Xuan, he would use a roundabout way to save the country. Lin Yanchen had thought about the possibility that his father wouldn't easily accept Chu Xuan. He took out a project proposal that he had stayed up late to write. He wanted to dabble in the electronic information technology field that his company hadn't developed yet. He wanted to set up a new company in Y City. Y City was now one of the top high-tech industrial areas in the country. This didn't arouse Lao Lin's suspicions. Electronic information technology was indeed the trend in the market. It was just that he was old and his current personality was more stable. 156N net however, he would let Lin Yanchen give it a try. In the past, he didn't agree to Lin Yanchen starting up his own business because he felt that Lin Yanchen was immature and impulsive. He rushed forward based on his enthusiasm. At that time, there were several companies that wanted to take over Lin Yanchen's company. He thought that it would be better for him to take over than to be taken advantage of by others. Lao Lin read his son's proposal seriously and agreed. I think it's okay. Give it a try. I'll give you the money. Lin Yanchen said, I want to do it as soon as possible. Information technology changes too quickly. Lao Lin felt that something was wrong and asked, is it that urgent? Lin Yanchen didn't even blink. This industry is like that. It can't wait. If you agree, I'll go and recruit people. I'll fly to Y City a few more times in the near future. Lao Lin kept looking at Lin Yanchen. His intuition told him that this child was hiding something from him. Let's wait and see. At least the plan to go to Y City was half successful. Lin Yanchen was encouraged. Lin Yanchen was openly using his position for personal gain. He had a clear conscience and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He could settle both his business and private matters. There was no need to worry about not having the best of both worlds. He thought about it and didn't tell Chushuan the good news in advance. He planned to give Chushuan a surprise in 2 days. There was a branch of their company in Y City, but it wasn't big. He heard that there was a charity party on the weekend. Chushuan's company would be attending. Chushuan would most likely be there. He would appear at that time and tell Chushuan the good news. Lin Yanchen felt that Chushuan was always indifferent to him after they met again. He wanted to do something romantic to rekindle the passion between them. Lin Yanchen told the branch company not to add his name to the list. He could also enter directly in the name of the branch company. President Lu naturally brought along a good disciple for such an important occasion to get to know people. He told Chushuan to investigate the people who would be attending the party. This was the secretary's job. He also wanted to use this opportunity to let Chushuan understand the circle here. Chushuan checked carefully one by one and did a good job. This job wasn't difficult, but it wasn't easy either. He could ask his subordinates to help, but he still had to memorize it himself. Apart from his normal work, he had to memorize the person's appearance, name, and company after work. He also had to memorize the person's family situation. He couldn't mix it up. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make friends and would become enemies. There wasn't much skill involved in this. Chushuan was confident. When the day came, his master asked him to change into a better outfit. Chushuan didn't dress well. He was just a secretary and shouldn't steal the limelight. Chushuan had been to this kind of event many times. He didn't panic and followed half a step behind his master. His master would occasionally ask him if he knew who this person was. Chushuan would take a look and give him detailed information. President Lu nodded with satisfaction. There were a few people he hadn't met yet. Chushuan could also give him information appropriately so that he wouldn't be unable to talk to them. At this moment, President Lu saw an unfamiliar face appear out of nowhere. It was a young man. He was so handsome that he didn't seem to fit in with the group of middle-aged men around him. He stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. He looked a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. He thought for a while and quickly remembered. Chushuan probably didn't know this person. He shouldn't be here. President Lu was a little proud and asked Chushuan, do you know who he is? Chushuan said. He shouldn't be on the list. President Lu told him, yes, I don't know why he's here, but you can't neglect him. He was the one who completed the XX project a few days ago. He's the successor of the Lin Group. There must be a reason why he's here. Maybe they've been doing something in Y City recently. No matter what, we must build a good relationship with him. Let's go over and talk to him. If I remember correctly, his name is Lin Yanchen. Remember. Chushuan was silent for a while and said, Master, I want to go to the washroom. President Lu said, oh, go ahead. I'll wait for you. There was no one in the men's washroom. Not long after Chu Xuan came in, Lin Yanchen came in. Lin Yanchen was elated and wanted to hug him. Soon. Chu Xuan asked in annoyance, "What are you doing in Y City?" The author has something to say. See you tomorrow at 7 a.m. Next chapter preview. Lin Yanchen was full of anger. He had tolerated Chu Xuan for a long time. He really couldn't take it anymore. He pressed Chu Xuan against the wall and leaned over to kiss him. "Thank you, cold dew, little bamboo fox, white night mud, melancholy European, HHHH, LWH0827X2, 24176233, G 8 out of 10, Puji landmine. Thank you for hearing about my cool grenade. Thank you for Akatsuki's bazooka." Lin Yanchen was stunned. He thought that Chu Xuan would be more or less happy, but he didn't expect that Chu Xuan was not only unhappy, but also angry. Why? He was confused. Chu Xuan asked him, "Did you come here for a business trip to see me, or do you plan to expand your business in Y City?" Lin Yanchen confessed, "Our group plans to enter the electronic information technology industry. We plan to open a new company in Y City, and I'm the person in charge." Chu Xuan understood. "You're the one who suggested it, right? Do you have to go to this extent? Didn't I tell you not to come here? Work is work, and life is life. I don't like to mix them. You're doing well in the headquarters in B City, and your development is going so smoothly. Why did you suddenly put down your previous work and come here to start all over again? Is there something wrong with your brain?" It was fine that Chu Xuan was unhappy, but he even scolded him. Lin Yanchen's dissatisfaction accumulated. "I'm considering my family first, and then I'm choosing a way that won't affect my work. What's wrong with that? I'm doing it for you." This was simply adding fuel to the fire. Chu Xuan was even angrier. "Did you discuss it with me in advance? You came here for me." Lin Yanchen was very confident. "I told you." Chu Xuan replied, "I said I don't agree. You told me not to come." Lin Yanchen's face was cold, and he didn't give in. "That's not a clear rejection. I want to come and accompany you, and you're still unhappy?" He had given in enough, and this time he wouldn't give in. "Chu Xuan, Lin Yanchen exploded and said with conviction, "Chu Xuan, you can't be like this. Do you even care about me? I know you don't love me that much, so I'll love you more. I won't be calculative, and I'm willing to do anything for you. You said you don't want to come to B City, and I understand. Okay, I won't force you. Then I come here, and you still don't agree. You still despise me and say I'm wrong. Do you have a conscience? Do you really like me? Is this your attitude of wanting to be with me?" Chu Xuan felt a little guilty, but he was still not convinced. "I'm thinking about your job and your future." Lin Yanchen said, "My dad used to always put work before me and my mom. At that time, I thought that I would definitely become a man who took care of the family better than him. It's not like I stopped working for you. I just wanted to spend more time with you. Am I wrong here?" Chu Xuan was about to say something when someone came in from outside. Lin Yanchen pulled him into the innermost cubicle of the men's washroom and locked the door. The two of them immediately stopped quarreling and looked at each other angrily. The people outside finally left. Chu Xuan lowered his voice. "Go back. Don't abandon yourself." Lin Yanchen was so angry that his liver hurt. "How can you say that I'm abandoning myself to be by your side?" Chu Xuan said, "If you don't work hard, you're abandoning yourself. Be rational." Lin Yanchen was furious when he heard the word rational. 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 You're rational every time. You're the most rational, you're the calmest. You're even rational when it comes to feelings. Chu Xuan, do you like me or not? Lin Yanchen was full of anger. He had tolerated Chu Xuan for a long time, and he really couldn't tolerate it anymore. He pressed Chu Xuan against the wall and leaned over to kiss him fiercely, as if he wanted to swallow Chu Xuan into his stomach. There was only a fine line between lust and anger. Lin Yanchen whispered in his ear, "Are you still rational? Mr. Chu." Chu Xuan's face turned red. "You brat." Lin Yanchen didn't argue with him and directly took off his glasses. Chu Xuan suddenly became weak after losing his glasses. He wanted to snatch them back, but Lin Yanquan's big hands clasped both of his wrists and pressed them above his head. Lin Yanquan put his glasses into his pocket with his other hand and took off his tie with one hand to tie Chu Xuan's wrists. Lin Yanquan covered Chu Xuan with his body and trapped him in his arms. Lin Yanquan said, "You used to say that you liked it when I did this. You don't like it anymore? You don't like me anymore? Why are you so bad to me? Do you like me or not? Or do you just like my body?" Chu Xuan sobbed and said, "If I don't like you, why did I give birth to Chirp Chirp? I almost died. Chirp Chirp also almost died. Bastard. I just didn't want to be your burden. If your family knew that you gave up your job in B City and came to Y City because of me, what kind of person would I be? Didn't I hurt you? What are you doing to me?" Lin Yanquan's heart softened when he cried. He kissed the tears on his face. "Don't cry. Can't you talk to me nicely like this? Then we won't quarrel. What am I doing to you? I put you on the top of my heart." Chu Xuan said stubbornly, "I'm just like this. I'm so annoying. It's up to you whether you like me or not. If you don't like me, then forget it. If you don't like me, then I won't be in so much pain." Lin Yanquan asked in a muffled voice, "How did I make you feel pain?" Chu Xuan also held it in for a long time and said, "I know we're not a good match. My family background is not good, my job is average, my looks are average, and I'm 6 years older than you. I'm not good enough for you. We were together for more than a month by accident. How much can you like me? I even gave birth to Chirp Chirp without discussing it with you and suddenly made you a father. I want to look decent and dignified. Compared to you, I only have these things. You can't even let me keep them?" Lin Yanquan didn't expect Chu Xuan to think this way. He asked, "What are you thinking?" "I've said it before. It's fine if you doubt other things, but you can't doubt that I don't like you enough." "Don't I like you enough? How do you want me to express it? Tell me, I really want to dig out my heart and show it to you. Why didn't you think about these things when we were together before?" Chu Xuan had tears in the corners of his eyes. He frowned and looked at Lin Yanquan in confusion. He said righteously, "Marriage and dating are different. Marriage is for a lifetime. Dating is not." Lin Yanquan was stunned and laughed angrily. "So you were ready to run away at any time? You never thought about spending the rest of your life with me? Huh? You were ready to run away after sleeping with me? You still said you didn't want to abandon me. You still have the face to call me a bastard? You're the most heartless person." Chu Xuan was a bit angry. "I told you not to get it in there." He was indeed in the wrong. Lin Yanquan's tone softened and he said anxiously, I'll go buy you some birth control pills." The corners of Chu Sun's eyes were still red and teardrops hung from them. He stared at him and blinked his eyes. His eyeballs slid down his face, making him look adorable. After he was done enjoying himself, he turned hostile and said fiercely, "You did it on purpose." Lin Yanquan hugged him and planted a few kisses on his cheeks. He didn't argue with him. "I really didn't do it on purpose. Don't be angry with me, okay? Sun, your Shaolin really didn't do it on purpose." Chu Xuan blamed him. "You took off my pants on purpose." Lin Yanquan kissed him on the lips. Okay. I did take off your pants on purpose." Chu Xuan was angry. "How do you want me to go out and meet people now?" Lin Yanquan, "Then why don't I secretly send you out from the back door? You can tell your master that you suddenly had a stomachache or something." Chu Xuan thought about it. He was in such a mess that he really couldn't go back to the banquet. He could only call his master and tell him that he wasn't feeling well. His master didn't ask much and even told him to go see a doctor. Unbreakable master of Vedra, the adulterous couple pulled up their pants. Their clothes were messy and they practically covered their faces as they sneaked out from the back door. Chu Xuan got into Lin Yanquan's car and asked him, "I can drive back myself. Do you want to go back to the banquet?" Lin Yanquan said, "I'm here to see you." "Why should I go back? I'll send you home." Chu Xuan's face turned red. He left in a hurry just now and felt that his body was still sticky. He didn't even have time to clean it up. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he had been seduced by Lin Yanchen just now, but it was over before he could taste it. Now, his heart was still itching. Chu Xuan hesitated for a long time. He looked at Lin Yanchen. He was really handsome today. In the end, his desire took over and he suddenly overcame his rationality. He blurted out, "Don't go to my house. I'm not going home tonight." Lin Yanchen didn't react. "Then where are you going? Don't tell me you're going to work overtime at the company? You're not in good health. You don't want to, right?" Chu Xuan's heart was beating fast. He said vaguely, "There's a hotel in front. Do you see it? Stop there. I want to stay in a hotel." Lin Yanchen still didn't understand. "You're not going home to stay in a hotel? Why? Did this brat really not understand, or was he pretending not to? Did he have to be so clear?" Chu Xuan blushed and said, "Stay with me. If you don't want to, then forget it." Lin Yanchen was stunned. He understood. He was so excited that his eyes lit up. He also felt that he hadn't had enough. "Ah? Okay. I want. Chu Xuan was annoyed and said, "Anyway, I have to take the medicine. Let's do it a few more times." Chu Xuan called home. "Dad, I have work tonight. I can't go back. I'll sleep in the company." "Chirp chirp, you guys take care of me." "Okay, I'll take care of my body." Chu Xuan felt guilty. "Chirp chirp, Dad is sorry." Lin Yanchen listened to him and laughed. "Take care of your body." Chu Xuan looked at him and was furious. He sneered. "Heh, then I'm not going. I'll tell my dad now that I'm not working overtime. I'm going home." Lin Yanchen snatched his phone. Hey, son, I was wrong. I was wrong, okay? The author has something to say. Actually, I wrote it all, but recently, old Chu just needs the sun. This is the so-called breaking in. We still need to break in a few more times. See you at 7 p.m. Thank you Azza, Old Poison, Cold Dew, Zuzuri, Gem Box, Little Bamboo Fox's Landmine. Thank you Star Spinning Sales Grenade. Thank you Akatsuki and Goshi's Rocket Launcher. Chu Xuan was woken up by his phone's alarm on time in the morning. He reached for his phone and glanced at it in a daze. It was already 7 o'clock. He felt sore all over, but he still had to get up and go to work. Chu Xuan had just gotten up when someone grabbed him by the waist. Lin Yanchen hugged him in his arms, buried his head in his neck, and kissed his shoulder. What time is it? Chu Xuan pinched his face. It's 7 o'clock. President Shaolin, let go of me. I have to go to work. Lin Yanchen kissed him. Why don't you take a sick leave and go to the company later? Chu Xuan was half angry and half laughing. I have to record your words and let your employees hear it. Their boss is leading them to not do their job properly. Let's see if your company can continue to operate. Chu Xuan finally pulled Lin Yanchen's hand away and got out of his arms. Before he could escape from the bed, he was grabbed by the waist again. Lin Yanchen turned over and pressed Chu Xuan under his body. He said while kissing, yes, I'll put up a banner and write I'm addicted to Chu Xuan and not doing my job properly. Chu Xuan laughed from his kisses. It was all a joke. In the past, they didn't have jobs but had spare money. They could run around the world and play without restraint. Now, they had to be social people first. Chu Xuan wore last night's clothes to work and was seen by others. Chu Xuan was considered a model man in the company. He never wore the same clothes every day. There were no stains on his collar and he even used men's cologne. The female colleagues also discussed the brand of Chu Sun's new clothes today and how tasteful they were. They said that Chu Sun was a straight man in men's clothes. They also despised the slovenly male colleagues and asked them to learn from Chu Sun. Therefore, although Chu Xuan's clothes were clean and tidy today, they immediately noticed it and were very shocked. Secretary Chu didn't go home last night? He has a girlfriend? Actually, I heard from Secretary Chu's former company that he's gay. Wow. Another round of gossip. Chu Xuan went to talk to the HR manager about work matters. As he talked, he realized that the manager kept staring at his neck. The HR manager was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a wife and children. However, Chu Xuan felt that the other party should not have any particular hobbies, so he asked directly, "What's wrong with my neck?" The uncle smiled at him and patted him on the shoulder. "Your girlfriend is very wild." Chu Xuan frowned. After a while, he realized what had happened. His face instantly turned red. He forced himself to calm down and smiled awkwardly. "Haha. Let's focus on our work." As soon as they finished talking about work, Chu Xuan immediately went to the men's room. He looked at the back of his neck in the mirror. There were hickeys on it. Because of his fair skin, the hickeys were particularly obvious. Chu Xuan was angry and embarrassed. Chu Xuan entered the cubicle and locked the door. He took out his phone and prepared to send a message to scold Lin Yanchen. He typed, "Why did you leave a hickey on my neck?" He had been discovered. "Am I shameless?" Just as he was about to click send, he received Chu Xuan's message first. It was a selfie. Lin Yanchen took a selfie. It only showed his shoulder, neck, and the lower half of his face. Lin Yanchen tilted his head slightly, revealing the curve of his neck. There was a circle of teeth marks beside his collarbone. Lin Yanchen's slender fingers touched it. The caption read, "You bit me. My secretary found out." Chu Xuan, he remembered that last night, Lin Yanchen insisted on staying inside. Not only did he bite Lin Yanchen, but he also scratched Lin Yanchen's back. Chu Xuan silently deleted the message he was about to send. "Lin Yanchen, I was afraid that he would think too much and say that it was my fiancé who bit me. I didn't sleep around." Chu Xuan, "When did I get engaged to you, Lin Yanchen? Bow bow when you were born." He attached a sneaky emoji. Chu Xuan was amused by him. Sometimes, he really couldn't win against this clown. Chu Xuan felt that he really couldn't do anything to Lin Yanchen. This big boy was too good at making people like him. Chu Xuan was about to go out and continue working when he heard people outside talking about him. "Damn, I just heard a big piece of gossip about Secretary Chu." "What? What?" "I heard that he's gay." "Really? But I really don't think he looks like a man. We don't have to go through so much trouble to dress up. I heard that he uses skincare products like women. That's why he looks like he's in his mid-20s even though he's already in his 30s. Do you think Boss Lu knows? Hasn't Boss Lu known him for a long time? He seems to be his master. How can he not know? Could they be? Boss Lu has a wife and children, right? So what if he has a wife and children? I heard that. I heard that Boss Lu is going to make him the manager next week. Will he take the opportunity to take advantage of us? Ha ha ha, are you going to sell your ass in exchange for a raise? If it was in his previous company, there would also be some unbearable discussions. Chu Xuan would just pretend that he didn't hear anything. But it was different now. Chu Xuan directly pushed the door open when they were at the height of their discussion with a smile on his face. These people instantly became mute. Chu Xuan smiled and said, "Continue? Let me hear what other disgusting things you can come up with." The gossipers were speechless. Chu Xuan said clearly, "You don't have to guess. Boss Lu doesn't have this kind of hobby." "I'm gay." "That's true, but I have a boyfriend. Take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Calmly examine your faces that you haven't washed carefully this morning. You haven't washed your faces with pox marks yet. Wake up, okay?" After Chu Xuan didn't hide and directly confessed his sexual orientation, the rumors decreased a lot. He just didn't tell his master. He didn't know what his master would do if he knew. In the afternoon meeting, Boss Lu finished talking about work and added, "I've heard some rumors recently. No matter what your sexual orientation is, it has nothing to do with work. I hope that everyone can focus more on work when you're in the company. Don't spread rumors all day." Chu Xuan looked sideways. He was quite touched. Chu Xuan thought about it. He dared to say it openly because of Lin Yanchen. He didn't have a boyfriend before, so he was too embarrassed to say it. His master treated him well. He wasn't surprised to know that he liked men. He even protected him. His master pulled him aside and asked, "Little Chu, you're being immoral again. You didn't even tell me that you have a boyfriend? Bring him over for me to see." But don't you have a child? What's going on? Is the child actually adopted? Actually, when Boss Lu brought Chushuan out, he more or less noticed that Chushuan's sexual orientation didn't seem right. But after all, this was a personal matter. If Chushuan didn't take the initiative to say it, he didn't ask about it. It was fine as long as he didn't have any problems at work. When he heard that Chushuan had a child, he was quite surprised. He thought that Chushuan was like many homosexuals in China. He had no choice but to marry and have children. But since he didn't have a wife, then surrogacy or adoption was possible. Xia shooting. Info Chushuan was still embarrassed to say that he gave birth to the child. He vaguely said, yes. His master said, the last time I asked you to bring the child to my house for dinner, you haven't come yet. You might as well bring your boyfriend along. I'm very good at judging people. I'll see if he's a good person. Chushuan thought about it and said tactfully, I'm afraid of scaring you. His master was stunned and laughed, ha 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 ha, is he that ugly? Does your boyfriend look very scary? The author has something to say, see you tomorrow morning at 7. Because I'm too tired, I won't be writing on the weekend. Chushuan was in a hurry to go to work when he woke up in the morning. He was fully focused on his work and only remembered at noon that he had forgotten to take his medicine. He could only buy it himself. He was afraid that he would run into people he knew at the pharmacy next to the company, so he had to go further to buy it. There were so many troublesome things for a moment of pleasure. Chushuan was a little regretful, but sometimes he just couldn't help it. His willpower was not strong enough to withstand the temptation. It was all Shaolin's fault for always seducing him. Chushuan contacted Director Chen urgently and asked him if taking the contraceptive pills on the market would work. Director Chen was really not confident and said, it might work. It might not. Try it. I think it should work. Tomato Novel Network. This was equivalent to not saying anything. Chushuan's mood was solemn. What if it doesn't work? Director Chen lectured him. If you're afraid, you should take precautions. Wasn't that idiot deliberately not taking precautions? Chushuan was furious. Anyway, taking the pill is better than not taking it. I can also see if it works on you, Director Chen said ruthlessly. Come for a checkup in 2 or 3 weeks. If you die and don't want the child, you can abort it while it's still early. Chushuan was speechless. What could he do? He felt that if the contraceptive pills didn't work and she really was pregnant, he probably wouldn't bear to abort the child. But the probability of winning the lottery shouldn't be that high, right? He hoped so. Chushuan returned home. Chirp Chirp hadn't seen his father for a day. When he found that he was back, he was so happy that he almost stood up and was about to scream. Chushuan felt too guilty. How could he have been blinded by lust? F***ck, was it not cute or was it because he had too much time at work? Why did he have to roll in bed? And the way they rolled in bed. It was clearly a proper male and female relationship, but it made it seem like they were having an underground affair. Mr. Chu asked him, that Lin Yanchen, he's not coming? I didn't see you call him. Did you guys break up? You're already pregnant. Chushuan was slightly surprised. It's not that I don't think you're happy, so I asked him to stay away for the time being. Mr. Chu's eyes widened. I just don't trust him. It's not like I'm completely against you guys. You have to let me interact with him more to see if he's a good person. Chushuan thought for a while and said honestly, in a few months, he will come to Y City to work. By then, there will be many opportunities. Mr. Chu said, huh? Is he coming to Y City? That's pretty good. I was originally worried that you two would be in a long-distance relationship. Even if he had some tricks up his sleeve, you wouldn't be able to find out. Now, it's great. It's quite a coincidence. You two are dating, and he's transferred over to work. Chushuan said, it's not a coincidence. He transferred himself over. He said he wanted to see me after work, and chirp chirp. Mr. Chu was stunned. Really? Chushuan was quite depressed. Really? Mr. Chu said, if it's true, then he's quite attentive to you. Chushuan's mother watched the father and son talk anxiously the whole time. This was a big problem meeting a small problem, and the two of them ended up together. Chushuan's mother's surname was Lin, and her name was Lin Xiaoli. She was completely different from Mr. Chu's peasant background. She was the youngest daughter of a rich family. Back then, she and Mr. Chu were classmates in the same university. She married him without hesitation. Mr. Chu had never made a lot of money in his life, but he and his wife treated each other with respect. They had never argued before. Chushuan always felt that his parents didn't love each other. They weren't close enough, and he didn't know how his father abducted his mother. His mother was an art student. After graduation, she didn't work. She stayed at home, planting flowers and painting. She was very patient. 1. Painting could take months or even years. Chushuan thought that his mother's paintings were beautiful, but so far, they hadn't been very successful. The most he remembered was the time his parents spent together in the study. His mother was painting, and his father was preparing for class. The two of them did their jobs, didn't disturb each other, and didn't say a word. His mother came to Chushuan. "Do you really like Xiaolin?" Chushuan blushed. Chirp Chirp was eating its fingers and looking at its father. His mother said, "I think Xiaolin has done a lot for you, whether you like it or not. Love, 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 it's mutual love. There's no such thing as one-sided love. You have the same temper as your father. Don't think that you can't put down your pride. I think I understand what you and your father are worried about. Xiaolin's family background is much better than ours. What's there to be afraid of? At worst, we'll break up. Back then, when your father was pursuing me, there were a few other male classmates who were pursuing me. They were all richer than him. He didn't dare to confess to me. Later, he even said that he didn't think he was good enough for me." Chushuan blushed even more. "Wasn't that what he had said to Lin Yanchen?" Chushuan asked. "Mom, how did you fall in love with Dad back then?" His mother said methodically, "When your father was young, he was very good-looking." Chushuan, his mother looked at him and said regretfully, "When you were just born, I was quite disappointed that you didn't inherit your father's looks." Chushuan. Where should he start? He was wondering why he was so obsessed with looks. It turned out that he had inherited it from his mother. Chushuan thought for a moment and asked, "Then, now that Dad has grown up like this, do you regret it?" His mother said, "What's there to regret? Your father is now comparing his looks to before. If you were to compare him to an old man of the same age, he would still be the most handsome one, okay?" Chushuan was confused. He thought about his father's appearance. Dad was handsome? Was he? Was he? We're getting off topic. Anyway, you should work hard. Back then, your father was bold once, and then your father and I became a couple. Don't you want to try? What's the worst that can happen? Xiaolin is very rich, but we don't talk about money. That's too secular. He's young and handsome. Chirp Chirp, and he's so beautiful. What can you lose? Chushuan suddenly remembered his original intention when he first met Lin Yanchen. To be able to sleep with such a young and handsome man was really a gain. His mother was right. What could he lose? Chushuan thought about it. Lin Yanchen's anger towards him was not without reason. Lin Yanchen was always the one doing the sacrificing for him. So Chushuan decided to take the initiative to go to B City to see Lin Yanchen on the weekend. However, he was not like Lin Yanchen, who liked to surprise others. He informed Lin Yanchen in advance that he was going to see him and asked Lin Yanchen to tell him the address. Lin Yanchen was happy and immediately said, "If you come to see me, can I feel at ease? Wait for you to cross half the city with a suitcase to see me? Of course, I'll pick you up at the airport." Over the phone, Chushuan could hear Lin Yanchen's ecstasy. His cheeks couldn't help but heat up. "I'll only stay for 1 day. I have to come back to work on Monday. Are you taking me anywhere to play?" Lin Yanchen's sweet words jumped out as if they didn't cost money. "We're not going anywhere. Just the two of us together. Every minute, every second, I'm satisfied with you by my side." Chushuan, you're too easy to coax, fool. Lin Yanchen, what's wrong with being a fool? Are you discriminating against fools? I'm proud to be Chushuan's exclusive fool. I'm proud of being one. Chushuan, ha 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 ha. Chu Xuan kept his promise and arrived at B City's airport at 8 o'clock on Friday. Lin Yanchen knew how to play. This time, he didn't find a driver. He drove his own luxury car and deliberately changed into his uniform. When he saw Chu Xuan, he said pretentiously, "Mr. Chu Xuan, this way please." When Chu Xuan saw him, he was stunned. He held back his laughter and played along. "Who sent you?" "Lin Yanchen, I was sent by Mr. Lin. Boss asked me to take you to his house." When the car was parked in the garage, Chu Xuan deliberately said, "Young man, I think you're quite handsome. Since your boss isn't back yet, let's play, okay?" Lin Yanchen looked at him innocently. "Play what? I don't understand." Chu Xuan leaned over and kissed him. He asked with a smile, "What do you think we should play?" Lin Yanchen couldn't take it anymore. He pulled him into his arms and kissed him on the face. Chu Xuan laughed. Lin Yanchen kissed him and said, "Son, are you trying to make me a cuckold?" The two of them fooled around for a while. Lin Yanchen only stopped when he heard Chu Xuan's stomach rumbling. He said, "Are you hungry? I'll cook for you." Chu Xuan looked at him in a new light. "You can cook?" Lin Yanchen said, "I have nothing to do when you're not around. A scholar who has been away for 3 days will have a whole new level of respect. I've been away for 1 year, 3 months, and 14 days. Chu Xuan, Lin Yanchen pulled him. "Come, let's go. I'll take you to see Big Head. Big Head is now fat because of me. Actually, I think Big Head is our eldest son, and Chirp Chirp is our second son." Chu Xuan heard him talk about Chirp Chirp and a cat in terms of seniority. He wasn't angry. "That sounds good. In my mom's hometown, it's also popular to give children random godparents. That way, it's easier to raise children." Chu Xuan was still thinking about whether or not to help. Lin Yanchen didn't allow him to enter the kitchen. "No, I don't want your help. I want to show you how powerful I am now." Chu Xuan went to the living room and met Big Head. The last time Big Head called him that, it was when he was still a kitten. He had heard that cats only had a memory of 5 seconds. Big Head stared at him cautiously. The doorbell rang. Chu Xuan went to take a look and answered the video call. A familiar handsome face appeared on the screen. The voice of the guest was also very pleasant. "Lin Yanchen, I wrote a new song. Listen to it for me." Chu Xuan suddenly remembered. Wasn't that Zhang Hongyu, the most popular young actor in the entertainment industry? It was the first time he had seen an artist. He was alive. Chu Xuan was a little excited. He said, "Lin Yanchen is cooking. I'll go talk to him." "Wait a moment." Chu Xuan ran to Lin Yanchen and asked, "You know Zhang Hongyu? He's outside and said he's looking for you." Lin Yanchen valued love over friendship. He said without hesitation, "Say I'm not at home." This was his and Ah Sun's private time. Chu Xuan, I already told him you're at home. That's not very polite." Lin Yanchen could only let Zhang Hongyu in with a dark face. This big third wheel, the author has something to say. See you at 7 p.m. Thanks to 1000 sales stars, Cold Dew X2, Herba X2, Sparkling Crystal, Little Swallow Fly Off X4, Yazzie Recklessness, Sweet Tongue, LWH0827X2, Heavy Rain, Princess Xianxia, Jiri Wisdom X2, Yi Qian, Yuyan, 22421871, Traveler, Little Bamboo Fox, Chistel, Lemon, Orchid Jade Shavings, Gentle Sound of Green Wind thanks to Akatsuki X2, Rocket Launcher. Chu Xuan didn't even need to ask. Zhang Hongyu was most likely Lin Yanchen's friend. With Lin Yanchen's family background, it wasn't strange, but he didn't know how they knew each other. Chu Xuan was quite excited. He didn't chase after celebrities, nor did he watch movies or TV dramas. He also didn't like to listen to popular music, but his mother liked to watch it. Every night, she would turn on the TV and watch it while knitting Chirp Chirp's sweater. He would sometimes take a few glances. Zhang Hongyu's TV dramas were all quite good. Recently, there was a popular and highly rated spy movie starring him. The plot was a bit chunibu. To the outside world, he was a former rich young master who had returned from overseas, but his family had declined. He made a living by playing the piano in the nightclub. He seemed to be weak and artistic, but all those rich young ladies and tyrannical warlords were captivated by him. In fact, other than his loyalty to the organization, he had a cold and resolute nature. He was a sharpshooter and could even leap onto roofs and vault over walls. He was the leader of the underground intelligence team. Chu Xuan watched it while munching on melon seeds. When he got home, he would watch it with Chirp Chirp. He even discussed the plot with his mother. The recent episodes were at the climax. Azu. Org Chu Xuan liked to watch the plot. His mother liked Zhang Hongyu. He even knew that Zhang Hongyu's fan was called Little Feather. His mother called herself Old Feather. Chu Xuan laughed to death. He really wanted an autograph. Lin Yanchen immediately noticed that Chu Xuan's eyes lit up when he saw Zhang Hongyu. That was really something, he knew it. If there was a club with people who cared about appearances, Chu Xuan would be a senior member. In the past, when he saw handsome pilots and blonde dancing gigolos, he didn't feel ashamed at all. But at that time, they hadn't officially established their relationship. Now that they had a child, Chu Xuan still looked at other handsome guys. Lin Yanchen felt that his head was starting to turn green. Zhang Hongyu's heart skipped a beat when he heard a stranger's reply. After opening the door, he saw Chu Xuan and Lin Yanchen standing together. Even though they didn't do anything intimate, they were just half a step away from each other. The two of them seemed to have an invisible aura, as if there was a special little world that others couldn't enter. With one glance, he could tell that the two of them had an unusual relationship. Lin Yanchen had told him that she had fallen in love with a certain man and wanted to marry him. It was definitely this man. Zhang Hongyu never thought that he would hear Lin Yanchen say that he fell in love with a man. When he heard it, Lin Yanchen was already planning to get married. He had imagined what kind of person she would be to be able to make Lin Yanchen fall head over heels for her. Perhaps she was a rare beauty, perhaps she had an exceptionally gentle and understanding personality, or perhaps she was an artist with an outstanding temperament. But in his imagination, she shouldn't be an ordinary person. But the man in front of him wasn't tall or short. He wasn't fat or thin. His appearance could only be described as fair and delicate, and his whole body was full of smoke and fire. When he saw him, he raised his face and smiled. Zhang Hongyu was stunned. Chu Xuan's smile wasn't the kind of smile that was polite, distant, and indifferent. It was also a bit of worship and curiosity, as if he really liked him. He also saw Lin Yanchen quickly and furtively glare at Chu Xuan. Lin Yanchen took half a step forward and quietly separated the two of them. Lin Yanchen didn't have a good expression on his face, but he still introduced him properly. Asun, this is my friend and childhood friend, Zhang Hongyu. Just as he was about to introduce Chu Xuan beat him to it. Chu Xuan's eyes were sparkling. He blurted out, I know. Zhang Hongyu, film emperor, and also released an album. Are you going to release your next album? Lin Yanchen glanced sideways and said sourly, why are you calling him you? You don't have to be polite with him. Laozhan is fine. Chu Xuan couldn't be bothered with him. He smiled shyly and said, hello, my name is Chu Xuan. It just so happens that little. Lin Yanchen made dinner. You haven't eaten yet, right? Let's eat together? Lin Yanchen's body trembled. He originally planned to send Zhang Hongyu away before dinner, but Chu Xuan directly asked him to stay for dinner. The sweet two-person dinner that he had painstakingly planned was ruined just like that. Lin Yanchen complained, this is my boyfriend, Chu Xuan. Zhang Hongyu. Okay. Then, thank you. Zhang Hongyu went to watch Lin Yanchen cook. When did you learn how to cook? Chu Xuan echoed, yeah, when did you learn how to cook? Not bad, you're quite decent. Do you know how to toss a wok? Lin Yanchen immediately bragged, I know. Watch. He actually didn't know how to cook. He was just messing around. He didn't do it well and a big spoonful of food fell out. Chu Xuan didn't hesitate to laugh at him. Lin Yanchen wasn't embarrassed and laughed with him. Zhang Hongyu saw that the two of them were so happy and his mood brightened up. Ever since Lin Yanchen's business and relationship failed more than a year ago, he hadn't seen him laugh so happily. But he couldn't bear to continue watching. Lin Yanchen really liked this man called Chu Xuan. Zhang Hongyu quietly walked away and went to the living room to wait. When Lin Yanchen saw that Zhang Hongyu had left, he was secretly pleased. "You're here to be a third wheel and disturb me. I'll show off my love until you're blind." Lin Yanchen took out a book and showed it to Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Yanchen didn't say anything. He looked like he was asking for praise. Chu Xuan flipped through a few pages. It was a recipe. There were handwritten notes on how to make all kinds of dishes. There were even colored pictures drawn with markers. At first, he didn't find it strange, but after reading for a while, he realized that every dish was a dish that he liked. Chu Xuan said, "What a coincidence, they're all my favorite dishes." Lin Yanchen was stunned and said anxiously, "It's not a coincidence. These are the dishes that you liked when we were together. When you weren't around, I learned them one by one." Chu Xuan obviously understood. He was just teasing him and praising him. "You're so obedient. Shaolin, you're so good to me." Lin Yanchen was dissatisfied. "That's it? Chu Xuan, what do you want?" Lin Yanchen, he left. "Give me a kiss." Chu Xuan glared at him. He turned around and saw that Zhang Hongyu wasn't around. He quickly kissed Lin Yanchen. Lin Yanchen suddenly felt that Zhang Hongyu's sudden appearance wasn't bad. No wonder everyone liked to show off their love. Although Zhang Hongyu wasn't here, it still felt good. The dishes were all on the table. It was Zhang Hongyu's first time seeing Lin Yanchen cook, and it was such a sumptuous meal. The most vivid image of Lin Yanchen in his mind was still Lin Yanchen's appearance when he was 16 or 17 years old. At that time, Lin Yanchen had a head of short, light blonde hair. He was like a little sun, full of energy. He stood beside him and played the electric guitar. The sweat on his forehead seemed to be glowing. In the blink of an eye, he had become such a good family man. Lin Yanchen gave Chu Xuan a drumstick. "Try it. It's delicious, right?" Chu Xuan took a few bites. It was indeed delicious. He turned around and said to Zhang Hongyu, "Mr. Zhang, try it too. It's delicious." Zhang Hongyu said embarrassedly, Okay. Since you're Lin Yanchen's boyfriend, you don't have to be so polite. You can just call me Lao Zhan." Chu Xuan expressed his admiration. "I've watched almost all of your movies and TV dramas. I've been watching Before Dawn on XX channel recently. My mother and I both like it very much." Chu Xuan talked about the plot as if he was very familiar with it. Zhang Hongyu realized that when he said he liked it, he really liked it and wasn't just being polite. His heart warmed up slightly. Chu Xuan said, "Can I ask you for an autograph? It's my mother's birthday next month. She really likes you, so I want to give it to her." Zhang Hongyu got along well with him and had already forgotten the reason why he was here. He said kindly, "Of course. Where do I sign it?" Lin Yanchen, who was ignored at the side, said coldly, "I'll go get a Polaroid." Zhang Hongyu and Chu Xuan took a photo together. Zhang Hongyu even wrote on the back, "Happy birthday to Madam Lin Xiaoli." Zhang Hongyu. "Thank you." Chu Xuan said, "Thank you. You're really a good person. You're too kind." Zhang Hongyu was embarrassed by his praise. Lin Yanchen said, "Lao Zhan, I feel that you're especially unpleasant to the eye today." Zhang Hongyu. After a while, Chu Xuan leaned over again and stuffed a business card into his hand. He asked shyly, "Mr. Zhang, this is my business card. Our company plans to launch a new product and is looking for a spokesperson. Do you want to know more?" Lin Yanchen, she was actually waiting here. Lin Yanchen finally understood. This workaholic wife of his. Zhang Hongyu saw the business card Chu Xuan handed over and was stunned. He couldn't help but laugh. "You're really interesting. No wonder Lin Yanchen likes you so much. The author has something to say. See you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Thank you to Little Swallow Fly X2, Yazzie Recklessness, Cold Dew, LWH0827X2, Gigi, Huai, Cold Streaky Pork Mine. Thank you to Akatsuki's Bazooka. Chu Xuan and Zhang Hongyu chatted happily. It could be said that they hit it off at first sight. Chu Xuan thought for a while and suddenly said, "No, you're young. I can't call you Lao Zhan. I should call you Little Jean. Zhang Hongyu asked, then what do you call Lin Yanchen? Chu Xuan said, Shaolin. Zhang Hongyu said, oh, and the smile at the corner of his mouth suddenly became more sly, don't you know Lin Yanchen's nickname? Chu Xuan really didn't know, what is it? Lin Yanchen was alarmed and hurriedly stopped him, don't talk nonsense. Shut up. Chu Xuan wasn't interested at first, but suddenly became interested, what is it? His nickname was Yan Yan, this was Lin Yanchen's shame. He didn't allow others to call him by this name, even if they were good friends. If they were to fall out, they wouldn't be appeased even after 10 days or half a month. Yawenba. Net Lin Yanchen fiercely threatened, do you dare to say it? Zhang Hongyu laughed, no, no. Let's wait for Lin Yanchen to tell you himself in the future. Chu Xuan didn't force him and said, you can call me Brother Chu or Old Chu to sound more intimate. I'm much older than both of you. Zhang Hongyu couldn't tell, how much older do you mean by a few years? I think you're at most 1 or 2 years older than us. Chu Xuan said frankly, I'm 31 years old this year. I'm 5 or 6 years older than both of you. Zhang Hongyu was surprised, I really can't tell. Lin Yanchen saw that they were chatting again and interrupted without hesitation, Laozhan, why are you here? Are you here to chat with Chu Xuan? Reminded by him, Zhang Hongyu finally remembered his original purpose. Oh, right, I originally wanted you to show me my new song. Lin Yanchen didn't stand on ceremony with him. Give it to me. We'll discuss and change it. Once we're done, you can leave. Chu Xuan asked curiously, does Lin Yanchen know how to write songs? Zhang Hongyu nodded and said, yes. We used to form a band together. 2 of the songs on my debut album were written by him when I was still underground. Speaking of this, he sighed. My initial goal was to be a singer, but I couldn't become famous, so I had to film to make a living. The East is not bright, but the West is bright. Chu Xuan suddenly remembered that Lin Yanchen had told him before that he played in a band when he was young, and that there was a talent scout who wanted him to develop in the entertainment industry. He didn't take it to heart at that time and thought that Lin Yanchen was just joking. Now that he thought about it, could it be true? Chu Xuan doubtfully asked Lin Yanchen, don't tell me that there really was a talent scout who wanted to bring you out. Lin Yanchen said confidently, I told you at that time that I wasn't lying. Zhang Hongyu proved it for him. Yes, the agent who signed me actually tried to rope in Lao Lin, but he wasn't willing. In the end, I was the only one who made my debut. He's now helping me to write and arrange songs. I gave him a signature, but he's using an alias. Lin Yanchen took his guitar over and tried to play according to the music score that Zhang Hongyu gave him. He originally had a perfunctory heart, but when he looked up, he saw Chu Xuan looking at him with a rare look of admiration. He even recorded it. Lin Yanchen's vanity suddenly exploded, and he played seriously until the last note fell. Chu Xuan clapped for him. Shaolin is so good. He was going to take the recording back and share it with his chirp chirp. He wanted to see how good his little dad was, he could even play the piano and sing. Zhang Hongyu finally left after receiving the music score that Lin Yanchen had given him his opinion. As soon as Zhang Hongyu left, Lin Yanchen locked the door behind him and stared at Chu Xuan. Chu Xuan, what? Lin Yanchen rushed over and hugged him like a tiger. I just found out that you like Zhang Hongyu so much. You've seen him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times today. What about me? You've forgotten about me. How can you face me? Chu Xuan laughed. You see him often. What's so strange about that? Little Jean is rare. Naturally, I have to see him more. Lin Yanchen said sourly, you're even calling him Little Jean? Do you think it's good? I'm Shaolin and he's Little Jean. We're too similar. Chu Xuan said, I'm not the only one who calls you Shaolin. I have many other names. Little Zhen, Little Zhuang, Little Lin. There are so many. I always call people I know that. Lin Yanchen was even more jealous. Am I only one of those people? Chu Xuan laughed. You're my one and only Shaolin. Lin Yanchen still said, you have to show me with your actions. Chu Xuan kissed him. Lin Yanchen kissed him back and pushed him down. The next morning. Lin Yanchen hugged Chushuan in his arms and played with his hand. He asked, I'm also resting today. Where do you want to go to play? Or just the two of us at home? Chushuan said, I really want to chirp chirp. I don't know if he had a good meal today. Sigh, Lin Yanchen said, you chirp chirp 5 or 6 days a week. Can't you give the rest of your time to me? Chushuan was stunned for a moment before replying, how can that be? My 5 or 6 days are considered work. Lin Yanchen asked, which is more important? Me or work? Chushuan snorted and asked without hesitation, if your dad and I fall into the water together, who would you save first? Lin Yanchen said, you. My dad knows how to swim. Chushuan, in the end, Chushuan still didn't plan to go out. He stayed at Lin Yanchen's house and did what a normal couple would do. Lin Yanchen also thought that this was a good idea. He had been a vegetarian for more than a year. It wasn't easy for him to endure until Chushuan was willing to sleep with him. He had to take advantage of this period of time to replenish his nutrients. Hee. After a while ago, Chushuan's sexual interest was aroused. In this aspect, he and Lin Yanchen were extremely compatible. In any case, they had already done what they wanted to do, so there was nothing to be shy about. Lin Yanchen ate to his heart's content and asked him, I'll look for you next week. You must be tired from rushing over. Chushuan asked, or is it a hotel? If you come over, don't just think about being with me. I'll definitely bring Chirp Chirp. You should spend more time with Chirp Chirp. Otherwise, he won't even recognize you as his father. As the two of them were talking, the doorbell rang again. Lin Yanchen covered him and Chushuan with the blanket and said under the blanket, we can't pretend to be here. Chushuan said, what if it's something important? You should go and take a look. The doorbell persistently rang again and again. Ding 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 ding. Chushuan urged him again. Lin Yanchen could only get out of bed and put on his clothes to go over. Chushuan also got out of bed. Lin Yanchen didn't open the door immediately. He first looked at the scene captured by the surveillance camera at the door. A group of handsome guys stood together. Damn, his group of best friends were all F***ing here. Lin Yanchen scolded them over the phone. What are you guys doing here? His bad friend said, we heard that you're gay, so we came as a group to see your wife. Lin Yanchen exploded in anger. Dog Jean said that? Chushuan glanced sideways. Who are you calling a dog? Lin Yanchen, it was fine if there was a third wheel yesterday, but today there was a group of them? The author has something to say. Chirp Chirp's luxurious Godfather group is coming online. See you at 7 p.m. End of chapter 67. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.